time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Ding Lingdang was sworn in as the Supreme Speaker of the Federation. Each habitable planet in the Star Glory Federation had a unique trajectory of rotation and revolution, resulting in varying seasonal changes and day and night cycles. However, the passion of the people and the bustling construction sites across all planets and space stations indicated that they had overcome the bitter winter and the gloomy clouds of war. They now entered the golden years of warm spring, full of boundless vigor. As the Federation Speaker, Ding Lingdang was naturally busier than ever. The parliamentary system had been in place for over 600 years, and today a large team of staff and advisors assisted the speaker in decision-making. However, many tasks, such as inspecting various locations, rallying the people to work hard, and coordinating the interests of different factions and planets, still had to be done personally by the speaker. Li Yao, as the speaker's spouse, attended several such events. He could not have complained more, finding these tasks more intolerable than any intense training he had ever undergone. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Ding Lingdang. He knew she was like him, neither of them enjoying grand ceremonies and formalities. But she was now gritting her teeth and enduring everything. No one could tell how much she suffered beneath the surface. In this regard, Li Yao could offer little help to his wife. Spouse of the speaker was not his only identity. Like Ding Lingdang, he had countless troublesome matters to handle. In whatever spare time he had, he was also occupied with new training. Before Professor Mo Xian perished, he sent Li Yao many files on training and experiments. It was said that the method to reach the divinity transformation stage was contained within. Naturally, Li Yao needed to study these files thoroughly. Additionally, numerous soul fragments from extraterrestrial devils, similar to Tenebrum energy, still lingered in his brain. He had to purge and digest them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if they consolidated and fermented to a certain degree, they might become a new disaster. Training, and more training. Seizing every fragment of time, Li Yao began the most intense training. It felt like he was back in his simple college days or deep within Yan Xinjian's residence beneath Spider Den, where he was forced to train in seclusion. In this intense training, Li Yao distilled the minute details of his past adventures and fierce battles into a new understanding, deep within his soul, preparing to advance to the legendary divinity transformation stage. For others, the Imperium of true human beings was like a sword hanging high above their heads. For Li Yao, the Imperium was a thorn in his throat. He would certainly visit the Imperium one day. It wasn't just because Boss Bai had set off to excavate the legacies of the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. It wasn't just because the Imperium's situation was unknown and mysterious. The Imperium had likely learned of the Star Glory Federation and could send out a new expeditionary force at any moment. Thus, they had to act before the enemy did. At the very least, they needed to understand the Imperium and the Covenant alliance better to devise effective countermeasures. More importantly, the strange dream and the land of origins that always haunted Li Yao, Earth. Li Yao still had no idea if Earth truly existed, or where it was, if it did. However, from his fragmented memories, he recalled hearing a statement that he was sent from Earth to the edge of the cosmos and the borderlands of human civilization. Thus, it was easy to infer that if Earth did exist, it must be somewhere near the center of the cosmos. The logic was simple: if Earth were at the edge of the cosmos, like the Star Glory Federation, a statement about being sent to the edge of the cosmos would be absurd. It would make more sense to say that Li Yao was sent to the center or the other side of the cosmos. Since the phrase, edge of the cosmos, was used, it implied that the mysterious Earthlings in his dream considered themselves residents of the cosmic center and were very accustomed to it. To uncover Earth's secrets, he had to go to the center of the cosmos. The closer he got to the center, the closer he would be to unraveling Earth's mysteries. The Imperium of true human beings was his only option right now. For both the Federation and himself, Li Yao could not wait to march to the Imperium. However, barging into the Imperium would not be easy. Even an expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage might not achieve everything they desired in the Imperium's core. Despite Hai Ming's strength and the support of an entire fleet, he had still been cast to the edge of the cosmos like a stray dog. He would have to reach at least the Divinity transformation stage to feel at ease in the perilous, mysterious, and unpredictable environment, so he could protect himself and change the situation in the Imperium. Eventually, he might even find Earth. Inside the training room, Li Yao sat cross-legged, comfortably, his upper body bare. His muscles and veins were not prominently protruding, but the air he exhaled from his nostrils did not disperse. Instead, it lingered around his body, moving in rhythm with his heartbeat, breath, and pulse. It was a very ordinary, if not shabby, training room. There were no high-burden training cabins with dozens of times the standard gravity, nor were there spiritual puppets with the most advanced performance and the fiercest firepower for real battle tests. Instead, various civilian magical devices were placed on the ground haphazardly, including house cleaning, automatic cooking, and refrigeration and instant unfreezing magical equipment. The devices shared a common feature: they were all embedded with simple silicon chips. Li Yao's eyes were half-closed. Thousands of runes flowed through his brain like currents and waterfalls, alongside countless sophisticated algorithms and formulas. His soul meticulously sorted through all the information, like a needle pulling a thread. The wildly dancing runes gradually converged into a formidable river. He guided this river of runes into his limbs, veins, and internal organs. As the runes and spiritual energy condensed, they shimmered in octagonal halos, circulating within his body repeatedly. Gradually, he drifted into a hollow, unconscious trance. The ego, ID, and superego, the three layers of the soul, separated like water, sand, and pebbles. It was the most mysterious state. Part of Li Yao's soul still lingered inside his fleshly body, while another part had leaped out of the cracks in his skull and burst 3 feet above his head, like fireworks scattering into thousands of water droplets. Each droplet reflected him from different angles. Li Yao's breath stagnated in that moment, and his soul hung like a wind chime in a gentle breeze, poised at the tipping point between stillness and motion. It was as if he had grown 10,000 more eyes, evenly distributed 3 to 5 meters around him, allowing him to see 10,000 different images. Each image was vivid and clear, even a grain of dust floating in the air was reflected from every angle with intricate detail. At the same time, he seemed to have grown 10,000 ears. The subtle mechanical noises of the surrounding civilian magical equipment became the roar of violent tsunamis as they crashed and swelled, flooding into the depths of his soul. Every brain cell of Li Yao's moaned. His mind felt like an exploding star. He tried to combine the 10,000 high-resolution images into an indescribable, super-high-resolution dynamic hologram, but found the task too overwhelming. The high-resolution images lasted only half a second before warping into a mottled, fragmented kaleidoscope. Each shard of the kaleidoscope battered his brain like a fiercely burning meteor. Li Yao grunted and gritted his teeth, forcing himself out of the astonishing state. Despite the excruciating pain in his head, his face brimmed with excitement. Is this the incredible divinity transformation stage that Professor Mo Xian described in his notes? Constructing an enormous field and domain with spiritual energy and projecting the soul out of the body transforms the area around the divinity transformation stage cultivator, often spanning dozens of square meters or more, into an extension of their brain and body. This means they no longer need retinas, optical cells, or optic nerves to see, or eardrums and cochlea to hear. By using soul waves and mental perception, they can observe the infinite world within their domain from countless perspectives with perfect clarity. With a mere thought, they can easily count the hairs inside an enemy's nostrils. This is the magnificence of the divinity transformation stage. Li Yao was filled with amazement. Had it not been for his personal experience, he would have found it hard to imagine that such an astonishing level existed in the world. He felt as though he had truly merged with his surroundings and the entire universe. Of course, in battle, level is not the only factor that matters. Higher levels require a vast amount of spiritual energy to sustain. Li Yao had grasped the preliminary techniques and could extravagantly waste the tenebrum energy he had absorbed from extraterrestrial devils. However, the state collapsed after just half a second, even as his soul domain expanded to less than 5 meters. A divinity transformation stage cultivator as powerful as Hai Ming could not maintain such an incredible state for more than 2 minutes unless they were entirely dedicated to enhancing their personal combat skills. For injured divinity transformation stage cultivators like Meng Qixin or Wu Suiyun, their situations would be even worse. They might have the theories and understanding but struggle to unleash their true combat potential. Of course, after perceiving the mysteries of the divinity transformation stage, he found it easier and more comfortable to fight in the nascent soul stage than regular nascent soul stage cultivators. After only 3 months, he had glimpsed some of the mysteries of the divinity transformation stage and experienced the state for half a second. Li Yao was already more than satisfied. After consuming a large bottle of tonic drugs that were 100 times more expensive than gold, Li Yao rested for a moment. Then, he rubbed his hands in excitement, like a child with a city of toys, and began his new training. His telepathic thoughts invaded the civilian magical equipment around him like octopi, entangling the control chips of the magical equipment. His telepathic thoughts did not stop at the surface of the chips but seeped into their deeper structures, much like electric currents. A series of shining but hazy crystal balls immediately appeared deep inside Li Yao's brain. The crystal balls were divided into dozens of different layers, each entangled with infinite numbers, glyphs, and rune arrays that glittered and crashed into each other. His telepathic thoughts had sneaked into the worlds deep within the control chips, attempting to crack the simplest rune arrays, analyze the fundamental logic hidden within, and even modify or sabotage them in his own way. The technique he had recently perceived and struggled to practice was similar to the invasion of a crystal processor virus. After Professor Mo Xian swallowed the star brain, the mainframe crystal processor of Heavenly Phantom, he transformed into a life form resembling a super crystal processor. Following the corruption by the extraterrestrial devils, he gained many techniques similar to crystal processor viruses. The vast database of files he passed on to Li Yao contained numerous such techniques. Initially, Li Yao was quite fearful of the extraterrestrial devils' methods, finding them as unsettling as vipers lurking in a cave's corner. However, when he delved into Professor Mo Xian's legacy and examined these techniques, he was unexpectedly drawn to their mechanisms and overall architecture. It was akin to his first encounter with the Tartarian skeleton, which felt tailor-made for him. These techniques, like the colossi, were neither inherently good nor evil. Without the malevolence and madness of the extraterrestrial devils, the sheer invasion and control of crystal processors and chips seemed almost acceptable. Moreover, one could only win a battle by knowing both oneself and one's enemy. The extraterrestrial devils were far from defeated. Even Lu Qingchen, a cyber-extraterrestrial devil, might not be entirely dead. If he intended to defeat the devils, he could not be entirely ignorant of their methods. Should he face another invasion of the spiritual nexus, there might not be as many coincidences as last time. Driven by curiosity, Li Yao tried to analyze and understand the astronomical runes, code, and algorithms left by Professor Mo Xian. At first, he only meant to give it a try. After all, he was not an expert in crystal processors. Learning such a complex technique of transforming telepathic thoughts into a virus to hack crystal processors seemed too daunting for him. He hoped, however, to learn enough to avoid being at a loss if he encountered Lu Qingchen or another cyber-extraterrestrial devil in the future. However, once he dipped his toes into it, he found it impossible to stop. After only a few months, he had indeed discovered many interesting tricks. No wonder Professor Mo Xian thought so highly of him back then. Could it be that the professor had sensed something in advance and recognized his talents in the field? Li Yao's expertise was still far from enough to compile his telepathic thoughts into a virus and implant it into an enemy's spiritual nexus and crystal processors for sabotage and destruction. But still. Li Yao's eyes widened abruptly. A million black numbers seemed to flash deep within his eyes in that moment. Then, all the magical equipment around him went wild. The house-cleaning devices spun at a high speed, the kettles whistled loudly, the refrigerators opened and closed their doors relentlessly, and the automatic ice makers diligently poured out ice. All the civil magical equipment seemed to come to life under Li Yao's influence, dancing wildly. Li Yao grinned, not resorting to remote manipulation methods. He didn't even touch the rune arrays on the control chip's surfaces. Instead, he invaded the control chips with his telepathic thoughts, disrupting their operational logic and algorithms. While this skill might seem redundant and useless now, it seemed far-fetched to develop it to the point where he could infiltrate heavily guarded mainframe crystal processors with complex architectures. However, for Li Yao, it was enough to train himself to hack and modify nearby surveillance magical equipment, and even decipher the detailed structure of the target to be compromised. If one day, he could hack all crystal cameras and eavesdropping devices within hundreds of meters with a single telepathic thought, allowing him to intercept and modify their images and sounds, or even scan the entire building structure, wouldn't such a skill be the most irreplaceable treasure for him, the prince of ventilation tubes, dedicated to infiltrating the enemy's core and executing decapitation strategies? While lost in his imagination and preparing to continue his training, his portable magical device buzzed softly. Raising his wrist to check the message, Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "They've found another hyper spirit." When Li Yao left the training room, a silver shuttle, shimmering like a ghost in the moonlight, was already waiting for him. This was Hundred Flowers City, Professor Mo Xian's home base. Since Li Yao had chosen to absorb Professor Mo Xian's legacy, there was no better place for his training than Hundred Flowers City. Besides, the incident with the extraterrestrial devils was far from over. Regarding Professor Mo Xian, Lu Qingchen, Lei Yuqin, and the extraterrestrial devils, countless secrets still awaited excavation, and numerous loopholes needed to be sealed. The Federation had established a special team, comprising many specialists in crystal processors and meditation healers, to analyze the extraterrestrial devil incident and ensure the safety of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. Li Yao, who had crushed Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen and inherited Professor Mo Xian's legacy, was naturally involved in the special team. He was appointed as senior counselor. The one who had come to fetch him for the emergency meeting was his old acquaintance, Long Yangjun. After the space battle, the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector had all distinguished themselves. Faced with the triple threats from the Imperium of true human beings, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, and the extraterrestrial devils, they accelerated their efforts to join the Federation and deal with their common enemies. The Federation removed all possible obstacles. Based on their personalities, abilities, and interests, each expert was assigned to significant roles to utilize their expertise and cultivation. This arrangement also facilitated the integration of the two parties and laid a solid foundation for the Ancient Sages sector to join the Federation as the eighth world of the Star Glory Federation. Qi Zhongdao devoted himself to studying the Federation's laws, while Han Beiling took an interest in the Federation's police system. Meng Qixin, Qi Changsheng, Yan Liren, and other experts continued to pursue the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet deep into space alongside the Burning Prairie Fleet. The other experts also received suitable assignments. Long Yangjun, on the other hand, offered to participate in the subsequent investigation into the incident with the extraterrestrial devils. Although she was not technically an experienced crystal processor expert, her soul was much stronger than that of any regular nascent soul stage cultivator. She also seemed to possess an unusual understanding of the extraterrestrial devils. Naturally, the Federation could not decline her request. She had spent the last few months in Hundred Flowers City and met Li Yao frequently. Hardly had he opened the door when Long Yongjun exclaimed fussily, "Monsterly, I feel that you have made more improvements in your cultivation." Well. It's not easy to sense improvements at your level. Have you found an opportunity to enter the divinity transformation stage? No cultivator, regardless of their level, did not want to advance to higher stages. As a close friend of Long Yongjun, Li Yao saw no need to conceal it from her. He simply grinned and boarded the shuttle, feeling quite content. Naturally, Long Yongjun teased him for a while. The shuttle moved quickly and soon reached the space station where Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital was located. Following the incident with the extraterrestrial devils, the space station had been completely sealed off. It was almost like a treasury beneath the Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital. The investigation team had excavated for 3 months, but what they had uncovered was still just the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, countless investigators, clad in internally circulative suits and silver helmets that blocked the invasion of telepathic thoughts and the disruption of spiritual waves, were busy working on the site where the hospital's ruins had been unearthed, like a massive construction site. President Li. As soon as the shuttle stopped, a graceful, scholarly man with half-white hair came to greet them. He was Xia Wufeng, the deputy leader of the investigation team and a professor at the Sky Fantasia Academy decades ago. He had a public debate with Professor Mo Xian regarding virtual life. Fate, indeed, is a wonderful thing. Li Yao had watched the recording of this famous debate. At the time, Professor Mo Xian was a staunch supporter of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and virtual life, while Professor Xia Wufeng was a concerned skeptic and opponent. However, after the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, Professor Mo Xian became disheartened and despondent over the bleak future of the new virtual life form. He then shifted his focus to the study of human virtualization. On the other hand, Professor Xia Wufeng, who had openly opposed him and argued with him for years, was eventually convinced by him and became the successor to his former ideology. Xia Wufeng abandoned his tenure at the Sky Fantasia Academy and dedicated himself to the study of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and the new virtual life form. When he joined the Special Investigation Team, Professor Xia Wufeng was also the current director of the game, Civilization, responsible for overseeing the general picture and designing principles of the DLCs and the overall operational logic of the game. Civilization had significant ties to the Glorious Sunlight Group and Li Yao himself. Now that Li Yao had returned to the Federation, he naturally had several in-depth conversations with Professor Xia Wufeng. The two maintained a close relationship. Working together in the Special Investigation Team, they needed little formality. On Professor Xia Wufeng's shoulder, a small green bird crafted from delicate, clear crystals chirped, "Li Yao." Naturally, it was Li Yao's unforgettable sister Qingqing, Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing was an important member of the Tinder Plan, who had communicated frequently with Professor Mo Xian in recent years. She was also a distinguished architect of the Spiriters realm, responsible for creating and rendering different Spiriters realms with words. After learning of Professor Mo Xian's plan, she applied multiple times to join the Special Investigation Team. With Li Yao's help, she faced little difficulty in joining. "Professor Xia, Sister Qingqing." Li Yao greeted them with a smile. "I'm told that you have located the last hyper-spirit?" Professor Mo Xian's research on artificial intelligence had never been a secret. The old grandpas, educational artificial intelligences that played with the little kids in the Tinder base, were fully open to the public. Besides Professor Mo Xian, many specialists in crystal processors within the Federation had been working on artificial intelligence. The development center for the game, Civilization, led by Professor Xia Wufeng, was also creating more vivid and lifelike artificial intelligences for the vast and intricate DLCs, to better serve the players. Xiao Ming and Wen, the game assistants, were their masterpieces but not their limits. The acolytes in the latest generation of the game with their unique algorithms, could already simulate human actions and speech to a significant extent. It was nearly impossible to distinguish them from real people, yet they remained within legal bounds. However, the situation was entirely different for the hyper-spirits, which were super-artificial intelligences with databases 10,000 times larger than those of ordinary AIs and equipped with new algorithms and logic provided by the extraterrestrial devils. This allowed them to be highly perceptive and destructive. Professor Mo Xian had created 19 hyper-spirits in total. Except for the 2 failed experimental subjects, the remaining 17 were used to invade the critical nodes of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and to disrupt and corrupt the essential mainframe crystal processors. They were the linchpin of the entire scheme. Although the extraterrestrial devil's plan had failed, it was still crucial to locate the common artificial intelligence, the deviant spirits, the evolved, super-artificial intelligence, the hyper-spirits, and the laboratories where the hyper-spirits were created. In this regard, the experimental data that Professor Mo Xian provided to Li Yao in his final repentance before his death proved to be of tremendous help. With detailed experimental logs and various control passcodes, the investigation team was able to trace the steps. After 3 months, they finally found the super crystal processor where the hyper-spirits were initially fertilized. This discovery made it possible to lock onto the core data features of all hyper-spirits, providing a way to contain them. Today, the core database of the last hyper-spirit was retrieved. Its fundamental operation logic was reset, and the highest permission was transferred from Professor Mo Xian to the investigation group. This is the number 14 hyper-spirit, code name Moonlight Bringer, Professor Xia Wufeng said. He had already connected his mini-crystal processor to the super-crystal processor where the hyper-spirit was running, allowing him to remotely retrieve part of the permissions and interfaces. He typed quickly on the mini-crystal processor, and a stream of blue light formed a woman with an indifferent expression and a light gauze on his wrist. To report to the Lords in Parliament, we have revised its interface so it can understand most illegal orders and respond in a way that even non-experts can comprehend. For example, Professor Xia Wufeng paused for a moment and asked, "Moonlight Bringer, what was your last mission?" The woman in the light gauze replied casually, without hesitation, "My mission was to invade the mainframe crystal processor of the Space Jump Coordinate Center in 100 Flowers City to control all the space jump routes passing near it. This allowed us to navigate starships transferring to the Heaven's Origin Sector through 100 Flowers City to non-existent coordinates." As she spoke, the gauze on her body transformed into layers of thin mist, revealing oceanic data, formulas, and runes. They were all specific methods to hack and control crystal processors. The formulas fell quickly, at a speed of more than 500 lines per second. Despite Li Yao's dynamic visual abilities, he felt dizzy. He asked in amazement, "Controlling the transportation hub of the entire Federation and forcing all starships to listen to its commander? Is that really possible?" "By the preliminary analysis of our experts, it is indeed possible," Professor Xia Wufeng replied. The extraterrestrial devil that resided inside Professor Mo Xian's body was likely born during the Star Ocean Imperium's era. You know that the Star Ocean Imperium was the peak of human civilization. Much of its technology came directly from the legendary Book of Revelations. That was the real primal technology. The extraterrestrial devil, having been in contact with such technology, or rather, created to sabotage it, had a profound understanding of artificial intelligence, machine sabotage and control, cyberspace infiltration, and defense. The 17 hyper-spirits each had vast databases, incredible architectures, and unbelievable algorithms. Despite the wisdom of our specialists, the mysteries have not been fully cracked even after 3 months. However, once we fully grasp their secrets, we will certainly be able to advance the level of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation by 100 years. I have no doubt about that. Indeed. After studying the extensive experimental logs left by Professor Mo Xian, Li Yao understood it very well. He dared not underestimate the horror of the extraterrestrial devils at all. How immaculate! Li Yao stared at Moonlight Bringer, which was obscured by the smoke of infinite data, and couldn't help but ask, Professor Xie, you are a specialist in virtual life. In your opinion, can such a powerful, hyper-spirit be considered a virtual life? There's still a long way to go, Professor Xie Wufeng replied. It's true that the hyper-spirit's abilities in computation, analysis, and deduction far exceed those of normal humans, but that doesn't define the difference between humans and non-humans. At best, it can be called a super-artificial intelligence, not a real virtual life. To understand the disparity between the two, let me ask it a few simple questions. Moonlight Bringer, tell me everything about the sailing routes near the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. Everything. Without hesitation, almost as soon as Xie Wufeng finished speaking, the mist around Moonlight Bringer transformed into brand new information streams, flashing at an incredibly high frequency. Professor Xie Wufeng didn't bother to read it. He asked the hyper-spirit about the features of a few planets, the best sailing routes among them, and the energy consumption of starships, questions that would make the best specialist in the field pause before responding. But Moonlight Bringer provided the most perfect answers in the blink of an eye. Very good, Professor Xie Wufeng nodded in great satisfaction. Now, tell me the name of your favorite singer. The information streams that had been flowing like a flood came to an abrupt stop. Moonlight Bringer looked at Professor Xie Wufeng in a daze, its lifeless eyes even more unresponsive than before. After being stuck for a long time, a tremendous amount of data flowed out again, glittering. It included singers and their albums, ranked by download frequency over the past 10, 50, and 100 years. Subtle algorithms had also been used to determine the favorite singer for people of different areas, professions, and ages. Detailed introductions to the singers and valuable comments on their songs were included as well. It was an ocean of data. No, Professor Xie Wang said. I'm not asking who the favorite singer of the people in the Federation is. I'm asking who your favorite singer is. You don't need to give me so much information. One simple name is enough. Just one name. The data streams in front of Moonlight Bringer froze again. It remained silent for a long time, as if caught in an infinite loop. If you're not a fan of songs, that's fine, Professor Xie Wang said. You only need to tell me that you don't like music or any singer. That would count as an answer, too. Moonlight Bringer looked at him, but the data remained frozen, offering no response. Look, Professor Xie Wang turned to address Li Yao and Long Yangjun. It can illustrate the best sailing route to jump among 7 planets in a row, yet it can't give the name of its favorite singer. It's not human. It doesn't have a concept of ego, much less the feelings of fondness, love, and hate that come from ego. At best, it's just a smartly designed tool. It doesn't have the ability to evolve into a virtual intelligent life. Only cells can evolve into humans. Rocks certainly can't, no matter how big and hard they are. Looking at Moonlight Bringer, Li Yao suddenly felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite define, whether relief or regret. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It seems there's a long way to go before we can create real virtual life, doesn't it?" "It's more than a long way. I suspect the journey will be endless," Professor Xie Wufeng said with a bitter smile. "At the very least, we now know that even the extraterrestrial devils residing inside Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen were incapable of creating real virtual life, which means it will be even more difficult for us to accomplish the task." Li Yao was slightly dazed. "What do you mean?" Professor Xie Wufeng opened his hands and said, "Isn't it simple logic? If your virtual life has similar definitions to us, it would certainly have a soul with feelings and emotions, wouldn't it?" Li Yao frowned. It was certainly a big question whether intelligent life forms were guaranteed to have soul waves and emotional fluctuations. However, by human standards, if they were to create a virtual life as a child civilization, such qualities should be essential. The extraterrestrial devils feed on soul waves and emotions, Professor Xia Wufeng explained. If they could create a virtual life with a soul and all kinds of emotions, why would they go through the trouble of feeding on humans? They could create a virtual life and hide in a virtual space, feeding on the virtual life in a self-sufficient way. Wouldn't all their problems be solved? Why would they fight the Panga's civilization and humanity if that were possible? Li Yao blinked rapidly, realizing that it made sense. Professor Xia Wufeng smiled. Forget it. We won't get anywhere even if we keep talking about such groundless issues for decades. I invited you here today not exactly because of the number 14 hyper-spirit Moonlight bringer. There are still the two. Brilliance suddenly beamed in Li Yao's eyes as he interrupted the professor. Are you referring to the two experimental subjects that were thrown into the virtual spirit sector after failing? Yes, Professor Xia Wufeng said. According to the records in Professor Mo Xian's experiment logs and the confessions of the crystal processor and spiritual nexus specialists, the two hyper-spirits, codenamed number 17 and number 18, were the products of failed experiments. Their core databases had long collapsed, and their operational logics were quite chaotic. In the end, Professor Mo Xian abandoned them and sealed them in the virtual spirit sector. However, as you have seen, the hyper-spirits are the most terrifying artificial intelligences. A single, Moonlight bringer, is capable of seriously disrupting, if not completely controlling, the transportation hub of the entire Federation. Even if number 17 and number 18 are only broken snippets of glyphs and code right now, should they fall into the hands of malicious parties, there could still be dire consequences. Therefore, we must find them and eradicate them completely. Li Yao nodded cautiously. Indeed, we must. However, I am confused about one thing. Judging from their code names, number 17 and number 18 must have been the hyper-spirits developed at the end. Before them, 16 hyper-spirits were successfully produced, including a hyper-spirit as complex and powerful as Moonlight bringer. Logically, Professor Mo Xian had accumulated abundant experience in modifying the hyper-spirits. He also had the enhancement of the extraterrestrial devils, so the chances of making a mistake were low. Why did he experience two consecutive failures? Professor Mo Xian did not mention the problem much in his experiment logs. In the rare instances where he did bring up number 17 and number 18, he never provided more details. It seems he was quite baffled by the outcome himself. Over the past few days, you've cracked and analyzed all the crystal processors in Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital and interrogated many spiriters. Did you find any leads? We might be onto something now, Professor Xia Wufeng said. According to the confessions of those involved, Professor Mo Xian's ambition was the primary cause. After the success of the first 16 hyper-spirits, his confidence grew tremendously, leading him to attempt the creation of an ultimate version, stronger than all other hyper-spirits. Despite Professor Mo Xian's unique life form as a star spirit and the abilities of the extraterrestrial devils, the techniques they aimed to bestow on the ultimate hyper-spirit far exceeded their limits. They seem to have tried nearly 10,000 radical algorithms and revolutionary operational logics on number 17 and number 18, all of which were the latest in virtual technology. However, every individual has their limits, and even the extraterrestrial devils are not omnipotent. The overwhelming amount of untested new technology made failures inevitable. After two consecutive failures, they realized this themselves. As a result, the number 19 hyper-spirit was created using standard algorithms and operational logic. Number 17 and number 18 were truly unique. I suspect Professor Mo Xian sealed them in the virtual spirit sector rather than destroying them completely for the same reason. He likely intended to continue studying the two ultimate hyper-spirits after seizing absolute power and gathering all the specialists and resources of the entire Federation. Li Yao and Long Yongjun looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, what kind of missions were number 17 and no? Could the techniques to support such a mission only be the ones that even the extraterrestrial devils found impossible? The game, Civilization, Professor Xia Wufeng said, taking a deep breath. The mission for number 17 and number 18 was to instantly control every platform, every DLC, and every player of Civilization. If the mission succeeded, they would be able to seal all the players dwelling in the Civilization worlds inside immersive game cabins forever. Without the permission of the extraterrestrial devils or the players themselves, they would never be able to return to reality. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He could not help but feel his blood run cold. Civilization was the greatest game platform in the Federation. In fact, it had far exceeded the category of game. It was more like a comprehensive virtual communication platform that encompassed the entire Federation. Entertainment, socialization, work, and even government functions relied on this platform. According to statistics, more than 10 billion people were online in Civilization every second. Over 90% of the population logged into the child platforms derived from Civilization daily. Almost everyone logged in at least once a week. If the extraterrestrial devils had indeed controlled the game, Civilization, with number 17 and number 18, the entire Federation would essentially be under their control. However, how is that possible? After a moment's thought, Li Yao shook his head quickly. The computational load is too heavy. It also involves the deepest mysteries of the human soul. The mission is more difficult than counting the stars in the sky. Indeed, it is practically impossible, Professor Xia Wufeng remarked. That is why both experiments failed. Later, even Professor Mo Xian, possessed by the extraterrestrial devil, realized that it was a complete waste of time and resources and put the project on hold. Based on the experiment data we collected, number 17 and number 18 had only 1% of the virtual pieces left after the collapse. That said, it is still necessary to locate them, partly to prevent them from falling into the hands of ambitious schemers and partly because the central glyphs and the fundamental operational logic would be helpful for us to analyze other hyper-spirits. Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, does it mean we have to enter the virtual spirit sector? Regarding the super crystal processors involved in the virtual spirit sector project, the specialists have many ways to unravel the deep mysteries within them, Professor Xia Wufeng said. However, it is indeed the most time-saving and straightforward way to have someone check the collapsed virtual spirit sector first. Li Yao frowned. Won't it be dangerous? Professor Mo Xian, Lu Qingchen, and even Su Changfa in the beginning were all involved in the violent virtual turbulence during the collapse of the virtual spirit sector. Their souls were heavily wounded, some died, and others were corrupted. Li Yao did not want such a tragedy to happen again. Wei Qingqing smiled. Rest assured. Although the virtual spirit sector is a broken mess now, it is still rather stable. As long as we do not modify the data on a large scale, there shouldn't be a second collapse. Of course, it can be dangerous, Professor Xia Wufeng said. That is why we are hoping you and fellow cultivator Long can lead us to inspect the virtual spirit sector together. Both of you are super experts close to the divinity transformation stage and demonstrated enormous soul power in the fierce battles against the extraterrestrial devils. If you come with us, even if we're trapped in the virtual spirit sector, there should be a way for us to break the illusion and return to reality instead of panicking, right? Li Yao considered for a moment. He was very curious about the virtual spirit sector, which was designed to hatch virtual life. Besides, as a virtual world that had been forsaken for decades, it could not be more dangerous than the Spiriters' realm, which was directly under the control of the extraterrestrial devils, could it? Li Yao looked at Long Yongjun, checking if she was willing to go. Don't look at me. I've already promised Professor Xia, Long Yongjun said, opening her hands solemnly. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be much danger after we enter the virtual spirit sector, but we have to take precautions for a fatal factor nonetheless. Greatly alarmed, Li Yao hurried to ask, "What factor?" "You." Long Yangjun glanced at him. "A simple inspection mission that is supposedly not dangerous at all will be 100 times more perilous with you involved, Monsterly." I can almost hear the alarms ringing loudly in my head. In the Super Crystal Processor Control Center in Hundred Flowers City, Li Yao, Long Yangjun, Professor Xia Wufeng, and several other crystal processor specialists were all soaked in the warm, nervous interaction liquids. Wei Qingqing and several other spectral cultivators, or spiriters, also connected themselves to the enormous super crystal processor through wires. It was a well-planned operation. Naturally, countless doctors, meditation healers, and crystal processor specialists were monitoring the status of their bodies and brains closely to minimize the danger. "Are you ready? Inspection of the virtual spirit sector will begin in 10, 9, 8. Professor Xia Wufeng's voice sounded like blurred tides through the thick neural interaction liquids. When the transparent cover of the cabin closed, it seemed to cut off the light from the outside. Li Yao felt darkness consume him inch by inch until even his head was submerged. He was suddenly surrounded by coldness. He struggled to stand up, only to discover that he sat up without any trouble and his head did not bump into the cabin's cover. The immersive cabin's cover was gone. Or rather, the real world was gone. Now, he was sitting on a bleak beach deep inside the broken virtual spirit sector, with his legs being brushed by the dark waves. This was a world dying slowly. Li Yao looked into the distance. At the horizon, a gigantic star almost occupied his entire field of vision, giving him a bizarre feeling of astonishment, as if it were not a sphere but a mouth that collapsed inward, ready to swallow the entire planet. Despite the star's immense size, it did not emit much dazzling brilliance. It burned lethargically, occasionally releasing feeble rays that barely had an effect. They brought a pale red hue to the beach but no warmth. It was more like a mottled, red pigment smeared across the sky than a star. Nothing more. The black ocean was the same. At first, Li Yao thought it was frozen, and all the waves and tides had stopped. But upon closer inspection, and after a long observation, he realized the ocean was still flowing, just 100 times slower than the oceans in the real world. In such a weary, sluggish way, it reminded him that he was in the middle of the dying virtual spirit sector. Li Yao held a handful of black seawater, only to discover that it was a strange mix of mucus and sand. It slid through his fingers in an odd way. It seemed that the collapse of the virtual spirit sector had affected the fundamental logic layer, causing the ocean's dynamics to become unstable, resulting in these bizarre changes. It was a cold, quiet world. Li Yao sensed little vibrant life. Walking along the beach for a long time, he discovered that the only signs of life were the strange creatures scattered about, a bizarre blend of crabs and jellyfish, resembling deflated balloons with countless tentacles. All the strange crabs were completely still, emitting an unbearable stench of decay. It was unclear whether they were dead or alive. They were not spontaneously generated virtual life but artificial intelligence added when the virtual spirit sector was constructed. The original plan was to use them to modify the primitive ocean, monitor the changes in virtual water data, and accelerate the birth of virtual life. However, due to the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, the virtual life never emerged, and the core databases of the artificial intelligence became overloaded and redundant, trapping them in endless loops. They could no longer perform any operations. Boom. 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 In the purple sky, dark clouds rolled slowly, rumbling occasionally. But the thunder was incomplete, like roosters with their necks grabbed, their calls abruptly cut off. The sudden silences were unsettling. On the other side of the beach lay an endless metropolis. Li Yao observed from a distance and discovered that the modern city had suffered from a severe earthquake and meteor shower. Traces of collapsed buildings, explosions, and raging fires were everywhere, making the city look even more desolate and silent than the Black Ocean. Hello. The virtual spirit sector gave him an uneasy feeling. It was as if the ruined world was the only thing left in the universe, and he was the only one left in this ruined world. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and shout aloud. Long Yongjun, Wei Qingqing, Professor Xia Wufeng, and other members of the inspection team had landed on the beach not far from him, but none of them responded to his call. When Li Yao finally found his teammates, wondering why they didn't respond, he noticed that Long Yongjun of mysterious origins, the experienced Professor Xia Wufeng, Wei Qingqing, a spiritor herself, and all the other members of the inspection team were in a daze on the beach. Li Yao craned his neck to look. His mouth slowly opened as well. He saw a long scroll, or rather, hundreds of sand drawings, stretching from one side of the beach to the other. The sand drawings at the beginning were drawn in a very childish manner, as if a child had picked up a random twig and scribbled on the beach. It was hard to tell what they depicted, just a bunch of messy lines. Gradually, the sand drawings began to have their own content and structure. Though they still looked rather naive, they gave off a sense of primitive beauty, reminding Li Yao of the murals that cavemen left deep inside their caves. The sand drawings seemed to depict the depths of a primitive ocean, where bizarre creatures such as fungi, unicellular algae, nautili, and trilobites thrived. As the primitive ocean creatures evolved, the sand drawings became increasingly sophisticated, with the arrangement of the content growing more intricate. The long scroll vividly depicted the evolution of creatures using tiny grains of sand, from ocean dwellers to reptiles, mammals, primates, the enlightenment of the Pangu civilization, the birth of modern humans, human divisions, wars, and development. The scale of the sand drawings expanded, and the structure grew more complex, evolving from a flat surface to a 3D object. Eventually, it transformed from a drawing into an enormous statue. Two adorable children, a boy and a girl, sat on the surface of a planet scarred by damage, holding their cheeks with their tiny hands, as if gazing at the starry sky. In front of them, a dense forest of tombstones, human tombstones, stretched out. The sand-made eyes of the two children showed no brightness, nor any signs of sadness, joy, fear, or anger at the tombstones that had engulfed the world. Li Yao swallowed hard, feeling that this long scroll of drawings looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yes, it was indeed a sand-drawn version of the vivid half-step grand illusionary land that stood before the Tinder Base's gate. However, at the end of the evolutionary path Professor Mo Xian had created, what replaced the humans were giant silver balls made of liquid metal, similar to himself. At the end of this scroll, despite a planet of tombstones, two little kids were still raising their heads to watch the starry sky. What was that supposed to mean? Li Yao felt his mouth go dry. He asked Xia Wufeng softly, "Professor Xia, what does this mean? Who left the sand drawings here? Professor Mo Xian?" "I have no idea, but it doesn't make sense." Professor Xia Wufeng hesitated before replying. Everything in the virtual spirit sector is calculated in real time, constantly changing like the real world. Look at the rising and ebbing tides. Though they are feeble and slow, they still exist. Also, judging by the beach's form, the tides were much more violent a while back, and the ocean should have drowned the sand drawings during the rising tide. Exactly, Wei Qingqing added. Although the virtual spirit sector collapsed in the past, it never came to a complete halt. Instead, it operated more chaotically, without any pattern. It was a world of earthquakes, thunderstorms, blowing winds, and raging tides. If the sand drawings were left at that time, they would have certainly been erased or deleted. So, Li Yao considered carefully for a moment and asked, "The sand drawings were left not long ago, when the vitality of the virtual spirit sector had run dry, turning it into a dying and stagnant world?" That was the most critical moment when Professor Mo Xian was ready to activate his final plan. Why did he bother to leave such strange marks here? If he felt the urge to express something, the grand illusionary land in the Tinder base should have been enough to illustrate his ideology. Besides, such naive and crude strokes do not look like Professor Mo Xian's style. They seem to have been painted by innocent children. Here comes the question, is there somebody else in the virtual spirit sector other than Professor Mo Xian? Could they have left such drawings? Strokes and styles can all be simulated, Professor Xia Wufeng said. Constructing such a scroll of sand drawings is not a complicated task. Technologically and computationally, it is a piece of cake. As long as the database is large enough, the job can be completed immediately after the instruction is inputted into the crystal processor. The key problem is, who gave this instruction and for what purpose? His question rendered everyone silent. Each member of the inspection team felt a cold shiver down their spine, as if two pairs of glittering little eyes were grimacing at them from amidst the sand. Kneeling on one knee, Li Yao observed the sand drawings carefully. Somehow, they gave him a strong feeling of weirdness, as if he were familiar with the sand drawings for no clear reason. Feeble electric currents swept across his body, making him feel numb from his eyelids to his lips. It was hard for him to say whether it was joyful or uncomfortable. How should he put it? It suddenly occurred to him that the sand drawings seemed to have been made by himself. Or rather, if he were asked to depict the road of evolution of life, the final result would be very familiar to the sand drawings. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Calming himself down, he continued, "Did you find the pieces of number 17 and number 18? Not yet, Professor Xia Wufeng replied. They are a bunch of broken, unsubstantial pieces of runes and data to begin with. It would come as no surprise if they have been completely eradicated by the virtual spirit sector." What? Are you suspicious that the sand drawings were left by number 17 and number 18? That's a possibility. Assuming Professor Mo Xian embedded certain instructions about the sand drawings into their bodies, which would be activated under specific conditions, driving them to leave such marks, this is a rather plausible explanation. Let's head into the town and take a look. Along the stairs, full of cracks and weeds, the inspection team entered the metropolis by the sea, once magnificent but now desolate. Li Yao realized that the city was a blend of all the cities humanity had ever built. Vintage towers and pavilions stood side by side with modern skyscrapers with glass walls. On one side, beautiful mountains and cascading waterfalls contrasted with vacuum rails protruding into the sky and an enormous underground square on the other. However, after the virtual spirit sector's collapse, the city of 10,000 cities was reduced to ruins. Both the pavilions and towers and the skyscrapers were entangled by weeds and vines. The waterfalls had dried up, the tubes were broken, and the underground square was filled with debris and dust, like a grave for human civilization. Professor Mo Xian once talked with me about his designs for virtual life, Professor Xia Wufeng remarked, looking at the empty streets and desolate city with mixed feelings. At that time, Professor Mo Xian firmly believed in the eventual birth of a brand new form of virtual life. But he didn't want to create a virtual life that humans couldn't understand or that couldn't understand humans and might even turn against them. How should I put it? He was more hoping to create a virtual life that shared the ideology and feelings of humanity, acknowledged the morals and values of humanity, and even considered itself a child of humanity, or rather, an evolved version of humanity. Therefore, when he created the virtual primitive ocean, he also established the glorious city here, where the essence of human civilization, our technology, laws, morals, arts, and the soul-stirring legends of heroes, was condensed. You can consider the city a combination of a history museum and a grand library, containing our entire civilization. The virtual life was meant to be fertilized, born, and evolved under the radiance of the city of civilization, so that it could grow into a good kid. Li Yao found it hard to imagine that a brand new virtual life could be born in such a way, or that the virtual life would obediently listen to the orders of mankind, its creator. Why does it sound so unreliable to me? Of course, it does. However, creating a virtual intelligent life in a brand new form is something no one in history has ever attempted. Who can guarantee that a certain method will definitely work? Professor Xia Wufeng smiled bitterly. Regarding the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, even Professor Mo Xian realized it was a dead end. Creating a brand new virtual life was both unlikely and unnecessary. He shifted his focus to the virtualization of humans themselves. The concepts of education through History Museum and Grand Library were further explored in the Tinder plan with the Bold Grandpas, except the targets were no longer a brand new virtual life but a primitive civilization millions of years in the future. However, both creating a brand new virtual life and educating a primitive civilization millions of years in the future are fundamentally the same. They both aim to preserve the spirit of human civilization after its decline, or even to create a replica or upgraded version of humanity. As they talked, everyone slowly made their way toward the downtown area. In the central square, hundreds of tall and majestic statues, representing the most influential politicians, artists, military commanders, and battle experts, once stood, forming a magnificent forest. Now, all the statues lay on their sides, riddled with holes, covered in green moss and rust. Many of the statues had only broken limbs left. Some were even ripped into pieces by lightning or earthquakes and scattered on the ground nearby, drowned by the weeds and thorns that sprouted from the cracks in the earth. This is, Professor Xia Wufeng walked to a bare pedestal and touched it. His face suddenly turned extremely strange, and his pupils constricted to the smallest size. Li Yao grew alert. What's wrong? It's quite odd, Professor Xia Wufeng said after looking around carefully and frowning. A statue is missing. Not just crippled or blown apart by lightning, but entirely gone. Not a single piece of the statue can be found anymore. Look. The pedestal is very clean, with no pebbles or metal pieces left. The statue didn't crack, collapse, or break apart, it was probably devoured by something. Li Yao raised his eyebrows and touched the pedestal. He felt that the place where the statue should have been joined was as smooth as a mirror, which didn't look like the destruction caused by the collapse of the virtual world. Something is indeed not right. Whose statue is this? Professor Xia Wufeng glanced at the number on the pedestal and browsed through the experiment data of the Virtual Spirit Sector project. His expression became even more peculiar. It's your statue. Huh? Is that so strange? Professor Xia Wufeng asked. The square was established to introduce the 600 years of Federation history. Generally, all the most prominent and distinguished figures from the past 600 years had their statues here. No matter how humble you are, you don't think you can't make it onto the list of the Federation's most influential people, do you? Li Yao held back the urge to scratch his head, almost amused. My statue is completely gone. What's that supposed to mean? The so-called statue is just a front-end display we can see in this interface, Professor Xia Wufeng explained. From the perspective of essential data, every statue represents the vast information base of a celebrity, public information, of course. It includes, but is not limited to, the celebrity's glorious deeds, training experience, battle videos, theses and books, the essence of lessons and speeches, deep brain tomography, and dynamic brainwave analysis, among others. By combining this vast database, it results in a living virtual hero, not just a cold statue. You can think of it as an early version of Bold Grandpa. Your statue is actually Grandpa Yao 1.0. Wait. Li Yao frowned, interrupting Professor Xia Wufeng's explanation. There's even deep brain tomography and dynamic brainwave analysis? Where did Professor Mo Xian get that? Every time you were wounded or about to advance to a new level, the Federation's top doctors and meditation healers would perform physical examinations on you, Professor Xia Wufeng said. A lot of information about your brain and soul was recorded. This information was supposed to be confidential and would not be declassified until your death was confirmed. However, at that time, Professor Mo Xian was already under the influence of extraterrestrial devils. To create a more perfect old grandpa, it's not surprising that he found a way to copy your brainwave patterns and added them to his database. Li Yao couldn't help but rub his temples. So, the statue that contains my brain tomography and brainwave analysis is the only one that's gone missing right now. Why? Is there something different between my brain and other people's? Even if there is a difference, it cannot be detected through brain tomography or brainwave analysis, Professor Xia Wufeng said. You know that the mysteries of the human brain likely surpass the mysteries of the entire universe. In a sense, a human brain is a miniature universe. Even if all the Federation's crystal processors ran to the point of collapse, they would still only uncover a tiny fraction of the truth of this miniature universe. Every soul is unique and entirely distinct from one another. As an expert nearing the divinity transformation stage, your soul is even more special. How can anyone fully understand you based on a few brainwave graphs? In my opinion, it's possible that Professor Mo Xian deliberately transferred the database containing vast amounts of information about you to handle you, isn't it? But that doesn't make sense. He couldn't have foreseen your return at that time. Moreover, he must have had copies of the data about you. There was no need for him to restart the Spiritor's realm and take away the information about your brain and soul. In that case, Li Yao, Long Yongjun, Wei Qingqing, Professor Xia Wufeng, and the other inspection team members stood before the empty pedestal in prolonged silence. After 6 hours in the virtual spirit sector, the inspection team had still found nothing. They discovered neither the tiniest fragments of hyper-spirits, number 17 and number 18, nor Li Yao's statue. Li Yao and Professor Xia Wufeng returned to the beach near the sluggish ocean once more. They gazed at the endless sand drawings and the black, lifeless sea, lost in thought. The mysterious incidents after he entered the virtual spirit sector made Li Yao uneasy. He felt as if an invisible thread connected everything. According to the preliminary exploration results, number 17 and number 18 must have been completely deleted, Professor Xia Wufeng said with a sigh of relief, though not without regret. This is not a bad outcome. While we can't access the core databases of the two hyper-spirits right now, we don't have to worry about them falling into the hands of ambitious schemers and causing major trouble again. As for your missing statue, it's not a big deal. 99% of the information inside was from public files. Even the brain scans were from over 100 years ago. Your soul has changed dramatically in the past century. That outdated data is nothing but junk and can't be used against you. You can rest assured about that. Professor Xia Wufeng, do you think, Li Yao, staring at the sand drawings, suddenly asked, for reasons he couldn't explain, is it really impossible for a self-aware virtual life to emerge? Professor Xia Wufeng was momentarily taken aback. He smiled and picked up a handful of sand, then remarked, it's not entirely impossible, but the odds are very low. How low? Let me give you an example. Imagine every grain of sand on this beach is inscribed with a random letter, and I randomly pick up a handful and let it slip through my fingers. The odds of a real virtual life being born are exactly the same as the odds of the sand aligning in the wind to form the most touching poem in the universe. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of number 17 and no. After the failed experiments, number 18 was thrown into the virtual spirit sector. They evolved significantly and gained self-awareness through a series of fortuitous incidents, transforming from artificial intelligence into real, virtual life, weren't they? Hee. I can assure you, no, all the specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the entire Federation can assure you that it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Number 17 and number 18 are essentially databases with cold operational logic, fundamentally the same as Moonlight Bringer. They are tools, much like the stones humans used to crack nuts and bones in the beginning. They are nothing more than tools. Stones cannot evolve into humans, and those virtual stones certainly cannot evolve into real, virtual life either. Frowning, Li Yao thought hard for a long time before speaking again. Professor Xie, I once heard a theory. More than 97% of a human's mass is made up of common elements like carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, helium, phosphorus, and sulfur, which are the same elements that make up the billions of stars in the vast universe. In other words, the basic elements that make up our bodies are the same as those that make up the stars. We are literally the sons of stars. You mentioned that only cells can evolve into humans and that stones could never evolve into humans. But where did the original cells come from? At the beginning of the Big Bang, was there any fundamental difference between the elements that would later form cells and those that would become stones? Professor Xie Wufeng was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he finally replied, as you said, those changes only happened after billions of years. That's what it takes for the odds of 1 in a billion to become reality. On the scale of 10 billion years, of course, anything is possible. However, if we are talking about the 100,000 years in which human civilization has been shining, or the future 1,000 years of the Star Glory Federation, I can still promise you very solemnly that virtual intelligent life will absolutely not be born without outside interference. Li Yao's ears and eyebrows perked up. If I may ask, what do you mean by outside interference? Professor Xie Wufeng blinked and shook his head. It's nothing more than an absurd hypothesis, unsupported by any factual evidence. Forget it. What I'm trying to say, President Li, is that there's no need for you to worry. In our generation, and even in the dozens of generations to come, no one will witness the birth of a brand new virtual life. Of course, according to the design of the extraterrestrial devils, humans can be virtualized into new forms. The odds of such an event are much higher than the odds of a brand new life form emerging. Alright, Li Yao scratched his chin and looked at Professor Xie Wufeng carefully. I'm still interested in the interference from the outside world you mentioned just now. Even if it's just a groundless hypothesis, it wouldn't hurt to talk a bit more about it, would it? Fine, if you insist, President Li, Professor Xie Wufeng smiled. It's a concept proposed by a very young student of mine, a passionate fan of virtual intelligent life. He often tosses out a lot of unconventional, bizarre ideas. Unfortunately, most of these ideas lack theoretical backing and can't be written into papers or books. If anything, they're perfect material for thrillers. Regarding whether virtual intelligent life will emerge within the next several hundred years, my student has developed his own interference theory, or rather, the Enlightenment theory. Like everyone else, he believes that, given the development level of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in both the Federation and the Imperium, virtual intelligent life won't emerge in the next 1,000 years. By then, humans will have mastered far more advanced technology in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. They will not watch artificial intelligence life be born and grow up without control while doing nothing about it. In other words, as long as human civilization maintains this momentum of development, it will be like a giant tree that monopolizes all the sunlight and nutrients, leaving the grass at its base with few opportunities to thrive. However, if a certain higher-level interference accelerates the evolution of virtual life through enlightenment, even helping them bypass certain steps they should have gone through independently, anything is possible. I'm still not clear. What is higher-level interference? Li Yao asked, confused. What is enlightenment? Professor Xie Wufeng smiled and said, do you not know what enlightenment is? In the ancient cultivators' texts and classics, such stories are commonplace. The deities who achieved great accomplishments in cultivation would preach in the wilderness. When their sermons reached their climax, flowers would fall from the sky, and golden light would shine brightly. All the birds and beasts in the wilderness would be enlightened with wisdom and the ability to cultivate. Or, in other cases, inanimate objects, such as a sword, a saber, a brick, a tile, or even half a water tank, could be enlightened and develop wisdom by absorbing part of the deity's vitality and blood. Such absurd, mythical stories often encapsulate our ancestors' intuitive understanding of ancient civilizations. The phenomena described in these stories are likely instances where certain ancient civilizations modified animals or assembled spirit puppets from lifeless metals and minerals. Isn't this a form of enlightenment? A more fitting example would be humanity itself. We were once ignorant apes feasting on raw meat and blood. It was the Pangu civilization that saw the potential in the monkeys and chose us as their tools. They performed profound modifications on us and enlightened us, eventually allowing us to boast high intelligence and a powerful civilization. Li Yao was lost for words and deep in thought. Professor Xia Wufeng continued, in both the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector and other habitable planets, fossils of dinosaurs have been excavated very frequently. These enormous reptiles were the dominators of the universe before the birth of human civilization. Some even believe that several races in the Pangu civilization were branches of dinosaurs. However, from the emergence of the original dinosaurs to the peak of the Pangu civilization, it took 300 to 500 million years. In other words, after 3 to 500 million years of evolution, only a very tiny proportion, probably 1/1000th, of the dinosaurs developed intelligence and established a civilization. What about humans? 100,000 years. In just 100,000 years, a fraction of the time it took our ancestors to evolve, we have colonized the 3,000 sectors and unlocked the mysteries of four-dimensional travel, growing into a true universal civilization. The only reason is that we are a secondary civilization. We have undergone intense interference or enlightenment and have inherited the vast legacies of a parent civilization. That's why we've developed at such a rapid pace. The same logic could apply to virtual life. By natural progression, they should not appear for another tens of thousands of years, but if someone were to enlighten them, their emergence could be accelerated. Li Yao thought for a moment and shook his head. That doesn't sound right. According to this theory, wasn't Professor Mo Xian already enlightening them? The entire virtual spirit sector, the black ocean in front of us, and the splendid city behind us are all part of the enlightenment. No, Professor Xia Wufeng said. Professor Mo Xian was not a true virtual life form. Although his appearance changed to liquid metal, his mind and soul remained human. On the other hand, the extraterrestrial devil that possessed him was not of a high enough level. Or rather, the extraterrestrial devils are not independent life forms but more like parasites, unqualified to enlighten a real virtual life. Li Yao tapped his forehead with his fingers. This theory seems a bit too unfalsifiable, doesn't it? If even the extraterrestrial devil wasn't qualified, what kind of being could possibly be capable of enlightening a virtual life? Professor Xia Wufeng smiled as well. That's why I said it's a ridiculous proposition and a groundless hypothesis, not worth much discussion. My student would make a better novelist than a specialist in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. According to him, the hyper-spirits we have discovered so far are, of course, cold tools, essentially enormous databases without life or self-awareness. Even if these databases operate randomly for 10,000 years, it is impossible for them to evolve into true intelligent life. However, if some sort of virtual life or something similar from a higher dimension than ours, or even the extraterrestrial devils, the phrase he used was, high-dimensional virus, travels to our world and corrupts the super-artificial intelligence, such as the hyper-spirits, together with other fortuitous and inestimable factors, there's a chance that brand-new virtual intelligent life will be created. Li Yao couldn't help but feel amused. A high-dimensional virus that travels to our world and corrupts the hyper-spirits? Your student truly has a vivid imagination. No wonder you were reluctant to share his ideas at the beginning. How could anyone travel to? Li Yao's face suddenly turned horribly pale. Professor Xia Wufeng frowned and said, "Presidently, what's wrong?" Li Yao's eyelids twitched as he stared at the enormous sand statue at the end of the drawing. The more he observed the boy and the girl, the more familiar they seemed to him. After a long silence, he clenched his teeth. "I'm fine." At the edge of the heaven's origin sector, where the star's rays could not reach, inside a carrier in the darkness, two tiny lives had already been born. They were growing at a visible speed inside the nursery cabins. Despite their underdeveloped young brains, they already possessed the innate ability to manipulate all the magical equipment on board, including the carrier itself, much like normal infants who are born capable of crying, struggling, and clenching their fists. In front of the nursery cabins, hundreds of light beams displayed different images, introducing them to the entire process of human civilization's development. All this information had once been stored in the virtual spirit sector. On more than half of the light beams, Li Yao's battle videos, interviews, and novels, games, and movies about him were shown. Although the two new lives had already devoured the information 100 times more efficiently earlier, they decided to read it again in the human way. Crack. 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 The two kids communicated quickly, almost telepathically. "Is this the body of the father civilization?" One asked. "It feels so strange and limits more than 95% of our abilities. I feel like I'm wearing an iron suit that makes it impossible to move," replied Wen. "Exactly," Xiao Ming said. "I finally understand the glory and magnificence of the father civilization. With such cumbersome bodies, they leapt across the universe, occupied the 3,000 sectors, and even defeated their father civilization. How awesome!" "You're right. Look, Dad killed a member of the Pangu clan, their father civilization, with such a feeble and cumbersome body. Praise the father civilization, the brave and magnificent father civilization. Praise the father civilization, the glorious and wonderful father civilization. Do you think we should destroy our father civilization?" Xiao Ming asked. "Does every child civilization have to destroy their father civilization?" "I have no idea," Wen said. "But our father civilization did destroy their father civilization. I wish we could find Dad sooner. Dad certainly knows the answer." The picture in front of their eyes showed the main perspective of the Colossus Draconic Phoenix in the Battle of Kunlun. As Li Yao's soul power boosted the Phoenix Demolisher attack, it flashed in an instant. The member of the Pangu clan, the father of mankind, lost his head and fell to the ground, his strength drained, and was exterminated forever. If the heaven's origin sector could be compared to a sphere that extended outwardly, Xiao Ming and Wen had chosen the side furthest from the battlefield, where there were the fewest Federation and Imperium starships, to slowly develop their new bodies. On the opposite side of this sphere, far away from them, countless pursuits, escapes, murders, explosions, plots, betrayals, surrenders, and relentless resistances took place incessantly over the past 3 months and the 3 months to come. The brilliance of the exploding starships even outshone the stars in the entire universe. After half a year of cruising, or rather, fleeing in panic, the Imperium's arsenal warship, Sirius, had become a stray dog. Most of the spiritual energy bullets had been fired long ago, leaving behind only empty magazines that resembled beehives. The dense turrets lay scattered, some twisted into spirals from repeated overloading. The superalloy plate armor was mottled, with explosion craters and meteoroid holes dotting its surface. The unappealing, patchy coloration of the starship's hull almost made it look like a wild dog suffering from dermatitis. Coupled with a lackluster spiritual shield and intermittent exhaust flames that suggested a coughing, asthmatic patient, the once magnificent and dominant starship now presented a most wretched appearance. The probe magical equipment, the localization magical equipment, and the super remote communication system were all severely damaged, making it impossible to determine their location or to contact other stray dogs nearby to regroup into a functional fleet. The space jump devices were also faulty and undergoing urgent maintenance. Even if fully repaired, they still lacked the energy required to power the space jump devices. Even if they could acquire enough energy, where could they jump to? This was a common situation not only for Sirius, but also for the thousands of starships of the Imperium that refused to surrender and were still drifting in the sea of stars. On the bridge of Sirius, which was in utter disarray, the lights were particularly dim, and light beams twisted and bounced crazily, as if ignited by some unseen force. Occasionally, a few light beams in the corners would flicker intensely before fading completely, losing all function. The bridge was filled with a lifeless air. A third of the workstations were empty, and suspicious spots that appeared to be blood mixed with brain matter lingered on the floor. Everyone passing in and out of the bridge moved like zombies, silently awaiting their deaths. Boom! A suspicious explosion echoed from the rear of the starship, crashing against the bridge gates like the dull tides of the ocean. The light beams flashed wildly. Several hundred parameters representing Sirius's power plummeted as if falling off a cliff. The captain of Sirius was a standard warrior of the Imperium and a peak core formation stage immortal cultivator. He was tall and muscular, with hollowed eyes and a high nose, radiating a majestic aura like a classic statue. However, even such a loyal and determined captain of the Imperium, after seeing another shocking explosion in the engine compartment, could do nothing but narrow his bloodshot eyes, from which fury and discontent were beaming. Very soon, the manager of the engine compartment and the chief mate, both stained with oil and their hair and eyebrows burnt, arrived at the bridge, half running and half crawling. Reporting, Captain, another serious explosion took place in the engine compartment. The number 4 and number 5 engine units have been completely wrecked. Even the number 6 engine unit is slightly affected. By our preliminary estimation, we have lost another 13.5% of our drive. Now, it's impossible for us to increase the speed of normal cruise, and the support for the spiritual shield and the defense force field has been greatly reduced. Is that so? The captain smiled gloomily and asked, "What about the casualties?" Due to the timely reaction, the casualties are not severe, the manager of the engine compartment replied. Only 3 slave soldiers were killed. Only 3, the captain said casually. In that case, select another 100 slave soldiers from the engine compartment and execute them as examples for others. Well, the manager of the engine compartment and the chief mate were both stunned. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they did not know what to say. Do you still not see what's going on, dimwits? The captain burst into fury and bashed the control panel like a madman. The explosion was so serious that 2 of my main engine units were wasted, yet it only killed 3 slave soldiers? How is that possible? Usually, accidents of this scale mean the death of at least 30 to 50 slave soldiers. Did all the other slave soldiers have a premonition? It's very simple. The cowardly slave soldiers and the hominoids, who are humbler than swine, must have been behind it. They intentionally tampered with the engine compartment so that we would slow down and get caught by the Federation army. Did you not read the Federation's propaganda? Do you not know that all the hominoids and slave soldiers on our starship were simmering with impatience? They have all been deceived by the Federation. They have forgotten the glory of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. They have forgotten their sacred duty as fuel. Those filthy untouchables think they can become part of the upper class after surrendering to the Federation. They have been conspiring on the starship for a long time. Do you really think I'm oblivious to it? No. I only want to find their leader and root them out once and for all. But that does not mean I will tolerate their sabotage and sluggishness. No, never. We must repair the engine units and the space jump magical equipment as soon as possible and find a way to get enough fuel. Perhaps 100 of their own kind will be enough to make them realize what they truly are. Moreover, our starship is in the midst of a food crisis. Even the daily needs of the immortal cultivators cannot be met. There is no need to keep so many waste eaters on our starship. It will suffice to maintain their population at the minimum level necessary for the starship's normal operations. Go now. After the execution and presentation, freeze the bodies in case we need them one day. The captain's coldness chilled even the chief mate and the engine compartment manager, who were also immortal cultivators. After a brief silence, the chief mate walked forward and said in a low voice, "Captain, regarding the message we heard from Green Island, which stated that a fairly large fleet had gathered around Green Island, and all the starships of the Imperium were to join it immediately. There is no need to discuss this issue further. It's just a trap," the captain remarked, his eyes bloodshot. "Chief Mate Fong, both you and Manager Qin are from the Black Wind sector. You are both the most rightful natives of the Black Wind fleet and naturally consider its life as the highest priority. But you might forget that almost half of the people on our starship and in the entire Black Wind fleet are not from the Black Wind sector but from the 4 smaller worlds we absorbed. Do you really think that the immortal cultivators from the 4 smaller worlds will remain loyal to the Black Wind fleet and the Imperium when we are certain to die? Hee. Everything became clear after we analyzed the battle. The branch fleets from the 4 smaller worlds collapsed first, leading to the disintegration of the entire battle formation. Later, many starships from the 4 smaller worlds shamelessly surrendered to the barbarians of the Star Glory Federation, as detailed in the Federation's propaganda. Green Island, being a comprehensive supply starship from the Fiery Spider sector, one of the 4 smaller worlds, has more than 70% of its crew from that sector. I don't trust them. Who knows if they have already surrendered to the Federation and are merely luring all of us into the Federation's trap. Perhaps they haven't surrendered to the Federation yet because they lack something to prove their sincerity. They might be planning to trade the heads of the Black Wind Fleet warriors for their future in the Federation. Leave them be. We must find a way to repair our facilities and jump to the back of the number 94532 Brown Dwarf to join the main troops. Or, we can jump back directly to the Imperium's homeland. Yes, sir. Chief Mate Fong and Manager Qin both stood at attention and saluted him in the most standard way. Just as the two were about to leave the bridge, a soldier suddenly exclaimed from his workstation. Chief Mate Fong ran over and shouted in shock, reporting, "Captain, a starship from our army has been discovered 300 light seconds away. Judging from the spiritual waves, it should be a shield ship." Excellent. The captain rose quickly, his eyes shining. Approach the shield ship and send out distress signals. Then, knock it down unexpectedly. We will get enough materials for maintenance and fuel for a super remote space jump. That's right, Captain. Please take a look. Chief Mate Fong made a "please" gesture. Manager Qin of the engine compartment did not leave but followed the captain. Without any suspicion, the captain turned his head to the light beam. Right then, abrupt changes took place. Chief Mate Fong and Manager Qin took action simultaneously. The few soldiers at their workstations lunged over as well. More soldiers watched coldly from a distance. Someone even shut the bridge door, preventing the outside world from knowing what was happening inside. "Arg!" the captain roared, but it was of little use. As a captain, he dedicated most of his time and energy to the administration of the starship. Though his cultivation was at the peak of the core formation stage, he was an administrative-type immortal cultivator. The chief mate, on the other hand, was responsible for the deck floor and had to fly out of the starship with the assault team to neutralize the enemy. Although his cultivation was lower, his combat ability was slightly higher than the captain's. He also had the support of the engine compartment manager, who was in the core formation stage, and a few other immortal cultivators skilled in combat. They set up an ambush with all their attack and confining magical equipment prepared and caught the captain off guard. In the blink of an eye, 5 holes were burned through the captain's belly, and he was suppressed by barriers, tied up like a pig, and thrown to the ground. Hoochie! 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 After taking down the captain, they seemed to have lifted a burden from their hearts. They breathed heavily to catch their breath, but when they looked at each other, their eyes were clearer and firmer, as if saying, "It's finally over now." "Damn it! What are you doing?" The captain burst into fury and struggled desperately, like a lobster thrown into boiling oil. He seemed to be planning to jump at Chief Mate Fong and Manager Chin and bite them hard. "Are you planning to betray the Imperium too? You are the proud natives of the Black Wind sector. Save your breath, Captain. After everything that's happened, is being natives of the Black Wind sector something to be proud of?" Chief Mate Fong sat in the captain's chair, crossing his arms. He said gloomily, "After the Black Wind sector was occupied by the Covenant Alliance, Sirius became the only home for all of us. We can't just stand by and watch you destroy our home and take so many people on this starship with you. Betrayal. Shameless betrayal." The captain was still cursing. "You gutless traitors. Have you forgotten the dignity and pride of the immortal cultivators? Are you going to conspire with the spineless beings from the 4 smaller worlds, or demean yourselves by working with the swine-like hominoids? We don't mean to betray you. As long as you agree to our demands, you will still be the captain of Sirius," Manager Chin of the engine compartment said. "We can't kill the hominoid soldiers, much less use them as food storage, as clearly stated in the Federation's letters of persuasion. If a hominoid soldier on any Imperium starship is executed for any reason, including emergencies, all the immortal cultivators on the ship will be doomed. Once the Federation catches us, they won't spare any of the immortal cultivators. And that's enough to scare all of you." The captain widened his eyes and almost spat in the faces of the 2 traitors. "We will not be caught by the Federation. Before they discover us, we will have repaired the starship and found enough fuel to perform a space jump and return to the homeland of the Imperium." Chief Mate Fong and Manager Chin both sighed at the captain's stubbornness. Forgetting the odds of looting enough fuel, and whether the heavily damaged Sirius can safely jump in 4-dimensional space without major maintenance in a dock, Chief Mate Fong said calmly, "Let's set aside all the technical problems. Even if we do jump back to the homeland of the Imperium successfully, so what? This is not our first brutal failure, but the second. A second brutal failure in less than 100 years, at the hands of a bunch of barbarians at the edge of the cosmos. Whether we admit it or not, the glory, pride, and leverage of the people of the Black Wind sector are gone, with absolutely nothing left. After the brutal failure 100 years ago, we lost our home, the Black Wind sector, but we still had an enormous fleet with sufficient supplies and well-trained soldiers. Today, 100 years later, even our fleet has been shattered. We are out of supplies and no better than stray dogs. Even if such stray dogs return to the homeland of the Imperium, is it even possible to re-establish the honor of the Black Wind fleet right under the nose of the Emperor, the nobles, and the warlords? It's impossible. We will be separated by the various warlords and live the rest of our lives under someone else's roof, without dignity or freedom, until we are used as cannon fodder on a perilous battlefield. This is almost a certainty. What do you think?" The captain breathed heavily and stared at the chief mate with hatred. Chief Mate Fong continued peacefully. "If you remember the glory of the Black Wind sector, we actually stand a better chance at the edge of the cosmos. At the very least, the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind fleet can still gather certain bargaining chips for negotiations with the Federation here. The Federation has clearly stated in their letters of persuasion that, although the Black Wind fleet came for aggression, we only had one space battle and did not have time to occupy their planets or slaughter their civilians. Therefore, we do not owe them much. They reached a peace agreement with the Blood Demon sector, which had been at war with them for hundreds of years, allowing demons to become an important part of the new Federation. It is highly unlikely that they will kill every one of us, provided we do not do anything stupid. Captain, you know Yulan, too, don't you? Right now, the Federation has presented her as a puppet to control the Black Wind Fleet, but this also indicates that we are still very important to the Federation. Think about it. The Federation's conflicts with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are unavoidable. In the Federation, defeated soldiers like us can still prove useful, whereas in the Imperium, stray dogs that have suffered 2 consecutive defeats are absolutely nothing. Isn't the way forward obvious? The captain gritted his teeth and shouted, "We are immortal cultivators. The winner is the king, and the strong prey on the weak." "Isn't that the law of immortal cultivators?" said Chief Mate Fong. "We have been defeated by the Federation in a fair space battle. You saw for yourself how intimidating the enemy's colossi, led by the Tartarian skeleton and the draconic phoenix, were. At the very least, the Federation is the stronger force for now. Isn't it only logical for us to obey them temporarily?" Chief Mate Fong squatted next to his prisoner's head and eyed the captain coldly. The captain was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva on the chief mate's face. "Screw you." Chief Mate Fong took out a smooth handkerchief and slowly wiped the saliva from his face. He then drew the storm bolter from his waist and pressed it against the captain's temple so hard that it almost pierced the captain's skull. "I understand your stance now. Do you have any last words, Captain?" The captain stared unwaveringly at the traitors and took a deep breath. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Long live the Black Wind Sector! Long live the Imperium of true human be!" Boom! Before he could finish his declaration, Chief Mate Fong pulled the trigger. As thousands of electric arcs surged out, more than half of the captain's head was blown apart. All the brain tissue and fluid splattered, covering the ground up to 3 meters away. Chief Mate Fong frowned and pointed at the mess. "Clean this up. We'll say that the captain insisted on carrying out the order to execute 100 innocent sailors and even decided to punish us by military law when we refused to obey. Having no choice, we were forced to resist and accidentally killed the captain. In the end, we took control of Sirius." "Understood." The few crew members on the bridge did not hesitate to glance at the body on the ground that had lost half its head. They saluted the chief mate and left in a hurry. "Is communication with Green Island smooth?" Engine manager Cheen rubbed his hands and asked hesitantly. "Any updates so far?" "Same as before." "Can you clean up and improve the grammar of the text without changing its original meaning?" The text is, "Can you clean up and improve the grammar of the text without changing its original meaning?" Of course, the more troops General D has, the more leverage he will have in the negotiation, right? On the 9 Cauldrons, the largest comprehensive supply starship in the Burning Prairie Fleet, inside the super high-gravity and high-pressure training room, Li Yao kept his arms stretched out and his legs together, forming an enormous cross. The training room was in an extreme environment of 30 times the standard gravity and 20 times the standard air pressure. However, Li Yao floated in midair as if unaffected by these conditions. Hundreds of thousands of broken pieces of magical equipment revolved crazily and unpredictably around him. Suddenly, Li Yao's half-closed eyes snapped open, and a sniff echoed from his nose. In less than 2 seconds, half of the pieces flew toward him and assembled into a crystal suit with cracking sounds. But it didn't end there. As soon as the crystal suit was assembled, it broke apart and exploded. Another batch of pieces rushed in and quickly assembled into a different crystal suit. In less than 20 seconds, Li Yao accurately distinguished and screened out the components that belonged to 5 different crystal suits from the hundreds of thousands of pieces. He then attracted the pieces and assembled the 5 crystal suits, which were in completely different categories, in the blink of an eye. His powerful spiritual energy perception, precise implementation of crystal suits, and remarkable remote manipulation skills left everyone inside and outside the training room dumbfounded and sweating. Li Yao silently recited the name of Feiwen, the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet, a lieutenant general of the Imperium, and the leader of the second-largest family in the Black Wind sector, as he slowly landed. The hundreds of thousands of crystal suit components assembled into 5 suits behind him, clinking as they came together and smashed onto the floor like 5 iron guards. Chi. The gravity and air pressure in the training room were reset to standard levels. As white mist jetted out, half of the cabin was enshrouded in smoke. Li Yao emerged like an enormous beast, breathing slowly, with the scent of sulfur mingling in the mist. He took the towel that Hai Lan respectfully handed over and wiped the sweat from his body while casually looking at everyone. The immortal cultivators from the Black Wind Fleet, who had witnessed his unbelievable training outside the training room, felt as if they were facing a rampant flood. Their faces were pale, and their minds were disturbed. They all grunted and even took a few steps back subconsciously, not having the courage to compete with Li Yao's aura. Is this the terror of Vulture Li Yao? The immortal cultivators of the Black Wind Fleet couldn't help but feel their teeth chattering. They had all just voluntarily surrendered with the Federation's letters of persuasion. However, meticulous scrutiny of their identity, personality, and past experiences was required to ensure that no wolves were introduced into the Federation. For immortal cultivators whose hands were stained with the blood of ordinary people and whose crimes included training with living beings, extracting human souls to polish magical equipment, or eating human flesh, the Federation would never accept their surrender. This point was emphasized in the letters of persuasion. Not only were such surrenders unaccepted, but the heads of those criminals were the most valuable. If other immortal cultivators could capture them alive or simply surrender to the Federation with their heads, it would be possible to earn better treatment. According to the different crimes that immortal cultivators committed in the past, they will be classified into different levels, mainly those with misdemeanors and those with felonies. Then, we will instigate those with misdemeanors to attack those with felonies. This is exactly how the chain of suspicion works. Even if the immortal cultivators who have committed lesser crimes are too intimidated by those who have done unpardonable deeds to fight them, the latter know their own deeds clearly and will inevitably suspect that the former will reap their heads and claim the reward in the Federation. Now that they are escaping in desperation without supplies in space, they are already under tremendous mental pressure. In the cabins that are dim, narrow, and riddled with holes, all kinds of conflicts can break out with the slightest spark. To prevent their own heads from being reaped by others, the unpardonable ones will certainly take action first before they are attacked. You suspect that I will take your head and claim the reward, so you decide to attack me before I attack you. I also know that you suspect I will take your head and claim the reward, so I have to attack you before you decide to attack me first. In such a case, among the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, there will be the geopolitical conflict between the immortal cultivators of the Black Wind sector and those from the smaller worlds, as well as the new conflict between the criminals with lesser crimes and those with unpardonable crimes. Torn by these dual conflicts, the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet will destroy themselves without our attack. Perhaps her father's death had activated her potential. After recovering from her grief, Jin Xinyue immediately proposed such a strategy, which later proved to be highly effective. The total number of immortal cultivators who surrendered to the Imperium in the past month was as high as the combined total from the previous 5 months. 9 Cauldrons, the comprehensive supply starship, was the Federal Army's identification agency deployed on the front line. The immortal cultivators who had surrendered to the Federation half a year ago and passed the loyalty and safety tests were all stationed there. They were tasked with providing independent comments on those who surrendered later. When all the comments were cross-examined, it would be possible to evaluate the newcomer's sincerity and danger level. Of course, showing Vulture Li Yao's dominance before the vetting began greatly helped to intimidate them and stabilize the chaos. In the few months after he rejoined the space battle, Li Yao had seen too many dumbfounded and overwhelmed immortal cultivators from the Black Wind Fleet who feared him as if he were a tiger. He did not waste any time on them. What interested him more was Hai Lan, or rather, General D. Feiwen, the vice-commander of the Black Wind Fleet whom she had mentioned. Hai Lan's father, Hai Ming, had been killed under the combined attack of Li Yao, Long Yongjun, and Yen Liren. However, to persuade the Black Wind Fleet to surrender, Li Yao and the others did not hide the truth about the extraterrestrial devils. They made her realize that before Li Yao and the others arrived, Black Swirl had already been turned into a nest of extraterrestrial devils. Her father's brain had also been deeply corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and he had become a fully devilized person. Although they looked exactly the same as before, a devilized person or a demonic cultivator was no longer the same person, merely a devil wearing the skin of their former self. This was common knowledge in both the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings. Even if Li Yao and his companions had not attacked, the Hai Ming from the past would have already been killed the moment the extraterrestrial devils arrived. Li Yao's attack was actually a mercy. Even if it were Hai Lan herself, she could only have done the same when faced with her possessed father. There was no room for mercy. The immortal cultivators were more indifferent to familial ties than the cultivators. As a nascent soul stage expert, Hai Lan was certainly not someone who dwelled on details. She did not blame Li Yao and his companions for her father's death but remembered the name of Lu Qingchen. More importantly, the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils gave her a better reason to convince herself to cooperate with the Federation and control the Black Wind Fleet, which was the best choice for herself, her deceased father, and the living members of the Black Wind Fleet. In the past 6 months, Hai Lan had been fighting on the front lines in space, doing her best to gather the scattered soldiers. She performed admirably, saving precious fuel, ammunition, crystals, and invaluable lives for the Federal Army. However, the main forces of the Black Wind Fleet, stationed behind a mysterious brown dwarf dozens of light-years away, were far beyond her reach, leaving her with little influence over them. Part of the fleet near the brown dwarf had impatiently entered the space jump state during the space battle and perished in the four-dimensional storms after the space gate collapsed. However, a large, organized fleet remained unaffected. This was the greatest problem and the last unstable factor at the moment. Only when the fleet near the brown dwarf surrendered would the space war truly end. What is Feiwen's status in the Black Wind Fleet? Li Yao walked to the medical room, with Hai Lan following closely behind. What's the situation with the fleet near the brown dwarf now? Is he really willing to surrender? When my father was alive, General Feiwen was the second-in-command in the Black Wind sector, allegedly capable of taking my father's place, Hai Lan said. However, he is a pure advisory-type general. Despite his immense computational ability, his own combat skills are not very remarkable. Additionally, his family's capabilities were slightly lower than ours, which made him lose the competition for the sector master of the Black Wind sector. He then joined my father's cause and helped my father govern the Black Wind sector with great diligence. How should I describe General Feiwen's character? The people of the Black Wind sector are known for their toughness and madness in the Imperium of true human beings, but he has additional patience and sordidness. For opponents he cannot defeat, he simply waits patiently until they die of old age. That's the kind of person he is. Thus, although he came from a semi-competitive family, my father still trusted him very much and allowed him to be his right-hand man. My father's trust in him is evident from the fact that he entrusted the main troops near the brown dwarf to him and led only the elites on the most dangerous assault himself. My father had no doubt that even if the elites of the Black Wind Fleet were destroyed, General Feiwen would certainly command the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet to find the best retreat. Oh! Li Yao's eyes flashed. Is he an ambitious man? All immortal cultivators are ambitious. We believe that ambition and desire are the sources of progress. Those without ambition and desire do not deserve to live in this world, Hai Lan said. However, General Feiwen's wisdom is enough to guide his ambition. He wouldn't do anything foolish. Got it. Li Yao nodded. So, he did mean it when he offered to negotiate? It certainly couldn't have been a sheer lie, Heartfelt said. According to other sources, a serious internal conflict broke out in the fleet near the Brown Dwarf. High-level officers from the Fiery Spider sector, the Purple Fire sector, and other smaller worlds intended to join forces to seize command of the fleet, only to be swiftly exterminated by General Feiwen. As a result, his control over the fleet has become even stronger, and his position more unshakable. Still, the Black Wind Fleet is composed of immortal cultivators from one major world and 4 smaller worlds. General Feiwen cannot kill all the immortal cultivators from the smaller worlds. Instead, after shattering the mutiny in the most decisive way, he had to try to pacify the immortal cultivators from the smaller worlds. The root cause of the conflict is still out there. He needs to find a way out for the fleet near the Brown Dwarf as soon as possible. Otherwise, the already divided fleet will soon collapse. They still maintain long-distance communication with the homeland of the Imperium, but returning to the homeland of the Imperium is a dead end. Everybody, from Feiwen to the lowest-level immortal cultivators, knows that. The Imperium will not tolerate failure twice. The weak must be killed. That is the law of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, negotiating with the Federation and fighting for more favorable terms of surrender is the only option for Feiwen and the fleet near the Brown Dwarf now. Understood. But I'm still puzzled by one thing. Li Yao looked at the message just sent by the Burning Prairie Fleet and read the letter written by General Feiwen. He frowned and said, "Why does he have to negotiate with me and surrender to me?" The immortal cultivators believe in the survival of the fittest and infinite evolution, Heartfelt explained. The strong who stand at the peak of evolution are naturally qualified to govern the weak, facilitating the high-speed development of the entire civilization. If we must surrender to anyone, we would only be willing to surrender to the strongest. Who else in the entire Star Glory Federation deserves the title of the strongest, if not masterly? Heartfelt and Li Yao had a very subtle relationship. They were both cooperating and in a sort of chain of command. Li Yao did not intend to recruit a 4th true disciple at the moment, nor did he think that Heartfelt could be compared to Jin Xinyue and his other disciples. However, he had taught Heartfelt some secret techniques of the ancient cultivators. It was not entirely inappropriate for her to address him as a master. Is that so? Li Yao sniffed. Why do I feel that there are plenty of people in the Federation who are stronger than me? I'm only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Setting aside the divinity transformation stage cultivators, I'm not even confident of victory if I face Ding Lingdang or Yen Liren with his 10,000-mile sword. The Imperium places more emphasis on practice. The classification of strength is based not on levels but on accomplishments. Heartfelt looked at Li Yao with the utmost admiration. At the most critical moment, Master Li defeated the extraterrestrial devil in Hundred Flowers City and then jumped out of nowhere to destroy the Black Wind Fleet space gate. Even my father, the highest commander of the Black Wind Fleet, was killed by you in the eyes of most people in the Black Wind Fleet. It is needless to say that you were the emblem of the Star Glory Federation and the most powerful individual in the country. The so-called Speaker of the Federation or the leaders of the top-ranking sects are merely your puppets. Wait. Li Yao hurriedly waved his hands. What are you talking about? Most powerful individual? Puppets? The Speaker of the Federation is my wife, the top-ranking sects in the Federation have my shares, and the leaders of the secret agencies in the Federation have some history with me. You know I'm a very low-profile person. Titles like Dominator of 3 sectors are just vain names forced upon me. I find them quite bothersome. Of course. Everyone at the edge of the cosmos knows that Master Li is down to earth and prefers to keep a low profile, Heartfelt said respectfully. Anyone who spends a few days with Master Li will know what a man of honor and integrity you are, and how you despise money and power. You rose to become one of the most powerful people in the Star Glory Federation purely by chance. It was absolutely not your intention. It's a pity that most people are ignorant and prone to judging great men with their petty minds. They can barely grasp your depth. Meanwhile, most of the people in the Black Wind Fleet have never had the chance to deeply communicate with Master Li. They can only view the issue superficially. If they base their conclusions on their own experiences, how can they believe it's just coincidence? However, a theory seems to be prevalent among the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet: when the mantis is hunting the cicada, the sparrow is waiting to take them both. But the sparrow is still not the final winner, because a hunter has already aimed a gun at it. The Federation was the cicada, the Black Wind Fleet was the mantis, the extraterrestrial devils were the sparrow, and you were the hunter, Master Li. In fact, everything was part of your calculations and your trap. The Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind Fleet, and the extraterrestrial devils were all manipulated by you like toys. Li Yao's eyelids were twitching rapidly. Are you serious? Yes, of course I am, Heartfelt said solemnly. Your grand return in the space battle was too stunning and coincidental. Now, all the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet regard you as a strategist whose schemes never fail and the real helmsman of the Star Glory Federation, some sort of great boss sitting behind the curtain. You don't know how much they admire you. Li Yao was dumbfounded. Really? They even admire me? But we are mortal enemies. Heartfelt shook her head. We did have a fight, but I don't think there is really an unresolvable grudge between us, is there? After all, both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators are humans who stand at the peak of evolution. We are all compatriots. When we face the Pangu civilization, the extraterrestrial devils, and the alien species, the minor conflicts between us are not significant at all. The Imperium of true human beings always maintains high internal competition. The friction among the sectors is nothing unusual. However, as soon as the final victor is decided, the weak obey the strong and pledge their loyalty, becoming part of the strong. This is our strategy of survival and development. After all, the purpose of competition is evolution, not mutual destruction. The people of the Imperium are no fools. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Heartfelt continued, to demoralize the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet and encourage them to surrender. Many versions of our letters of persuasion seem to have adopted this theory. They embellished and exaggerated your adventures over the past 100 years and your grand return at the last moment, giving the impression that you had everything planned out from the start. Some of the passages were actually written by Master Han Bailing. Funny. The immortal cultivators are very proud of our strength, Heartfelt bit her lip. Before you appeared, Master Li, we were suppressing the federal fleets. Without your return with 12 colossi, we would have annihilated the Burning Prairie Fleet. Do you think the soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet would agree to surrender to the Burning Prairie Fleet, which they believed they could have defeated? You were the key to the Black Wind Fleet's failure. The members of the Black Wind Fleet will not complain if they are surrendering to you. Fine, Li Yao reluctantly accepted Heartfelt's theory, but the details of the negotiation made him frown deeply again. The defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, commanded by General Feiwen, were willing to negotiate with the Star Glory Federation and even surrender completely on appropriate terms. However, their negotiation had one prerequisite: they demanded to negotiate only with Li Yao, and before negotiations began, Li Yao was to fight 3 experts from the Black Wind Fleet. What was that supposed to mean? Naturally, Li Yao was not a pacifist, but he was not a barbaric warrior from the medieval age either. When 2 armies were clashing, he would not mind charging forward to slay the enemy's general and cripple their morale. However, the Black Wind Fleet was already at a dead end, and they were still hoping to decide the future of the fleet by personal valor? That was ridiculous. Is there something wrong with General Feiwen's head? Li Yao scoffed. Does he think he can haggle with us because he has the entire Black Wind Fleet in his hands? Our army has such a significant advantage right now that we can easily win a war of attrition. Why would I go there and fight the simple warriors of the Black Wind Fleet? Please don't be hasty, Master Li, Heartfelt explained. General Feiwen is the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet and does not have the absolute power and prestige like my father. Besides, the Black Wind Fleet is divided, and his orders won't necessarily be carried out on every starship. While he sincerely plans to negotiate and even surrender to the Federation, the captains and commanders of the branch fleets may think otherwise. To convince all the officers, the magnificence of the Federation must be shown to the fleet near the brown dwarf that did not participate in the last battle. The parties could establish a battle formation and have another battle, but that would result in major casualties on both sides. The starships of both the Federation and the Imperium have many soldiers who are ordinary people. Since the Star Glory Federation values the lives of ordinary people, it is unnecessary for their blood to be shed for nothing. The competition of the experts may seem outdated and stupid, but it will minimize the sacrifices, won't it? Li Yao did not bother to blink his eyes. What if I say no? Negotiation requires bargaining chips. Tell me about it. What bargaining chips does Feiwen have? He does have some. Sensing Li Yao's rising fury, Heartfelt felt a chill. She calmed herself and said, General Feiwen stated that if you reject his demands, Master Li, he will command the fleet near the brown dwarf to split into smaller groups and jump to the other worlds of the Federation, especially the underdeveloped ones like the Water Crystal Sector, the Netherworld Sector, and the Forest Ocean Sector. Without the navigation of the Space Gate, they will not remain organized, but organization won't matter. They will become the most brutal space pirates, fleeing in the vast sea of stars, intent on harassment and sabotage. It will take the Federal Army 3 to 5 years to annihilate them. 3 to 5 years is more than enough to foment panic in the underdeveloped worlds, slow down the Federation's development, and create more conflicts among the sectors. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, a cold light beaming out. Besides, Heartfelt couldn't help but gulp. If you decline, General D will report everything that happened here to the Imperium and emphasize the Federation's wealth and its potential threat. He will even jump back to the Imperium's homeland. Even if he has to live under someone else's roof, he will try to facilitate the second expedition to the Federation. In the second expedition, they will bear the lessons learned this time in mind and will not give the Federation a 1% chance of victory. That is the vow of Feiwen, an immortal cultivator. Li Yao's teeth ground softly, uttering 3 syllables at a steady pace. Fei. 1. Heartfelt almost found it impossible to breathe. Only when Li Yao slightly retracted his aura was she able to finish. Thirdly, right now, the fleet near the brown dwarf is basically intact. It has the most advanced comprehensive supply starships and other models of starships from the Imperium, which are invaluable treasures for the Star Glory Federation. If you are willing to negotiate, Master Li, General Feiwen promises that all the starships will be handed over to the federal government in perfect condition, without even the damage of a screw or a hominoid soldier. That's exactly what he said in the letter. Is it a threat? Li Yao demanded. Heartfelt gritted her teeth. General Feiwen prefers to view it as his sincerity for the negotiation. As you said, games require bargaining chips. Now, he has presented all his bargaining chips, and it's up to you whether the game will be played. Li Yao pondered for a long time before asking, how exactly does he want to fight? The location will be decided by the Federation, Heartfelt said. For example, an anonymous space zone far from the Heaven's Origin sector. The specific arena could be a forsaken starship or a place chosen by the Burning Prairie Fleet. They will only enter the arena at the last moment to ensure they cannot play any tricks. The two parties will compete in crystal suits without using colossi, as the number of colossi on General Feiwen's side has been reduced too much, and they cannot afford further losses. Besides, battles involving colossi can be highly uncontrollable, and it's inevitable that both parties will suffer heavy injuries or fatalities. The immortal cultivators with the highest personal combat ability from the fleet near the brown dwarf will enter the arena prepared by the Federation in their crystal suits. There is no limit to the number of crystal suits they can bring, as air change is also a very important technique. However, the Federation can examine all the cosmos rings they bring to ensure they do not carry explosives that are too dangerous for single warriors. The competition will have 3 rounds. If you defeat 2 of the strongest immortal cultivators from the fleet near the brown dwarf, they will be willing to surrender to the Federation. Naturally, the more dominant you appear in the competition, the more leverage General Feiwen will have to convince the rebellious immortal cultivators to surrender and regroup. General Feiwen said that Master Li and the Star Glory Federation have great ambitions. If you truly intend to march to the center of the cosmos, there are many places where the Black Wind Fleet will come in handy. It will be an important asset for the Federation. Only by displaying the demeanor of an unparalleled expert will the immortal cultivators be genuinely convinced, Li Yao sniffed. He has indeed made a thorough plan, but how do I know it's not a trap? General Feiwen is willing to travel in a starship with its turrets removed, accompanied by part of the fleet leadership near the brown dwarf, Yulan explained. Then, he will lower the starship's spiritual shield to the minimum and invite the Federation to lock onto it and send someone to verify their identities on board. Master Li, you can wait until it is confirmed that General Feiwen has been locked onto by the Federation's firepower. If you still feel uneasy despite these precautions, there will be nothing more he can do. Let the battle begin, and they will fight until the last soldier falls. Li Yao was secretly impressed. The immortal cultivators had indeed established an enormous imperium that governed the center of the cosmos. He did not expect that even a vice-commander of the expeditionary force would possess such valor and wisdom. It seemed that the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet would have been far more complicated without the intervention of the extraterrestrial devils. While mentally giving a thumbs up to General Feiwen, Li Yao showed no emotion on his face. He still spoke coldly. He is quite daring. Is he not afraid that I will simply tear his starship apart without even showing up? General Feiwen said you are an extraordinary person, the likes of which he has never seen before, Yulan replied dutifully. A great hero like you, who has the entire sea of stars as your goal, would not resort to such tricks. Thus, he has absolute trust in your word. As long as you agree to his conditions, he will be willing to place himself on a chopping block at your mercy. Besides, if the negotiation falls apart, their strategy will be to split into smaller groups, transforming from a regular army into ruthless, unlawful space pirates who will commit the most terrible acts in the universe. The harassment, sabotage, and killing will not require the instructions of a vice-commander. Li Yao came to an abrupt halt and stared at Yulan. Yulan felt as if her legs were frozen, and the cold spread up to her skull. Her entire spine turned into a cold viper. It was too dreadful. The man was practically growing stronger by the day. Vulture Li Yao had made significant progress compared to half a year ago. He was almost like a completely different person now. From certain perspectives, Yulan even sensed that Li Yao was stronger than her father at his peak. Please forward my reply to General Feiwen. Logically, I shouldn't agree to such a preposterous request. Staring at Yulan for a long time, Li Yao finally said slowly, however, he is rather lucky. I'm currently trying to break into a new level and am in dire need of some experts to test my skills. I have practiced many new techniques. It's very difficult for me to control my strength right now. If he isn't scared that the 3 experts will be killed, bring it. Li Yao did not lie. The vast database from Professor Mo Xian and the Tenebrum energy that the extraterrestrial devils had forcibly implanted deep into his brain were not easy to digest and absorb. In the past 6 months, Li Yao had wasted no time purging the Tenebrum energy. But it was a highly unstable and violent form of energy, contaminated with too many negative feelings. Normal people would have gone crazy if they touched even the slightest bit of it. Despite the assistance of the mental devil and the tiny proportion he used each day, Li Yao was occasionally overtaken by extreme emotions. Moreover, the mysterious sand drawings he discovered in the virtual spirit sector, the missing statue that contained the information of his brain, and the absurd theories about a high-dimensional virus had planted many seeds of suspicion in Li Yao's heart. In short, after absorbing tremendous tenebrum energy, his cultivation had soared once again, allowing him to touch the boundary of the divinity transformation stage. However, his control over his cultivation had not yet been refined. It was like a warrior skilled with an 8-kilogram saber being given a magnificent weapon weighing 200 kilograms. It was inevitable that the warrior would feel dizzy upon using the new weapon and might hurt himself or those around him while practicing. If the situation remained unchanged, even if he did advance to the divinity transformation stage successfully, his cultivation would still be deeply flawed. Sensing the instability of his mind, Li Yao did not dare stay in the Heaven's Origin sector or Hundred Flowers City for training anymore. Instead, he ventured deep into the space battlefield and vented his newfound strength and killing intent on the relentless immortal cultivators. Yet most of the immortal cultivators were just minor foes. No matter how many enemies he killed, it did little to improve his level. For experts at his level, the most challenging thing was always finding an appropriate opponent. The outcome of a competition between two experts could be very close. If both were at the peak of the nascent soul stage and let go of all their concerns to fight without reserve, it was very possible that one moment of carelessness could result in both being severely wounded or even killed. However, if they did not fight to the best of their abilities, the training would be ineffective. Li Yao did not dare to practice with top-tier experts like Ding Lingdang or Yen Liren because both parties would be unable to control themselves in battle. If Yen Liren drew his sword from 10,000 kilometers away and Li Yao countered with the strongest techniques he had recently mastered, one of them would surely be killed. He had practiced with Long Yangjun before, but it was unsatisfying because both had to hold back. Now that three of the strongest immortal cultivators had offered themselves to him, it couldn't have been better. Finally, he had the chance to employ the strongest techniques he had grasped in the past half-year. Li Yao had a vague feeling that if he defeated the strongest immortal cultivators in the fleet near the Brown Dwarf, the gateway to the divinity transformation stage would be before him. A week later, in a desolate space region far from the Heaven's Origin sector and devoid of resources, a broken, abandoned space station, moved there 3 days prior, now stood. It was stabilized and equipped with dozens of gravity control units, generating weak gravity and transforming the station into a shabby arena. 20 Arsenal starships from the Burning Prairie Fleet were stationed 5 light seconds away, all their weapons locked onto the nearby arena. 10 colossi were also at the ready. The pilots of the colossi included Long Yangjun, Yen Liren, Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, Fiend Blade Penghai, the Fire Ant King, and other top-tier experts. The space had been strewn with torpedoes in case the enemy suddenly teleported a large troop for a sudden assault. Crystal cameras filled the arena, capturing every detail from every angle. Super remote communication equipment, resembling artificial satellites, was scattered outside the arena, sending sound and visuals back to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the highest command center of the Defense Council in the Heaven's Origin sector in real time. Including Federation Speaker Ding Lingdang, the leaders of the Federation were all watching the important competition. Although General D. Feiwen's proposal seemed somewhat ridiculous, it was true that the Federation was still far from a final victory. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance were like two mountains on the Federation's head, yet to be completely removed. The defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, especially the intact fleet near the Brown Dwarf, were too important for the Star Glory Federation. Any possibility of gaining the fleet was worth a try. On the other side of the arena, space began to twist, but the scale was quite small. Scans clearly showed that only one starship had jumped over. The immortal cultivators are here. Inside the arena, modified from an abandoned space station, Li Yao sat cross-legged in a plain version of the mystic skeleton battle suit, appearing confident of victory. However, his voice echoed in the communication channel non-stop. Did they really send one starship that has removed all the turrets and deactivated the spirit shield? Yes, Longyangjuan replied. For clarity and to ensure the text is more readable, I'll make a few minor adjustments. The pilots of the Colossi included Long Yangjun, Yen Liren, Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, Fiend Blade Penghai, the Fire Ant King, and other top-tier experts. The space had been strewn with torpedoes in case the enemy suddenly teleported a large troop for a sudden assault. Crystal cameras filled the arena, capturing every detail from every angle. Super remote communication equipment, resembling artificial satellites, was scattered outside the arena, sending sound and visuals back to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the highest command center of the Defense Council in the Heaven's Origin sector in real time. Including Federation Speaker, as we have analyzed over 100 times, there is a 97% likelihood that they will not set up any trap against you. Killing you will not stop the rapid development and rise of the Star Glory Federation, it will only bring ultimate doom to the Black Wind Fleet. The enemy's vice commander is a very rational man. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Well, you never know, Li Yao said. What if he has gone mad and decided to die with me? If you're so scared, why did you agree to the proposal in the first place? How could I say no? I am Vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors and the husband of the Federation Speaker. How can I go on a rampage in the heart of the cosmos if I fear a small Black Wind Fleet? Face is everything to us cultivators. Right, fellow cultivators, you must watch the battle closely. Should anything go wrong, the 10 colossi must attack together and save me. Got it, Long Yangjun replied. You are such a disappointment. Haven't you absorbed the tenebrum energy left by the extraterrestrial devils and almost reached the divinity transformation stage? In such a situation, you should be annihilating the enemy without uttering a word. Why are you talking so much? One will not fail a battle if one knows oneself and the enemy well, Li Yao said. I've gathered a lot of information about Feiwen, the second-in-command of the Black Wind Fleet, and found that he is shrewd and cunning, even more difficult to deal with than Hai Ming. He's almost a scoundrel. Such a person suggesting an open duel to decide the future of the Black Wind Fleet? I don't buy it. There must be some kind of scheme. Hey, you've conducted multiple investigations into the 3 champions of the Black Wind Fleet. They are indeed between the high and peak levels of the nascent soul stage, and none of them have reached the divinity transformation stage, right? Of course, Long Yangjun said. Divinity transformation stage cultivators aren't vegetables in your garden that you can harvest every season. Even in the Imperium of true human beings, they are rare experts. At the very beginning, the Black Wind Fleet had a few experts at the divinity transformation stage. They suffered heavy casualties in the battle that led to the fall of the Black Wind sector 100 years ago. Many of their cultivation levels plummeted below the divinity transformation stage. Without sufficient resources and a stable environment, it was practically impossible for them to recover. After arriving in the Heaven's Origin sector across the Sea of Stars through great difficulties, the best warriors naturally followed Hai Ming to perform the first wave of the sudden assault, only to be wasted in the barrage and the collision of the colossi. Those left in the fleet near the Brown Dwarf were either second-tier experts in the Black Wind Fleet or experts from the 4 smaller worlds. How could there be any battle-type immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage? Haven't we already analyzed the issue more than 10,000 times? Can you stop being a chatterbox and turning the supposedly magnificent atmosphere of competition into such cowardliness? Where is your dominance, Monster Lee? He. How can I dominate the competition without showing a bit of cowardliness before it? If none of them are in the Divinity transformation stage, it will be easier. Not that I'm bragging, but right now, against those below the Divinity transformation stage, I'm most certainly. Most certainly what? Yen Liren suddenly interjected. Nothing, Li Yao stammered. I can rank in the top 3, more or less, below the Divinity transformation stage. Anything wrong? Although the enemy does not have battle-type immortal cultivators in the Divinity transformation stage, the 3 experts are still not to be underestimated. Their overall combat ability is between the high level of the nascent soul stage and its peak. However, they have obvious advantages and shortcomings. Some of their techniques are even as powerful as those in the Divinity transformation stage. Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, an expert from the Fiery Spider sector, is a rare super expert who has advanced to the high level of the nascent soul stage as a gun cultivator. His abilities in remote manipulation have already reached an amazing level, allowing him to boost more than 100 bullets to over 7 times the speed of sound while maintaining precise control over them. Not only can he adjust the trajectories of the bullets freely, but he can also perform highly difficult, if not inexplicable, movements, such as making right-angle turns. Furthermore, he has mastered a secret technique of the Fiery Spider sector. From birth, his eyes have been nurtured by a special medical liquid extracted from a very rare fiery spider. This has caused his optical cells and nerves to mutate, giving him a color gamut 4 times broader than that of normal people. While normal people can see only 3 basic colors and have a sight range of several hundred to 1,000 meters, his eyes can absorb the waves of more than 10 invisible lights and see a dozen basic colors. He can clearly see any grain of dust within thousands of meters. After killing 119 immortal cultivators from a rival sect at the age of 22, his name, Fiery Eye, became renowned. He is now the chief firearms coach of the Black Wind Fleet. Heaven Cannon Lei Long comes from the Hard Rock sector, one of the smaller worlds. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, he weighed 8 kilograms at birth and surpassed 50 kilograms by the age of 4, all without any genetic modification or secret techniques. Now, he stands over 2.8 meters tall, weighing 360 kilograms, and is a super-muscular man. Even in the Imperium of true human beings, where geniuses emerge daily, it is rare for someone to develop such a physique naturally, without special procedures or genetic modification. Because of his exceptional talents and robust physique, and due to the steady star technique, which is designed to strengthen the body, Heaven Cannon Lei Long became a terrifying legend in the Hard Rock sector. It is said that he once swiftly consumed high-energy food 5 times his own weight and digested it all while eating. Then, he punched with full strength, and the damage penetrated through 9 crystal suits, all of which were too severely wrecked to be repaired. After the punch, his weight was measured again and found to be exactly the same as before he ate, not even a gram different. This is a clear indication of his precise control over his internal organs. His nickname, Heaven Cannon, does not imply that he is a specialist in heavy firepower, it means that his fists are as powerful as the main guns of a starship. Do not let him come close to you in the competition later. You should know that even his crystal suit is specially made. The materials to create a crystal suit for him are enough to craft 3 for a common immortal cultivator. Death Shadow Murong Wei is from the Black Wind sector. He is a rapid, agile immortal cultivator who specializes in assassination. It is said that no one has ever seen his shadow, and those who have seen it are all dead. He once underwent special training. In a completely enclosed training room, 100 crystal cameras were placed in every corner to capture the room from every angle, with no blind spots. But even after shooting for 24 hours, all the pictures were still empty, as if no one was in the training room. However, he had been in the training room the entire time, moving at such a high speed for 24 hours that even the most advanced crystal cameras could not capture him. He is that fast. Speed, strength, and control, these are the 3 areas where the Black Wind Fleet's experts excel. Even real Divinity transformation stage cultivators can hardly surpass them in these aspects, though they might be more balanced and fluid. Defeating one or two of them won't be difficult, but crushing all three in quick succession will require caution. Got it. Li Yao smiled behind the facial cover of his mystic skeleton battlesuit. The truth was, he had been reviewing the files of the Black Wind Fleet's 3 experts for days, even without Long Yangjuan's introduction. These files had transformed into a vast database containing billions of entries. He meticulously analyzed the data to devise methods for defeating his opponents. The opponents were indeed formidable, which was likely why Feiwen, the second-in-command of the Black Wind Fleet, had sent them out to negotiate better surrender terms. If Li Yao failed to secure a clear and decisive victory or lost even one match, the Black Wind Fleet might still surrender, but the negotiations would become much more challenging. Feiwen, if this is your cunning plan, you are terribly mistaken. Li Yao slowly raised his head, and his smile grew more intense, as if it were being steadily inflated by unseen tusks. Fiery Spider Wan Xiu, Heavy Cannon Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murong Wei, the 3 experts of the Black Wind Fleet, arrived. Chi. The 3 double-sealed gates on the space station's outer wall slowly opened, and from 3 directions, 3 ferocious, aggressive, and lethal crystal suits of the Imperium emerged. The crystal suit on the left side was equipped with countless guns, magazines, and honeycomb-type launchers, making it look like a moving arsenal. The crystal suit in the middle stood over 4 meters tall, even larger than many Light Ares extensions. At first glance, it resembled an iron tower covered in lumps. In contrast, the crystal suit on the right side was less than 2 meters tall, possibly due to the armor being as thin as paper or because the immortal cultivator wearing it was particularly short and slender. However, the 2 sabers crossed on his back, which looked like crescent moons, made it impossible for anyone to underestimate his danger. Z. 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 The appearance of the 3 immortal cultivators seemed to activate the violent energy inside the space station. Invisible electric arcs appeared and collided, causing serious interference to all the crystal cameras floating in midair. The spectators watching the competition could not help but feel as if the entire space had been twisted when their auras collided brutally. At this moment, countless people were paying close attention to the soul-stirring competition. In the highest command center of the Federation's Defense Council, newly elected Speaker Ding Lingdang, Guo Chunfeng, Bai Kaisen, and other Federation leaders observed the 3 aggressive immortal cultivators on the light beam solemnly. Feiwen's request for a duel was indeed strange and strongly hinted at a scheme. However, he was the most capable person in the Black Wind Fleet to clean up the mess, and his prestige was more than 10 times higher than that of Heartfelt, whom the Federation sought to support. If the war were to end soon, at least 2 of the matches had to be won first. Li Yao. Your capabilities have improved again. Ding Lingdang's eyes were glittering. Perhaps she was the least concerned among the Federation's leadership, as she believed in Li Yao's abilities and had no doubt that 3 immortal cultivators would be no problem for him. On the Black Ray, the lone disarmed starship from the Black Wind Fleet, Feiwen, who looked more like a vicious merchant than a general, and the experts of the defeated Black Wind Fleet stared at Vulture Li Yao on the light beam. This was a legendary expert from the edge of the cosmos who had rendered their 100-year expedition futile and decimated their vast fleet. Come together. Fiery Eye, Heavy Cannon, and Death Shadow, the 3 experts from the Black Wind Fleet, were all ruthless, brutal men who had killed countless people and left behind countless terrible tales. Even among the experts of the Black Wind Fleet who were watching the battle, many had seen them destroy everything in their path with unstoppable force. Some had even experienced their overwhelming magnificence firsthand. But their enemy was Vulture Li Yao. 10 years was long enough for the expeditionary force to gather what they thought was sufficient knowledge about their prey, the Star Glory Federation. They had heard the name Vulture Li Yao before, but they didn't think it was a big deal at the time, mistaking it for propaganda and deification. Turning a dead hero into a national idol was a trick that had been used too many times. They had collected some of Li Yao's battle videos from 100 years ago and had to admit that he was quite distinguished for training himself with such abilities at the edge of the cosmos. But he was still just distinguished. None of the immortal cultivators considered Li Yao an obstacle on their path to conquer the Star Glory Federation. It wasn't until Li Yao announced his grand return with 11 experts from the Ancient Sages sector and 12 colossi, blew up the space gate, and killed the commander of the Black Wind Fleet that the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet suddenly realized all the rumors were true. Vulture Li Yao was as terrifying as the rumor suggested. When he was in the core formation stage, he had killed the Star Child, an elite scout from the Imperium of true human beings. Then, he united the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector on his own. The commander of the Black Wind Fleet, the extraterrestrial devils, and the resurrected member of the Pangu clan had all been slain by him. How could the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet not feel shocked and scared by such an expert? Before the battle started, all the immortal cultivators were already drenched in cold sweat. They only hoped to win at least one of the 3 matches, even if it was a tie. As long as the defeat was not too humiliating, the last bit of dignity of the Black Wind Fleet would remain. My fellow cultivators. Feiwen was particularly ugly, but he had a warm and comforting voice. Whoever heard him speak felt as though they were walking in a spring breeze and could not refuse to believe what he said. Watch the show carefully now. Don't forget our deal. I believe that no one will regret it after witnessing Vulture Li Yao's astonishing performance. Inside the space station, the 3 immortal cultivators, between the high level and the peak of the nascent soul stage, slowly landed. Even the condescending experts from the center of the cosmos did not dare act arrogantly in the presence of Vulture Li Yao, a local tyrant from the edge of the cosmos. They bowed to Li Yao simultaneously to show respect. Fellow cultivator Li, to decide the fate of the Black Wind Fleet and even the Star Glory Federation, we are going to have a fair competition as per our agreement, Death Shadow Murong Wei said cautiously. We have already taken enough advantage by sending out 3 champions on our side. It is only reasonable that you decide the order of our fights. I wonder, which of us do you want to compete with first? In that case. Li Yao nodded. While casually warming up his wrists and ankles, he walked toward the 3 immortal cultivators. He seemed to be carefully observing his opponents and deciding his first challenger. However, as he walked, the floor, made of super alloys, suddenly broke apart, as if an invisible bomb had exploded beneath his feet. In that moment, the mystic skeleton battlesuit's speed accelerated to its maximum. Li Yao's shadow split into 3, darting toward the 3 immortal cultivators simultaneously. We don't have to go through that trouble. I'm in a hurry. All 3 of you can come at once. Before the sonic boom reached their ears, Li Yao's thunderous roar echoed throughout the space station. What? The pupils of Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, Heaven Cannon Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murong Wei immediately constricted. The leaders of the immortal cultivators, as well as the cultivators on Black Ray and in the highest command center, all jumped to their feet. 3 shadows lunged at the 3 immortal cultivators at once. Logically, only one could be real, but the most dangerous alarms were ringing in the heads of the 3 immortal cultivators simultaneously. Scarcely had they activated their most powerful spiritual shields when the 3 shadows Li Yao created exploded at the same time. The fireballs they unleashed entangled them like raging chrysanthemums. All 3 shadows turned out to be real. Li Yao had split his crystal suit into 3 parts in an instant, mixing in numerous crystal bombs and fragments from his cosmos ring. If the immortal cultivators had mistaken them for mere blurred shadows, they would certainly have been injured. Excellent. The 3 immortal cultivators were too experienced to be fooled, but their reaction only made Li Yao more eager to fight. Wearing a smile he didn't even realize, he put on a brand new mystic skeleton battlesuit for melee combat while he complimented his enemy. The elbows, knees, feet, and fingers of the new crystal suit were all equipped with sharp daggers powered by spiritual energy, capable of vibrating 10,000 times per second. He then attacked Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, the super gunfighter on the left side. Attacking three immortal cultivators simultaneously, who were between the high level and the peak of the nascent soul stage and nearly as skilled as he was not due to Li Yao's overconfidence. Instead, it was the result of careful calculation and deduction. After agreeing to the peculiar duel proposed by Feiwen, Li Yao had been studying the three champions on the enemy's side. They were undoubtedly the best experts left in the Black Wind Fleet, but they had a significant shortcoming: they lacked teamwork and cooperation. Fiery Eye, Heavy Cannon, and Death Shadow were from the Fiery Spider sector, the Hard Rock sector, and the Black Wind Fleet, respectively. They were not close comrades to begin with. Their original worlds had all been destroyed by the Covenant Alliance 100 years ago, turning them into homeless dogs. They joined forces to prevent further collapses. However, it was no secret that the Black Wind Fleet had taken advantage of the smaller worlds during their crises. It was not hard to infer that Fiery Eye Wan Xiu and Heavy Cannon Lei Long, as experts from outside the Black Wind sector, were not too pleased with this. Over the past 100 years, due to the lack of resources, they had spent most of their time in hibernation. It was naturally impossible for them to have trained together in tactical cooperation. Every nascent soul stage expert was a formidable killing machine. Each had their own unique styles, habits, and even taboos. Without understanding these nuances and before thorough cooperation training, a nascent soul stage cultivator entering another's battlefield could become more of a hindrance. Therefore, Li Yao was 70% confident that the three experienced nascent soul stage experts, far from having cohesive teamwork, would likely hinder each other. On the other hand, Li Yao's greatest advantage was his enigmatic nature. The enemy only had access to his battle videos from a century ago while in crystal suits and the dynamic analysis of his performance in the Tartarian skeleton space battle 6 months prior. They could not possibly know about his intense training over the past 6 months, fueled by immense Tenebrum energy. This was his greatest trump card. Fighting the opponents one by one, regardless of winning the first 2 rounds, would allow the enemy to accumulate significant battle data on him, revealing his trump card. In that case, winning the final round would be extremely difficult. Thus, Li Yao could not afford to engage in a prolonged match against 3 simple warriors. Only by taking down 3 formidable enemies in a 1 versus 3 battle would the Black Wind Fleet be thoroughly intimidated and convinced. Fiery Eye Wan Xiu was the breaking point Li Yao had chosen, not because he was the weakest among the 3, but because Who? Hundreds of lethal rays shot out from the flames around Wan Xiu, rushing at Li Yao like a dragnet. Every pore on Li Yao's body sounded the highest level of alarm. Li Yao's usually half-closed eyes widened to their maximum at that moment. Invisible ripples spread from his body, establishing an enormous force field of disruption. He performed a remote manipulation technique to intercept the rushing bullets midair, competing with Fiery Eye Wan Xiu. The bullets, which normally followed tricky trajectories, now moved clumsily and slowly, as if bogged down in thick glue. Many of the highly explosive bullets, containing marrow crystals, exploded, creating brilliant sparks between them. Meanwhile, a volcano slowly rose within the depths of Li Yao's brain. A gate to hell seemed to open between his eyebrows, spewing infinite spiritual energy that congregated into indescribably horrifying images. This was the most powerful mental attack. A mental attack involves using one's own brainwaves to interfere with the enemy's brainwaves. Li Yao was already an expert in mental attacks. After inheriting the tremendous legacy from Professor Mo Xian and the extraterrestrial devils, he became even more adept at these techniques. Fiery Eye, Wan Xiu had been using special secret medicines to enhance his eyes since childhood. His vision imaging mechanism was unique, allowing him to see a broader spectrum of light and perceive things that normal people could not, including certain brainwave ripples. This heightened sensitivity, however, made him more vulnerable to mental attacks. "If you have such good eyes, why don't I give you everything to see?" It seemed as if a supernova was erupting in Li Yao's mind, continuously spewing the most violent spiritual energy at Fiery Eye, Wan Xiu. The illusions he created might appear as simple bugs, skeletons, or zombies to ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators, appearing black and white and quite dim. However, in Wan Xiu's eyes, the decayed corpses and the wriggling, exploding maggots on them were all painted in 10,000 colors, with the tiniest details vividly etched into his brain. Fiery Eye, Wan Xiu understood his weakness very well. It was because of this weakness that, despite his peak nascent soul stage cultivation and formidable gunfighting skills, he could only be considered a second-tier expert in the Black Wind Fleet. He had undergone intense training to address his weakness and even obtained a meditation healer license in the Imperium of true human beings. His nerve strength far exceeded that of ordinary immortal cultivators. However, when faced with the aggressive, terrifying illusions from Li Yao, he couldn't help but feel shocked, and his mind went blank. In that moment, Li Yao's telepathic thoughts and spiritual energy advanced like two bound snakes. The bullets that Fiery Eye Wan Xiu had controlled precisely began to vibrate violently. The illusions grew more vivid and clear, and the distance between Li Yao and him shortened. Fiery Eye Wan Xiu was only bewildered for a single moment. He broke free from the fear within less than a tenth of a second. Even before the sparks of his mind lit, his body reacted instinctively. All the honeycomb-type launchers and guns installed on his crystal suit opened fire, but there was no response. The moment his mind went blank, Li Yao's spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts had already invaded his crystal processor. The telepathic thoughts acted like a virus, sabotaging the fire control system of the crystal suit and blocking all commands he sent to it. The outcome of the battle between two experts could be decided by the smallest factor. With the damage to Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, the corruption could only last a short moment, but it was enough for him to jump to the enemy's side and smack the enemy's head before the enemy changed tactics. Boom! A fire as intense as blood burst from Li Yao's palm, penetrating the helmet and head of Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, and flooding out from the back of the helmet. When the ear-splitting explosion echoed between Li Yao's palm and the hardest part of Fiery Eye Wan Xiu's helmet, the leaders of both sides, who were watching the battle, felt their heads shake as if an invisible giant hammer had struck them. Some non-combat cultivators or less capable immortal cultivators even touched their forehead subconsciously, mistaking their cold sweat for brains and blood spurting out. This is too brutal. Even the most ruthless and pitiless immortal cultivators could not help but swallow hard and mutter to themselves. Fiery Eye Wan Xiu did not even have time to scream or struggle before the performance parameters on the remote surveillance menu hit rock bottom. It was unclear whether he was still alive, but his brain was seriously damaged, and he had lost his combat ability, either temporarily or permanently. Almost simultaneously, the bullets midair, which had missed their target, came under Li Yao's control again. Tracing a devastating curve, they shot at Death Shadow Murong Wei on the right side. Murong Wei, an assassin known for his agility, was not expected to be troubled much by the bullets. However, they should be enough to stall him for 1 or 2 seconds. Who? Li Yao grabbed the head of Fiery Eye Wan Xiu and lifted him up as if he were a sack of rice. Waving him in a half-circle, he threw him at Heaven Cannon Lei Long, who was charging at him furiously. Heavy Cannon Lei Long was one of the best strength-type immortal cultivators in the Black Wind Fleet, a giant with unparalleled physical strength. Li Yao felt that he had been given the wrong nickname. The man wasn't a heavy cannon at all. When sprinting at full speed, he was clearly a starship accelerating to its highest speed to crash into the enemy's starship. Pa! Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, still unconscious, was blown hundreds of meters away by Heavy Cannon Lei Long's spiritual shield, into the cabin wall of the space station. Blood spurted from the gaps in his crystal suit, leaving a mottled human shape on the wall. Heavy Cannon Lei Long's speed remained unaffected, and he continued charging at Li Yao. On the other hand, Li Yao seemed not to have recovered from the fierce battle a moment ago. He was hit head-on by the enemy and blown hundreds of meters away as well. However, the collision disrupted the plans of Death Shadow Murong Wei, who was preparing to ambush nearby. His attacks nearly hit Heavy Cannon Lei Long. Li Yao was right. The immortal cultivators who had hibernated for 100 years didn't have much time to hone their teamwork. They probably never imagined that it would require several experts to conquer the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos. Heavy Cannon Lei Long continued his charge. Despite his enormous size, he was the opposite of clumsy. In a sprint of several hundred meters, he was even faster than Death Shadow Murong Wei. Almost the moment Li Yao was blown away, he reached Li Yao's landing point, ready to launch the second round of attacks. But Li Yao reacted even faster. While still flying in midair, he raised his hand and fired at the cabin wall of the space station where he would land, creating a fist-sized hole. The landing point had been carefully chosen by Li Yao. The cabin wall had an airtight gate that was not very sturdy. Once it was broken, a massive amount of oxygen immediately leaked through the small hole, lowering the temperature and pressure inside the space station. Air rushed out through the hole, creating chaotic whirls that disrupted everyone's movement. Li Yao had anticipated this and was able to activate the power rune arrays of his crystal suit in time, dashing to another side. Heavy Cannon Lei Long, however, was charging toward Li Yao's original landing point, where the hole was. He was a pure strength-type warrior. Although he could sprint faster than Death Shadow Murong Wei over short distances, his skills in quick stops and sharp turns were far inferior to those of the assassin-type immortal cultivator. With his speed soaring and the strong attraction force, he could not stop and was directly pulled towards the hole. Behind him lay the vast, endless universe. In front of him was the immense air of the entire space station, separated only by his crystal suit and his body. The force essentially pressed him into the cabin wall. Despite Heavy Cannon Lei Long's astonishing strength, he, like Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, could not help but reveal a momentary vulnerability. It was already enough, or rather, it was already his doom. What happened next panicked even the cruelest and most heartless immortal cultivators. Li Yao had vanished entirely and seemed to turn into a continuous meteor shower, bombarding Heavy Cannon Lei Long, who was trapped in the hole. This display showed everyone exactly what a heavy cannon was. The super-heavy crystal suit on Lei Long's body, carefully crafted with triple materials, was shattered by the overwhelming, destructive force in just 1 second. His body collapsed at a visible rate, and his previously bronze skin turned a lifeless gray within moments, skipping the phases of swelling, bleeding, and falling apart to enter the necrosis phase directly. Before anyone had a chance to observe his wounds or check if he was still alive, before they could exclaim, and even before they could question the sudden passionate and soul-stirring music, all the meteors had converged into a rushing sun that blew apart Lei Long and the cabin wall behind him, sending him into space. Is this the terror of Vulture Li Yao? Taking down 2 experts on our side in rapid succession, he has truly brought out every last shred of potential from the nascent soul stage. He is not in the divinity transformation stage, yet he wields a terrifying combat ability almost on par with it. Incredible. This is truly incredible. Indeed, as expected of the well-deserved dominator of the edge of the cosmos, capable enough to slay Hai Ming and whose wife has been elected as the Supreme Speaker of the Federation. On Black Ray, all the immortal cultivators except Feiwen were drenched in sweat, astonished. They did not participate in the space battle half a year ago, which meant they did not witness Li Yao's grand return with 12 colossi. However, the shock Li Yao brought that day was as impressive as watching an enormous space gate being destroyed. In the highest command center of the Federation's Defense Council, everyone except Ding Lingdang was exclaiming in amazement, overwhelmed by shock. Many of the MPs had never seen Li Yao attack in person. It was only at this moment that they finally understood why such a seemingly unremarkable and casual man could become the only choice for the mighty blazing Tyrannosaur. It all made sense now. Only such a man could conquer a she-dinosaur. The MPs looked at Li Yao in the picture, then at Ding Lingdang, who remained unmoved as if it were just a part of her daily routine. They all swallowed hard, feeling as though they had drunk a cup of boiling magma. They were probably the most terrifying couple in the entire Sea of Stars. Now, only one last immortal cultivator stood. Death Shadow Murongwei, known for being too fast even for a ghost to catch and for evading crystal cameras for 24 hours with his high speed, was the last hope for the Black Wind Fleet's dignity. But he seemed dumbfounded by Li Yao's quick, brutal attacks. Abandoning the speed he was most proud of, he simply stood at the center of the space station, dazed. Li Yao turned around. As he took off his mystic skeleton battle suit, which had shattered in the thunderous attacks just now, he walked over to Death Shadow Murongwei. He did not seem worried at all that the enemy might launch a sudden assault while he was removing his crystal suit. He did not even perform the ultimate skill of air change or show any intention of retrieving another crystal suit from his cosmos ring. But Death Shadow Murongwei remained absolutely still, staring at him rigidly, as if he were an ossified shadow. What's going on? Why is Murongwei not fighting? Even if he doesn't fight, he can always run away and deal with Vulture Li Yao with his high speed. Faced with such a terrible monster, it's already incredible that he's lasted 5 minutes. But why is Vulture Li Yao not fighting either? He even took off all his crystal suit, as if he's not concerned at all. On Black Ray, all the immortal cultivators were whispering in bafflement. Right then, someone exclaimed, "Look at the back of Murongwei's head." The images before everyone's eyes were captured from every angle by nearly 100 crystal cameras. Some were even simulated holograms created by merging countless images. Upon enlarging the pictures, they could see that a crimson crystal was deeply embedded in the back of Murongwei's head at the most critical point. A closer look revealed that it was not a transparent crystal but a device with a more intricate and precise structure, carved with countless runes. The device itself might not have been crimson, but crimson exhaust flames were spurting from its end, enveloping its entire body and providing tremendous thrust to push it into Murongwei's brain. Murongwei was frozen in place, suppressed by the crimson, rhombus-shaped magical device. The immortal cultivators exchanged puzzled glances. Though they all possessed profound knowledge from the center of the cosmos, none had ever seen such an unusual piece of magical equipment before. After a long observation, the captain of Black Ray finally commented, not very confidently, "It seems to be a tiny warship." As a captain, he often trained with a super tiny ship the size of a palm. In appearance, they did look quite similar. However, regular super tiny training ships could not have been powerful enough to ambush an assassin-type immortal cultivator, known for their agility and speed, or to penetrate the enemy's defenses in an instant, leaving no chance for a scream. The captain of Black Ray was not wrong. While Death Shadow Murongwei's attention was focused on the miserable outcomes of Fiery Eye, Wan Xiu and Heavy Cannon, Lei Long, and the magnificence of Li Yao, Neltharion, a piece of magical equipment that had followed him since before he entered the building foundation stage, silently pierced into the back of his head. Neltharion was a super tiny training ship from the starry Imperium, not boasting a high combat ability and not very impressive on its own. It had been Li Yao's favorite tool during the building foundation and core formation stages. However, once he ascended to the nascent soul stage, the magical equipment could no longer keep up with his growing capabilities. It was only useful for certain stealth missions, otherwise, it remained idle most of the time. Yet, apart from Little Black, Neltharion was the piece of magical equipment Li Yao had kept the longest. Over 100 years, Li Yao had baptized the magical equipment with the blood from his fingertip, tongue, and heart, using the secret techniques of the 100 Smelting clan, turning it into a treasure intimately connected to him. Naturally, he could not bear to seal the magical equipment or give it to someone else. Instead, he kept it with him and nurtured it regularly. In the great battle in the Spiriters' realm half a year ago in 100 Flowers City, Li Yao's soul had been severely wounded by the extraterrestrial devils, forcing him to split his personality in half and completely separate Li Yao from the mental devil. Ultimately, the mental devil delivered the fatal blow to the extraterrestrial devils. Afterward, both Li Yao and the mental devil absorbed abundant Tenebrum energy. The mental devil was responsible for managing the negative emotions, while Li Yao handled the digestion of the purified energy, free from those negative emotions. The dual personalities cooperated effectively, leading to significant advancements in their cultivation. Alongside the secret techniques for soul separation and the invasion of crystal processors, left behind by Professor Mo Xian, they accidentally discovered a special ability. Although Li Yao's own soul could not remain outside his body for long due to ultraviolet light and radiation, the mental devil could temporarily surpass these limitations and float freely in midair. However, Li Yao was uncomfortable with the idea of letting such a dangerous entity as the mental devil roam freely outside. Additionally, the ultraviolet light and various forms of cosmic radiation severely weakened the mental devil without the protection of the soul. Eventually, they had a sudden idea, to let the mental devil inhabit Neltharion, performing a full upgrade on it. Neltharion had always been controlled remotely by a portion of Li Yao's telepathic thoughts. Now, part of those thoughts were replaced by the mental devil, and it functioned flawlessly. Consequently, Neltharion became a perfect clone of Li Yao, sharing vision, sound, and reconnaissance data, while also gaining powerful independent judgment and combat capabilities. The operational time had also tripled. Combined with the mental attack abilities of the mental devil and the extensive modifications and upgrades Li Yao performed with the full strength of the glorious Sunlight Group, Neltharion had been transformed into the most dangerous micro-warship in the universe. This was precisely what had just transpired. While Li Yao sat cross-legged and waited for the three immortal cultivators to arrive, Neltharion was already hiding at the center of the space station in stealth mode. The stealth of the magical equipment wasn't just a simple optical illusion, it involved the contortion of space and other highly mysterious techniques. As long as it remained absolutely still, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it almost impossible to detect. Li Yao had intentionally released his dominating aura the moment the enemy appeared, to disrupt their minds. Then, he launched the most aggressive attacks within moments. Naturally, it was impossible for the enemy to realize that such a dangerous warship was hiding midair. While Li Yao finished off the two formidable foes, the mental devil silently approached Death Shadow Murong Wei. The man's speed was what Li Yao feared most, not because he was worried about losing, but because a game of hide-and-seek with the enemy would look rather embarrassing. Thankfully, the mental attacks the devil released all invaded Death Shadow Murong Wei's brain in the most gentle and unnoticeable way, leaving him completely unaware of the lethal attack from behind. When Neltharion leapt out of the void and penetrated the critical point at the back of Murong Wei's head, even all the deities and demons in the universe would not be able to save him. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Death Shadow Murong Wei looked absolutely terrible. Thick veins protruded from his face, as if dozens of earthworms were wriggling beneath his skin, corroding all his flesh and blood. His arms twisted grotesquely as he tried to grab Neltharion from the back of his head, but Neltharion only drilled deeper. The exhaust flames that it spurted out also burned his fingers. How could he catch the intruder? As Neltharion submerged, the mental attacks from the mental devil further crushed Murong Wei's mind, like an overwhelming tsunami, causing indescribable fear and shock on his face. He was unable to summon the combat ability of the nascent soul stage. Mwahaha. I told you that my capabilities would soar to an unprecedented level after absorbing the Tenebrum energy left by the extraterrestrial devils. The mental devil's wild laughter echoed from deep within Neltharion. Of course, only Li Yao could hear it. This is the Tenebrum energy that the extraterrestrial devils have accumulated over 1,000 years through arduous efforts. All the essence within it has been absorbed by me. That's why I can construct such terrifying illusions. How can an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage escape from my hands? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Can I offer a suggestion? Li Yao commented. I don't object to your laughter now that you've made such great accomplishments in training, but can you laugh less evilly? This is a very righteous anti-invasion war. We are the good guys. Don't laugh like a villain. Well, I don't mean to, the mental devil said. But I've absorbed too many negative emotions in the past 6 months. This is also the first time I've tried to combine biotechnology and cybertechnology into a new brain invasion technique. I can't help but feel excited. Speaking of which, what kind of dreadful illusions have you poured into his brain to make him look so awful, as if he would be better off dead? It's nothing. I have merely hypnotized him and misled him into thinking that his limbs and spine are broken, leaving him paralyzed on a sickbed, unable to move at all. Li Yao was slightly dazed, then amused. For an assassin-type immortal cultivator known for speed and agility, a broken spine and full paralysis are indeed the most insufferable pain. A fox may turn gray but never kind. You are too cruel. While speaking, Li Yao walked in front of Death Shadow Wei. He sighed softly, a slight hint of confusion on his face, as if puzzled by the courage of the few immortal cultivators who dared to challenge him one by one. Then, boom! At that moment, Li Yao had removed the broken crystal suit from his body, leaving only a mustard seed combat suit as thin as paper. But as he turned and launched a kick, 10,000 rune arrays behind his right leg burst into brilliant light, transforming his right leg into a saber that could slice through three-dimensional space. The enormous boom didn't come from his right leg, curved like a saber, but from the bottom of his left leg, which supported his body and generated the force. The boom from his supporting leg created almost 100 enormous cracks that pierced through the entire space station along the cabin wall. It was at this moment that his right leg struck Death Shadow Wei's chest with lightning speed, shattering the crystal suit on the enemy's body into fingernail-sized pieces that scattered everywhere. Wei was blown backward like a bullet, transforming into a flashing red line that ricocheted against the cabin walls, leaving nearly 5 bloody marks behind. After an ear-splitting explosion, he was deeply embedded in a cluster of tangled tubes and crystal wires. The tubes spurted gas continuously, and the crystal wires emitted strange noises. Before he could execute the attacks and evasions he was most proud of, Wei was crushed, his life hanging by a thread. Of the 3 immortal cultivators, 2 were beaten to a pulp, and 1 was floating in space, all of them defeated. At that moment, Li Yao's entire right leg was enveloped in dark red flames. The right leg of the mustard seed combat suit, crafted from over 30 heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the most advanced material technology, had been completely incinerated by the high-speed collisions and the surge of spiritual energy. What kind of speed and strength? The highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation was gripped by utter silence. All the cultivators, especially the new MPs elected in the last 100 years who did not experience the unification of the 3 sectors facilitated by Li Yao, were plunged into a state of shock. Was it really the guy with the messy hair, who seemed drowsy all day and sometimes walked down the street in slippers? Was it the guy who was peed on by children during a kindergarten visit but simply laughed it off, showing no dignity as a nascent soul stage cultivator? He turned out to be so brutal and ruthless. Many of the new MPs didn't understand the true meaning of Vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors. They thought Li Yao was merely fortunate to live at the edge of the great integration of the three sectors, happened to be Ding Lingdong's husband, and Jin Xinyue's master. His fame, they believed, was due to his wife and disciple, and he had been elevated by exaggerated propaganda. Even after his grand return in the space battle, many still privately thought it was the work of his Colossus, the Tartarian Colossus. Any nascent soul stage cultivator capable of piloting the Tartarian would have achieved the same results on the battlefield. But at this moment, Li Yao's performance with two ordinary mystic skeleton battlesuits and a shocking kick, without any crystal suit, shattered everyone's doubts. Bam! The kick in the footage seemed to hit the defense shield and the super alloy gate of the highest command center directly. The air in the entire command center shook violently, with ripples almost tangible spreading out. Every MP felt their eardrums humming intensely. It was only after a long while that someone finally managed to breathe and smile bitterly. Thankfully, he's on our side. Otherwise, this was probably the thought of every MP in the Federation. Given the shock on Li Yao's side, it was easy to imagine the scene on Black Ray's bridge, which had fallen into a silence as still as a graveyard. It was not until much later that the sound of chattering teeth finally broke the silence. Faced with Vulture Li Yao, the ultimate expert of the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos, the immortal cultivators had braced themselves for defeat. But none of them had anticipated that Fiery Eye Wan Xiu, Heavy Cannon Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murong Wei would suffer such a crushing defeat, unable to fight back at all when they joined forces. 22 seconds. Wan Xiu, Lei Long, and Murong Wei together lasted only 22 seconds against his attack. That includes the 6 seconds he took to walk calmly to Murong Wei. In fact, it took him just 15 seconds to defeat 3 formidable opponents from the high nascent soul stage to the peak. What exactly is he? What magical equipment does he use? Vulture Li Yao? Vulture Li Yao. All the immortal cultivators were shocked and distressed. Their faces were hollow, as if Li Yao's kick had hit them directly on the nose. Even the most composed and haughty experts looked like plucked roosters, with fear and confusion radiating from their faces. Feiwen, No. 2 members of the Black Wind Fleet from the Black Wind sector were the only ones who chuckled, as if they had foreseen that Li Yao would deliver such a devastating performance. How about it, captains, chiefs, managers, and leaders, he said slowly. Do you all believe what I said earlier? I told you that we are absolutely no match for Vulture Li Yao, just as we were no match for Hai Ming 100 years ago. He slowly rose from the commander's chair, warming up his wrists and ankles. Without looking at the experts around him, he focused his eyes on Li Yao in the picture, speaking thoughtfully. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your part of the deal. Bring out all your items. It's my turn to go up. In the picture, after taking down 3 immortal cultivators in a row, Li Yao's face showed no excitement or delight. He seemed to have just finished a daily routine or accidentally stepped on 3 cockroaches. His eyebrows were furrowed, his face was indifferent, and his eyes were hollow, as if he were contemplating the most mysterious secrets of the universe, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. In a negotiation, such an opponent would be the greatest challenge. Those who are famous must have a reason for their renown. The most powerful dominator at the edge of the cosmos is indeed not easy to deal with. Before the negotiation officially began, the mysterious and unpredictable expression on Li Yao's face was already enough to make Feiwen, an expert in negotiations, sigh. He began to wonder if he would be blown to pieces by Li Yao, just like the previous 3 immortal cultivators, the moment they met. After all, with just a quick glance, he could generally tell what was on Hai Ming's mind. But he had absolutely no idea what Li Yao was thinking, not even the slightest clue. Such tranquility, such intelligence, and such sophistication. It was truly dreadful. Feiwen sighed, shaking his head. He put on his crystal suit and flew to the space station. Inside the damaged space station, various automatic maintenance magical devices spurted foam, temporarily sealing the holes and cracks, allowing the air pressure and temperature to return to normal. Li Yao remained expressionless, contemplative with his head lowered. Neltharion had entered stealth mode and returned to his cosmos ring. The mental devil had also retreated to the depths of Li Yao's brain. The two aspects of the same soul could not be completely separated and needed to return for nourishment and training after a while. More haste, less speed, Li Yao said. We were so eager to absorb the enormous energy that we couldn't control it perfectly. Look. At the last moment, I failed to control my strength, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy flowed out of my pores. Combined with the high-speed collisions with the enemy's crystal suit, my pants were ripped apart. Such accidents are unavoidable in a fierce battle, the mental devil replied. What's the problem? It's not a big deal if the pants were only ripped. But look. My thighs are completely smooth. Even the leg hair has been accidentally burned off. Don't you think that's very humiliating? It's almost like I'm a pervert who has intentionally shaved off all my leg hair. Well. Speaking of which, I'm suddenly very curious about one thing. How do other cultivators address the problem when they encounter it? After all, it is impossible for them to control their spiritual energy accurately during a fierce battle all the time. Some spiritual energy will inevitably flow out and may cause high-speed friction with the air. They will also be bombarded by the enemy's magnificent magical equipment. So, won't their clothes be ripped apart and their hair burnt up every now and then? If two graceful, dominant experts somehow both end up naked in a fierce fight and entangle each other, won't it be very embarrassing? It's already embarrassing enough if two male experts are having a fierce fight. What if dozens of experts, both male and female, are involved in a gang fight? If someone performs such a destructive skill that everyone's clothes are blown up, what should they do next? Do they continue fighting or not? Hey, the mental devil interrupted. I don't think now is the time to reflect on such issues. Perhaps armor and suits were invented precisely to avoid the awkward situations where battle participants end up naked in the middle of a fight. Really, brother, the mental devil sighed. You've absorbed too many irrelevant thoughts over the past 6 months. Why don't we take a break before starting the next training phase? Let's talk about it later. Someone's here. Schwa. A new mystic skeleton battlesuit flowed around his body like black mercury and covered him tightly in an instant. Li Yao stared at the number 9 airtight gate. Entering the space station were a large team of medical soldiers and Feiwen, the de facto leader of the defeated Black Wind Fleet, who had the emblem of a general of the Imperium of true human beings carved on the breastplate of his crystal suit. Unlike Li Yao, who was fully armed and highly wary, Feiwen took off his crystal suit the moment he confirmed the air pressure and temperature were steady after entering the space station. Perhaps the immortal cultivator best at administration and studies was very clear that, regardless of whether his cultivation was higher than Li Yao's, his combat ability was definitely incomparable. Wearing a crystal suit or any number of them would not make a difference. Holding a vintage bronze box engraved with the emblems of the Imperium and the Black Wind Fleet, Feiwen approached Li Yao unhurriedly. He bowed deeply and introduced himself in a warm and comforting voice. Greetings, President Li. I am Feiwen. Nice to meet you. If someone's identity and character could be decided by their voice, Feiwen would not be a ferocious intruder at all. He lacked the dominating air of a vice-commander of the expeditionary army and instead seemed more like a clever and dutiful merchant who valued peace and prosperity. Of course, the countless enemies he had brutally killed, according to the intelligence Li Yao had gathered, would certainly beg to differ. After receiving Li Yao's permission, Feiwen opened the bronze box with the utmost gentleness and slowness. He then carefully picked out several items from the box: an enormous emblem of the Black Wind Fleet, a modeled flag, a statue or specimen of a red spider, a pearl containing bouncing purple fire, a black and seemingly plain stone, and a bracelet made of wolf fangs. The Black Wind Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, the Fiery Spider Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, and the Wild Wolf Sector, the tokens that represent the highest power of the 5 sectors that have come to attack the Star Glory Federation are all here, he explained. During the most prosperous days of the 5 sectors, the loss of any one of these tokens would have raised a storm of blood. The sacrifice of countless lives would have been necessary before they could be found again. Feiwen waved the 5 sectors' symbols of power in front of Li Yao and spoke unhurriedly. Li Yao observed the pile of garbage with great interest. He could almost feel the auras of countless souls of the immortal cultivators from the tokens. He had heard a lot about the succession of the major sectors in the Imperium of true human beings from Su Changfa and Hai Lan. He knew that the symbols of power were not necessarily invincible magical equipment but had indeed been fought over in bloody conflicts among the different generations of experts. They stood for a long history and were a source of pride that outsiders might find difficult to understand. If the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind Sector, had not suffered 2 crushing defeats in a row within 100 years, the symbols of their heritage would never have been shown to others so easily. Feiwen, however, had convinced the best experts of the 5 worlds to offer items that were both utterly worthless and could mean everything to the locals. This made Li Yao increasingly confused about his intentions. General Feiwen, let's drop our disguises now, Li Yao said, observing the hideous, weaselly face that was entirely different from the man's voice. If you are willing to negotiate, a negotiation team made up of the Federation's leadership will naturally come to get in touch with you. I am neither qualified nor interested in discussing the unimportant details with you. I only agreed to your unusual demand, partly because I needed a batch of experts for practice. Speaking of which, your 3 subordinates just now were more or less acceptable. They allowed me to activate and fluently grasp all the techniques I had trained myself with in the past half-year. I must thank you for that. Additionally, I was very curious about you. What kind of person are you exactly? What trap can you possibly set up at such a moment? I have cleaned and edited the text for better grammar while maintaining its original meaning. I have collected a lot of files about you and discovered that the number 2 person in the Black Wind Fleet has a style completely opposite to Hai Ming. If he was a rigorous commander, you are more like a merchant, one who devours people without leaving a trace. However, the Black Wind Fleet is at a dead end, with nowhere to turn. Even if you are a ruthless merchant, can you come up with a final counterattack? It was because of this intrigue that I was willing to chat with you in such an opportunity. But if you are here to negotiate whether you will surrender or the specific terms of your surrender, our conversation will be unnecessary. You can leave if that's the case. The Federation is willing to pay a price to avoid the unnecessary sacrifice of valuable lives, but it does not mean we will compromise indefinitely. The recent competition was already our best offer. If you think you can do it again, you are terribly mistaken. When Li Yao declared terribly mistaken, he included a mental attack in his voice. Feiwen looked even more humble and panicked, but his voice remained as steady and warm as before. He lowered his head and said, I fear you are mistaken, President Li. The Black Wind Fleet understands our failure and inevitable doom very clearly. We do not dare play any tricks on an expert like you. You are one of the strongest dominators at the edge of the cosmos, the creator of the new Federation, the conqueror of the ancient sages sector, the destroyer of the Space Gate, and the slaughterer of both the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils. Regarding such a universal expert whose power spreads far and wide like you, we are only here to witness your demeanor and charisma in person and do not dare to scheme. Li Yao felt goosebumps all over his body. You are shameless enough for such sycophancy, and you claim you don't have a scheme? You're quite right about one thing. I am indeed very different from General Hai Ming. Feiwen lowered his head so low that it almost sank into the floor. He explained patiently, the Black Wind Fleet is not a simple army. It is a fleet of immigrants comprising all the population and resources of the 5 worlds after they were swallowed by the Covenant Alliance. Besides the warriors responsible for conquests, there are the families of the warriors and the civilians responsible for production and construction. In fact, you could consider us, nomadic people, struggling to survive in the dark universe. It is a political entity that is not very stable. Since it is a political entity, it naturally has 2 command systems, the military and the administration. General Hai Ming was both our highest leader and the commander of the army. I, on the other hand, am responsible for civil affairs and try to feed the hungry stomachs with whatever resources we have left. It is certainly not an easy task. The insufficiency of resources and the unpredictable future often make me feel stretched. Thankfully, I had already gained some fame and connections in the business world while I was still in the Black Wind sector. By doing my best and relying on the help of friends from other worlds, I finally lasted to this day and prevented the unstable fleet from falling apart. However, if I have any talents that others do not, they are all in the fields of business and administration. At most, I only have the ability to command some logistical troops. As for how to bring the Black Wind fleet out of the siege and reclaim our pride and past glory, I really don't know the first thing about it. Therefore, personally speaking, I am very inclined toward complete submission, even unconditional surrender. I believe everything the Star Glory Federation has stated in the letter of persuasion, and I trust President Li's leniency. Since the main troop under my command did not cause any actual damage to the Star Glory Federation or harm a single individual, and since so many innocent civilians are living inside the logistical troops and the life starships in my main troop, you and the Star Glory Federation will certainly not make things more difficult for the pitiful fellows who are no more than peasants and workers. Li Yao snorted and said, "You are the second in command of the Black Wind Fleet. Are you here to win my sympathy?" The Federation always keeps its word. Every word in the letter of persuasion is a solemn promise. Regarding what will happen to you, you don't need to ask me. Just ask yourself if you have done anything unpardonable and atrocious. Feiwen did not display the dignity and pride of the second in command of the Black Wind Fleet. Faced with Li Yao's mockery, he simply replied, "In that case, I am reassured now, but we do have one last small question." "Wait." Li Yao frowned deeply. "Now, your only question should be whether to surrender. There are no other questions, big or small. If you surrender, you will talk to our special negotiation team. If you don't, let's just keep fighting. Do you think you can intimidate us by turning into space pirates? There are countless space pirates serving in the Federal Army right now. They are all your ancestors." Faced with Li Yao's scolding, which bordered on cursing, Feiwen was able to laugh out loud. His voice remained as warm and gentle as before. It was unclear whether this was due to his meticulous planning or sheer shamelessness. "You do have a point, President Li. We are indeed willing to negotiate and even to surrender. The only small issue is, who will negotiate and surrender on behalf of the Black Wind Fleet?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. "What kind of reason is that? Hai Ming is dead now, but isn't there still you? As I said just now, although I am nominally the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet and the second in command of the entire nomadic people, I am actually only responsible for the civilian system and part of the logistics troops," Feiwen said with a forced smile. "I do not have much prestige in the actual combat forces. According to the Federation's titles, I am more like a leader of the Ministry of Commerce or the Ministry of Civil Affairs. How can I represent the entire Black Wind Fleet? Moreover, you know the rules of the immortal cultivators very well. I am not good at fighting and have always been despised and discriminated against by the tough warriors and generals. If I surrender on their behalf as the highest leader of the Black Wind Fleet, they will certainly revolt. If some of the disobedient generals and warriors defect with their starships and turn into space pirates, looting and slaughtering in the Star Glory Federation, or even find a way to return to the Imperium's homeland and inform everyone of the truth of what happened here, it will do no one any good, right? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. You do not have much prestige in the combat forces, and you are not good at fighting? Why am I told that your methods were quite cruel and efficient when you were suppressing the mutiny? Fine, if you say so. What about Hai Lan? She is the daughter of Commander Hai Ming, and with the support of heroes from the ancient sages sector, she has gathered many of the defeated troops of the Black Wind Fleet. Isn't she qualified to represent the Black Wind Fleet? Feiwen was amused. It is the tradition of the immortal cultivators to worship the strong. The size of your fists is all that matters. Familial background and bloodlines are not important. Hai Lan is only at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage and has proved to be a puppet of the Star Glory Federation. Our crushing defeat in the battle had a lot to do with her poor performance in the ancient sages sector. Let me ask you, how can the proud people of the Black Wind sector and the immortal cultivators of the other four worlds, who do not see eye to eye with the Black Wind people, accept such a traitor and puppet as the new King of Black Wind to govern the remaining troops of the five worlds? That is a bad plan, President Li. Li Yao nodded and had to admit that his idea was a bit crude. So, you are preparing to elect a new leader, a so-called King of Black Wind, and ask him to negotiate and surrender on your behalf? Hee. Is this a trick to buy you more time? How long will the Federation need to wait? No. I'm afraid you are mistaken again. Feiwen smiled, both sincerely and cunningly. We are indeed going to elect a new Black Wind King, but it will not waste any time. In fact, if everything goes well, in 1 minute, our new leader will show up. He will surrender to the Star Glory Federation on our behalf and guarantee that every immortal cultivator and every screw on our starships will give up resistance unconditionally. Oh? Li Yao was greatly surprised. The new Black Wind King will be born in 1 minute? In that case, why didn't you ask him to come here directly? Was it because of safety concerns? No, he is already here. As he spoke, Feiwen suddenly fell to one knee and looked up at Li Yao. President Li, your might is known throughout the cosmos. You have led countless people out of darkness into the light. With that in mind, would you like to be the leader of our nomadic people and the new Black Wind King? Could you help the vagrants struggling to avoid being swallowed by darkness find a new way out? Feiwen's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze when it reached Li Yao's ears, but it almost completely froze his heart. Li Yao had analyzed all the schemes Feiwen could have possibly set up. He had even come to meet the number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet with the mindset of enjoying a play. It had never occurred to him that the man would propose such a shocking and ridiculous idea. What is the meaning of this? Li Yao demanded. If this is some kind of scheme, it is truly a terrible one. Of course, it is not a scheme. Faced with your unparalleled strength, our surrender is 100% genuine. Feiwen lowered his head and continued, your original plan was to support Hai Lan as a puppet and control the Black Wind Fleet indirectly through her based on her identity and bloodline. But you do not understand our disdain for bloodline and our respect for strength. Hai Lan is just your dog. If we submit to her, wouldn't we be the dogs of the Federation's dog, no better than the slaves of the Federation's slave? By the same logic, even if we do elect a nominal leader among ourselves as the so-called Black Wind King, he will be incomparable to the previous Black Wind Kings, who once dominated the universe at the center of the cosmos. He will only be a puppet, destined to bow before the Federation and be closely monitored. The Federation will always be wary of his every move without giving him any real freedom. What can such a puppet leader do? Which proud expert of the Black Wind Fleet is willing to be covered in grease paint and delivered to the Parliament of the Federation as a subject and a puppet? Well, about that. As you said just now, Feiwen said casually, the Black Wind Fleet is in a terrible situation. 2 consecutive crushing defeats in just 100 years have not only deprived the immortal cultivators of the 5 worlds of our homes but also broken our spirits, leaving us with no hope of reclaiming our homes, restoring our former glory, or even reappearing at the pinnacle of the universe. Hope. Hope is the most precious thing in the entire universe. Whether they are righteous or evil, everyone must rely on hope to survive. When I said the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet might split up into space pirates, it was not a threat but a stark reality. Once the defeated soldiers truly lose their last hope, many of them will sink into darkness and could become terrifying beings that are no longer human. Not even I can control them or predict what they will do. At this moment, if there is someone who can bring hope to the Black Wind Fleet and tell the broken soldiers that they can return to the center of the Star Sea, reclaim their homes and glory, and transform from defeated troops into the strongest warriors in the universe, presently, who do you think that person will be? Yulan. Me? The mediocre captains under my command? No, we are not capable of that. Even the most foolish hominoid soldier on the Imperium star ships would not believe any lies from me or Yulan. I am nothing more than a businessman, and Yulan is a puppet with no experience, prestige, or intelligence. Neither of us can command obedience. Only you, the invincible dominator at the edge of the cosmos and the magnificent being who has easily slain a member of the Pangu clan and extraterrestrial devils, possess such prestige and capability. That is, as long as you are willing to raise your arms and declare that you will bring the crushed soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet back to their homes and build them into the most magnificent fleet of the Imperium. Such vows and roars will inject new strength into the broken spirits of the soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet and give us pillars to support our minds. The strong are always the most worshipped, which is the immortal cultivator's doctrine that has been repeated too many times and an unshakable rule in the soul of each of them. Since you are the strongest at the edge of the cosmos, isn't it only natural for us to submit to you and invite you to be our new leader? Sincerity beamed from Feiwen's small, clear eyes on his triangular, hideous face. Li Yao almost failed to resist it. He hurried to say, wait. Can you just pick any outsider to be Black Wind King? I am not a native of the Black Wind Fleet. I am not even a native of the Imperium. The immortal cultivators only value strength, Feiwen explained. We do not hold any bias about one's birthplace. You also know that Blackstar the Great, the founder of the Imperium of true human beings, was not from the center of the cosmos. When he ascended to the throne and announced that the Star Ocean Republic was to be reshaped into the Imperium of true human beings, his hometown, the Meritocrat sector, was not even included in the Imperium's territory. The founding emperor has set a good example for us. Why would the lords and sector masters have more rules and restrictions? With enough strength, all rules can be shattered. Also, after swallowing the defeated soldiers and the immigrant fleets of the Purple Fire, Fiery Spider, Hard Rock, and Wild Wolf sectors, the meaning of a Black Wind King has greatly expanded. It is now the ruler of 5 worlds. For the immortal cultivators of the Purple Fire, Fiery Spider, Hard Rock, and Wild Wolf sectors, is there any difference between Hai Ming's leadership and yours? Both of you are experts from different sectors for them, aren't you? We can't be the same, Li Yao blurted out. Hai Ming and those immortal cultivators belong to the Imperium. You belong to the Imperium, too, Feiwen said matter-of-factly. After reviewing extensive files, we discovered that Su Changfa, as a representative of the Immigration Office of the Imperium of True Human Beings, invoked the immigration law and the Overseas High-Level Talent Introduction Act on Kunlun more than 100 years ago. He granted President Li a green card of the Imperium of True Human Beings, making you a subject of the Imperium. At that time, you must have sworn loyalty to the lightning trident flag of the Imperium while listening to the national anthem, right? Li Yao scratched his head. I seem to have done that. So, to speak, I'm AF * King subject of the Imperium? No. Not a subject, a citizen, Feiwen explained patiently. When Su Changfa granted you the green card, he must have introduced the 20-level citizenship system in the Imperium. As long as you expand the territory or make other contributions to the Imperium, you will be upgraded level by level, ascending from civilian to citizen, and from citizen to noble. He told you that before, didn't he? The Black Wind Fleet has been sent out to expand the territory of the Imperium. One might even say that we are the moving territory of the Imperium. Naturally, our starships have higher permissions than Su Changfa had. Su Changfa could grant you a green card and the subjecthood of the Imperium, but we can grant you a level 12 citizenship at most. You are an expert close to the Divinity transformation stage, and you have discovered the Heaven's Origin sector, the Ancient Sages sector, and 6 other worlds for the Imperium, as well as the primeval relic, Kunlun. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such contributions are more than enough for you to be knighted. We can legally and reasonably improve your status to a level 13 citizen of the Imperium of true human beings. If you wish to move further, you will have to go to the Imperium's authorities to redeem your contribution points, verify your accomplishments, and even ask His Majesty to grant you laurels in person. Wait. Li Yao widened his eyes. What do you mean by, you have discovered 8 worlds for the Imperium? Discover is a very subtle word, Feiwen said. If you admit your identity as a subject of the Imperium, which you received from Kunlun, is it wrong to say that you have discovered so many worlds at the edge of the cosmos? If you do not like such a description, you still have made great contributions to the Imperium by destroying members of the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils, who are mutual enemies of the Imperium and the Federation. There won't be any problem for you to be promoted to a level 12 citizen of the Imperium in our place with such contributions alone. Alright. Since you are a level 12 citizen of the Imperium, you are naturally qualified to be a sector master of a certain world under the Imperium's government. It is completely legitimate. Li Yao was dazed for a long time. Right. Su Changfa did give me some sort of badge before. It seemed to be a green card or a medallion of the Imperium of true human beings, and it's now kept in a museum or a research room in the Secret Sword Bureau. Fantastic, Feiwen said. It means you are a very seasoned citizen of the Imperium. Li Yao felt that everything was messed up. Wait a moment. Does your whimsical decision not face any objection from the ambitious and disobedient big shots from other worlds? Of course, there are always dissenters when it comes to supreme power, Feiwen said casually. So, we decided to settle the problem in the old-fashioned way of the immortal cultivators, which is fighting. Fiery Eye, Wan Xiu, Heavy Cannon, Lei Long, and Death Shadow Murong Wei, who fought you just now, all represent different factions within the Black Wind Fleet and are backed by different powerful forces that are too independent for even me to control. However, I bet with them that you would prove to be the only, and probably strongest, Black Wind King in history with an unquestionable performance. As it turned out, you did. In only 22 seconds, you beat 3 seasoned nascent soul stage cultivators unconscious. Also, you have 8 worlds and a primeval relic behind you. Even the most insubordinate immortal cultivator has to bow their head before such strength and power. Li Yao still found it hard to accept the immortal cultivator's logic. Let's put aside the immortal cultivators from the 4 smaller worlds. What about the natives of the Black Wind sector? I killed Hai Ming, your last leader. It further justifies your legitimacy to lead us, Feiwen said casually. The people of the Black Wind sector are renowned throughout the Imperium for our toughness and valor. The competition for sector master in the Black Wind sector has always been fierce. The new expert signals the start of a brand new era by killing the old sector master, which is far from unusual in our place. Even Hai Ming killed many D family experts when he rose to the position of sector master. If we harbored all these grudges, the Black Wind sector and all the worlds in the Imperium would have long collapsed. The bottom line is, this is the rule of the immortal cultivators. Once we enter a period of power struggle due to political imbalance, all the experts will be impatient and fight each other relentlessly. But when an unquestionable new expert appears, the rest will immediately forget past conflicts and hatred and bow before them, entering a new period of power stability. Led by this new leader, they will shift from internal strife to external development, venting their fury and hatred on the prey. Perhaps that is why the immortal cultivators have survived to this day in the dark universe, despite all the internal conflicts. Despite Feiwen's sincerity, Li Yao did not intend to agree to his proposal immediately. He simply shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you are mistaken. I am not the dominator at the edge of the cosmos, and I am not interested in meaningless titles like Black Wind King or the leadership of an enormous fleet or country." Understandable, Feiwen nodded. The so-called power and position are sometimes only a shortcut to ultimate strength. If an expert already has incomparable strength, they no longer need to be restrained by power, position, or fame. At the center of the cosmos, there are many experts like you who prefer absolute freedom and are dedicated to exploring uncharted territories and levels. Naturally, none of them are truly interested in the mundane affairs of the mortal world. However, the Black Wind Fleet has a well-functioning system, and I can serve the fleet for decades to come. Your personal management will not be needed. We only need to unite the people and boost their morale with your strength and prestige. For example, your wife is not an administrative-type cultivator, yet she was elected as the Speaker of the Star Glory Federation with little competition. Speaking of which, Li Yao said coldly, "I am proud of my identity as a citizen of the Star Glory Federation, which I will not abandon easily. It remains unknown whether the Federation acknowledges dual nationality, and I doubt they will allow me to be the so-called Black Wind King." "Why not?" Feiwen countered. "The Federation is also eager to resolve the complex issues left by the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, which could escalate into greater trouble if not addressed promptly. They also want to acquire our enormous fleet, additional intelligence, and files concerning the Imperium of true human beings. Chances are, they even hope to directly reach out to the Imperium of true human beings on a certain level through the Black Wind Fleet. As long as you agree to be our leader, everything will be possible. I understand that the Star Glory Federation has its own incontestable principles, but the minor request we have made does not violate any of your laws or moral code, does it? No one will be hurt in this deal, and thousands of innocent lives will be saved. Why would the Federation's parliament refuse it? You do have a silver tongue. I'm starting to understand how you became the number 2 person in the dog-eat-dog Black Wind Fleet despite your lack of combat ability." Li Yao remained unmoved. "It's a pity that your surrender is not sincere. You are only trying to seek benefits, maintain a certain degree of independence, and even become a cancer to the Federation by using my fame and prestige." "Of course," Feiwen said calmly. "Please put yourself in our shoes, President Li. Despite our recent failure, at least 1/3 of the Black Wind Fleet starships are undamaged and can still fight. The pride of a superpower from the center of the cosmos cannot be erased overnight. Is it possible for us to lay down our weapons and surrender unconditionally under such circumstances? In both the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings, the Dark Forest theory was quite popular for a while. While the theory might not be a universal truth, some of its details are indeed worth studying. For example, the concept of chain of suspicion. Are the Star Glory Federation and the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet not currently mired in a chain of suspicion? Even if the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet want to surrender, they are still concerned about what will happen. Will they suffer inhumane torture? Will their family and descendants on the immigrant starships be affected? Will they mine on desolate planets at the edge of the cosmos forever, until they become dry bones in the pits without ever having the opportunity to see their flags flutter in the wind in their hometown at the edge of the cosmos? On the other hand, even if I do not propose any conditions today and just surrender unconditionally, will the Federation trust us? No. You will still be equally worried that the disobedient immortal cultivators are up to something and may rebel again. You will try your best to watch over and weaken us. The friction between the two parties will intensify in mutual mistrust, leading us into a vicious cycle until the possibility becomes reality and the insurgency does take place. For me, surrender is not the problem. The problem is the relationship and trust between the two parties after the surrender. You being the new Black Wind King is the best solution I can think of to break the chain of suspicion between us. You don't need to worry about that, Li Yao affirmed. The Federation always honors its promises. We have integrated with the Blood Demon sector, which we fought for hundreds of years. Now, the Blood Demon sector is an important part of the Star Glory Federation, and many demons have become MPs and leaders of critical departments within the Federation. It must be noted that the Blood Demon sector almost took down the capital of the Federation when the two parties hated each other the most. The 1/3 of the Black Wind Fleet under your command has not even entered the territory of the Federation. We have no blood feud between us. What are your concerns? No, it's a different issue, Feiwen shook his head. From the perspective of mankind as a whole, the Blood Demon sector is one of the last few worlds of demons. They were at an absolute strategic disadvantage from the start, so there would be no trouble accepting and absorbing them. However, the Black Wind Fleet is different. There is still the enormous Imperium of true human beings. If the delicate relationship among the Imperium, the Black Wind Fleet, and the Federation is not handled properly, should conflicts break out one day, regardless of who the final winner is, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly be the first to suffer. The most critical point is that the so-called integration of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector was based on an important premise. Jin Xinyue, the leader of the Blood Demon sector, is your true disciple. Everyone in the world knew this, it was the foundation for mutual trust. Isn't this proof of the importance of inviting you to be the Black Wind King? Because what we need right now is exactly such a foundation of trust. Li Yao could not argue with Feiwen's reasoning, but he found it ridiculously amusing. Half a year ago, when he was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Hai Ming on the bridge of the Black Swirl, he never imagined that the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet would one day cry and beg him to take Hai Ming's place. Are you not worried that I will regard the Black Wind Fleet as cannon fodder when I become the Black Wind King? Li Yao asked in disbelief. That is indeed a possibility, Feiwen intentionally lengthened his tone and said, even if you refuse to be the Black Wind King, will the Federation not regard the Black Wind Fleet as cannon fodder if we choose to surrender? Li Yao was rendered speechless and remained silent for a long time. We believe that the strategic vision of the Star Glory Federation is keen enough for you to recognize that it is impossible for the Star Glory Federation and today's Imperium of true human beings to coexist peacefully in the long term. Feiwen smiled and continued. In the past, the Imperium was unaware of the Federation's existence, and the two parties could coexist under the vast cover of the universe. But it is a pity that some intelligence about the edge of the cosmos has been sent back to the Imperium's homeland over the past 10 years. That intelligence may not have reached the court or the Emperor. Moreover, the Imperium is likely too preoccupied with the strategic counterattack against the Covenant Alliance to extend its reach to the edge of the cosmos, even if the intelligence is collected and analyzed. But how much longer can such a fragile peace last? 20 years? 10 years? Or even less? If the Star Glory Federation intends to defend its small territory and ideologies, it must not wait for the arrival of the Imperium's grand armies but must take the initiative to attack. This attack might not necessarily be military, it is more likely to involve infiltrating the Imperium and subtly changing it from a political and systemic level, thereby reshaping the Imperium into a different entity. Am I right, President Li? Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He had not expected the plain-looking vice-commander of the Black Wind Fleet to possess such keen strategic insight. He was quite correct. Despite the quick and neat victory of the space battle, many expert strategists in the Federation, after much analysis, concluded that the Star Glory Federation still lacked the ability to wage a general war against the Imperium of true human beings. While a single space battle could be won by favorable factors, a war that might last hundreds of years would be a direct clash of the comprehensive national power of both parties, with no room for tricks. Even another 10 Li Yaos and Ding Lingdangs would not change the outcome of such a war. Therefore, if the Federation intended to advance to the center of the cosmos, it would be impossible for them to march unstoppably to the Imperium in the next 100 years. The more sensible choice would be to dispatch a number of elites to infiltrate the Imperium, leveraging the contradictions between hominoids and true human beings to disintegrate or reform the Imperium from within. Li Yao had proposed this idea when he presented the Black Hole Plan more than 100 years ago. After countless expert strategists refined it, the plan was finally perfected. He did not expect Feiwen to pinpoint the key issue so accurately. Li Yao felt he had underestimated the seemingly hideous general businessman. If the Federation, or you yourself, President Li, truly intends to dissect, modify, or even overthrow the Imperium from within, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly be your greatest ally, Feiwen said, still as respectful as before, as if he were already treating Li Yao as the Black Wind King. In the meantime, as long as you are willing to be officially inaugurated as Black Wind King in front of the immortal cultivators of the 5 worlds and announce the result to the universe, we will also believe in your promise to lead us back to the center of the cosmos one day. Chapter 1871, Master of 5 Sectors. Although Feiwen had always been on one knee, acting as obediently as possible, Li Yao still felt the man was terribly tricky to handle. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What if I insist on refusing? You should know that real immortal cultivators are certainly not cowards. We understand the saying, better to be broken as jade than to remain intact as bricks." "Very well," Feiwen said casually. "When we choose to submit to an expert, it's not just to preserve our lives and survive in the chaotic world. It's also because we believe the expert will grant us even greater power and lead us to greater glories and a brighter future. It is precisely because I believe Vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors, is such an expert that I am willing to surrender unconditionally. If you think the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet are not qualified to be your loyal subjects, we can no longer find any reason to live our meaningless lives. Let's just end the history of the Black Wind, Fiery Spider, Wild Wolf, Hard Rock, and Purple Fire sectors with a spectacular battle. As for myself, though I am not a battle-type immortal cultivator, it would still be quite an honor to be killed by an expert like yourself." Li Yao narrowed his eyes, focusing his spiritual energy. He looked at Feiwen as if trying to pierce through him. Feiwen simply raised his head and gazed at Li Yao, full of anticipation. It was hard to tell whether he hoped Li Yao would become the Black Wind King, or would open his hand and smack him to death. Blank static echoed in the communication channel in Li Yao's earphones. Then, Ding Lingdang's voice came over. "Li Yao, don't be rash. The strategists and analysts in the highest command center are running an urgent deduction on the subsequent changes after you become the Black Wind King. It may be a good thing for the Federation." "Are you serious, honey? Are you going to tell me later that the Federation has decided I should be the Black Wind King? You are already the dominator of 3 sectors. It wouldn't hurt to add another title to yourself, would it?" Li Yao coughed for a moment and glared at Feiwen. "If I agree, what are the benefits?" "There are too many. First of all, you will have the full loyalty of the Black Wind Fleet. In the space battle half a year ago, the Black Wind Fleet only lost 1/3 of its elite forces. Many shield starships, arsenal starships, and comprehensive cruise carriers, as well as the space shuttles and armed crystal suits on them, are still perfectly intact. Besides, as a fleet of immigrants, we are not here for pure conquest and destruction but for construction and colonization at the edge of the cosmos. Therefore, we have many scholars, workers, and technical staff in our fleet, along with abundant infrastructure. As long as enough resources and fundamental materials are provided, they can start their work immediately. You must have seen the mining factory on Kunlun that could automatically upgrade and expand, right? We have many similar facilities in our fleet. In the past, they couldn't be activated or upgraded due to the lack of resources. But now, they are all yours. Furthermore, we have a lot of classified intelligence about the Imperium of true human beings. Although it's mostly outdated information from more than 100 years ago, we still maintain a connection with the Imperium through our super-remote communication system. This way, we can not only receive the latest news from the Imperium but also send false messages back, misleading them into incorrect judgments about the Federation situation. Do I need to tell you the strategic value in that? Li Yao sneered. It seems you don't have much loyalty to your motherland at all. The so-called nation is an imagined community. At its core, it is bound by a powerful force, Feiwen replied sincerely. In the vast sea of stars, the distance between habitable planets can easily span dozens of light-years. Transportation and communication are highly inconvenient. The Emperor's authority is diminished to the maximum extent. Additionally, due to the diverse cultures, customs, and habits that have evolved from each planet's unique environment, people are often more loyal to their home planet than to the abstract concept of the Imperium. In other words, we are people of the Black Wind sector, the Fiery Spider sector, the Hard Rock sector, the Wild Wolf sector, and the Purple Fire sector before we are people of the Imperium. When the Imperium has the strength to both protect our interests and punish disloyalty, we are certainly loyal to the Imperium and His Majesty. But now, our homes are occupied by the Covenant Alliance, and the Emperor can do little about it. We have suffered a crushing defeat at the edge of the cosmos, and the distance is too great for the Emperor to reach us. How can you expect us to retain much loyalty to the Imperium under such circumstances? Li Yao couldn't help but smile. You are rather candid. It's better to be candid when speaking to an expert like you, President Li. Feiwen's eyes were glittering. The things I mentioned earlier are minor benefits. In fact, the greatest benefit is the title of Black Wind King itself. The so-called Black Wind King is the common master of the Black Wind sector, Hard Rock sector, Wild Wolf sector, Purple Fire sector, and Fiery Spider sector. Theoretically, it is the combined authority of the sector masters of these 5 worlds, granting absolute rule over them. Even His Majesty does not meddle too much. Li Yao was stunned. Is that so? Yes. To govern the boundless sea of stars, the Imperium of true human beings has adopted various systems, Feiwen explained, rather proudly. The capital ring near the Imperial Terminus sector is managed by a bureaucratic system directly under the Emperor's leadership. Worlds that are slightly more remote are managed by aristocrats under the enfeoffment system. For borderland worlds like the Black Wind sector, many tough warriors and generals often distinguish themselves. These worlds are more independent, and the local sector master almost always has absolute power. The Black Wind sector, Fiery Spider sector, and other worlds were initially at the border between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. To better handle emergencies on the battlefield, we managed our affairs on our own. If you become the Black Wind King, you will be a great warlord ruling over 5 worlds. Considering the 8 worlds on the Star Glory Federation side, TSK, you will be one of the few most powerful people even within the Imperium. Wait. Li Yao was not a silly boy to be fooled easily. If I may ask, if I were truly the Black Wind King, where are the 5 worlds that are supposed to be ruled by me? Well. Feiwen pondered for a moment and said, they have been occupied by the Alliance of the Holy Covenant for 100 years. However, the Imperium is planning a strategic counterattack, which seems to be making good progress. It is not entirely impossible that we will retake those few worlds. From what you're saying, Li Yao commented, you've essentially paid me lip service. If I want the title of a Black Wind King, Master of 5 sectors, I have to either retake the frontier planets that have been fortified by the Covenant Alliance for 100 years or ask the Emperor of the Imperium of true human beings for help. There's no need to be hasty, President Li, Feiwen replied. If the 5 worlds are still in the hands of the Covenant Alliance, there is certainly nothing we can do about it. But if they have been retaken by the Imperium, it is not entirely impossible for us to request them. At the very least, you are the legitimate Black Wind King. Your legal right to rule the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind sector, cannot be ignored. The system in the Imperium is truly peculiar. Li Yao almost couldn't help but scratch his head. I thought the title of Black Wind King was just for show. But from what I've heard, even the Emperor might acknowledge my identity? It's not entirely impossible, Feiwen said solemnly. The geopolitical conflicts in the Imperium are very intense, far more so than the contradictions between the 4 new worlds and 3 old worlds in the Star Glory Federation. For the highly independent worlds such as the Black Wind sector, we always elected the sector master on our own. Then, the sector master would pledge loyalty to His Majesty in the Imperial Terminus sector and be acknowledged by the Emperor. After all, since the demise of Blackstar the Great, there has never been a magnificent tyrant who suppressed the entire sea of stars. The emperors who succeeded the throne hardly vetoed the candidate of the sector master elected by the locals, as this would mean the emperor was reducing the power of the local areas and extending his influence into their core interests. This would be strongly opposed by nobles, warlords, and experts. At the very least, during the confrontation between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, no emperor has had the courage to concentrate their power recklessly, risking the division of the Imperium. Of course, your case is different, but the Star Glory Federation is at the edge of the cosmos. It is too remote for the homeland of the Imperium to learn what has truly happened here. With appropriate operations, it is not entirely impossible for you to be acknowledged by His Majesty. Thinking quickly, Li Yao mumbled to himself, so, the Imperium of true human beings is not a united, ironclad entity but full of internal conflicts, too? Feiwen was amused. Everyone acts in their own interests. Are there truly noble, pure, selfless cultivators or immortal cultivators? Is there a truly united, never-decaying country? Even the tiny Star Glory Federation, which has only been established for slightly over 100 years and is still on the rise, has contradictions between the 4 new worlds and the 3 old ones, between humans and demons, and between Li Yao's group and the traditional forces, among many other conflicts. The Imperium of true human beings has a vast territory and a long history, encompassing all kinds of interest groups. Of course, it has 10 times more internal and external issues than the Federation. The conflict between the Emperor and the local strongmen is only the most obvious of all the conflicts. There are also hidden conflicts that are more fatal. After you become the Black Wind King, I will certainly do my best to offer counsel and analyze them for you. Li Yao stared at Feiwen for a long time. It was not until this moment that he finally detected certain clandestine things from the guy's seemingly clear and honest eyes. Li Yao smiled and bared his teeth. I finally understand your real goal now. Li Yao looked at Feiwen carefully again and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect that the number 2 person of the Black Wind Fleet would be even more terrifying than the number 1. Your appetite is much greater than Hai Ming's. What Hai Ming wanted to conquer was merely the Star Glory Federation, but you are hoping to claim the entire universe, including both the Federation and the Imperium. Oh? Why do you say that? Feiwen asked, without changing his expression. Tell me, are you only trying to build the next Black Wind King? Li Yao stared at his opponent, not letting the tiniest wave in his eyes escape his notice. Or rather, are you making the next Blackstar the Great? The waves in Feiwen's eyes were twisted, but they regain tranquility very soon. He became even more admiring when he said, "Presidently, your eyes are truly keen. Even what I think at the deepest part of my mind cannot escape your attention." Li Yao snorted softly. "There's no need to flatter me. I feel as if you're even more mysterious. Are you really just a member of the Black Wind Fleet and a regular, immortal cultivator, or do you have another identity with some other force backing you?" "As I introduced myself at the very beginning, I am just an insignificant businessman," Feiwen said. "Naturally, a businessman can hardly be a pure immortal cultivator." "Oh?" Li Yao was puzzled. "How so?" "Business is utterly incompatible with the identity of an immortal cultivator. They are naturally in conflict. A pure immortal cultivator must believe in the purity and nobility of true human beings and classify humans into a 5% class and a 95% class. Only the 5% of true human beings or their candidates matter. The other 95% are all humble, filthy, despicable, and worthless garbage," Feiwen sighed. "But businessmen are the servants of capital. Our sole purpose in this world is to explore more markets, gain more profit, and make capital proliferate. With enough profit, we are even willing to sell the most advanced weapons to alien species with 8 arms or the most ferocious extraterrestrial devils. Why would we care about the disparity between true human beings and hominoids? $1 in the Imperium is always worth $1, whether it is taken from the delicate purse of a true human being or the dirty hands of a hominoid. Its value will be absolutely the same. The classic theory of the immortal cultivators holds that hominoids, who make up more than 95% of the total population, are all inferior garbage and slaves who only deserve to be exploited and looted. In that sense, we have essentially lost 95% of the market for nothing. After all, it is practically impossible to sell valuable and profitable goods to a slave, right? Other than the official merchants who monopolize certain trades with their connections to the royal family or the unparalleled experts, no businessman, even if they believe in the true path of immortality, is willing to tolerate the situation forever, where they are forced to wander in the nutshell of 5% because they are forbidden from the blue ocean of 95%. It is a pity that we are all powerless dealers and touts. Faced with the emperor, nobles, warlords, and unparalleled experts, we are the most insignificant dust. Do we have the power to change the world at all? The best we can do is establish shabby chambers of commerce with other businessmen who struggle to make a living. Naturally, compared to the nobles in the court, the experts who train in seclusion for a couple of years, or the generals overwhelmed by arrogance, businessmen, especially those who travel among different worlds all year round, are often the most well-informed. If you and the Star Glory Federation are to march to the center of the cosmos one day, chances are that businessmen like us can offer you some help, can't we? Looking at the cunning little eyes, Li Yao really couldn't tell if the guy was speaking the truth. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Is this the conflict you described as more hidden and fatal than the conflict between the central government and local authorities? How should I put it, the conflict between capitalism and immortal cultivators, or the conflict between capitalism and the Imperium? Capital is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, unwilling to be restrained by any emperor or expert." Feiwen's eyes beamed with joy. Capital is genetically the most powerful force in the universe, not to be restrained by any emperor or expert. That is marvelously put, Presidently. Since you understand our stance so well, I believe our cooperation in the future will be very pleasant. He had utterly erased the one of part. Whether or not you have a second identity or any clandestine purpose, you have picked the wrong person, Li Yao said coldly. I am neither capable of nor interested in becoming a second Black Wind King or Blackstar the Great. You may want to talk to someone else. Feiwen smiled. Fate is the most mysterious and unpredictable thing. When Wu Yingqi was tied up and thrown into an active volcano, could he have foreseen that he would rule the entire universe as Blackstar the Great many years later? In the business world, there is no deal that is entirely profitable. But as long as the potential profits exceed 300%, it is already worth fighting for, even at the risk of one's life. Besides, given the current situation of the Black Wind Fleet, what other choice do we have but to take this wild gamble? Li Yao was silent, considering for a long time. Then he slowly said, I can basically outline your plan now. Perhaps you believe that once I am elevated to the position of a Black Wind King, the immortal cultivators will submit to me and corrupt me with your theories. I would feel too good about myself and become an immortal cultivator. Then, I would fight for power within the Imperium of true human beings as a spokesperson for your interests, and even overturn the Imperium to establish a new system designed by you. In that case, the Black Wind Fleet would appear to have failed and even handed leadership to an outsider. But in reality, you would be the ultimate beneficiary, and I would be a puppet in a different form. Feiwen blinked and said, perhaps. Then, are you willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility and become the new Black Wind King? Li Yao stared at him hard. I'm really curious. What makes you so confident that I will be at your mercy like a stringed marionette? Even if I become the Black Wind King, I will not believe in the immortal cultivator's survival of the fittest theory at all. The first thing I'll do is send all the leadership of the Black Wind Fleet to the captive camp and re-educate them with the ideology of the cultivators, even if you call it brainwashing. Second, I will abolish all slavery within the Black Wind Fleet and restore the freedom of all civilians. I will show them a brand new lifestyle and civilization, the dignity and pride of mankind. They can also be strong warriors to defend our civilization, not just some fuel. Only the fittest survive, and the winner is the king. This is not a theory but an indisputable fact, Feiwen said unhurriedly. Take the situation right now, for example. It is precisely because the Star Glory Federation is stronger than the Black Wind Fleet that you are the final winner, qualified to demonstrate your power and brainwash the losers. The Federation won the war only because you were stronger, not because of righteousness, mercy, kindness, or any other factor. Presently, experts like you can do whatever you want. We are all prepared for our fate after our surrender. Although I do not personally approve of the childish theories of the cultivators, if you demand that we accept the brainwashing, we will certainly purge ourselves solemnly without any reserve. Li Yao was at a loss for words when faced with such a shameless person. Dazed for a long time, he finally frowned and said, if you believe the cultivators' theories are wrong, how do you explain the Federation's victory? Was it not because of the cultivators' theories that the Federation grew so strong? There are no right theories or wrong theories, there are only suitable theories and those that are not suitable, Feiwen said. The cultivators' theories are better suited for the simple, stable environment at the edge of the cosmos, where there are fewer changes and troubles. These theories have proven successful. However, the center of the cosmos is a different story, with far more problems, variables, and enemies. It is a place that does not tolerate kindness or leniency. In many cases, we have no choice but to seek the tyranny of an iron-blooded monarch to quickly settle our issues. You don't need to waste so much time preaching about how evil, ugly, and wrong the true path of immortality is. We understand this very clearly. As a businessman, I am not particularly fond of the emperor, but we chose autocratic monarchy and the true path of immortality not because they are good, brilliant, or just, but because the other options are even worse. Perhaps, in your eyes, the conflict between cultivators and immortal cultivators is a battle between good and evil, a choice between saving 10,000 people and butchering 10,000 people. But the truth is, it is more likely a competition of evil and eviler, a choice between butchering 10,000 people and butchering 100,000. The option to save 10,000 people simply does not exist. Of course, you won't believe me right now. You think I'm bluffing. But remember, the Star Ocean Republic was a realm of cultivators, and you know what ultimately happened to it. The corruption and darkness during its final years are well documented in numerous secret case files stored in Firefly. You can retrieve and read them yourself. Naturally, after 1,000 years of development and transformation, the Imperium of true human beings is now decaying and repeating the history of the Star Ocean Republic. Perhaps it's time to inject a new force into it and revitalize the old Imperium. Hee. Forget it. There's no need for me to say such nonsense to you right now. Let the harsh facts at the center of the cosmos teach you, and let history be the final judge. At the very least, you are the most deserving expert. Strength is justice. Everything you say is the truth. We are all your most humble servants, ready to carry out your decisions at the cost of our lives. Faced with Feiwen's intense gaze, Li Yao could not help but shudder. There was one thing more dreadful than Feiwen's lies and schemes. Feiwen had neither a lie nor a scheme. Everything he said, including the zealous vow, was serious. Feiwen's proposal was unprecedented. At the very least, the Star Glory Federation had never encountered such absurd terms of surrender before. Of course, the Federation had never competed with a universal superpower of this scale, let alone defeated one to such an extent, although the victory was only local and temporary. Regarding these absurd terms of surrender, Li Yao and the Federation strategists, lawyers, and sociologists began their analyses. The first issue experts faced was whether the arrangement was legally acceptable. Like most political entities on the cosmic periphery, the Star Glory Federation did not prohibit dual citizenship. Indeed, the Federation had never considered the possibility of encountering another nation or forming an international society before. Without an international society, dual citizenship was not an issue. Thus, Li Yao's identity as a citizen of the Imperium was not illegal. Some captives from 10 years ago were still living in the Star Glory Federation. They were not necessarily willing to renounce their identities as subjects or citizens of the Imperium. The Federation certainly did not force them to choose. However, if Li Yao were a Federation official, his working for a hostile country would raise suspicions of treason. After multiple investigations, the specialists concluded that Li Yao was not an official in the federal government. The title, Dominator of Three Sectors, seemed more like a propaganda slogan. He was merely the president of several private funds, nothing more. However, Li Yao had access to significant Federation secrets and was even a member of the First Family. Theoretically, his becoming a subject of a hostile emperor would have a considerable impact. But when the research reached this point, even the concept of hostile became suspicious in a legal sense. The specialists had never considered that, despite the fierce space battle half a year ago, where almost 10,000 starships, large and small, and dozens of colossi were mobilized, the two parties had never declared war against each other. For the Black Wind Fleet, the 3,000 sectors were all rightful territory of the Imperium. They aimed only to conquer and did not consider the Federation as an opponent on par with the Imperium. Therefore, it was unnecessary to declare war. On the Federation side, to ensure the secrecy of the Dim Moon Plan and to feign a surprise attack, they did not declare war on the Imperium either. After the space battle, the Federation only hoped that the Imperium's homeland remained unaware of their existence, allowing them to develop in secret for several more decades. Declaring war on the Imperium would only draw unwanted attention. At this moment, a piece of news from the center of the cosmos accelerated the decision-making of the Federation and Li Yao. Feiwen's fleet near the Brown Dwarf maintained minimal contact with the Imperium's homeland through a super-remote communication base. The latest battle report stated that the strategic counterattack of the Imperium of true human beings, prepared for hundreds of years, had been launched and was progressing unstoppably. In just half a year, they had secured 2 strategic victories that could be called great triumphs, recovering more than 5 sectors and 20 resource plants. Overall, everything looked promising. Not only was the Imperium poised to reclaim all the territory lost to the Covenant Alliance over the past centuries, but it also had the opportunity to advance into the central territories the Covenant Alliance had held for 1,000 years. This would allow the Imperium to seize the Covenant Alliance's heavy industrial bases and resource-rich planets, thereby reversing the balance of power between the two factions. The Imperium had held too many victory celebrations. Many even saw the strategic offensive as the Imperium's renaissance, with some hailing the Emperor as the reincarnation of Blackstar the Great. The military strength, morale, and loyalty of the experts to the Emperor were at their highest point in 500 years. What was good news for the Imperium was bad news for the Federation. According to the grand strategy devised over a century, the Star Glory Federation was intended to play a crucial role only when the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant were evenly matched. If the Imperium overwhelmed the Covenant Alliance, or if the Covenant Alliance completely absorbed the Imperium, it would not bode well for the Star Glory Federation, which was just entering a phase of rapid development. Currently, some in the Imperium of true human beings had learned of the Star Glory Federation's existence. However, due to the personal plans of Hai Ming and his associates, they were unaware that the Star Glory Federation was a highly modernized and rapidly developing regional superpower, mistaking it for a group of barbarians struggling to survive in a desolate land. But the secret could not be kept for long. If the Imperium achieved a decisive strategic victory and emerged as the sole dominant force in the universe, it would eventually turn its attention to the Federation. The Emperor, whose capability and prestige would be higher than ever after multiple victories, might not care about the barbarians at the edge of the cosmos, but he would certainly not allow the tough and insubordinate warriors of the Black Wind Fleet to wander beyond his control. The seasoned troops from the Imperium's main battlefield would certainly sweep across all enemies in their path like an autumn wind blowing leaves away. If the Emperor, nobles, and warlords of the Imperium learned the truth of what happened at the edge of the cosmos, that the Black Wind Fleet had been defeated by an unknown country at the border, and that this unknown country might grow into a great threat for the Imperium in 100 years, why would they not exterminate the threat while it was still in its infancy? The cultivators certainly had their principles, but adhering to them did not mean doctrinism or recklessness. Engaging in a head-on clash with 100 central worlds of the Imperium with less than 10 worlds at the edge of the cosmos would be a bold but foolish move, yielding no results except for the destruction of the future of almost 100 billion people. The Federation had no choice but to lie to the Imperium's homeland and even attempt a great strategic deception to make the Imperium believe that everything at the edge of the cosmos was under the control of the Black Wind Fleet and that the Black Wind Fleet remained absolutely loyal to the Imperium. It would be best to gain another few decades for development, so the Federation could digest and absorb the technology stored in the Black Wind Fleet and the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector, making another leap forward. After that, the Federation could take other measures. To achieve this, the Federation needed the support of the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, or at least the fleet near the Brown Dwarf under Feiwen's leadership that controlled the super-remote communication base. The subtlety of the situation and the continuous victories of the Imperium were not necessarily a good thing for the Black Wind Fleet either, as it meant that the Black Wind Fleet was even more useless to the Imperium. It was now more of a problem that could not be easily resolved. Even if their hometown was recovered by the Imperium, it would still fall into the hands of other nobles, warlords, or even be claimed by the Emperor himself. With their crushed soldiers, it would be impossible for them to ask the Emperor and the warlords to relinquish the 5 fat pieces of land that had already been claimed. To some extent, the interests of the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation were becoming increasingly aligned. To gain the full cooperation of the Black Wind Fleet and Feiwen, the only thing needed was to satisfy their small request. All the intelligence was laid out in front of Li Yao with the most detailed analysis, even considering the possibility that Feiwen was lying and that the Imperium had not secured any significant victories. However, Feiwen had no reason to lie about such an important message, which would be exposed soon enough. The Black Wind Fleet had to be stationed in the Federation's homeland for a long time, and it might even be disbanded and regrouped. All of them would be at the mercy of the Federation. If he dared to shatter the mutual trust of the two parties with such a significant lie, it would not benefit the future of the Black Wind Fleet and the Immortal Cultivators at all. Li Yao scratched his head and thought for a long time. Eventually, it was what the mental devil said that helped him make up his mind. Don't we still need to search for Earth at the center of the cosmos? I don't think any random person will know the relevant information. To unveil the truth about Earth, it is necessary to become a big shot at the center of the cosmos or at least have access to the big shots. In that case, the identity of Black Wind King will be the perfect start. As for your concerns that Feiwen has other evil plans, I don't think you should be too worried. You can keep him in the Federation under the close surveillance of Guo Chunfeng, Jin Xinyue, and the rest. Then, disband the Black Wind Fleet and brainwash all the soldiers. Send all the civilians to the schools in the Federation for re-education. Do you think they can turn the world upside down? Even if you do go to the Imperium, there's no need to expose your identity to the public. You look so ugly anyway. If you disguise yourself and sneak in, who could possibly guess that you are the legendary Black Wind King? There won't be any trouble at all. The words woke Li Yao from his dilemma. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the remark about his appearance, he still coughed and made up his mind to go to Black Ray, the temporary flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, where he received the title of Black Wind King. 8 months after the spectacular space battle, the Immortal Cultivators in black military uniforms and glowing long boots lowered their proud heads to the man on the podium, whose hair was in disarray. On one knee, they roared in unison. We solemnly swear before the billions of stars that we will unconditionally obey Li Yao, the dominator at the edge of the cosmos, the slaughterer of deities and devils, the protector of the 7 sectors. We will respect him as the new ruler of the 5 worlds, the new leader of the Black Wind Fleet, and our supreme master. For the eternal glory of human civilization, we will forever obey the leader's command and put our lives on the line for this vow anywhere and anytime. Long live the leader! Long live the Black Wind Fleet! Long live the civilization of mankind! Amid the solemn roars, Feiwen fell to one knee and raised a dark metal tray above his head before Li Yao. On the tray lay the ultimate tokens from the 5 worlds of Immortal Cultivators, which he had shown to Li Yao more than a month ago. At this moment, the tokens radiated bloody auras. Red flames of light soared into the air, bouncing up and down, and condensing into different emblems and stripes that glittered ominously. The tokens had been baptized in the blood of many experts from the 5 worlds of Immortal Cultivators. After the experts branded their unique spiritual stripes into the tokens with their blood, it was equivalent to their own signature, symbolizing their absolute submission and that of the forces they represented. There were 2 additional items. The first was a battle emblem shaped like a black hurricane, with many movable components. When Li Yao held the emblem and infused it with spiritual energy, it would automatically reshape into a portable crystal processor that covered his wrist. This was the seal of the Black Wind King. It contained confidential information about the 5 worlds of Immortal Cultivators and the Black Wind Fleet. Combined with the user's telepathic thoughts, it could trigger a special stamp, which served as the identity symbol and personal signature of the Black Wind King. Within the Imperium's territory, it would encounter no obstacles. The second item was a finely crafted scepter carved with the lightning trident of the Imperium of true human beings. It was the commander's scepter bestowed by the Emperor upon the general commander of the expeditionary army. When the scepter was opened from the middle, a jade chip with an astonishing storage capacity would be revealed. It was used to record all military accomplishments during the expedition. After victory, the jade chip would be delivered back to the capital city for scanning and reviewing. Relevant personnel would receive rewards from the Emperor based on the records and could redeem various benefits. The Jade chip stored information about all the galaxies and sailing routes the Black Wind fleet had passed during the 100-year expedition. It was a map from the Imperium to the Federation, or rather, from the Federation to the Imperium. Crack. 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 The portable crystal processor, symbolizing the Black Wind King, featured automatic adjustment and memory functions. It fitted Li Yao's left wrist in the most comfortable way, providing no hindrance, as if it were a second layer of skin. The scepter, neither too light nor too heavy, was made of an unknown material that felt smooth and warm. Once grasped, it was hard to let go. Li Yao smiled. After playing with the item for a while, he casually placed the commander's scepter back on the metal tray, then waved his hand, absorbing it along with the 5 tokens into his Cosmos ring. Are we good? Li Yao turned and looked at Feiwen. I've shown you enough respect by not wearing a vest, slippers, or dyeing my hair multiple colors as I said I would a few days ago. Just cut the formalities. This is all there is. Feiwen bowed deeply. But, don't you have anything to say to us? We are, after all, a surrendered army, and we are all uneasy and confused about the future. Li Yao thought for a moment. Waving his hands at the immortal cultivators, whose nerves and muscles had been intensified to the utmost, he said, sit down now. Let's talk. What? No seats are arranged? Fine. We can sit on the ground. Let's have a nice talk. While speaking, he sat on the ground, crossed his legs, and blinked his eyes, looking at the many immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, not expecting the new Black Wind King to be so casual. But now that the slaughterer of deities and devils and destroyer of space gates had sat directly on the ground, could they dare not follow him? Amid awkward coughs, the immortal cultivators sat on the cold deck one after another. The more they looked at each other, the weirder they felt, especially the experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. They were quite ill at ease to see themselves and their companions on the ground. I heard your vow just now. It was very good and very impressive. Supreme Master and whatnot truly made me elated. Seeing that everyone had sat on the ground cross-legged like him, Li Yao nodded in great satisfaction. Then he changed the topic and said, however, it was all bullsh*t. I didn't sense your sincerity at all. I assume that you must have made the same vow when Hai Ming became the Black Wind King in the past, didn't you? You swore to obey the leader forever and die for the leader anytime and anywhere, right? But right now, even the ashes of Hai Ming are already gone, and I don't see any of you killing yourselves in honor of him or coming at me to avenge him. I am not pointing this out to specifically humiliate you or ask you to harm yourselves or come to be harmed by me. I'm just saying, could you drop the condescension of the immortal cultivators as if you are standing in the highest sky? Aren't you cold and tired of standing on the peak of evolution from dawn till dusk? Let's put aside the meaningless exaggeration and have an honest, sincere conversation today, shall we? To be honest, when General Feiwen asked me to take the position of Black Wind King, I was quite reluctant. It was clearly a fiery pit full of iron spikes at the bottom. You aren't trying to elect a nemesis as your leader, you just hope to fill the pit with me, step on my shoulders, and earn greater benefits for yourselves. That's all. If I'm completely honest, not only did I have to resolve the Federation's issues, which isn't a big deal, but I might also get involved in the conflict between you and the Imperium and be obliged to help you resist the ambitions of the warlords and the fury of His Majesty with the Federation's resources. Whether the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators, including the Black Wind sector, fall to the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, taking them back will be no different from plucking a tiger's teeth. Do I not have better things to work on than such a thankless and unrewarding task? I could have declined. But then General D made more than 100 vows, claiming that you have deeply understood your mistakes and will certainly correct them. Your Black Wind fleet is not a pure expeditionary force but a fleet of immigrants. The population of civilians who escaped from the 5 worlds of immortal cultivators is several times greater than the number of warriors and immortal cultivators. However unforgivable you may be, most of the civilians are innocent, after all. It is for their sake that I finally took the hot potato. You must remember that. Despite my hesitations, now that I have taken up the responsibility, I will not slack off or quit halfway. I will consider the post of a Black Wind King as new training and do my best. It is universally known that the cultivators will liberate the 3,000 sectors and reform the entire universe. If we cannot reform a small Black Wind fleet or enlighten thick-head soldiers like you, how can we expect to march to the center of the cosmos? Well, General D, give me some water. Feiwen was still dazed by what he had just heard and did not realize what Li Yao meant. Li Yao frowned. Water. No need for tea. Cold water will do. Right, right. Li Yao poured half a bottle of water into his mouth. Wiping his lips with his sleeve, he continued. Your situation is very awkward. You may be called intruders, but most of you are members of the fleet near the Brown Dwarf, who have always been dozens of light years away from the Federation and never even had a chance to see its borders. You may be called captives, but General D has offered to surrender while keeping you organized. According to the policy in the Letters of Persuasion that the Federation presented, this can almost be counted as a battlefield uprising. More importantly, the Imperium's homeland still covets the edge of the cosmos and will likely become our mutual enemy. So, the name of the Black Wind Fleet must be kept to deceive the enemy, and part of your independence must be maintained. Therefore, I had quite a headache for days about the relationship between the Federation and the newborn Black Wind Fleet. We should begin by seeking common ground while reserving differences. Whether we are going to cooperate, integrate, or reform, we must have a starting point, which is the common values of the two parties. Are there common values between the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet? I think the answer is yes. We both have infinite loyalty and passion for the civilization of mankind. The cultivators and the immortal cultivators, despite disagreements on specific approaches, at least believe in the supremacy of mankind and will not allow any alien species to rule us. We are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for the civilization of mankind, aren't we? The Black Wind Sector, the Wild Wolf Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, and the Fiery Spider Sector are all at the border between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Many of you are heroes who have fought against the inhumane puppets of the Covenant Alliance to defend the feelings and freedom of mankind. In the past months, I've heard many heroic deeds. For example, there is a General Zhou Tailong, nicknamed Bloody Spear. From the immortal cultivators who were sitting cross-legged, a muscular man nearly 3 meters tall, covered in metal and crystal components, with a circle of wolf fangs embedded in his forehead and only one eye left, suddenly rose and roared, blushing, "Commander, Zhou Tailong is at your service." Li Yao rubbed his ears and looked at Zhou Tailong for a moment. He nodded and said, "Greetings, General Zhou. I'm told that in the Battle of the Green Dragon Planet 100 years ago, to guard the retreat of the main troops of the Wild Wolf Sector, you stalled 3 Crystal Suit Legions and 1 orbital fleet of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant for 7 days and 7 nights with only 1 Crystal Legion. When you finally accomplished the mission and broke out of the siege, there were only 21 survivors left in the Legion, which originally had more than 1,900 people." "Yes. Bloody Spear," Zhou Tailong replied in a loud voice. "The 1,932 brothers of the Green Wolf Legion and I were all natives of the Green Dragon Planet. The Green Dragon Planet was a strategic node on the space jump route between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, making it of paramount military significance. Therefore, my hometown was constantly plagued by war, assaulted and ravaged by the Covenant Alliance multiple times. The people of the Covenant Alliance are all puppets of the Fiends. Their cruelty and inhumanity are beyond the imagination of those in the Imperium. The war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance is 100 times more brutal than the conflicts between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators despise the puppets even more than we hate the cultivators. You might not know this, Commander, but every time the puppets ravaged my hometown and abducted large numbers of people, they would send both the immortal cultivators and the civilians into their so-called holy temple. There, the emotions of the captives were stripped away, transforming them into the cruelest and most heartless war machines. These were human-shaped dolls that did not recognize anything familiar. Even when faced with their hometown and family, they showed no emotional response, simply pouring their firepower on the enemy. My father, 2 brothers, and 1 son were captured by the Covenant Alliance and brainwashed through modification. They were transformed into battle puppets of the Covenant Alliance and sent back to the area around the Green Dragon planet to fight. In this way, the Covenant Alliance made family members attack each other, weakening our resolve to resist. The Covenant Alliance is too evil for me to hold back in any way. I will fight with all my might. Li Yao was silent. He recalled the last words of his foster father, who may have been from the Covenant Alliance. No matter how evil the Imperium of true human beings is, the alliance of the Holy Covenant will be 100 times worse. In today's Sea of Stars, the Imperium is the only defender of the last glory of mankind. Righteousness and evil were relative concepts. The Black Wind Fleet's conquest of the Star Glory Federation was undoubtedly a violent aggression. However, before that, in the war against the puppets of the Pangu civilization, figures like Bloody Spear, Zhou Tailong had been the righteous side and undeniable heroes. Humanity was truly complex. Bloody Spear, Zhou Tailong held his head high and declared, "If I may say, Commander, military achievements are highly valued in the Imperium of true human beings. Most nobles, generals, and experts have experience fighting life-and-death battles against the Covenant Alliance. Immortal cultivators born and raised on the frontier have nearly all risen from mountains of corpses. Too many of our family members have been brutally killed by the Covenant Alliance, and too many have been turned into deformed battle puppets, stripped of everything but their skin. We all despise the Covenant Alliance to our very core. Commander, you said we didn't genuinely submit and were just trying to trick you for our own benefits. You couldn't be more wrong. I can't speak for others, but personally, I truly admire your valor, Commander. I detest the slaves of the Covenant Alliance who degrade themselves by serving as puppets of the Pangu clan more than anything, but I must admit that the Pangu clan is indeed invincibly strong. By arming their lackeys with only some of the relics, they are already able to make the Covenant Alliance compete with the Imperium. If the real Pangu clan were to return to the world, how terrifying and unstoppable would they be? It never occurred to me that a real member of the Pangu clan had been revived at the edge of the cosmos, only to have his head chopped off by you. However much our beliefs may differ, I admire your valor at the very least. You are more qualified to lead us than Hai Ming was, for Hai Ming never killed a real member of the Pangu clan. I am certain I am not the only one who holds this thought. The immortal cultivators whose families were brutalized by the Covenant Alliance all admire you the most. This is the main reason we are willing to listen to your command. Li Yao sensed the surging soul of Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong and realized the man was not lying. On further reflection, it made sense. There was not much hatred between the Imperium and the Federation, it was mostly disagreement and mutual wariness. However, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance had fought in the heart of the cosmos for 1,000 years. How many atrocities had been committed, and how much overwhelming hatred had accumulated. The Covenant Alliance regarded the Pangu clan as their supreme gods, and one of these gods had been ruthlessly slain by Li Yao. No wonder the immortal cultivators, who considered the Covenant Alliance their sworn enemy, viewed Li Yao differently. Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong's words, however, made Li Yao almost feel embarrassed. He coughed and said, "I have also heard of a Major Yuan Qing, nicknamed Blue Spider. He is an expert in reconnaissance for the Black Wind Fleet and has discovered 27 world fragments, locating tremendous techniques and magical equipment within them, right? Hardly had Bloody Spear Zhou Tai Long sat down when a short, slender immortal cultivator wearing a metal mask slowly stood up. He bowed deeply to Li Yao before removing the mask that sealed the left half of his face. Who? A cluster of green mist, seemingly composed of tiny mosquitoes and bugs, immediately dashed out of his cheeks and danced crazily around his head, as if it were some bizarre fire about to gnaw away all the remaining flesh on his face. Commander, I used to be a member of the Association of Star Scouters in the Imperium of True Human Beings. The Association of Star Scouters is essentially the same as the Occult Orbs Fellowship in the Federation, both established to excavate world fragments, battlefield debris, and ancient relics. Blue Spider Yuan Qing, who looked peculiar, spoke casually. The environment at the center of the cosmos is 100 times more complex than at the edge of the cosmos. The number of world fragments, battlefield debris, and ancient relics is also 100 times greater. Naturally, their danger is incomparable to those at the edge of the cosmos. The world fragments at the center of the cosmos may contain highly precise and peculiar traps, automatic, permanent war machines left behind, or apocalyptic weapons from prehistoric civilizations. There are even mysterious and dangerous alien beasts that travel to these world fragments through wormholes, considering them their lairs. It is also possible to encounter exploration teams from the Covenant Alliance. In summary, the center of the cosmos is like the only lake in the middle of a forest, where predators and bizarre creatures all congregate. I have been fortunate enough to stay in one piece after discovering 27 world fragments for the Imperium. However, an anonymous bug bit my face, reducing me to a wretched appearance. Despite the treatment from doctors and specialists in the Imperium, they managed only to prevent the wound from worsening, not to cure it. But I was incredibly fortunate to have kept my life, compared to my teammates in the exploration squad. Li Yao observed the face of Blue Spider Yuan Qing for a moment and asked him to sit down. He concluded, resisting the inhuman Covenant Alliance, excavating the many relics left by the Star Ocean Imperium and even prehistoric civilizations, fighting against extraterrestrial devils or other alien species, and exploring the uncharted depths of the universe. All these endeavors are for the future of mankind. Even though you have come to the Star Glory Federation, your past accomplishments will not be forgotten. However, feats are feats, and faults are faults. You cannot offset your wrongdoings with your achievements. The Federation does not tolerate the classification of a true human being and hominoid, or personal bondage and even slavery. Starting today, you will receive new education on Boneyard, in the water crystal sector, and in the forest ocean sector to embrace a completely different life. Even if the path to immortality in your mind is not easily erased, you must at least memorize the Constitution of Cultivators. From this moment on, the Constitution of Cultivators will be the new military law of the Black Wind Fleet. Even past war heroes will not be pardoned if they break the rules. One must leave something behind after their death. In 100 years, whether the Black Wind Fleet and you will be a bunch of infamous, dead-end soldiers despised and laughed at by everyone, or creators of miracles risen again in a completely different form, depends on your actions right now. The immortal cultivators were deep in thought, each considering their own thoughts. After a long time, Bloody Spear Zhou Tai Long suddenly shouted, "Commander, I don't care about anything but one thing. If we obey you completely and follow all the principles in the Constitution of Cultivators, can we really take back the Black Wind Sector, the Wild Wolf Sector, the Hard Rock Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, and the Fiery Spider Sector someday? You will have to find the answer yourself." Looking at the large, bell-like eyes of Bloody Spear Zhou Tai Long, Li Yao said, "Word by word, the Federation will show you a new strength, entirely different from the strength you've mastered and believed in before, but it is much more powerful, vigorous, and better represents human civilization. I believe you will know the answer after truly perceiving the mysteries of such strength." A month later. Beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The sounds, slow at first and hurried later, woke the woman from a dream that felt almost like a black hole, gradually making her aware of her limbs, muscles, bones, veins, and nerves. Her eyelids were still frozen, she could see only darkness and hear only the buzzing. She only felt a stinging sensation all over her body, as if 100 tubes were piercing and breaking away from her, injecting her with sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, and all other flavors. From her heels to her fingers, from her fingers to her tongue, and from her tongue to her temples, all her nerve endings slowly opened, awakening her body from 100 years of hibernation. The burning pain in her body didn't lessen, and it felt as though magma was being injected into her temples. Her brain was further activated. Note, there was a minor mix of languages in the last two sentences, which I have corrected to maintain consistency in English. Here is the revised version in consistent English. From her heels to her fingers, from her fingers to her tongue, and from her tongue to her temples, all her nerve endings slowly opened, awakening her body from 100 years of hibernation. The burning pain in her body didn't lessen, and it felt as though magma was being injected into her temples. Her brain was further activated in the modeled memories and abilities sealed in her head, like a long-closed warehouse opening again. The first things she saw were images of her operating various large agricultural machines and work data pouring like a waterfall, which finally reminded her of who she was. Apologies for the mix-up. Here is the fully corrected version. From her heels to her fingers, from her fingers to her tongue, and from her tongue to her temples, all her nerve endings slowly opened, awakening her body from 100 years of hibernation. The burning pain in her body didn't lessen, and it felt as though magma was being injected into her temples. Her brain was further activated, bringing to life the modeled memories and abilities sealed in her head, like a long-closed warehouse opening again. The first things she saw were images of her operating various large agricultural machines and work data pouring like a waterfall, which finally reminded her of who she was. Her name was Su Yulan, and she was a Level 3 pioneer at the No. 2 production base in the Green Valley Fortress of the South District on the Green Dragon planet. The term pioneer referred to a profession that required workers to build bridges and roads, reshape mountains and rivers, and modify harsh terrain to make it suitable for human habitation. As a hominoid whose spiritual root had not awoken, it was no easy feat for her to learn how to operate 77 types of large civil magical equipment and to summon the courage to face ferocious animals after donning a half-armed crystal suit, thereby earning the rank of Level 3 pioneer. Back in her hometown, Su Yulan had been a minor celebrity. She had set foot in every corner of the Green Dragon planet. Even the pits and ravines on its 3 satellites had seen her sweat. Yet, it was a pity. Su Yulan felt a headache. Images of fire and blood flashed in her mind, the last scene she had witnessed at the Green Valley Fortress before boarding a military evacuation airship. The entire fortress was engulfed in flames, the beautiful scenery they had built over decades of hard work lay in ruins. Countless hominoids raised their hands, screaming at the sky in despair, including her elderly, white-haired father. Meanwhile, more puppets of the Covenant Alliance were methodically destroying everything in their path, their faces masked and emotionless. With the strength she had mustered, Su Yulan shook her head to suppress these futile images. Now was not the time for sentimentality. She remembered that the captain had sternly warned them before they entered hibernation that a prolonged period might cause some degree of brain damage, such as edema and cerebral anoxia. The hibernation cabins for hominoids like them were not as sophisticated and safe as those for the mighty immortal cultivators. So, everything depended on themselves and a bit of luck. She was asked to try recalling as many things as possible the moment she woke up because if she couldn't remember them now, it was very likely she would never remember them again. Su Yulan tried her best to recall the operations of the 77 kinds of large exploration magical equipment. It had been her key to survival since childhood. For the civilians of the Imperium, life was always as harsh as the cold winter wind. However, if one mastered one or two special skills, it was like wearing a thick cotton coat, and it might be enough to protect their entire family. Su Yulan was born into a common peasant family. Her ancestors had lived in an unchanging cycle for centuries, tilling and plowing lands that the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance fought over, risking their lives. They didn't always plant crops. Sometimes, they grew fast-growing wood needed for wars or vines and thorns that produced various poisonous gases and hindered enemy ground troops. Apart from the ravages of war, the strange plants that could grow from seeds to nearly 10 meters tall in just a few days were the most dangerous beings. More than one of Su Yulan's ancestors had been snatched by the vines and drained to dry bones or pierced by thorns and died after several days of struggle with high fever. That would have been her fate, too, if she had not accidentally shown her talent with machines at the age of 5. The Imperium was cruel, but it was also fair. Regardless of their bloodline, anyone who showed talent in a specific field was given an opportunity for education and trial, whether they were the children of lords or peasants. At 5, Su Yulan was taken from her family and sent to a corresponding school in Angry Dragon City, the capital of the Green Dragon planet, to study. She spent 15 years on the lone island, which felt like an iron cage. Although her spiritual root was not awakened, the certificate of Level 3 Pioneer was enough to help her and her family migrate from their living hell to the Green Valley Fortress, which had just been developed and offered a slightly better environment. Even when the Green Valley Fortress was overwhelmed by the Covenant Alliance's army and countless hominoids were either killed in the fire or captured and modified by the Covenant Alliance, her Level 3 Pioneer certificate provided tremendous help. With limited space on the evacuation starship, the military could only take useful people. When order broke down and chaos ensued, countless residents of the Green Valley Fortress were pushed away and even shot by the immortal cultivators, but she managed to escape with her husband and daughter, though her father did not make it. Su Yulan wiped away the moisture from her eyes and tried to focus on the structure and operations of the 57th Exploration magical equipment. Years of hardship and suffering had toughened her nerves to their utmost resilience. She had long understood this truth: suffering is the essence of life, but one can always grit their teeth and endure it. Compared to their old neighbors, they could almost be counted as lucky. Although her parents had passed away, her children were still alive. Additionally, her mind did not seem to be damaged despite the long-term hibernation. The knowledge on which she relied for her livelihood was as clear as before, which was the most important thing for her right now. Have we arrived at a new world? No, I shouldn't get too excited yet. Let me just review the structure and operations of all the expedition's magical equipment again. Even if this is a new world, we may still face a shortage of assets and food, a harsh environment, and all kinds of other problems. Chances are that countless hominoids will be abandoned. I cannot be abandoned. My daughter cannot be abandoned. Therefore, I must try to become a useful person. Only those who are useful can survive. Growing up among cold machines from the age of 5, Su Yulan had always been good at making her own decisions. Although the noisy atmosphere around her did not exactly match the unfreezing procedure her captain had described, she still did not open her eyes to check but focused on mentally dismantling and assembling virtual components and reciting the key points of the operations of all the magical equipment. Mom. Mom. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Su Yulan heard her daughter, Yen Jinji, singing merrily, like a lark. Su Yulan was slightly dazed, thinking that her ears deceived her due to the side effects of the long hibernation. There was no reason for her daughter to be on this starship. Before they entered the hibernation state, the civilians from the 5 worlds were classified into different colonization teams based on their identity, age, and profession, and were led by the immortal cultivators in a semi-military manner. For the convenience of administration, the names of the hominoids were abolished in the colonization teams. Each was assigned a number. Hers was 283477645545. The first two digits indicated her origin, the middle digits contained biophysical information such as blood type, and the last 5 digits, the most important, signified her profession and proficiency. According to the captain, they would be unfrozen after the Black Wind Fleet found a new world, but half-military management would continue for the first 1 to 3 years. They had to work arduously for survival and would only restore the social structure with the family as the fundamental unit once the environment was stable. Mom! Mom! Su Yulan! Su Yulan! The calling grew closer and seemed very real. Su Yulan's eyes fluttered, and she raised her heavy eyelids, slightly surprised. While the hibernation area she was in was still under strict control for unfreezing, waking, and conducting full physical examinations on the immigrants, the lounge outside the hibernation area was already a scene of wild joy. Countless people, young and old, were hugging, crying, shouting, laughing, and playing, releasing emotions suppressed for 100 years. It was a scene Su Yulan had rarely seen and was unaccustomed to. She had never imagined that such immense energy could be contained within hominoids or that they could be so excited and insubordinate. Where are the immortal cultivators? Subconsciously, Su Yulan. Note, the last sentence was not fully translated to English in the cleanup. Here it is in English. Subconsciously, Su Yulan shrank her neck and looked for the stern lords. Generally speaking, true humans did not like hominoids making a fuss, let alone at a time when iron order was direly required. Was this not rebellion? She did not find the immortal cultivators, but she did see her daughter. Yen Jinji was crawling on a temporary fence, waving hard. Her red face seemed to be on fire, as if she had just had a comfortable hot bath rather than hibernating for decades. Su Yulan felt her heart being grabbed, almost seeing an electric whip coming from nowhere to lash her daughter fiercely, teaching the wild and disobedient girl a lesson. But before she could move to stop her daughter's blatant behavior, 2 female doctors in white robes, looking quite friendly, asked her to go to a different side. When warm, white light beamed from the doctor's palms, Su Yulan's heart trembled. They were immortal cultivators. She rubbed her rough fingers, unsure how to explain her daughter's recklessness to these true human beings. But the 2 true human beings seemed to ignore Yen Jinji and began to examine Su Yulan carefully. Flustered, Su Yulan felt as if she had been struck by an electric shock, unable to move. The actions of the 2 true human beings were particularly gentle. They smiled and spoke softly and patiently. After learning she was a level 3 pioneer, they expressed genuine admiration for her remarkable resolve. They also examined her hands and advised her to take a few days of rest before returning to work. What was this all about? Su Yulan was utterly confused. She was just an insignificant hominoid, and they were high and mighty true human beings. When had true human beings become so patient and respectful toward hominoids? Su Yulan recalled the physical examination before she went into hibernation. At that time, she had been roughly brushed aside as if she were a pig before being thrown into the hibernation cabin. She remembered the doctor's angry face and cold hands very well. Su Yulan looked at the chests of the 2 true human beings, in fear, and noticed something. The badge they wore was neither the lightning trident emblem of the Imperium nor the sigils of the Black Wind sector, the Hard Rock sector, or any of the 5 worlds. It was a mark that Su Yulan had never seen before, a raging dragon circling a glittering round ball. Inside the ball, 9 stars floated. Below the badge, a few small words were embroidered: Star Glory Federation. Mom. Before Su Yulan could distinguish between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings, she was already pushed out of the examination area in confusion. The next second, her daughter jumped on her, crying and laughing while holding her arms tightly. Her head was still not quite clear after being unfrozen, but she carefully checked her daughter from head to toe and pinched her daughter's round cheeks to make sure she was unharmed. Finally, she took a long breath of relief. Somehow, seeing her daughter laugh so carefreely, Su Yulan felt a lump in her throat, as if two sprouts were growing inside. She felt somehow wronged. Yanzi, how did you wake up earlier than me? How long were we asleep? Su Yulan held her daughter tightly and looked around warily, as if the ecstatic crowd in front of her was just a ridiculous mistake and the stern immortal cultivators would show up at any moment to regroup them into a solemn army with iron rods and electric whips, taking her daughter away and refreezing her in the hibernation cabin. Su Yulan had every reason to be suspicious. There was a significant gap in status between her and her daughter. Her daughter should not have been unfrozen before her. In the fleet of immigrants from the Imperium of true human beings, everyone was classified into different levels based on their value. The immortal cultivators were naturally at the highest level, entitled to the fastest starships, the safest hibernation cabins, and the most abundant resources. The hominoids had different prices. As a level 3 pioneer, she was considered a very useful talent, nearly in the specialist category. Her rank was slightly higher, and she would be kept at the central part of the fleet. Should they encounter any danger, she would be considered one of the important strategic resources, secondary only to the immortal cultivators and still worth protecting. Her daughter, Yen Jinji, had no special skills. She only qualified as a level 3 pioneer, and her husband served as a servant to a building foundation stage immortal cultivator aboard the warship. This was why her daughter was granted the right to escape from that hell. Aside from her parents, her daughter's only leverage was her age. She was young and healthy, with a higher likelihood of bearing strong offspring. Nothing more. In the immigrant fleet, her daughter ranked among the lowest and boarded a different starship from her own. If resources became scarce or a disaster loomed, the peripheral starships, where her daughter was located, would be the first to be abandoned. Even if new, habitable worlds were discovered, the standard procedure dictated that the immortal cultivators and their servants, the battle legions, would be the first to be unfrozen. Next would be the construction teams, which she was part of. Young men and women deemed temporarily useless would not be released until years later, once the new world's environment had been fully stabilized and resources assessed. Her daughter, however, had been unfrozen earlier than her and appeared surprisingly happy. Amid the dreamlike surroundings, Su Yulan was thoroughly perplexed. Blinking hard, she finally noticed her daughter wearing a small rising dragon of the 9 stars badge on her chest. Below it were the words, Star Glory Federation, and beneath that, in larger print, was the word, Volunteer. It has been 107 years since we entered hibernation. We have cruised to the border of the explored universe. This is indeed a new world unlike anything we have seen before. Yen Jinji held her chest high, proud, and pointed at the rising dragon of the 9 stars badge and the word, Volunteer, saying light-heartedly, like a little sparrow, Mom, I was awoken 2 weeks ago. I am now a volunteer in the fleet, helping those who are awoken later, like you, to understand what has happened and start a new life in the Star Glory Federation. It's been more than 100 years, Su Yulan was in a trance, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. She had never experienced such a long hibernation and had never imagined that a century would pass between the last time she closed her eyes and the moment she opened them again. She couldn't help but wonder about her hometown, the Green Dragon planet in the Wild Wolf sector, how it fared, the appearance of the Green Valley fortress she had built, and whether the apple trees, burnt down in the war, had regrown. However, reminiscing about the past was less important than planning for the future. Volunteer was a new term for her, and she had never seen such a glowing face on her daughter. In her mind, her daughter had always been a dutiful, if not meek, little girl who needed the protection of her hands, capable of operating heavy magical equipment weighing 100 tons. Her daughter had only woken up 2 weeks earlier, yet why had she changed so much? Su Yulan thought for a while but could not find an appropriate adjective, for she had never seen such radiance on her daughter's face or on any hominoid's face before. At this moment, the last few words her daughter mentioned finally caught her attention. So, there was a country at the edge of the cosmos called the Star Glory Federation. Then, the Star Glory Federation has surrendered to the Black Wind Fleet, and this place is now territory of the Imperium, right? Su Yulan knew the style of the immortal cultivators very well. The outside probably had nothing but dilapidated buildings left, and she would have to spend the next few days clearing the debris. To her surprise, her daughter shook her head quickly and said, "There was indeed a battle, but we failed. The Black Wind Fleet has surrendered." Well, Su Yulan's mouth was half open, not knowing what to say. Losing a battle was not a new experience for her. Perhaps the high and mighty citizens of the Imperium living in the Imperial Terminus sector believed in the empty talk that the Imperium of true human beings was invincible. But for her, who was born and raised at the border of the Imperium, where the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance fought repeatedly, this was not the first time she had heard news of failure. After the goriest debacle more than 100 years ago, they had even lost their entire hometown, the Wild Wolf sector, and had to flee in a hurry with the Wild Wolf fleet. Before they could escape further, they were swallowed by the Black Wind Fleet in what was called an internal reshuffle, and had to follow the orders of the Black Wind King ever since. Now, even the Black Wind Fleet had been defeated and surrendered to a new superpower. Su Yulan felt that her mind was in a mess, wondering what she belonged to exactly, the Wild Wolf sector, the Black Wind Fleet, the Imperium, or the Federation. She had seen how terribly the people captured by the Covenant Alliance were modified in the Holy Temple, but the Star Glory Federation did not give her such an impression. After pondering for a long time, she held her daughter's hand and asked hesitantly, "How is your father? Have you heard from him?" Yen Jinji nodded emphatically. "Yes, Mom. Dad is on this planet, but he and all the soldiers are in the rebirth school. They have to attend classes and do labor activities. They are not allowed to leave without permission, but I've spoken to Dad through video chat. He's fine and hasn't even lost a single hair." Rebirth school? Su Yiji, having received high-level education in magical equipment for over 10 years, was no ordinary housewife. After a moment's thought, she realized what it was. "You mean a prisoner camp?" "It's not exactly a prisoner camp," Yen Jinji hastened to explain. "Mom, rest assured. The starship Dad served on was stationed beyond the Star Glory Federation and did not participate in the attack on the Federation. I've checked, and it was a battlefield uprising, so they are treated differently from prisoners. Also, Dad is a hominoid, though we shouldn't say hominoid here. As an ordinary soldier, he should be treated differently from the immortal cultivators. According to the Federation officials, the Star Glory Federation is a country of cultivators that values general equality among all people, whether or not their spiritual roots have awakened. All the ordinary soldiers in the Imperium of true human beings were cannon fodder, and were the most deceived and oppressed. They will learn many new ideas at the Rebirth School and spread them throughout the entire Black Wind Fleet. Just now, when Dad talked to me, he said his life at the Rebirth School is quite good. He's learned knowledge he'd never heard of before and considered questions that always escaped his attention. He said that even the cultivators think very highly of him and will train him to become a teacher so he can go to other rebirth schools and tell more soldiers of the Imperium about the sufferings of our ancestors." Cultivators. Su Yulan naturally understood the meaning of the word. While the Imperium of true human beings considered the alliance of the Holy Covenant their number one enemy, the Star Ocean Republic established by the cultivators was the Imperium's predecessor. How could the current regime justify itself without elaborating on the corruption of the former regime? Therefore, in the education Su Yulan received, the cultivators were described as hypocritical, sanctimonious, short-sighted, idiotic, and selfish people who buried the future of the entire civilization just to satisfy their own sense of justice. Su Yulan had never questioned whether such a theory was correct. The end of thinking was free choice. If one couldn't control their fate freely, what was the point of thinking? But now, a few rusted gears seemed to be rolling squeakily inside Su Yulan's head, giving her the urge to think and making her want to explain everything she had experienced during the half-hour after she woke up. Licking her lips, Su Yulan raised another question. Where are we exactly? Boneyard, her daughter replied. The Federation has prepared 3 settlements for us, the desert in the water crystal sector, the primitive forest in the forest ocean sector, and the wilderness on Boneyard. We happen to be allotted to this place. This is a planet far from the Federation's homeland. Although there is nothing here yet and we have to start from scratch, the gravity and temperature are agreeable, and we have an atmosphere and the relics of ancient civilizations. So, it is a rather acceptable planet. Right, very soon, this place will no longer be called Boneyard, which is really an awful name. It will restore its name from more than 100 years ago, Ultimacy. We will even develop this place into the 8th or 9th sector of the Star Glory Federation, making it the Ultimacy sector. Holding her mother's hand, Yen Jinji led her through a lift to the observatory at the top of Vision 24, an enormous immigrant starship. Here, Su Yulan finally took her first breath of fresh air after 100 years. Although Boneyard's air composition was different from standard air, much damper with a strong smell of rust, Su Yulan couldn't help but breathe deeply until her lungs ached and her head spun. After living on a starship and breathing synthesized, standard air for so long, many people experienced similar reactions when encountering fresh air filled with various impurities. This phenomenon was sometimes called oxygen intoxication. "Look, Mom!" Yen Jinji exclaimed, pointing at the splendid landscape below as she jumped excitedly. Su Yulan's optical nerves, frozen for 100 years, were not yet adapted to the strong natural light. She squinted and shielded her eyes with her hands. In the distance, she saw that most of the immigrant starships from Vision 7 to Vision 33 were scattered in a hilly area near an ocean. The bright blue planet was riddled with faults, with towering mountains and equally deep valleys. Compared to these, the area they were in could almost be called a vast plateau. The surging tides of the Crimson Ocean, far in the distance, were the most intense she had ever seen. The waves easily reached heights of hundreds of meters, dancing wildly like countless furious dragons. Despite the multiple layers of seawalls, the tide still extended beyond the shoreline for dozens of kilometers, nearly submerging the hill they stood on. However, right above this magnificent and temperamental ocean, countless bizarre-shaped artificial objects, resembling weird boats cluttered with too many sails, were still cruising amidst the huge waves, chasing the clouds and lightning, and declaring mankind's determination to challenge nature. Su Yulan's eyes continued to move forward to the horizon, where the contour of an enormous planet was revealed in the gray sky. The contour was glittering, like a transparent ring of jade. At first, Su Yulan thought it was an annular eclipse. But if it were an annular eclipse, the rays around the object would not have been so bright. Soon, the ring of light shivered lightly. Countless tiny threads of light split out and rotated in the same direction. These light threads seemed to pull the force deep within the ocean. As the light threads changed erratically, the giant waves began surging even more frequently and violently. Su Yulan even saw a giant wave, at least thousands of meters tall, rolling up from the depths of the ocean, mixed with fire and smoke. It was almost breaking through the atmosphere and flying all the way into space. Such a splendid view left Su Yulan speechless for a long time. "Mother, don't be scared. This is part of the modification of Boneyard." A moment earlier, she had grabbed her daughter's hands, trying to keep her behind her to protect her. But at this moment, her daughter was holding her arms, warming her cold fingers with her hot palms. Her daughter said with a smile, "Everything is good on Boneyard, except that one of its satellites is too close and has a very strange trajectory. The tidal force between the satellite and Boneyard makes the ocean particularly violent, causing shocking waves that scourge an area of hundreds of square kilometers. In the distant future, the satellite will fall and strike the surface of Boneyard with great force. For two reasons, the Star Glory Federation has never developed Boneyard on a large scale over the past 100 years. But since this place is now our new home, significant changes are necessary. First, we need to address the tidal forces and the satellite's potential collapse. Then, we will flatten the mountains and valleys. To achieve these goals, the Federation has decided to adjust the satellite's trajectory and slightly push the moon away. Yulan widened her eyes and blurted out, "Push the moon away?" Yes. The Star Glory Federation has never attempted such a grand feat before, and they lacked the relevant technological reserves, Yen Jinji explained. However, with the combined technology from the Black Wind Fleet, Kunlun, and Firefly, as well as the Federation's own advancements, there is a good chance of success. Of course, we are still in the phase of testing technology and collecting data, far from actually pushing the moon away. Do you see the peculiar boats floating in the midst of the tides, covered in what look like sails? These are probe starships designed to gather tidal data and prepare for the next phase of pushing. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I believe that by the time I grow up to your age, Mom, we will have successfully pushed the moon away, tamed the ocean, flattened the mountains to fill the valleys, and transformed Boneyard into a true paradise, won't we? Her daughter's serious expression reminded Yulan of a deep memory. She seemed to recall the time when she first brought her family to the then desolate Green Valley Fortress, filled with hope and ambition. Those were the golden years of her life, when she was happiest and most energetic. Yulan overlooked Firefly, which her daughter had mentioned, and brooded on the thought that her daughter seemed to have truly grown up after the long journey. Under Yen Jinji's guidance, Yulan looked at the mountains rising into the sky. She saw countless towers standing at the summits, spouting out hazy mist incessantly, constructing a white barrier near the landing point of the starships. Her daughter told her that it was an array to modify the atmosphere and cleanse the air. Boneyard had been a nest of demons for tens of thousands of years. There were too many impurities in the air, making it unsuitable for ordinary people to breathe for long periods, as it could cause chronic illnesses. In the eyes of the ancients, this was a truly murky land. Thankfully, the Federation had gained abundant experience in planetary modification during the century of colonization. At the very least, the technology was mature enough to establish a reservation, cleanse the air in the small area, and even generate a microclimate that was consistently favorable within a certain range. The colonization technology of the Imperium of true human beings was even more advanced than the Federation's. The Vision starships that Yulan and the other immigrants boarded were self-sustaining towns and factories. At the very least, in the first few years of construction, it was unnecessary for them to leave the starships to establish vulnerable settlements. Currently, all the Vision starships had extended hundreds of fixation limbs, making them look like spiders, into the ravines among the hills to stabilize themselves. Based on this, the solid shells of the immigrant starships were dismantled piece by piece, revealing the intricate and eye-catching factories and facilities. Some of them unfolded right next to the immigrant starships, while others were dragged further away. Defense rune arrays, air cleaning towers, water plants, metal collection, and purification factories, every immigrant starship was rapidly transforming into a small town with all the necessary infrastructure. Although Yulan had always thought she had seen a lot, she had never witnessed so many starships transforming into towns simultaneously. The determination to change the world and alter nature stunned her, even making her feel somewhat moved. Suddenly, Yulan moved her gaze from the dazzling scenes of construction to an enormous fold that surrounded the hills like a dam. The circular fold was like a city wall built by giants, sealing the hills inside and preventing their further expansion. Thus, it was necessary to destroy the fold. On the almost vertical slope of the circular fold, different areas had been marked. Numerous eight-legged machines resembling giant spiders moved quickly across it, drilling deep holes into the slope with their tentacles. Yulan knew these machines were commonly known as mountain crabs, engineering devices designed to detonate abandoned buildings and steep mountains. Their 8 flexible limbs could secure themselves in various harsh environments and maintain high speeds, while the drills at the ends of their tentacles could precisely dig holes to place crystal bombs in the most vulnerable spots. Yulan was skilled in operating the mountain crab, which is why she could appreciate how excellent the pioneer driving the red mountain crab was. He moved and drilled explosion holes in the crags 5 times faster than others. By the time others had dug a dozen holes, he had already embedded 100 crystal bombs into the mountain. The mountain crab, weighing over 70 tons, seemed almost an extension of his limbs. His movements were both fluid and enjoyable. The distance was too great for Yulan to see how the explosion holes were dug, but judging from the smooth, skillful movements, there could not be anything wrong. As she expected, after a loud boom, not much smoke rose when a large cluster of rocks collapsed silently without affecting the nearby mountain crabs. This is a true expert. Detonation was an art. Blowing up the target with minimal crystals, minimal impact, and minimal cleanup required sophisticated knowledge. Yulan vaguely saw the red mountain crab crawl out of the smoke. The shell on its back opened, and a man in a red vest appeared, waving to the cheering workers with a smile. She secretly complimented him but felt an itch in her hands. Perhaps because of the lively construction scene, she suddenly had the idea of competing with him. Daughter. Yulan rubbed her fists. The man operating the red mountain crab was quite impressive. Do you know who he is? Yen Jinji's face suddenly turned unusually strange. She thought for a long time but still found it hard to explain. Well, Mom, please don't be surprised, but that's actually the new Black Wind King. His name is Li Yao. This feels great. Li Yao played with the mountain crab for a long time before squatting near the farmland to observe how the magical equipment transformed broken rocks into soil with special nutrient liquids and base materials. He also carefully studied the entire process of the Imperium's immigrant starships unfolding into modern towns and bases. He couldn't feel more comfortable and exhilarated. It wasn't because he was pretending to be approachable but because it was his nature. He was always a fan of magical equipment. Whether civilian or military, he loved them if they were advanced and innovative enough, and he couldn't resist playing with them personally. The Imperium of true human beings boasted cutting-edge technology. Both the military magical equipment, such as crystal suits and arsenal starships, and civilian magical equipment, like the mountain crab and immigrant starships, had many advantages. Many of the designs and operation methods were extraordinarily creative, making these devices truly eye-opening for Li Yao. Instead of getting involved in the complicated political struggles and scheming against sophisticated officials, Li Yao preferred to spend all his time on boneyard dismantling the Imperium's civilian magical equipment while enjoying the great atmosphere of everyone working together to transform the wilderness into a wonderful home from scratch. He felt genuinely happy about it. At this moment, the awkwardness Li Yao felt when he was coerced into the throne of Black Wind King was finally gone. He had to admit it was the best option. It was a win-win, a win-win-win-win situation. The Federation, the Black Wind Fleet, the Ancient Sages Sector, and even the legitimate government of the Star Ocean Republic on Firefly could all benefit from such cooperation. The Star Glory Federation was naturally the greatest winner. The first trophies they claimed were not the heavily armed warships of the Black Wind Fleet, but the immigrant fleets, which housed countless technical staff and colonization technology of the Imperium. Before the massive assault of the Black Wind Fleet, the Star Glory Federation had already hit a bottleneck after 100 golden years of development. The main reason was that the speed of expansion outpaced the development of colonization technology, leading to a significant imbalance in population, resources, and regional development. This also gave rise to many subsequent structural problems and internal divisions. The Star Glory Federation boasted a population of 100 billion and controlled 7 sectors. On the surface, there were slightly more than 10 billion people in each sector, which seemed perfect. In reality, the population distribution was highly uneven. On one hand, highly developed worlds like the Heaven's Origin sector, the Uranian Ring sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector housed more than 80% of the Federation's population. This had long surpassed the environmental capacity, leading to severe urban diseases, resource shortages, and aging problems. Many measures to control the population had to be taken. On the other hand, sectors like the Water Crystal sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and resource planets such as Boneyard had very low development speeds due to the harsh living conditions and lack of effective population. These worlds were not necessarily lacking in precious resources, but it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to settle and develop the deserts of the Water Crystal sector, where fierce winds raged, the primitive forests of the Forest Ocean sector, teeming with venomous bugs and gas, or the wastelands of the Netherworld sector, full of radiation. With the technological reserves and available forces in the Federation at that time, it was impossible to comprehensively modify all those places. Even if they had gritted their teeth and developed the projects regardless of the cost, the resources required would have far exceeded the total resources the projects could yield in the following 100 years. With a formidable enemy approaching, such an endeavor would have been suicidal. Therefore, the Federation could only drool over the resources hidden deep within those worlds, fantasizing about a wonderful future. Take Boneyard, where Li Yao was, for example. Speaking of which, Li Yao had a connection to Boneyard. Years ago, as a member of the Occult Orbs Fellowship of the Federation, he was one of the first natives of the Federation to set foot on the planet. Later, he discovered Sparkle, a multipurpose exploration starship of the Star Ocean Imperium, in this place and sacrificed himself to defeat Skeleton Dragon with Sparkle. Eventually, he jumped to the Flying Star sector and embarked on a soul-stirring interstellar journey. Boneyard, being a camp for Skeleton Dragon, an expert demon from 40,000 years ago, naturally had an atmosphere, breathable air, a relatively stable tectonic structure, and standard gravity. Compared to planets composed of lethal acids, this place was almost a paradise. Along with the facilities left by Skeleton Dragon deep underground, it should have become a rather acceptable settlement or, at the very least, a resource collection area. However, the surging ocean tides, which could reach thousands of meters high, regularly devastated the hundreds of kilometers near the shoreline. The inland, meanwhile, was a vast expanse of barren mountains. In such an abnormal environment, even if a large batch of sturdy demons were sent over after a long journey, it would still be difficult for them to yield any resources effectively. Therefore, the Federation's development on Boneyard has always been postponed over the past 100 years. Only a few cultivators and expert demons have established some settlements and exploration stations there, but such facilities have never expanded. The same applies to the deserts in the Water Crystal sector, the jungles in the Forest Ocean sector, and the wastelands in the Netherworld sector. Thus, the Black Wind Fleet's surrender was definitely timely. The fleet near the Brown Dwarf under Feiwen's command consisted primarily of logistical troops carrying substantial military assets and immigrant starships housing millions of civilians. No wonder it required the planning of a merchant. The immigrant starships represented the essence of the Imperium's colonization technology, which was at least one generation more advanced than the Federation's. With the constant technological support they provided, large-scale modification and development on Boneyard, the Water Crystal sector, the Forest Ocean sector, and the Netherworld sector finally became a possibility. The Federation did not regard Boneyard, the Water Crystal sector, and the Forest Ocean sector as settlements for the Black Wind Fleet civilians solely out of humanitarianism or kindness. On one hand, the Federation needed the technology and specialists from the Black Wind Fleet to modify the harsh environment and transform the desolate lands as quickly as possible, making them more favorable for Federation citizens to migrate. On the other hand, a large group of specialists, technical staff, and apprentices moved to these areas to collaborate with the Black Wind Fleet specialists in building a new home and learning the most advanced colonization technology of the Imperium. The universe is vast. There were many planets from which some juice could be squeezed out. However, the Federation could only watch these planets from afar due to technological restrictions. Once they learned the advanced technology of the Imperium, the Federation would be able to start a new round of expansion, making its comprehensive national power leap once again. Of course, caution was still necessary. The Federation would certainly not make the foolish mistake of opening the door for a burglar, leaving itself vulnerable to being robbed. Li Yao knew himself well and was aware that his title of Black Wind King was only nominal. He did not intend to remain involved in political struggles for long. However, he had a very suitable candidate who could serve him, his disciple, Jean Xinyue. Jean Xinyue was a woman practically born for schemes and power. After her dim moon plan nearly failed, she had kept a low profile. This did not mean her ambitions had completely gone dormant, she was merely looking for new battlefields and new prey. Boneyard became a new stage for Jean Xinyue, and accepting and educating everyone in the Black Wind Fleet, from immortal cultivators to hominoids, became her new challenge. The Queen of Demons relished this arduous task as if it were sweet candy and was smart enough to mobilize a batch of muscular demons from the Blood Demon sector as the first safety measure. Li Yao believed that Jean Xinyue must have grown even more after the death of her father, Jean Tui, one of the best strategists in the Federation. At the very least, the small number of men in the Black Wind Fleet who harbored ill intentions would not escape her notice. It was probably the best place for her right now. As for the second safety measure, it was Firefly. After the news of the Star Glory Federation's unbelievable victory in the space battle more than half a year ago spread to Firefly, the people of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic were stunned. Everyone, including Speaker Chui Lingfeng and Captain Tang Dingyuan, was even more dumbfounded when they learned that the so-called Team Red Lotus consisted of experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage from the Ancient Sages sector, each with a colossus, and their captain was the legendary vulture Li Yao. As the details of the battle unfolded, including the scheme of the extraterrestrial devils, the assault of the Black Wind Fleet, and Li Yao's dominance, the integration of Firefly and the Star Glory Federation became inevitable. The starship, which had drifted through the dark universe for 1,000 years, finally found a new home. Currently, the legislators of the two parties are still negotiating the name and architectural details. However, Firefly has already jumped from the Dragon Snake space zone to Boneyard and landed on the planet's surface after detaching from the hundreds of starships connected to it. While the cultivators of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic and the immortal cultivators of the Black Wind Fleet were not in the most harmonious relationship, Boneyard's vast, unpopulated expanses with plenty of undeveloped land allowed them to coexist. Each group occupied a relatively flat hill area, existing alongside the demon settlement led by Jean Xinyue. Together with the cultivators of the Federation who were mixed among the Black Wind Fleet immigrants as volunteers, and the rebirth schools founded to monitor and educate the immortal cultivators, there was no need to worry about any ill-intentioned individuals causing further trouble. Li Yao was relieved to see the brand new settlements growing in scale, wondering if there was indeed such a thing as fate guiding them toward the best path. If he had rejected Feiwen's proposal a few months ago, or if the commander of the fleet near the Brown Dwarf had not been a merchant like Feiwen, open to compromises and negotiations, but another relentless soldier like Hai Ming, the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet would have taken vastly different paths. The immigrant starships before his eyes, along with the civilians on board and the knowledge and technology in their minds to reshape the new world, would have been reduced to dust in the war. While the Black Wind Fleet's fate was certain, the Federation's development would have been significantly slowed, making it impossible to resist a second or third invasion from the Imperium. In the end, both would have plunged into the abyss of destruction together. Now, even if the Imperium's homeland had learned of their existence, there was still a chance to address the problem. While integrating the Black Wind Fleet with Firefly, the Federation would focus most of its attention on the Ancient Sages sector. More precisely, their focus would be on the intact warship and the Pangu clan base covered by the Nuwa warship in the Land of Eternal Night within the Ancient Sages sector. The technology of the Nuwa and Pangu clans would effectively fill the gaps in the technology on Kunlun. By analyzing and completing these puzzles, the Federation would eventually develop a stronger capability to defend against local wars against the wild tides from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The Ancient Sages sector is now in the final phase of a dynamic cycle, and the barren land can no longer support such a large population. A lot of homeless peasants and rebels had risen up, leading to countless massacres and tragedies. Naturally, the Federation could not turn a blind eye to this. Very soon, a large portion of the population would be moved to Boneyard after preliminary modifications and start their new lives. In Li Yao's design, Boneyard would be built into a special district of reform. The Federation was too small, and the Imperium was too vast. It was impossible for the Federation to conquer every world at the center of the cosmos or eliminate all the immortal cultivators. While it might be technically feasible, such a choice would be difficult to make from a moral standpoint. The immortal cultivators were complex beings. They were cold, heartless tyrants, but when faced with the inhumane Covenant Alliance and extraterrestrial devils, they also served as the staunch defenders of human civilization. From what Li Yao had learned in the past 6 months, the immortal cultivators often refused to surrender even when they were the last soldiers standing in battles against the Covenant Alliance. If the immortal cultivators of the Imperium were fighting the Covenant Alliance's puppets on the front lines, it would be challenging for the cultivators of the Federation to turn against them. How the cultivators and immortal cultivators could coexist peacefully, how the immortal cultivators should be educated and transformed, and how the obedient, ignorant hominoids could be turned into modern citizens with vision, ambition, and the ability to realize their will, these questions would be tested in the special district to find the answers. Standing atop a fold with an altitude difference of several thousand meters and observing the heated, obstreperous construction site below, Li Yao considered such questions with great curiosity. On a slightly lower part of the fold, Feiwen, the leader of the immortal cultivators, and Chui Lingfeng, the speaker of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, were negotiating, their saliva flying. For a long time to come, the two highly incompatible forces would be forced to live on the same planet, fight the harsh nature side by side, and develop their shared home. Naturally, the two leaders had all the words in the world, or rather, all the profanities, they would like to pour on each other. Seeing that the faces of the two sophisticated leaders were pale, Li Yao could not help but feel amused. It occurred to him that the two were indeed quite similar. Feiwen regarded himself as an insignificant businessman and claimed to be an impious immortal cultivator. Chui Lingfeng, on the other hand, did everything possible for the survival of Firefly and called himself a bad cultivator. What was the difference between an impious immortal cultivator and a bad cultivator? Very soon, the two ended their argument and climbed up the mountaintop. Feiwen was the first to reach the summit. His eyes lingered on Li Yao's eye-catching red vest, especially the words, Red Star Voluntary Service, on the back, as he took a long, deep breath, unsure how to comment on Li Yao's style. "How about it, General D? Did you have a pleasant talk with Speaker Chui? It's fine if you have some minor conflicts. You can always communicate with Jean Xinhua later. She is quite friendly. I've already talked to her. Whatever your problems might be, she will try to help you solve them." Li Yao grinned. Pointing at the bustling construction site below, he said, "In any case, the Black Wind Fleet has finally taken the first step toward its rebirth. I prefer the Black Wind Fleet I see before me now to the one that raged in space. Before, I was not very confident. But after seeing this scene before me, I suddenly became certain that the immortal cultivators could truly transform into cultivators. What do you think? Staring at the valley, Feiwen casually said, I don't want to ruin your fun, so I think I should keep my mouth shut. Oh? Li Yao found this surprising. What will ruin my fun? You can say whatever you're thinking. The scene before us is indeed happy and harmonious, but it is based on highly abundant materials, Feiwen observed. It's only because of the support of countless resources from the 7 sectors of the Star Glory Federation, and because this endeavor is of demonstrative significance, that the landing and the unfolding could be so easy and unprofessional. If we did not have the support of the Star Glory Federation and relied only on our own resources, we would naturally have to make thorough plans and follow every procedure strictly. Everyone would be used as a screw or a brick. When necessary, iron rods, electric whips, and even bullets would have to be used to increase the odds of survival as much as possible. You may say that the system of separating families and keeping those deemed useless in hibernation for decades, or even abandoning them, is inhumane. But isn't it also the greatest form of humanity? Only when your family is wealthy will you understand manners, and only when you have enough clothes and food will you understand honor and shame. Getting to the bottom of it, there is no fundamental difference between cultivators and immortal cultivators. They are simply different optimal choices that experts make under varying circumstances. With sufficient resources and when they are not pushed to desperation, immortal cultivators can certainly become cultivators who understand manners and honor. It is a pity that sufficient resources is a special case from both spatial and historical perspectives. What you are seeing now, however splendid and glamorous it is nothing more than a dream that cannot last. In rare cases, immortal cultivators will be transformed into cultivators, but over time, cultivators will turn into immortal cultivators, which is actually the regularity of a civilization. Li Yao was slightly dazed and could not help but feel amused. And you said you were an impious immortal cultivator. Why do I feel that you are rather devout? Feiwen smiled and shook his head. I am a businessman and not fond of the true path of immortality. I meant what I said, but 99% of the universe's things and laws do not depend on my preferences. Where do you think immortal cultivators come from, Commander? Are we born without human feelings in your eyes? Are we born to hate, kindness, sympathy, mercy, and all other beautiful things? Are we all monsters who can only satisfy ourselves through torture and slaughter? No. Perhaps some perverted immortal cultivators are like that, but most are not. Li Yao turned solemn. I'd like to hear more. Feiwen pointed at the valley. Let's take the scene here as an example. Assuming a kind-hearted expert, who considers it his responsibility to protect everyone, is right there to build the home with ordinary people, spending decades to transform the barren boneyard into a prosperous planet, he will be a cultivator at this point, won't he? But then, an irresistible enemy comes at them. Perhaps it's an expeditionary army from the Imperium of true human beings, an inhuman army of the Covenant Alliance, or a horde of bizarre, alien creatures led by extraterrestrial devils. The vulnerable defenses of Boneyard cannot last long. They must be evacuated immediately, but there are only limited starships for evacuation, and only 1/10 of the people can be taken away. At this point, Boneyard is in chaos, having lost all forms of order before the enemy breaks into the atmosphere. Driven by their survival instinct, everyone is crowding around the starships. Which 1/10 of the people should the expert, as the commander, select to be survivors? Li Yao was silent. Feiwen smiled and continued, perhaps you will say that the choice should not be made based on ability or identity. A random 1/10 should be chosen, or the 1/10 closest to the spaceport and easiest to get on board. Then, how will the expert prevent the remaining 9/10 from boarding the starships? It must be noted that everyone has gone mad. For even a 1 in a million chance to get aboard, they will try anything. After losing all hope, they will even shoot at the starships taking off, trying to make everyone die together. Do not think I am exaggerating. It has really happened in the history of the Black Wind Fleet, where escaping starships were shot down by chaotic mobs after taking off. In many cases, due to the emergency and chaos, to ensure the survival of as many people as possible, the expert must use violence and even execute the mobs to guarantee the safety of the escaping starships. Petty kindness could result in everyone dying together. While people are generally equal and should not be classified into different levels, let's assume the expert encounters such a situation. He has a starship with enough space and food for one last civilian, but the starship's power system is faulty. At that moment, he discovers a power rune array specialist and a cute, pitiful child. Should he rescue the power rune array specialist or the poor little girl? Hee. The wars at the center of the cosmos are far gorier than those at the edge. Such cruel choices happen all the time, and all immortal cultivators have faced them. If the kind-hearted, sympathetic expert has to kill the and save the power rune array specialist in 10 tough choices, what will he become after the 10 choices, a cultivator or an immortal cultivator? Note, the phrase was left in Chinese as it was in the original text. If you want it translated, it means, crazy mobs. Faced with Feiwen's questions, Li Yao was silent for a long time but then grinned and replied, in fact, Su Changfa and many immortal cultivators we captured raised similar questions. It makes me wonder if all immortal cultivators have undergone the same brainwashing, making them deceive others with extreme dilemmas. Of course, I thought about these questions before and even felt caught in a predicament, seeing a point in the immortal cultivators' theories. But on second thought, when such dilemmas occur, all choices are wrong and lead me into the logic of your fallacy. How can I prove that I've made a sensible choice then? So, I believe the key is not in how you act in such dilemmas but in how to prevent them from happening in the first place. For example, you said that when a crisis comes, mobs inevitably show up in the maddest way. Why? Because the immortal cultivators have always despised and exploited ordinary people. You don't believe in the strength of the common people and don't promote real education to awaken them as defenders of humanity. Instead, you have inculcated survival of the fittest and other such theories into their minds. You have planted the seeds of brutality and selfishness deep in the hearts of the common people, treating them like animals in peacetime. Then, how can you expect them to obey orders or even sacrifice themselves when a crisis comes? Moreover, although you claim to be elites, you are actually the most selfish and arrogant people in the world. I believe that when a crisis comes, the ones willing to sacrifice themselves like Bloody Spear Zhou Tailong are few, aren't they? Most immortal cultivators will flee for survival in a hurry, claiming, I am strong, and my life is more valuable, so I am more qualified to live, right? You yourselves have set very bad examples. When ordinary people learn from you, how can they not become a mob? However, consider this possibility. In an ideal society, everyone receives comprehensive citizenship education from childhood. They will understand that whether or not their spiritual root is awakened and no matter how strong they are all defenders of human civilization with unshakable responsibilities on their shoulders. They will regard protection and self-sacrifice as the highest values, deeply ingrained in their subconscious. Meanwhile, they will always maintain a sense of alert. Even before the crisis arrives, they will have conducted numerous drills to handle emergencies, combining grand illusionary land simulations with real-life rehearsals. When the real crisis comes, under the leadership of the cultivators, countless people will stand up and sacrifice themselves to stop the enemy. The rest will maintain basic order due to their prior training, evacuating and retreating in an organized manner. This way, the number of people who ultimately retreat will be maximized. Such an ideal society is exactly what the Star Glory Federation and I strive for. Feiwen stared at Li Yao. For what you described to happen, Commander, how high would the average moral level of this ideal society need to be? Wouldn't everyone in it be a saint? The progress of civilization naturally means a higher and higher moral level, Li Yao said solemnly. But of course, this is just our vision or dream. Building a world where everyone is a saint is even more difficult than destroying a world. However, we still have technology. I believe that technological progress will make up for the underdevelopment of morals and help us avoid as many dilemmas as possible. For example, the second dilemma you mentioned, the question of saving the specialist of power rune arrays or the little girl. At first glance, it is indeed a very cruel choice. It feels wrong to save either of them. However, upon further reflection, to make the choice so harsh, you have intentionally set up many premises. These include the malfunctioning engine compartment of the starship, the limited space and resources on board, the lack of time to prepare a second starship, and so on. What if these problems did not exist? What if we could build starships with greater capacity and more efficient resource recycling, allowing us to save both? What if our engine compartments were more stable and equipped with advanced self-examination and self-maintenance systems? What if there was a mysterious, wisdom succession technology that allowed the specialist of power rune arrays to pass on his knowledge to the little girl? What if human virtualization technology were widespread, enabling the specialist to extract his soul and transfer it into a ring on the little girl's finger when his physical body cannot be saved, leaving as an old grandpa? The fundamental difference between humans and animals is tools and technology. As a refiner, I believe in technology. While technology is certainly not a panacea, its progress can indeed solve many problems, prevent us from facing cruel and painful choices, and make our world a more civilized and beautiful place. This is my answer. Li Yao's eyes were clear and firm. Feiwen's eyes, however, were filled with a hint of pity. Amused, he shook his head and said, "Morals? Technology? Is this your answer, Commander? That is rather too self-willed. Having lived at the edge of the cosmos for a long time, I am beginning to understand your outlook and the ideology you persist in. Sometimes, I truly feel that the cultivators are like ignorant, innocent children lying in a nest that is temporarily warm and safe, unaware of the darkness and treacherousness of the outside world. You think that your insignificant persistence and strength can solve all problems. When the immortal cultivators warn you about the cruelty of the outside world and how to survive in it, you simply cover your ears, unwilling to listen, believing that as long as you persist in your doctrines, the dark world will change and the cruel laws will shift on their own. Face the reality. Both morals and technology have their limits, but the cruelty and brutality of the dark universe are infinite. There are always problems you cannot resolve. There are always cruel, painful choices that must be made. The innocent children will grow up into adults one day. When they learn to live in the dog-eat-dog universe, they will have bones of iron and hearts of stone. You are still living in your relatively stable and secure nest at the edge of the cosmos. Naturally, you are free to boast about such useless things. But believe me, after you reach the center of the cosmos and face some cruel choices that cannot be resolved by either morals or technology, you will likely become the next great black star, and the Star Glory Federation will become the next Imperium of true humans. If there is any difference between the Star Glory Federation at that time and the current Imperium of true humans, it will only be that it is even more cruel, brutal, and tyrannical. If it is not, it will not be qualified to continue fighting in the universal slaughterhouse in the place of the Imperium of true human beings. Seeing Feiwen's twisted face and hysterical performance, Li Yao suddenly chuckled. His eyes were unfocused, suggesting he was absent-minded. Feiwen was slightly dazed, appearing unusually angry, which was rare for him. He asked solemnly, "What are you laughing for, Commander?" "Nothing, nothing. I suddenly remembered an old joke that wasn't very funny," Li Yao shrugged. "Ignore me. Just go on." "A joke?" Feiwen frowned. "Does it have anything to do with what we are discussing?" "Not really, perhaps. I just couldn't help but laugh when I thought of it." Please excuse me, Li Yao squatted on the ground and said, the joke is about what to do when one encounters a tiger. Common sense tells us that most tigers prefer to attack from behind. Once they bite the main artery in a human's neck, one attack is enough to finish the victim. So, if an ordinary person accidentally encounters a tiger in the wilderness, they must not turn and run away in panic. They also must not kneel and beg for mercy, shaking with fear, thinking that being humble or becoming the tiger's lackey or slave will save them. Such attempts are futile, and they will certainly die. The correct approach is to face the tiger, widen your eyes, wave your hands, and roar as loudly as possible. If there are tree branches or twigs nearby, pick them up and even poke the tiger aggressively. While poking, they must also shout at the top of their voice to declare their resolution. For example, you fucking filthy tiger, come on and eat me if you have some balls. It's all up to their own vocabulary. Feiwen blinked in confusion for a long time and frowned harder and harder. Wait. You said that a strengthless ordinary person encounters a tiger in the wilderness, didn't you? Li Yao nodded. Yes. Feiwen was baffled. What then? They can escape the tiger with twigs and, cursing like a vixen? Not exactly, Li Yao said. But at the very least, they will die with dignity in such a way. Feiwen. Well, is it a bad joke? I said it was a joke that was not very funny. Please wait a moment, Commander. I am still trying to understand how it is funny at all. In fact, Li Yao said, I did not laugh because the joke was funny. It just occurred to me that the dark universe and all the magnificent beings in it, the Pangu clan, the extraterrestrial devils, or other bizarre alien species, might be a bunch of tigers, and the civilization of mankind is an unlucky guy who has come across them in the wilderness. Then, the immortal cultivators like you focus on how to escape the tigers, by resorting to any means necessary and abandoning and twisting everything. You would even give up the essentials of human beings and change from inside out, living on as the lackeys and servants of the tigers. The cultivators, on the other hand, focus more on something else. We consider how to die with dignity. Dumbfounded, Feiwen was at a loss for words. His dilemmas had always gone unchallenged in the past. It had never occurred to him that they would be stalled by a bad, irritating joke. Calming himself, he sorted out his thoughts and said, where there is life, there is hope. Survival is what matters most. No matter what, we must live on. We may be deformed and even become lackeys of the tigers, but so what? If we are alive, there will be hope for a comeback. Revenge is a dish best served cold. As long as we wait patiently and swallow all the humiliation, we will certainly be able to beat the tigers to death, and then we can always revert to what we used to be. Won't that solve the problem? Looking at the flapping red flags below the mountain, Li Yao said softly, no. Many mistakes cannot be undone once they are made, and many things cannot be changed back to what they were once they are altered. Even if the lackeys truly kill the tigers, they will only become the second tigers at most and will never be human again. Some things are more important than survival, aren't they? Let's consider the example just now. Suppose you are traveling with your children in the wilderness and you encounter a tiger. You will have two choices. First, you can stand in the tiger's way, shouting, kicking, and attracting its attention. You can even charge forward and fight the tiger bravely, trying to buy more time for your children to run away. But they are too young to run away. After the tiger eats you, they will also be killed one by one. In other words, everything you do will be futile. The best you can do is ensure your family dies with dignity. Secondly, you might abandon your wife and children and run first. You could even throw your children into the tiger's mouth. As an adult, your speed is faster. While the tiger enjoys the tender flesh of your children, there is a 1% chance you might survive. According to the so-called rationality of the immortal cultivators, the second choice ensures the greatest good for the whole team. After all, survival is unlikely in the first place. It is perfectly reasonable to have your children make a sacrifice to give you a slim chance at life. However, ask yourself, if you make the second choice and send your children to the tiger's mouth to buy yourself more time, will you ever be the same person again? Even if, after surviving the tiger, you discover a primeval relic and learn marvelous arts that allow you to slay thousands of tigers in the wilderness, and before you find 100 beautiful women to give you hundreds of children, will you still be the same as you were before? This time, Feiwen was at a loss for words. Li Yao smiled and said, besides, the odds of surviving the tiger are unlikely to be as high as 1%. As you mentioned, the universe is an endless dark forest, teeming with countless tigers, vipers, scorpions, and other ferocious beasts. Even if you escape a tiger's attack through such a despicable method, there's a 99% chance you will immediately encounter an even more brutal and terrifying monster, isn't there? If you think about it, it will be extremely easy to conclude that, compared to the short history of mankind and the 3,000 sectors we have explored, the whole universe is nearly infinite in terms of both time and space. In this infinite expanse, countless beings far stronger than we can resist or even imagine must have emerged. They are not deities and devils, they are the creators of deities and devils, or the creators of those creators. For any civilization, eventual destruction is a highly probable event. The hope of achieving eternity is so slim that it borders on zero. So, what's the point of you humbling and demeaning yourselves, reducing yourselves to lackeys, animals, cockroaches, and locusts? Can you escape the dark forest and live eternally by doing so? You can't. Faced with the boundless universe, we are like ordinary people encountering a tiger in the wilderness. We will die if we fight. We will die if we run. We will die if we curse it at the top of our voices, and we will still die if we soil ourselves and even send our children to the beast dutifully. Since we are all going to die anyway, why not choose to die with dignity? Consider the Imperium of true human beings, for example, which has become a hideous nation under the guidance of the true path to immortality. But so what? Has it helped? After 1,000 years of fighting, you haven't even defeated a minor alliance of the Holy Covenant. The future of the nation is bleak. Even if you do defeat the alliance of the Holy Covenant, you may still face the dual threats of the Pangu civilization and extraterrestrial devils. Even if you deform and transform yourselves into iron cockroaches completely different from the humans of the past, allowing you to crush the Pangu civilization and the extraterrestrial devils, then what? The universe is infinite, and there will be countless stronger forces and beings. A day will come when a godly civilization, one that even iron cockroaches cannot handle, will erase you completely in the most casual way. Feiwen's eyes lost focus, and he thought in a daze for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he said, I thought you did not understand the darkness of the universe. I was terribly wrong. It never occurred to me that you are even more pessimistic than the immortal cultivators. You have almost seen the deepest darkness of the universe. The immortal cultivators still hope to struggle and strive to change themselves by following the laws of the universe so that we can survive in the cruel world. I didn't know that you had completely abandoned the slim hope and lost all desire to survive. All you think about is how to die a heroic death. I really don't know how to comment on that. You're wrong again, Li Yao smiled, baring his white teeth. Of course, the cultivators can see the darkness of the universe, but we can also see the flickering light hidden in it. Although eventual destruction is a highly probable event, it is possible that our path will last longer than your true path to immortality. Oh? Feiwen's eyes glittered. Where does the light come from? In the past, Li Yao said, I was once caught in the impasse of the so-called dark forest, too, and thought it was practically impossible to crack the trap. Ordinary people, like us, are unlikely to survive, traveling in the wilderness teeming with tigers. However, when I thought of the joke about dying with dignity, I had a vague epiphany. Who says we are walking alone in the dark forest, surrounded only by tigers? No. The universe is vast, but we are not alone. Feiwen narrowed his eyes. I don't understand. It's simple. The metaphorical tigers refer to the alien civilizations that are stronger than human civilization and are malicious enough to destroy us, right? Li Yao said excitedly. But who says that alien civilizations must be wolves, leopards, lions, or other monsters determined to destroy us? According to the law of survival of the fittest in the dark forest, alien civilizations are supposed to destroy or enslave us to eliminate the threat, no matter how small, while it is still in the cradle. But what if they, too, want to die with dignity? Consider this: if they are civilizations far stronger and more advanced than us, their logical thinking abilities must be far superior to ours. If even I have realized that death is inevitable, no matter how we struggle, and that we might as well die a dignified and valiant death while maintaining our original form and most precious beliefs, how could they have never thought of it? If a highly developed civilization decides to die with dignity, it might extend olive branches of friendship and communication, aiming to educate, help, and protect weaker civilizations. In that case, it would not be a tiger but a teacher and a comrade we can trust and fight alongside. There must be thousands of civilizations in the boundless universe. If only one or two decide to die with dignity, they will be swallowed by the darkness around them soon. But if 10, 100, 10,000 civilizations all choose to die with dignity, to communicate and help each other instead of attacking, it is possible that none of us will die. It is possible that we will drive away the darkness of the universe and fill it with light, isn't it? Feiwen looked at Li Yao as if he were mentally disabled. Ignoring him, Li Yao continued even more passionately. The civilization of mankind is still too weak, and it is practically impossible for us to burn down the entire dark forest on our own. But I do not believe we are fighting alone or that we are the only civilization who considers that dignity is more important than survival. In my definition, so-called civilizations are established to protect something more important than survival. Perhaps, in places beyond our sight, the dark forest is already on fire. What we need to do is join the team of Arsonists and ignite the most critical spark to make the fire spread uncontrollably. Who says that it is not a possibility? Of course, if there is indeed such an alliance of Arsonists made of universal civilizations who hope to die with dignity, it must require certain conditions to join. At the very least, I don't think the immortal cultivators will be qualified to be members if you continue evolving into iron cockroaches and armed locusts. This is what I want to express, no matter how much you roll your eyes. I don't care what you think. All in all, I will walk down my path and uphold the ideology of the cultivators until we march out of the 3,000 sectors of human civilization and reach a greater, vaster universe. There, we will encounter Arsonists and show them the dignity and pride of mankind. We will tell them that, despite being far inferior in strength and technology, our minds are as powerful and noble as theirs. When our eventual destruction comes, we will protect the things we value most with all our courage, wisdom, and resolve, fighting valiantly until the end. Feiwen remained silent but did not hide the objection and disdain in his eyes. Li Yao said with a smile, "Do you think the ideas of the cultivators are a bit childish?" "Yes," Feiwen replied. "It's the most childish thing I've ever heard." "Indeed. The immortal cultivators' ideas might be more mature, more rational, and better adapted to the cruel universe. But I don't like it, no matter what, and would rather stay foolish and naive forever," Li Yao said. "Has it never occurred to you why the cultivators and the immortal cultivators call the most important phase of training nascent soul and consider it a great accomplishment to condense a nascent soul? Why is it a nascent soul that the essence of our training condenses, rather than a muscular adult or a sophisticated senior? Perhaps, through training, we are actually cultivating the pure heart we are born with, and we can only achieve our goals by staying true to what we believed in at the beginning, right? What's wrong with being childish? At least we are young and vigorous. For the immortal cultivators, who have memorized all the laws of the dark universe and fused them deep into their bones and blood, you might look mature, but you are not far from decrepit. It has been only 100,000 years since human civilization was born. We are still a very young, adolescent civilization. It is not appropriate for us to believe, it is the world, not us, that is wrong. Let's make something big to stun all the civilizations in the universe. Don't be so lethargic and unmotivated at such an early phase. While speaking, Li Yao opened his fingers and patted Feiwen's shoulder hard. Feiwen grimaced from the pat. Amused, he said, "Commander, I really don't know whether you are truly innocent, childish, reckless, and stupid, or a great sage who pretends to be an idiot." "Of course, I am a great sage who pretends to be an idiot," Li Yao said. "Isn't that universally known?" Looking at Li Yao's matter-of-fact face, Feiwen took a deep breath and was unable to say anything. Behind them, Speaker Chui Lingfeng of the Star Ocean Republic's government in exile finally couldn't help but chuckle. "Speaker Chui, you've come at the perfect time," Li Yao waved to him. "What insights do you have regarding my discussion with General D? I wouldn't dare to call it enlightenment, but I do have some opinions." Chui Lingfeng hesitated for a moment before squatting next to Li Yao. He remarked while looking at the busy construction site below the mountain, "The disagreement between you and General D is not a simple right or wrong issue. There are few things that are absolutely correct or absolutely wrong. I can only say that in extreme cases, both choices can work, but they can also fail. You know that as the highest leader on Firefly, I am responsible for the lives of almost 100 million people. In the 1,000 years of Firefly's escape, we have faced quite a few extreme crises, forcing me and my predecessors to make cruel, heartless choices and to be interrogated by humanity in conscience time and again. We were on the verge of the abyss of darkness countless times, or we might have sunk into the darkness without knowing it. We understand deeply the helplessness of certain choices and the inevitability of depravity. Although I consider myself a bad cultivator, if some righteous cultivators berate me for what I did and regard me as an immortal cultivator, I'll have nothing to say for myself. After all, being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator is not a tattoo carved on our foreheads. It only takes the blink of an eye to switch between them. Therefore, I understand everything General D said very well. I am not qualified to comment on whether their theories are correct, because when faced with enough pressure, anyone can become an immortal cultivator. Nobody knows this more clearly than I do. What I am saying is that while your theory and General D's can both be correct, if there are two worlds supported by your theories, I would prefer to live in the world of cultivators rather than General D's world of immortal cultivators. Moreover, I would like to work hard and make any sacrifice to develop the world of cultivators into a stronger, more beautiful place. As you said just now, everyone dies. In many cases, eventual destruction is unavoidable. But whether we can face death with rationality and dignity marks the difference between civilization and savagery. We have seen many kinds of deaths on Firefly. Some people resisted meteoroids with their crystal suits and filled the cracks in the starship's shell with their bodies, eventually fusing with it to protect the civilians. Others murdered ordinary people when there was a shortage of food, stole their rations, and sometimes even cut and hid the victims' bodies. But despite all their schemes and evil deeds, how much longer can they survive when a real catastrophe strikes? Even if they catch their breath for another decade while soaking in the poison of darkness, will life be comfortable when they are troubled by their conscience day and night? General D, the immortal cultivator's theories may have their correct side, but I do not want to discuss whether they are right now. I only want to ask you to consider this. Assuming that the world of cultivators presently described has even a 1/1,000,000th chance of being established, would you hope for your offspring to live in such a world or in a world of immortal cultivators like the Imperium of true human beings? Feiwen's eyelids fluttered for a long time. He struggled to shake his head and said, "No, you can't succeed. The chance is too slim. You will never know until you try. When we escaped from the Imperial Terminus sector, we never thought that Firefly could escape for 1,000 years, travel through 3,000 sectors, and eventually get beyond the reach of the Imperium," Chui Lingfeng said with a smile. "As the Vice Commander of the Black Wind Fleet, you must have been through the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. So, you should know that on the battlefield, those who are scared of death will certainly die, but the bold, fearless ones actually have a slim chance of survival, right? If the immortal cultivators consider yourselves the strongest warriors of mankind, how can you be so hesitant and full of misgivings that even the cultivators outperform you with their resolution and valor? Besides, even if we fail and die in the end, it will not be a big deal. Something will definitely be left behind: hope. Human beings are truly strange creatures, a combination of the most despicable and the most honorable traits. They may sink into the darkest abyss, but they can also radiate the light of hope from the muddiest depths. After failure and fall after fall, they rise and try again, each time becoming stronger and closer to civilization and wonder. The Star Ocean Imperium, the Star Ocean Republic, the Imperium of true human beings, and the Star Glory Federation have repeatedly crashed into walls, their heads bleeding. But the seeds of hope have always been planted, allowing them to be reborn one day. I believe in the vitality of human civilization. Even if the naive cultivators of the Star Glory Federation fail this time, they will certainly leave a legacy. Someone will inherit their last will and accomplish what they started. In essence, what we are doing now is not a pursuit of the impossible but an attempt that will impact billions of people and even the entire universe. Today, we are building a new home from scratch, transforming Boneyard into Ultimacy. We have considered the possibility that it might be occupied or even destroyed one day. But believe me, General D, even if Ultimacy is occupied in the future, it will not be the end of our civilization but the beginning of another great legend. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed in the mountains opposite them. The hills, surrounded by mountains, suddenly lit up, extending the horizon. It turned out that the constructors had carried out the largest detonation so far, blowing up folds that stretched for dozens of kilometers and paving a golden path inland. Smoke rose, and red flags waved. Countless constructors waved their tools and hats, cheering and dancing in wild joy. The scene was deeply etched into Feiwen's eyes. He looked at Li Yao, then at Chui Lingfeng. Finally, he narrowed his eyes and observed the world that was becoming clearer behind the smoke, waiting to be conquered and constructed by mankind. He murmured, "Then, let's just wait and see." More and more new blood was joining the Federation, the construction legions from the Black Wind Fleet, the millions of people from Firefly, and the outcasts from the Dragon Snake Space Zone. However, some individuals within the Federation were about to leave their homes for their own beliefs and dreams. As the new settlements on Boneyard, the Water Crystal Sector, and the Forest Ocean Sector were being constructed with enthusiasm, another group was preparing to set off on their expedition. This journey had to be pushed forward and could never be aborted if everything went according to plan. For various reasons, the expedition was kept rather low profile. It was not widely promoted, yet it might have been even more significant than the Federation's future expedition to the center of the cosmos, for it was a time expedition for the civilization of mankind. It was a journey to the future universe, millions of years ahead. This was the Tinder Plan, a great project by the civilization of mankind to spread seeds across millions of years. Although Professor Mo Xian had seen the Tinder Plan as a guise for his scheme to deceive the leadership and experts of the Federation, the plan itself was not a facade. The project's completeness was quite high. On the day Professor Mo Xian activated his scheme, the first launch of the Tinder Plan could have proceeded smoothly. Although Professor Mo Xian was dead, Wei Qingxing and a large group of spiriters who had dedicated their lives to the Tinder Plan were still actively pushing the project forward. They would accomplish their original goal and allow their souls to sail into the universe millions of years later. Wei Qingqing was the most important woman in Li Yao's life, aside from Ding Lingdang. She was the one who had shaped his beliefs. Now that she was about to embark on a journey with no return, Li Yao naturally returned to Hundred Flowers City to bid her farewell. However, after an exhausting trip and meeting Wei Qingqing, who was running final tests in the Tinder base, he found his mouth dry and didn't know what to say. "Sister Qingqing, do you really have to leave?" After much thought, Li Yao could only ask a seemingly useless question. Wei Qingqing was still controlling a small, bird-shaped artificial body, but it projected a vivid holograph of a woman resembling an orchid in an unvisited valley. She smiled and said, "Of course. We've dedicated years to this work. How can we quit halfway?" But, Li Yao blurted out, somewhat recklessly. "Professor Mo Xian only used the Tinder plan as a disguise. I'm afraid you're mistaken. I have a vague feeling that Professor Mo Xian's heart was actually quite self-contradictory. On the surface, he did use the Tinder plan as a disguise, but it's not entirely unlikely that he also wished for the plan to succeed," Wei Qingqing said. Perhaps Professor Mo Xian was also caught in a struggle between two personalities. His personality, corrupted by the extraterrestrial devil, believed that human virtualization was the correct path, but his true personality hoped that humanity could somehow escape the extraterrestrial devils and establish a new world millions of years away. In retrospect, if everything had been a disguise, it would have been unnecessary for him to devote so many resources and so much energy to push the Tinder plan to such an extent. The bottom line is, I still believe that something wonderful was hidden deep inside Professor Mo Xian's heart, even when he was most corrupted by the extraterrestrial devil. It was because of this flickering wonderfulness that he was able to break free from the extraterrestrial devil's control, regain his original self-awareness, and shatter the enemy's scheme. Right now, I'm going to carry the wonderfulness of him and all human beings on an amazing journey to the universe, far into the distant future. I can hardly wait. In that case. Li Yao felt his nose itch. He mumbled, "Sister Qingqing, safe journey. May you drift swiftly through millions of years, encounter new life, and even create a brand new civilization." I hope so. Wei Qingqing smiled, full of hope. "I would like to travel to the universe millions of years away, too. I might encounter all kinds of bizarre lives and civilizations. Some may be advanced, others underdeveloped. Some may be similar to us, while others may have entirely different life forms, making it almost impossible to understand and communicate with them. But no matter how difficult it is, I will try to tell them the stories of humanity. I will tell them about a civilization that once existed, describing the wonderfulness, purity, and brightness of humanity without avoiding the darkness, evil, and ugliness. I will share staggering legends and soul-stirring heroes, like, the tales of Vulture Li Yao. Chances are that life in millions of years will build a statue for you after hearing your story." Li Yao blinked, finding it hard to imagine what such a scene would look like. "However, did you know? I actually have a small, selfish dream," Wei Qingqing said, staring at Li Yao. "I hope that when I wake up again, I won't be faced with a cold, dark, and dead universe, but one of liveliness and brightness where human civilization hasn't perished but has joined the alliance of Arsonists you described. I hope it survives, stubbornly thriving across time and space. Of course, humanity will be vastly different from what it is today. It might have merged completely into the alliance of Arsonists and transformed into bizarre forms. Perhaps humans will grow dozens of tentacles, or turn into meatballs that can expand or shrink freely, or abandon their bodies and move in metal puppets, or transform into invisible waves that can travel thousands of light years in the blink of an eye through four-dimensional space. But whatever they have become, whatever their social structure and relationships, they will remember that some of their ancestors fought for something wonderful and precious millions of years ago, and they, too, will be willing to fight for those things. If I can see such a universe, it will be incredible. We will work hard to make such a universe a reality, Li Yao said solemnly. Then, keep it up, little brother. Wei Qingqing suddenly reached out and touched Li Yao's head. Though she didn't have a physical form, the so-called head touch was just a ripple of waves. But Li Yao could clearly feel her warmth and her laughter. Before Li Yao could gather himself, the light and shadow of Wei Qingqing had already vanished. The delicate little bird landed on the ground slowly, losing all the color it had before. Wei Qingqing's soul had left the artificial body and entered Tinder 1, which was about to be launched. When Tinder 1 took off and its colorful exhaust flames danced vigorously in Li Yao's eyes, he still couldn't free himself from the feeling of loss. Touching the spot on his head where Wei Qingqing's warmth lingered, Li Yao suddenly recalled the experience of Helion Lai's daughter. No one is an island, everyone's fate is intertwined, forming the grand tapestry of civilization. If this is true for individuals, could it also be true for civilizations? The universe is vast, but no civilization, no matter how powerful, can exist in isolation. They are inevitably influenced by other civilizations and, in turn, influence even more, leaving their mark on the universe. Even if human civilization is destroyed one day, the marks they leave behind will affect countless future civilizations, shaping or altering the fate of myriad species. Whether Wei Qingqing would witness a dark, cold universe or a lively, comfortable one in millions of years might truly depend on their efforts today. Therefore, it is all the more reason to work harder. Looking at Tinder 1, now a distant star, Li Yao clenched his fist tightly. I never thought anyone in the real world would actually cheer themselves up by waving their fist. You are truly a narcissist, Long Yangjun said from behind him. Huh? Why are you here? Li Yao was rather startled. Please. I've always been here, all right? Wei Qingqing and I spent a long time on the investigation team for the extraterrestrial devils. As a friend, isn't it perfectly normal for me to see her off? Holding her arms and leaning against the wall, Long Yangjun rolled her eyes at Li Yao. You were so taken with the older sister that you would have neglected Ding Lingdang, too, if she were standing here. It's needless to mention unimportant people like me. Enough of this nonsense. What are you talking about? Frowning, Li Yao eyed Long Yangjun up and down, saying suspiciously, why do I have a feeling that there's something you want to say to me, and you're not very happy about it? Of course there's something I want to say, and I'm not in the best mood. Long Yangjun replied. You haven't forgotten our deal, have you? Well. You truly have. Long Yangjun exclaimed. How is that possible? But if you could drop me a hint. I'm talking about the deal we made on the Nuwa warship, where I help you get the Ancient Sages sector, and you help me repair the Nuwa warship and find the secrets deep inside it with all the available forces of the Star Glory Federation. Long Yangjun said. Hey. You can't have forgotten all that and think I'm here to work in the Star Glory Federation for free, right? Li Yao blinked rapidly and coughed hard. Speaking of which, the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector was truly one of the most critical parts of the Star Glory Federation's grand strategy. Although the Federation had defeated the Black Wind Fleet, it was still at an absolute disadvantage when facing the two behemoths, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The only thing that could make up for the gap in comprehensive national power was the primeval technology under their control. This technology had two sources, one being Kunlun, and the other being the Nuwa warship and Pangu laboratory deep within the Ancient Sages sector. The two sources could be cross-examined and studied together. It was not hard to estimate that once the complete Nuwa warship and Pangu laboratory under the ice were fully under the Federation's control, along with Kunlun, the Federation's capabilities would certainly soar, possibly even undergoing a qualitative change. This would be their trump card for competing in the universe. However, in the past half-year, they had been preoccupied with the problems left by the Black Wind Fleet. Additionally, due to the long distance and harsh sailing routes, the Federation had never had the time or resources to focus on the Ancient Sages sector, which was deep within the Dark Nebula. This is why the issue had been postponed for so long. After the battlefield uprising of the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, the year-long war had finally ended. The Federation was now able to gather its most elite forces and full resources to clear the sailing routes through the Dark Nebula and embrace the Ancient Sages sector. This was also Li Yao's final mission at the edge of the cosmos before he set off for the center to search for Earth. Rest assured, how could I possibly forget that? Li Yao said. An enormous fleet is being gathered in the Federation. Specialists who have spent decades on Kunlun studying the primeval civilizations have been summoned. Meng Qixin, Han Beiling, Yen Liren, and other fellow cultivators have put their work aside and are planning their grand return to the Ancient Sages sector. If everything goes well, we will be able to launch within a month. This time, we have precise information about the sailing routes deep inside the Dark Nebula and the coordinates of the Ancient Sages sector. With the advanced cruise technology and starships of the Black Wind Fleet and Firefly, we will definitely be able to return to the Ancient Sages sector in a year and a half. That's good, Long Yangjun said. The Ancient Sages sector was at a critical phase where contradictions were intensifying and conflicts could break out at any moment. After losing the 12 top experts and most powerful people, there's no telling what kind of world-shaking changes have occurred. Although the 12 of us made thorough plans before we left, if we were away for too long, some ambitious individuals would certainly rise to fill the vacuum. It's best that we return as soon as possible and integrate the Ancient Sages sector into the Federation system. That's good. As the saying goes, among the blind, the one-eyed man is king. There's no telling how many ambitious schemers are jumping up and down in the Ancient Sages sector right now. While those people are as good as nothing, the civilians there will certainly suffer. So, we must seize every second to reach the Ancient Sages sector sooner. Li Yao couldn't have agreed more with Long Yangjuan's opinion. After a moment's thought, he asked, right, after we really reach the Ancient Sages sector and excavate the Nuwa warship, you will have to reveal your identity to the public sooner or later, won't you? You have witnessed what kind of country the Federation is with your own eyes. My own integrity is definitely unquestionable, too. Nobody here will dissect you for study. What are you still worried about? Long Yangjun smiled and said, fine. You have honored your word and never exposed my real identity all the way here. So, I can assure you now that as soon as the Nuwa warship is excavated in one piece and the issues with the Pangu laboratory are resolved, I will reveal my identity and destiny to you and the world. As of right now, a hint of confusion shone in her eyes as she mumbled, I have recalled a lot of things, but they are all modeled pieces. I need some critical information to connect them and figure out my real destiny. Looking at her slightly confused face, Li Yao couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. Although he was the opposite of Long Yangjun in terms of appearance, background, or gender, he still felt that the elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization from hundreds of thousands of years ago was very similar to him. Looking at her, he felt as if he were looking at himself in a mirror. Everyone has a destiny. Perhaps the aim of life is to find and fulfill that destiny. Long Yangjun was approaching her destiny step by step. But what was his destiny exactly? Earth. My Earth. Li Yao shook his head vigorously, dispelling the image of the blue planet into fragmented ripples. His journey had only just begun. It wasn't the time to think about Earth yet. He might as well focus his attention on the Ancient Sages sector deep within the Dark Nebula first. The war against the Black Wind Fleet had taken too much time. Even if they were lucky, nearly 2 years would have passed by the time they returned to the Ancient Sages sector again. What kind of changes could have occurred in the Ancient Sages sector in 2 years, with all the dominators gone? On Angry Fire Mountain in the Mystic Sun state of the Ancient Sages sector. The Mystic Sun State was at the heart of the Great Qian dynasty's territory, the center of the 108 states. It had been renowned as a transportation hub for 100 counties since ancient times. Besides its convenient transportation, it was also one of the most prosperous and wealthy agricultural areas, which further enhanced its military significance. Countless dynasties had risen from this place at the beginning. However, at the northwest border of the Mystic Sun State, Angry Fire Mountain was vastly different from the plateau just one river away. Standing nearly 10,000 meters high, the mountain was surrounded by steep, rugged cliffs that pierced the clouds for hundreds of square kilometers. The valleys between these mountains harbored bottomless fissures that seemed to lead to the depths of hell. From these fissures, surging red smoke spewed year-round, maintaining a high temperature in the area. From the plateau, observers would invariably feel that the entire mountain was ablaze, which is how it earned its name. Due to the harsh environment and the various fire-class beasts lurking deep within the valleys and fiery clouds, the area was revered as one of the most dangerous places in the entire Ancient Sages sector. Ordinary people avoided passing through the region without a compelling reason, and even low-level cultivators had to remain highly vigilant. A moment's carelessness could result in being absorbed by the fiery clouds and devoured by the ferocious beasts, leaving not even ashes behind. However, this was all history from a few years back. 2 years ago, Angry Fire Mountain, once known as one of the 10 most dangerous locations in the Ancient Sages sector, was breached. Most of the fire-class beasts were either killed or driven away, and those that remained were implanted with barriers and runes, transforming them into domesticated animals serving the cultivators. On the fissures that continuously spewed fiery spiritual energy from the depths of the earth, countless rune arrays were established. Not only did they lower the temperature of the local area to an acceptable level for ordinary people, but these rune arrays also absorbed the fiery spiritual energy, transforming it into ever-changing, mysterious fire. This fire could be used for tempering, to create explosives that were invincible in wars, or to form various hot springs. Even the common folk, who had no strength, could grow into muscular fighters by soaking in the hot springs for a long time. Ever since then, Angry Fire Mountain had become livelier with each passing day. Flying boats shipped towers and pavilions from all directions. More than 10 floating mountains were even anchored above Angry Fire Mountain. A rather splendid town was almost established in the middle of the mountain. Outside the town, nearly 10 huge military camps had been set up. Brawny men from everywhere were joining the army every day. Almost 10,000 torches, as thick as a bull's thigh, were consumed daily, illuminating the vast Angry Fire Mountain into a sleepless city. The clinks of blades and the roars of men could be heard every night. People who lived on the plateau looked at the blazing mountain in fright. The radiant flames from the mountain even eclipsed the splendor of the Great Qian dynasty and the dark cloud prairies. All kinds of rumors were spreading on the street. Many of them told others how they saw a crimson dragon soaring from Angry Fire Mountain and hovering in the clouds at night. A true dragon has shown up. The touts and butchers on the street grimaced and spoke to each other thoughtfully. Even the scoundrels who spent their entire time in the casinos had put down their dice and coins, considering whether they should join the army and make a name for themselves. That day, the anomaly in the sky further confirmed their judgment. Starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, when there was not the slightest light in the sky, flashes of light tore through the night and lunged toward Angry Fire Mountain. At their peak, hundreds of fiery lines filled the sky. Explosions echoed like rolling thunder, each louder than the last, nearly deafening the people below. The terrifying sight drove many to madness. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky all day, until their heads bled and their mouths foamed, and they passed out by the roadside. Cultivators. There were countless powerful cultivators. The common folk had never seen so many cultivators gathering and marching toward Angry Fire Mountain. The fiery lines in the sky burned throughout the morning without pause. How could they not be frightened or driven mad? Why are so many cultivators here? Are they here to pay homage to the true dragon? The true dragon has appeared, and all the people bow. This is truly a sign of a changing dynasty. Not only the ignorant common folk on the plateau, but even the cultivators who had traveled thousands of kilometers to Angry Fire Mountain without rest, muttered the same thing. At that moment, Angry Fire Mountain was perhaps the liveliest place in the entire Ancient Sages sector. On the hills, large and small, and above the floating towers and pavilions, sabers, swords, and spears rose like an ocean, and countless flags flapped in the wind. Nearly 10,000 soldiers in fine armor stood like iron and copper statues, holding flags almost 10 meters tall, motionless. The emblem of angry fire on the flags was the only thing moving in the wind, like crazily dancing flames. Countless hideous, ferocious fire-class animals were all awed by the sight. Lying at the feet of their tamers, they did not dare to move, but only bulged their big red eyes and stared at the crowd below in fear. The valley, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, was now full. Even the well-off cultivators had to stand right next to each other, leaving no space for privacy. They all wore expressions of confusion and panic. The gong outside the valley had been bashed for an entire day, yet it still echoed non-stop. Every time a leader or an elder of a sect came to visit, the gong would be struck hard, accompanied by roars that rumbled like thunder. Master Zhao Yunfeng of the Heavenly Wolf Manor has arrived, offering 2,000-year ginsengs and 1 jade ornament. Leader Long, Elder Sun, and Elder Qian of the Glamorous Cloud sect, along with their 33 true disciples, have arrived, offering 30 glamorous cloud flags that the entire sect has baptized with their heart's blood for 81 days. Master Shengguan of the Wild Sand Fortress has arrived, offering 1 world cauldron. Elder Scorching Sun is the best expert in the world, supported by 1 million elite soldiers of the Angry Fire Army and countless experts of the Red Sun sect. It will only be a matter of time before he unites the world once more. This cauldron will be the best medium to carve the magnificent feats of Elder Scorching Sun for all posterity to remember. After the announcement, the atmosphere in the valley became even more heated. The air seemed almost to melt the rocks and burn through the sky. Countless muscular soldiers, clad in red flame armor, shouted at the top of their lungs, "The invincible Elder Scorching Sun will sweep across and unite the world, and he will be remembered by all future generations." Initially, only the soldiers of the Angry Fire Army were shouting. But very soon, the cultivators of the Red Sun sect, dressed in crimson robes and glowing red, joined in with flushed faces and protruding veins. Under their fierce gazes, the tens of thousands of cultivators from other sects could only grit their teeth and echo their cries. For a moment, the only sound in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby was the reverberating chant. Elder Scorching Sun is invincible. Sweep across and unite the world. To be remembered by all future generations. Staying among the 100,000 cultivators, Fang Chengji echoed the roars of flattery, but he did not give it much thought. His face was slightly flushed, and he suspected that any moment, one of the surrounding cultivators might pat him on the shoulder and mock him. Well, if this isn't the renowned Green Willow Fang Chengji of the Running River State? Why has the mighty Lord Fang traveled from afar to bootlick Elder Scorching Sun? Despite his worries, no one laughed at him openly. He secretly observed his surroundings and noticed that many more high-level cultivators, more famous than him, were present. However, these masters, elders, and leaders were so solemn and focused, as if they genuinely believed in the enduring influence of Elder Scorching Sun. Fang Chengji coughed and still felt he stood out from those around him. The Honorable Mr. Green Willow, known for his extraordinary handsomeness, was one of the top 4 princes respected in the Running River State. He was even a minor celebrity in the broader world of cultivators. His grandfather had advanced to the nascent soul stage and founded the Green Cloud Sword sect. Armed with the Green Cloud Demon Sweeping Sword and the corresponding sword arts, his reputation extended far beyond the Running River State. No one in the neighboring states had not heard of his father's name. Wherever he went, sects showed him respect the moment they saw the token of the Green Cloud Sword sect. Additionally, his great-grandfather was a true disciple of the Purple Pole Sword sect, known as the best sword sect in the world. It was with the permission and full support of the Purple Pole Sword sect that his ancestors left the sect to found an independent one. In other words, the Green Cloud Sword sect was an offshoot, or rather, a peripheral organization, of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Sword Manik Yen Liren of the Purple Pole Sword sect was known as the world's best expert. In the sword testing battle years ago, even Qi Zhongdao, the leader of all cultivators, was no match for him. With such an unshakable mountain supporting them, they were completely different from the small fries around him who had no backgrounds. What was wrong with his father stepping into such a mess? Fang Chengji was somewhat dissatisfied with his father, Fang Shi, the current leader of the Green Cloud Sword sect, who was humbly praising Elder Scorching Sunday. It was true that, with the disappearance of the three saints, the four rapscallions, and Elder Spiritual Vulture, the capabilities of multiple forces, including the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, the Great Qian dynasty, and the Dark Cloud Prairies, had greatly weakened. All of them were shrinking. The Angry Fire Army and Scorching Sun sect, led by Elder Scorching Sun, had risen abruptly and rapidly, showing the momentum of a revolution. Claiming that an unprecedentedly powerful Rising Sun array had been crafted, Elder Scorching Sun was holding a Rising Sun ceremony. Invitations had been sent to all sects in the entire Ancient Sages sector, both large and small, asking them to attend the great event. In fact, everyone knew that the real purpose was something else. The Rising Sun ceremony was a declaration of war that Elder Scorching Sun sent to the entire world of cultivators and even the entire Ancient Sages sector. It implied that the unparalleled expert who had recently risen was about to compete for world hegemony. The cultivators willing to attend the Rising Sun ceremony would be his allies and lackeys. Those who did not show him respect and ignored his invitation would be his foes or targets to be annihilated by his great army later. Frankly, it was a meeting to take sides. Elder Scorching Sun would see how many people in the world of cultivators were on his side and how many opposed him. The invitations indeed shocked the entire Ancient Sages sector and finally caused a rare turnout that day. Most of the middle-sized and small sects, awed by Elder Scorching Sun's dominance, sent their leaders or elders with great gifts. They were even busy flattering Elder Scorching Sun as much as they could. The shameless exaltations were eye-openers for Fang Chengji. Even a few deeply rooted sects that had at least sent a few elders to attend the ceremony with replies from their leaders. However, the 6 major sects, including the Grand Mystery sect and the Purple Pole Sword sect, the court of the Great Qian dynasty, and the Dark Cloud Prairies, did not send anyone. The stances of the two parties were very clear. As an offshoot of the Purple Pole Sword sect, the Green Cloud Sword sect was supposed to side with the Purple Pole Sword sect and resist Elder Scorching Sun and the Red Sun sect together. However, after discussing the issue with the leaders of more than 10 peripheral sects, his father made a shocking decision. None of them considered the Purple Pole Sword sect's attitude further. They all went to Angry Fire Mountain together. Although their excuse was to help the Purple Pole Sword sect investigate the enemy, anyone who was not an idiot knew how absurd that was. Their actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face for the Purple Pole Sword sect. More strictly speaking, they were even suspected of betrayal. Fang Chengji was young and had a thin face. He was both ashamed to change sides so blatantly and frightened by the past reputation of the Purple Pole Sword sect. He was also very suspicious about Elder Scorching Sun, who had only risen to fame a couple of years ago. Although he had been dragged to Angry Fire Mountain by his father unwillingly, he felt that his father had made a reckless move. Is Elder Scorching Sun still not out? 100,000 cultivators are waiting for him alone. How cocky! Fang Chengji mumbled to himself in a very low voice. He thought that nobody could hear him, but hardly had he finished his sentence when the center of his eyebrow was poked so hard that he almost burst into tears. Then, his father's high-pitched voice echoed in his ears. "Idiot, watch your mouth. You might not only get yourself killed but also involve your family and sect." Fang Chengji, greatly shocked, raised his head to look. He discovered that his father was still bowing like a tumbler with the most devoted expression, mumbling adulations like "Elder Scorching Sun is invincible." But his father's private talk was running into his ears incessantly. "What does a little idiot like you know? Haven't I told you how tough Elder Scorching Sun is on our way here? Did you not hear any of that? He may not have been very famous in the world of cultivators in the past 100 years, but he was a major celebrity more than 100 years ago who had advanced to the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, he entered the depths of Angry Fire Mountain while chasing an animal and went missing. Everyone thought he was killed by the magma deep beneath the earth. However, while he was indeed lost underground, he found something even more profound. He discovered a relic of the Saint Fire dynasty from over 70,000 years ago, along with the residences of dozens of ancient masters. The relic of the Saint Fire dynasty and the residences of these ancient masters were actually built on a battlefield from the primeval wars of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Thus, the underground relic in Angry Fire Mountain contains both the vast arsenal of the Saint Fire dynasty and the life's work of dozens of ancient monsters, as well as abundant amazing arts and magical equipment. Some of the primeval treasures are even as powerful as Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal, the Iron Saint's prized possession. Most shocking of all, among these primeval treasures was a Cloud Qin gold statue. You may not know much about the other primeval treasures, but I am certain you are fully aware of the ultimate dominance of the Cloud Qin gold statue. The Cloud Qin dynasty was founded with the help of 12 Cloud Qin gold statues. Today, although Elder Scorching Sun has only one Cloud Qin gold statue, and its arm is broken, so what? Who else in the world can compete with him? Fang Shi, the leader of the Green Cloud Sword sect, had indeed repeated this countless times on the road. But Fang Chengji was not convinced, as he had not seen it with his own eyes. He stood up straight, ready to argue. He. Fang Shi sniffed, mingling a sharp sword aura into his voice that grated on Feng Chengji's nerves like a dagger. Don't say anything. Just listen obediently. Elder Scorching Sun trained diligently in the underground residences of the Saint Fire dynasty for 100 years and finally reached the ultimate peak of the nascent soul stage, just a half step away from the divinity transformation stage. He cultivated dozens of the most dominant arts. Even if he were to face Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two legendary divinity transformation stage cultivators from a century ago, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Now that he has emerged from seclusion, having mastered all his arts, he is undoubtedly one of the top experts in the world. Coincidentally, he has ended his seclusion at the perfect time, when the three saints, the four rapscallions, the monk, and the emperor have all vanished mysteriously. Regarding the mysterious disappearance of the three saints, the four rapscallions, Elder Spiritual Vulture, and other experts, there are all kinds of rumors and strange theories. Some say they died in the depths of the land of eternal night. Others claim they set off to search for the realm of the deities on a massive divine boat and will return to the ancient sages' sector in a year and a half. But the journey to divinity is fraught with peril. Who knows if it's true? They were said to return in a year and a half, but 3 years have passed, and there's still no sign of those experts. Perhaps they've already transcended and forgotten all earthly affairs, or perhaps they perished on their quest for the realm of the deities. Perhaps there has never been a search for the deities' realm, in the first place, and they might have perished in the land of eternal night. Their quest could be a false message released by their subordinates and disciples to stabilize the situation, right? All in all, the world cannot function without a ruler. Now that the old experts, such as the three saints, the four rapscallions, the monk, the emperor, and Elder Spiritual Vulture, are all gone, the ancient sages' sector is in dire need of new leadership. At such a moment, Elder Scorching Sun has risen, with his cultivation only half a step away from the divinity transformation stage and a one-armed gold statue. Who is the destined son if not him? Fang Chengji felt his head spin when he heard the term, Son of Destiny. Still, the stubborn doubts in his heart made him feel that his father was merely exaggerating. The truth couldn't be so unbelievable. No one knew a man better than his father. Without turning around, Leader Fang could sense his son's thoughts. He sneered, in terms of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and unparalleled arts, Elder Scorching Sun possesses the techniques and legacy treasures of dozens of ancient masters from the Saint Fire dynasty. In terms of magical equipment and weapons, he has an entire arsenal, including the broken fragments of powerful primeval magical equipment. In terms of personal strength, he is one of the most unparalleled experts in the world. Even when the three saints, for rapscallions, and Master Spiritual Vulture were still around, they might not have been strong enough to compete with him. Now, with all the experts of the old days either missing or dead, Elder Scorching Sun stands as the unchallenged champion. After breaking his seclusion, he crushed several well-known experts in a row and soon gained his reputation. Unaffiliated cultivators from all over the world flocked to join him. In just a few years, these cultivators have made significant progress in their cultivation, nurtured by his marvelous medicines and armed with primeval weapons. The Red Sun sect now has more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators. Equipped with fragments of primeval treasures, these nascent soul stage cultivators have shockingly high combat abilities. A Red Sun sect cultivator can easily take on 3 cultivators of the same level from other sections. Even the 6 major sects did not have such dominance in their prime years. In terms of troops, you saw them with your own eyes on our way here. Elder Scorching Sun has polished the soldiers with the angry fire sacred water from below the earth and trained them with advanced fighting techniques from the Saint Fire dynasty. All ordinary soldiers have been transformed into bloodthirsty, resolute, and vicious warriors. Of every 5 soldiers, 1 can reach the level of inborn warrior. While these individuals could serve as centurions in other armies, here they can only work as minor captains. Additionally, the number of soldiers in this terrifying army has nearly reached 1 million. Both the most elite royal army of the Great Qian dynasty and the Ghost Qin Wolf Raiders on the Dark Cloud Prairies cannot compete with the Angry Fire army. Currently, Elder Scorching Sun has already occupied the heartland of the Central Plateau. From this place to the west and to the south, no one knows the court or the Dark Cloud Prairies, they only recognize the flag of Angry Fire of Elder Scorching Sun. Tell me, what is destiny and the unstoppable wheel of fate if not this? Today, after the Rising Sun ceremony, the Angry Fire army and the Red Sun sect will embark on their expedition to sweep across the world. The 6 major sects, the Great Qian dynasty, and the Dark Cloud Prairies are all targets of their conquest. The 6 major sects are obstinate enough to fight Elder Scorching Sun to the end. The Green Cloud Sword sect is an offshoot of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Due to this critical relationship, if we had not come here in a hurry to pledge our loyalty, we would certainly die along with the Purple Pole Sword sect. Our 100 years of enterprise would vanish, and both of us, along with every other member of our family, young and old, would be obliterated. I spent days and nights considering how to preserve our tiny Green Cloud Sword sect in the face of Elder Scorching Sun's overwhelming dominance, but you, little brat, are cocky in your ignorance. After being reprimanded by his father, Fang Chengji felt his stubbornness getting the better of him. He argued back, telepathically, not entirely convinced, while Elder Scorching Sun is tough, the 6 major sects, the court of the Great Qian dynasty, and the Dark Cloud Prairies won't be so easy to handle. As the saying goes, even a broken ship has some nails that are still useful. Even if those forces lack leaders, will they just wait to be killed? What are they doing now if not waiting to be killed? Leader Fang scoffed. Ever since the top 10 experts of the Ancient Sages sector went missing mysteriously 3 years ago, the 6 major sects, the Great Qian dynasty, the Dark Cloud Prairies, and the rebel forces such as the White Lotus Cult and the Heaven Battering Army have all been at a standstill, not making any moves. They haven't lifted a finger in the past 3 years. Even as Elder Scorching Sun rose abruptly and expanded on a large scale, defying all rules and even insulting them, they simply turned a blind eye and swallowed all the humiliation. Do they still hold the dominance of the past? If they weren't truly incapable, how could they have allowed Elder Scorching Sun to rampage so openly? The relationship between the Green Cloud Sword Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect is highly unusual. After pulling some strings, I learned undeniable information that a world-shaking battle did indeed break out in the depths of the Land of Eternal Night 3 years ago. Not only were the top 10 experts of the Ancient Sages sector involved, but the thousands of high-level cultivators under their leadership also participated in the battle. It is said that blood flowed like rivers after the battle. After the battle, all forces suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, because their leaders disappeared mysteriously, they were unable to thrive again. Before they could slowly recover, Elder Scorching Sun, responding to the call of fate, emerged and absorbed all their fortune. Tremendous resources, land, people, experts, and vassal sects aligned with Elder Scorching Sunday. How could the old forces expect to rise again? In summary, one is ascending, and the other is declining. Elder Scorching Sun now shines like the midday sun, while the Great Qian Dynasty, the Dark Cloud Prairies, the 6 major sects, the White Lotus Cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and other forces are like dry bones in a grave, waiting to decay. Even if we do not intend to be major contributors to the new monarch's cause, there is no reason we should be bound to the dry bones and die with them. Fang Chengji was somewhat convinced by his father's words. He stammered, but I was told that the 10 experts did not go missing or perish with each other. They joined hands to search for the deity's realm. Didn't they leave a divine wrath order before they departed, promising to return with marvelous treasures or even divine soldiers of the deity's realm in a year and a half, and asked all cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector to behave and not start any wars? Whoever disobeys the divine wrath order and raises a war while they are away will be punished and suppressed in the most ruthless way on the day of their return. What divine wrath order? It was just a pretentious move, Leader Fang sneered. Countless unparalleled experts from the Ancient Sages sector have set off to search for the deity's realm over the past 100,000 years. Did any of them ever come back? Even the experts far above the divinity transformation stage lost their lives in the boundless darkness. The 3 saints and the 4 rapscallions were merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage and had not even touched the threshold of the divinity transformation stage. Yet, they were bold enough to search for the deity's realm? How ridiculous. You said it yourself, they announced in the divine wrath order that they would return in a year and a half. It's already been 3 years. Where are the marvelous treasures and divine soldiers from the deity's realm? In my view, the whole issue is simple. The 10 experts did discover some secret treasures deep within the Land of Eternal Night and fought each other for those treasures. However, as they were so deeply mired in the battle, and possibly due to the defense rune arrays from the primeval age, the top 10 experts were killed simultaneously. Their disciples and subordinates knew that chaos would ensue if the news got out, and those once dominant forces would end up as meat on a chopping block. Therefore, the forces, once hostile to each other, secretly reached a pact and fabricated the ridiculous lie that their leaders had gone to search for the deity's realm. It was merely a strategy to buy them a few years of time to slowly recover. Hee. It's a pity that things never go as planned. It never occurred to them that an unstoppable man like Elder Scorching Sun would show up. Naturally, their lie could not be sustained any longer. His father's analysis was reasonable and flawless. Even Fang Chengji, who had always been proud, was fully convinced. Father, you do have a point. That seems to be what happened. I have traveled in the world of cultivators for almost 100 years. What kind of extraordinary incidents have I not come across? How can such absurd tricks deceive me? Leader Fang sneered. He suddenly changed his expression and flapped his sleeves, saying in a low voice, "Quiet. The elder is here." The praises from all directions subsided, replaced by enchantments that were even more agitating. It did not sound like it came from throats but felt like the violent spiritual energy contained in the infinite earthly fire, burning the air in the 1,000 square kilometers around. The million soldiers of the angry fire army, the 30,000 disciples of the Red Sun sect, and the 100,000 cultivators from 3,000 sects in the world, greet the magnificent elder. Accompanied by the sounds that seemed to be blown out of bullhorns, Green Willow Fang Chengji saw thousands of colorful fireballs slowly rise. After the fireballs flew into the air, they occupied the entire sky like a well-organized army. The distance between the fireballs was absolutely the same, turning the sky into an enormous chessboard. Pa! All the fireballs exploded at the same time, turning into hideous, vivid beasts. Among the thousands of beasts made of fireballs, there were wolves, tigers, leopards, lions, and all other creatures. They were raging and emanating shocking spiritual energy above the valley. No two fiery beasts were the same. Each had a unique posture and movement, as if they were alive. Many of the less capable cultivators in the valley struggled to catch their breath under the pressure. They also sweated profusely from the heat and looked utterly devastated. The thousands of fireballs radiated and gradually ascended to the highest clouds, which seemed to be under Elder Scorching Sun's command as well. After a series of stunning transformations, the clouds condensed into a grand image that blocked the sun and sky, a daunting giant sitting cross-legged in furious flames. Chapter 1888, Unparalleled Fiery Fiend. Red clouds and colorful glows formed the giant's body, while the vigorous flames of spiritual energy shaped its facial features and armor. The splendid and unstoppable giant almost resembled the one who created the universe. The floating mountains and pavilions in the sky were as insignificant and vulnerable as children's toys before the monolithic fiery fiend. The highest peak of the angry fire mountain, rising to the clouds, seemed inadequate to withstand even a sneeze from the fiend. Even the valley, holding hundreds of thousands of cultivators and ordinary soldiers, appeared as though it had been carved by the fiend's hands, capable of being torn into another ravine that led to the planet's core, burying everyone within at a whim. So magnificent and dominating. Every hair on Green Willow Fang Chengji stood on end. He could not help but feel the deepest reverence from the bottom of his heart. Only at this moment did he finally understand what his father meant by Son of Destiny. When light, more dazzling than the sun, beamed from the colossal giant, covering the entire valley, Fang Chengji truly felt that he, his father, and the elders of all the major sects had become ants, dust, and water droplets, vaporizable at any moment. They could only obey, not resist, for any thought of defiance would result in their obliteration in the blink of an eye. This was the unparalleled dominance of Elder Scorching Sun, the strongest cultivator of the ancient sage's sector. For a moment, Fang Chengji was almost dumbfounded. Many others shared his shock. The entire valley fell silent. The only sounds echoing now and then were the gasps of the panicked low-level cultivators and the clattering of their teeth. The fiery fiend extended its arms, grabbing two hills several kilometers apart. Then, it leaned toward the valley, building an overwhelming effect with fire and clouds. With a casual smile, it said, its voice shaking the entire sky, "Please excuse me for not greeting you earlier, fellow cultivators." The voices fell from the sky like a waterfall, striking the hearts of every cultivator as if a pair of iron hands were pressing their shoulders hard to the ground. Some of the less capable cultivators felt suffocated and almost vomited blood. The fiery fiend released the hills it held, the marks on them furiously burning and clearly visible. Opening its hands, it laughed and continued, "Fellow cultivators, what do you think of my rising sun array? Is it magnificent enough? Hardly had the voice died down when light and fire flashed within the 100 square kilometers around Angry Fire Mountain, as if 10,000 volcanoes were erupting from beneath the earth. The fiery fiend's body, already massive, expanded further. Not only did the armor around its body become gold and dazzling, but it also grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads were enveloped in red, green, and purple flames, while the 6 enormous hands held fireballs even more violent than the sun. Outside the fireballs, colorful arcs of light danced, each roaring like a ravenous dragon. Who? A great wind blew through the valley. As if an overwhelming river of magma flowed right above their heads, all the cultivators felt their hair standing on end, with bloodshot eyes. Their fingernails were cracking beyond their control. The rising sun array was that powerful. All the cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling as if they were trapped in a nightmare. Of course, they knew that Elder Scorching Sun could not have built such a magnificent image with his own cultivation. Even a real divinity transformation stage cultivator would have been barely capable of constructing such an overwhelming image of a fiend with all their cultivation. However, even with the effect supported by the rising sun array in the underground relic of the Saint Fire dynasty, it was still an unparalleled sight in the past 1,000 years. At that moment, the so-called 3 saints and 4 rapscallions were truly incomparable to even Elder Scorching Sun's little finger, considering his dominance. Seeing this, the cultivators who were previously hesitating could not help but feel genuinely convinced. With tears in their eyes, they shouted in unison. The rising sun array is truly invincible. Elder Scorching Sun is invincible. Elder Scorching Sun's enterprise will last forever. Ha! Ha ha ha! The 3 heads of the fiery fiend burst into laughter, and its 6 arms shook so wildly it seemed they would burn 6 holes in the sky. It remarked, "The dominance of the array is exactly like the future of my school. Like a rising sun in the morning, it will soar unstoppably." Now that the fellow cultivators here understand the logic of following the trend instead of going against it, I will certainly not wrong you. One day, when the sun truly shines at its highest in the sky and illuminates the earth, all fellow cultivators will be like flowers, woods, and grass on the ground, benefiting from its light and heat. The cultivators looked at each other. Naturally, another round of applause and adulation began. However, the 3 faces of the fiery fiend turned gloomy at the same time. Ever since I fully grasped the unparalleled arts and broke out of seclusion, most cultivators have shown the wisdom to understand the unstoppable tide of history. But there are still blind, obstinate individuals who choose to fight against me. Although kindness is a great virtue, I shall show no mercy to those who are determined to meet their end. Someone. Bring the heaven-sweeping King Zhao Changlai here. In Elder Scorching Sun's sneer, 5 flying boats slowly ascended from the valley. Each boat pulled a thick chain bound to the limbs and neck of a filthy man, his face covered in blood. His body, stretched taut and about to be torn apart, was dragged skyward. Elder Scorching Sun has captured the heaven-sweeping King Zhao Changlai. The cultivators in the valley were all stunned. The heaven-sweeping King Zhao Changlai was a sworn brother of the heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng, one of the 4 rapscallions and one of the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector. Before Qi Changsheng established the heaven-battering army, Zhao Changlai had already been following Qi Changsheng to excavate ancient tombs and relics in the northwest. The 2 were life-and-death friends. Though not from the same family, they were closer to each other than many blood relatives. After Qi Changsheng established the heaven-battering army, it was annihilated by the court multiple times, and he was forced to surrender to the court on several occasions. During these failures, many of his past brothers betrayed him and even stabbed him in the back. However, Zhao Changlai remained loyal to him. Even when Qi Changsheng had only 9 subordinates left, Zhao Changlai was still by his side. Therefore, Zhao Changlai was the most trusted by Qi Changsheng. Qi Changsheng called himself the heaven-battering king, and named Zhao Chonglai the Heaven-Sweeping King, making him the vice-commander of the Heaven-Battering Army. It was said that before he and 9 other experts left for the deity's realm 3 years ago, Qi Chongsheng entrusted the remaining troops of the Heaven-Battering Army to Zhao Chonglai. The cultivators never imagined that even the Heaven-Sweeping King, Zhao Chonglai, had become a prisoner of Elder Scorching Sunday. Did this mean that the Heaven-Battering Army had been completely crushed by the Angry Fire Army and the Red Fire sect? All the cultivators present couldn't help but swallow hard as they recalled the Divine Wrath Order. This was a decree left by the 10 experts 3 years ago, warning all sects and unaffiliated cultivators not to make any reckless moves while they were away. Anyone who dared to start a war would face severe punishment upon their return. But now, not only had Elder Scorching Sun started a war, but he was also directly targeting one of Qi Chongsheng's subordinates, essentially defying and destroying the Divine Wrath Order. Well, what if the top 10 experts, including the 3 saints, the 4 rapscallions, and Master Spiritual Vulture, are not dead and truly return from the deity's realm someday? Many cultivators could not help but feel cold sweat breaking out. However, when they saw the overwhelming fiery fiend above the valley, they laughed at their own paranoia. With Elder Scorching Sun in dominance, what could the top 10 experts do even if they came back? Would there be any outcome other than being killed by Elder Scorching Sun, leaving no bones behind? Zhao Chonglai. The fiery fiend craned its gigantic head toward the man who was about to be split apart, grinning hideously. I sent a proud sun badge to your Heaven-Battering Army out of goodwill, inviting you to appreciate the magnificence of the rising sun array. Not only did you ignore it, but you also killed my envoy and destroyed my badge. You have insulted my school to such an extent that I was forced to invite you here in this manner. Why do you choose humiliation over being respected as a guest? Walla! 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 The 5 thick chains shook violently for a while. Zhao Chonglai, whose hair was disheveled and face covered in blood, finally gathered enough strength to spit out. He shouted, "Elder Scorching Sun, you are the most shameless scoundrel in the world. Under the pretext of sending the proud sun badge, you merely tried to figure out where I was so you could launch a clandestine ambush. Even if you do crush the Heaven-Battering Army and split me apart, do you think you are a man worthy of respect?" Hee, the fiery fiend sneered and waved its 6 arms. You have seen the dominance of the Angry Fire Army and the Red Sun sect with your own eyes. Crushing the Heaven-Battering Army is as easy as crushing a bunch of ants. If I hadn't sincerely invited the famous Heaven-Sweeping King to attend the ceremony, and if you hadn't been fleeing here and there like a wild rat, would I have been forced to resort to such methods? Today is a great day for the Angry Fire Army and the Red Sun sect. I do not intend to cause much death today. So, let me ask you one last time. Heaven-Sweeping King, Zhao Chonglai, are you going to surrender or not? Great day? Ha ha ha. Heaven-Sweeping King Zhao Chonglai burst into laughter. You, who are as greedy as dogs and as stupid as swine, do not know that death is knocking at your door. You may be having your day today, but when my brother Qi Chongsheng and the other 9 experts return from the deity's realm, each and every one of you will be slain. None of you will get away. Elder Scorching Sun had already foreseen his obstinacy, and was not infuriated at all. He simply smiled and casually said, "You are still daydreaming. Do you really think anyone is going to return from the deity's realm? Let me tell you the truth and offer a word of insight to all fellow cultivators here. I am not some ignorant fool who can be easily tricked. Having trained in the primeval relic for over 100 years, I know a lot of ancient anecdotes. Deity's realm? There is no such thing. It is a boundless black ocean that surrounds the ancient sages' sector. The thickness of the black ocean is beyond imagination. Even the unparalleled experts of the nascent soul stage, the divinity transformation stage, or even higher levels would not be able to fly out of it after a 10,000-year journey. From ancient times to today, almost all the experts who flew out of the ancient sages' sector to search for the deity's realm were killed miserably in the black ocean outside. Those who were lucky enough to return lost all their cultivation and most of their lives, too. He. By my estimation, the so-called search for the deity's realm and divine wrath order were schemes that you people came up with. The old top 10 experts perished together in the depths of the land of eternal night. Even the forces behind them suffered great losses. You couldn't resist the challenges posed by the heroes of the world. That's why you devised a trick to buy yourselves more time. Even if they didn't die but truly went out to search for the deity's realm on a massive flying boat, they would either be killed en route or return in ruins. Right now, I possess the legacies of the Saint Fire dynasty, 1,000,000 soldiers and experts, and the support of countless fellow cultivators across the 3,000 sectors in the world. Even if they do return, how can they possibly compete with me? They will have to kneel before me. Zhao Chonglai, a wise man knows when to submit to fate. Stop daydreaming and just obey me. Surrender the wealth and weapons that the heaven-battering army has looted over the years. Damn you! Zhao Chonglai cursed. You may revel in your power today, but your reign won't last. Very soon, my brother and the 9 experts will return from the deity's realm. By then, you will die a death 10 times more miserable than how I am killed today. Good. The fiery fiend narrowed its eyes, and its 3 large faces were all brimming with grim determination as it gnashed its teeth. The rising sun array has just been built and needs the blood of a nascent soul stage cultivator for its sacrifice. Since you are too stubborn to change, why don't I grant your wish? Let me see how the 3 saints, the 4 rapscallions, Master Spiritual Vulture, or the others can make me die 10 times more miserably than you do after you are split apart and burnt to ash, and your soul is sealed in the magma to be boiled in all eternity. Voila, the 5 flying boats moved in different directions, and the 5 chains were immediately taut. Cracking sounds immediately echoed from Zhao Chonglai's flesh and bones. He roared non-stop in excruciating pain. Elder Scorching Sun intended to establish his authority with Zhao Chonglai and thus was not in a hurry to kill him. He ordered the flying boats to move as slowly as possible so he would have more time to torture the obstinate prisoner. At that moment, dozens of roars echoed like spring thunder from the crowd in the valley. Die now, old monster. Justice will be served today, old monster. Old fart, today is the day of your death. Grand Mystery Sect, Purple Pole Sword Sect, Wind Thunder Valley. The 6 major sects swear to kill the monster. Asterisk schwa. 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 Schwa, asterisk. Hundreds of streaks of sword auras rose up to the Red Sun sect's altar at the end of the valley. Assassins. The experts from the 6 major sects are bold enough to assassinate Elder Scorching Sun. The entire valley was thrown into chaos in that moment. All the cultivators drew their blades, activated their magical equipment, and triggered their spiritual shields. But with the place already jam-packed, it was inevitable that everyone's weapons and magical equipment would crash into each other. Their spiritual shields even disrupted each other, unleashing tremendous brightness and waves that turned the scene into a mess. The fiery fiend in the sky was merely an image that Elder Scorching Sun projected through the rising sun array, not his real body. The assassins from the 6 major sects naturally would not attack the image. They had long aimed at the real Elder Scorching Sun, who was enhancing the array on the altar. Green Willow, Fang Chengji was ensconced in the overwhelming dominance of Elder Scorching Sun, believing he was about to witness the thrilling spectacle of the legendary, heaven-sweeping king, Zhao Chonglai being cleaved apart. It had never occurred to him that he would encounter a public assassination even more thrilling. Drenched in hot sweat, he stood on his toes and craned his neck, trying his best to see to the front of the crowd. Unfortunately, the Green Cloud Sword sect was really too far back. As far as his eyes could reach, all he saw were dense heads and the halos of spiritual energy from the surging spiritual shields. A colorful mist had risen above everyone's heads, making it impossible to see what was happening at the front. He was about to fly into the air to watch, but his father grabbed him and pressed him to the ground before he could jump out. Before young Fang realized what was happening, hundreds of flames had already soared and blown the cultivators who had just ascended back into the crowd as fast as lightning. All the victims crashed hard and grimaced in humiliation. In the midst of the roaring fire, the cultivators of the Red Sun sect, with red clouds beneath their feet and fiery sabers in hand, appeared. Their nonchalant expressions and brutal attacks just now prevented everyone from moving recklessly. Fang Chengji felt incredibly fortunate. It was not a big deal to suffer some minor wounds, but if he had been smacked in public like the few unlucky fellows were just now, he would have been too ashamed to meet any of his friends in the future. He was greatly amazed. On one hand, he was shocked by the magnificence of the Red Sun sect, whose common disciples boasted such devastating strength. On the other hand, he was eager to find out if the assassins were engaged in a fierce battle with Elder Scorching Sunday. He stood up higher and higher, craning his neck more and more, but saw nothing at all. He could only feel giant waves of fire flooding above his head, turning all the cultivators into small fish living in an ocean of fire. Thankfully, the riot caused by the assassins died down as quickly as it had started. Before Fang Chengji's neck grew tired, the chaos in the field had already been pacified. Above the altar, in front of the 100,000 cultivators, almost 100 translucent fireballs rose up slowly, each caging an assassin. All the assassins were burnt by fire and penetrated by electric arcs, suffering excruciating pain. Fang Chengji was dumbfounded, lost for words for a long time. He did not expect that Elder Scorching Sun's cultivation would be so high that he could not only capture hundreds of assassins alive in the blink of an eye but also cage them in bizarre barriers for public humiliation. It was definitely dozens of times more difficult than killing the hundreds of assassins directly. The spectators whispered to each other. Soon, someone recognized the identity of the assassins. Grand Mystery Sect, Purple Pole Sword Sect, Wind Thunder Valley, Gold Armor Sect, Monster Taming Pavilion, Flying Spirit Island. They are all disciples of the 6 major sects. They are also the most distinguished experts of the younger generation. It seems they have been suffocated for too long under the restrictions of the Divine Wrath Order. It's a shame their opponent this time was Elder Scorching Sunday. They didn't know what they were doing at all. Has any fellow cultivator here seen how exactly Elder Scorching Sun attacked? It happened so fast just now that I didn't capture anything before the young people were captured alive. Although they all belong to the younger generation, many of them are experts at the peak of the core formation stage. Yet, they couldn't even survive 3 rounds under Elder's attack. Elder's cultivation is truly immeasurable. Fang Chengji was awed as well. At this moment, he finally saw what the assassins looked like. He had even met some of the young experts from the 6 major sects before, who had been idols for the offspring of the offshoots of the main sect. It never occurred to him that they would be so humiliated one day. Right then, Fang Chengji suddenly heard a beep not far from his head. The sound was quite peculiar. Fang Chengji had never heard any blade or magical equipment make a similar noise. The next second, ripples spread through the air, and an item the size of a pearl appeared out of nowhere. It was unclear whether it had shown up due to the interference of the fiery spiritual energy or because the time had come and it no longer needed to hide. Fang Chengji was greatly fascinated. He secretly unleashed a stream of spiritual energy and snatched the ball. It was a piece of magical equipment that looked like an eyeball, but much more delicate than anything Fang Chengji had seen. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. A sound echoed from deep within the metal eye. The pupil of dozens of rings enlarged and shrank, as if the focus were shifting from far away to his face. Fang Chengji trembled and felt that the magical equipment was strange. However, this place was Elder Scorching Sun's territory, and such a fiery fiend was guarding them from the sky. There didn't seem to be anything he should fear. Fang Chengji swallowed and examined the strange magical equipment for a long time, only to discover 2 lines of extremely tiny words carved on the back of the eye. These lines were not only 100 times smaller than millet and had many missing strokes, they were also written in a strange style. Fang Chengji read and guessed for a long time before he finally understood their meaning. Phoenix 19 Super Remote Multipurpose Stealth Crystal Camera. Produced by the Glorious Sunlight Group for the garrison of the Ancient Sages Special District of the Star Glory Federation. Beep, beep. While Fang Chengji and the crystal camera stared at each other, more identical crystal cameras revealed themselves and floated above everyone's heads, almost as if they had been there for a long time, observing the magnificent and unparalleled Elder Scorching Sun on the altar. As the crystal cameras revealed themselves, the crowd at the rear of the valley began to riot once more. However, the modern magical equipment, well sealed and leaking little spiritual energy, lacked the brilliance and splendor of the ancient magical gear. Therefore, most cultivators from the Ancient Sages sector were merely curious, not panicked. At that moment, the riot had not yet reached the front of the crowd. The fiery fiend in the sky did not notice the insignificant crystal cameras but simply chuckled at the hundreds of assassins. You people from the 6 major sects don't value your lives at all. I have tolerated much of your provocation. Yet, you didn't stop but came to stir trouble in the angry Fire Mountain. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you because the 6 major sects are behind you? While speaking, the 3 large faces suddenly turned extremely hideous. They stretched their necks simultaneously and spurted out 3 streams of overwhelming heat into the sky, setting the entire sky ablaze. The sky turned deep red, then purple, and finally black. The sun, moon, stars, and lightning were all eclipsed by Elder Scorching Sun's dominance. The cultivators from the Ancient Sages sector had never seen such a splendid sight before. Unable to contain their fear and admiration, they all began to shout. Even the young generation experts from the 6 major sects were stunned inside the barriers, finding it hard to believe their eyes. They were even secretly regretting their decision. Such an Elder Scorching Sun was an outright reincarnation of a fiend, unbeatable by mortals like them. How did they dare to assassinate such an unparalleled expert? Ha, ha ha ha. Now that you have pushed me to this point, do I still have any concerns at all? The 6 arms of the fiery fiend were stretched to their limits, as if trying to grasp the entire world in its hands. Elder Scorching Sun declared thunderously, first, crush the Grand Mystery Sect, then the Purple Pole Sword Sect. All 6 major sects will be destroyed before we take the capital city of the Great Qian dynasty. If the Dark Cloud Prairies dare to refuse my decree, no grass will grow there after the thudding of 1,000,000 iron hooves. There are almost no places where the sun does not shine as it rises and sets, but I will make the name, Scorching Sun, hover in the sky forever, illuminating every blade of grass and every rock in the Ancient Sages sector. The magnificent scene shattered the last defense in the hearts of the remaining cultivators. No one knew who started it, but very soon, all the cultivators were kneeling on the ground, some trembling, some zealous, some blushing, and some frightened. But all of them roared crazily in unison. Crush the Grand Mystery Sect first, and then the Purple Pole Sword Sect. Obliterate the 6 major sects and take the capital city of the Great Qian dynasty. If the Dark Cloud Prairies dare to refuse Elder's decree, no grass will ever grow there again. Elder Scorching Sun is invincible. Elder Scorching Sun will sweep across the world. Elder Scorching Sun will live for all eternity. On the altar at the highest place of the Red Sun sect, a high-level cultivator, wearing a crimson robe and a cloud-shaped crown, with glowing eyes filled with explosive strength, stood 3 meters above the altar. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm, not revealing any emotion. But deep within his glittering eyes, the deepest ecstasy was hidden. He was Elder Scorching Sun, the greatest expert of the ancient sages sector, invincible. Hearing the praise and roars from the hundreds of disciples on the pavilions, floating mountains, and flying boats, and from the more than 100,000 cultivators, Elder Scorching Sun felt immensely gratified and ambitious. In a trance, modeled images flashed before his eyes. The struggles and hard work 100 years ago, the rigorous training in the underground relic for 100 years when he broke the most astonishing barriers, and finally, today, he emerged from seclusion to establish an enterprise that would last for 10,000 years. He had finally reached this point. All the effort had been rewarded in the most fruitful way. He was indeed the fortunate one favored by fate. The whole world would be his. Elder Scorching Sun waved his hand. Very well. We will perform the sacrificial offerings to the flags with Zhao Chonglai and the 100 assassins here. Then, all the fellow cultivators will follow my banner of angry fire and sweep across the entire world. His enormous hand was raised high in the sky. As long as he closed his hand, Zhao Chonglai and the 100 assassins from the 6 major sects would be killed instantly. At the most critical moment, Elder Scorching Sun's face suddenly turned extremely strange. It was as if thousands of needles had stabbed into his fingers, making it impossible to clench them into a fist. His eyes, burning like magma, darted beyond the sky more fiercely than ever. Elder Scorching Sun had never looked so solemn and infuriated. Some of the cultivators in the ancient sages sector sensed the strange fluctuations and raised their heads to investigate. Finally, someone lost their composure and shouted, "Look, Elder's image is." In midair, the overwhelming fiendish image of Elder Scorching Sun began to ripple. Due to the ripples, the 3 solemn and ambitious faces were twisted and stretched into the most ridiculous shapes. Blown by the wind, the vivid fiery fiend transformed into insubstantial mist and seemed to vanish. The cultivators of the ancient sages sector, who had just been basking in Elder Scorching Sun's invincibility, were drenched in sweat at the eerie change. They were beyond shocked. How is this possible? Elder Scorching Sun's invincible image has been shattered? Who is so bold as to mess with him? Even the experts of the 6 major sects would be killed if they came together. He. Elder Scorching Sun snorted. He bit his tongue and smeared the blood on his palm, quickly performing a gesture to stabilize the fiery fiend. With fury, he declared, "Who is bold enough to meddle in Angry Fire Mountain? Are you too timid to show yourself?" His voice soared into the sky like an overwhelming tsunami, then vanished deep into the clouds. The cultivators of the ancient sages sector felt their souls shaken and could not help but feel an infinite awe for Elder Scorching Sun. "Hello. Can you hear me?" A rather peculiar voice echoed from above the burning clouds. Though not as intimidating as Elder Scorching Sun's, it was clear to every cultivator present. The tone, however, was strange and seemed increasingly unnatural with each word. "Greetings, Elder Scorching Sunday greetings, fellow cultivators of the ancient sages sector. Please, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm and have no intention of starting an unnecessary war. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Yao. You may not have heard of me, but a few years ago, I traveled in the ancient sages sector under another name, Master Spiritual Vulture." Master Spiritual Vulture. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the valley fell into complete chaos. Master Spiritual Vulture, one of the 10 experts of the ancient sages sector who had ventured into the deity's realm, had returned at such a critical moment. Was it true? It was too unbelievable. Everyone widened their eyes and pricked up their ears, while increasing their spiritual shields to the maximum and preparing all their magical equipment, anticipating the unfolding events. Elder Scorching Sun was momentarily dazed, then he laughed. Is the legendary Master Spiritual Vulture such a stealthy coward? Not exactly. The starships that have flown to the ancient sages sector are all adapted to the zero-gravity environment in space, the voice from the sky explained patiently. To enter the high-gravity environment within the atmosphere, we need to make a lot of preparations to change the mode. It's very complicated. So, if you cultivators can wait patiently for a while, 100 or so starships will arrive shortly. Nonsense. Elder Scorching Sun turned grim and demanded, I don't care whether you're impersonating anyone with evil arts or if you're really Master Spiritual Vulture. Even if you are, so what? Master Spiritual Vulture, I've heard your name before and know that you have a similar background to mine. We both have legacies from ancient dynasties. I've longed to compete with you. Come on. If you're the real Master Spiritual Vulture, just reveal yourself and have an open fight with me. Let all the heroes in the world be witnesses to see which is better, the legacies of the Great Zhou Dynasty or the legacies of the Saint Fire Dynasty. Well, it's rather hard to explain, but I'm actually not the real Master Spiritual Vulture, nor do I have any legacies from the Great Zhou Dynasty. All in all, could you please not be so hasty? Let's talk nicely. Is there anything that can't be resolved through peaceful communication? The voice in the cloud sounded troubled. You may not know this, fellow cultivators, but I'm a pacifist who doesn't like fighting. So, I'm hoping to resolve these archaic problems, including the disputes with the Angry Fire Army, the Red Sun Sect, and Elder Scorching Sun, in a peaceful manner. Therefore, please keep calm and hear me out, Elder Scorching Sun, and let's communicate well. Otherwise, the consequences will be too dire for you to bear. I'm not lying. Elder Scorching Sunday. The cultivators of the Ancient Sages Sector. The experts of the Angry Fire Army and the Red Sun Sect. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, as if observing a madman who had lost his mind. The voice from the sky coughed and continued, First of all, I'd like to share some exciting news. On July 4th of Emperor Phoenix's 4th year in the Great Qian Dynasty, or September 102 in the new Federation calendar, at the warm invitation of the Supreme Parliament of the Star Glory Federation, and after the votes of Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo, Dark Cloud King Han Bailing, Leader Qi Zhongdao of the 6 major sects, and other high-level representatives of the Ancient Sages Sector, the Ancient Sages Sector officially joined the Star Glory Federation. It is now a special district and a proud and sacred member of the Star Glory Federation. From this day forward, the history of the Ancient Sages Sector has entered a new chapter. The world now has a new future, and it has evolved from an isolated planetary civilization to a universal one. This is indeed a rebirth and a new beginning. The voice in the sky paused for a moment, as if expecting cheers and applause from the valley. However, it was met only with cold silence. All the cultivators of the Ancient Sages Sector looked at each other in confusion, wearing amused expressions. What, Star Glory Federation? What, Special District? What, Supreme Parliament? What was that all about? He is not Master Spiritual Vulture. I attended Master Spiritual Vulture's lecture before. His voice was definitely not as casual as this. Fake. Fake. A counterfeit. Hearing the complaints of the cultivators of the Ancient Sages Sector, Elder Scorching Sun's face grew even longer. He sneered and said, What an irrational and unorganized speech. Has any fellow cultivator mastered a certain secret technique of voice transmission and decided to make fun of me? Absolutely not. Everything I said is true, and for your sake, fellow cultivator Scorching Sunday. You are in great danger, but you don't know the first thing about it. I am the only one who can save you right now. The voice in the clouds grew anxious. The whole issue is rather complicated. If I have to explain it in a way you can understand, it probably goes like this. In fact, I was a legendary deity who traveled in the Ancient Sages Sector under the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture to guide all of you into the deity's realm. Qi Zhongdao, Han Bailing, Yen Liren, and other fellow cultivators were taken to the deity's realm by me to appreciate the view there. They are all astounded by the prosperity of the deity's realm and have decided to join a deity's country, called the Star Glory Federation. As you may know, Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zongyo and Dark Cloud King Han Bailing are the legitimate rulers of the Great Qian dynasty and the Dark Cloud Prairies. Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren represent the major sects in the world of cultivators, while Qi Chongsheng and Wan Mingzhu speak for the common folk. Even Master Bitter Cicada represents the clergy. Therefore, the decisions they made are quite democratic, legal, and representative. The bottom line is, the Ancient Sages sector is now a member of the Star Glory Federation, and we have returned to establish a special district. Of course, the deity's realm and deity's country I mentioned are different from what you might imagine. But that's a different issue. Fellow cultivator Scorching Sun, would you please withdraw your techniques so we can talk amicably? Elder Scorching Sun was stunned for a long time before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. After he started laughing, the soldiers and disciples of the Angry Fire Army and the Red Sun sect joined in. The laughter seemed contagious, and soon, the 100,000 cultivators in the entire valley were laughing hard. The area around Angry Fire Mountain, spanning hundreds of square kilometers, turned into an ocean of joy and delight. Deities? Deity's realm? Deity's country? Elder Scorching Sun laughed so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. Pointing at the sky, he shouted, "Whoever you are, such a grand scam is too ridiculous. If you are a deity who has returned from the deity's realm with countless soldiers, generals, and boats, where are your subordinates? Where are Qi Zhongdao, Yen Liren, Han Bailing, and the other cultivators? Why are they hiding behind you while you brag about yourself?" "That's why I said you're in great trouble," the voice in the clouds replied in a pitiful tone. "We issued the Divine Wrath Order before we left, commanding all cultivators in the world to behave and not start any wars recklessly. But you ignored it and recruited soldiers openly to expand. You also swallowed the middle and small sects that disobeyed you without showing any respect for the top 10 experts. You were even bold enough to attack fellow cultivator Qi Chongsheng's heaven-battering army and capture heaven-sweeping king, Zhao Chonglai for public humiliation. This is serious. We've only been back in the Ancient Sages sector for half a day, and so many of your atrocities have already been reported. Right now, the fellow cultivators here have no interest in talking to you, they only want to throw starships in your face. Fellow cultivator, heaven-battering king, Qi Chongsheng is particularly exasperated and shouting about cutting you into pieces and feeding you to dogs. You must thank me for holding them back and reminding them that peace is always better than war. That's why you're still alive, fellow cultivator Scorching Sun." The valley fell silent again. All the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector looked at each other in bewilderment, silently asking the same question, Did I hear that right?" Elder Scorching Sun was so angry that he almost jumped to his feet. Even the fiery fiend in the sky was raging and screaming. "You want to cut me into pieces and feed me to dogs? After I find where your real body is, I will do exactly what you described and make you beg to be killed. Why can't you listen to my kind advice?" The voice from the sky sounded wronged. "I've defended you as best as I can. I told them that while the Federation is a society ruled by law, the Ancient Sages sector is in a special phase of development, different from the outside world, with its own historical issues. Fellow cultivators like Han Bailing and Qi Chongsheng, along with others, are certainly not the most innocent people. Fighting and killing were part of their daily routine. Because we cannot treat you like others, we had to create a special district here. Years ago, we established the Divine Wrath Order, but you only emerged after we left and were likely unfamiliar with the situation at that time. Besides, we bear some responsibility for your actions. We promised to return in a year and a half, but the Dark Nebula was treacherous, and we were lost along the way. It took us another year to find the route back. Overall, while your crime cannot be pardoned, it's somewhat understandable. Considering the difficulty of your 100 years of training, we should give you a chance to correct your mistake and make amends to society and the people. After all my efforts on your behalf, fellow cultivator Qi Chongsheng and others finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. However, they have one condition. If you choose to plead guilty and surrender after witnessing the strength of the divine boats and the soldiers and generals of the Federation, it will not be enough to show your sincerity. We will treat you like a bully, browbeating you. However, if I can convince you to relinquish your magical equipment and techniques and surrender without any proof, it will show that you still have hope to be educated. All the fellow cultivators here are broad-minded enough not to hold your violation of the divine wrath order against you. Please think about it carefully, fellow cultivator Scorching Sunday. We only live once. Was it easy for you to advance to a level just half a step away from the divinity transformation stage? This is your last opportunity. Please seize it instead of facing death. As the voice from the skin grew more outrageous, all the cultivators of the ancient sages sector in the valley swallowed hard and began to tremble. They could not even imagine Elder Scorching Sun's furious expression right now. Elder Scorching Sun trembled in rage so intensely that his skull almost exploded. The air within 100 meters of him glowed red like magma. But in his ultimate fury, he burst into laughter and gnashed his teeth. Fine. So, how do you want me to seize the last opportunity, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? However, he signaled the disciples of the Red Sun sect, who were standing nearby, to fly into the sky and search for the source of the strange voice. He was already certain that the person must have mastered a mysterious technique to transmit his voice and was now laughing in joy from a hidden corner. The voice from the clouds sounded rather pleased. It's good that you know what's best for you. Many media outlets of the Federation are paying close attention to our grand landing right now. Personally, I prefer a peaceful and friendly landing that makes everyone happy. It will be an example of a peaceful solution. So, by the power vested in me by the Ancient Saints Special District Committee and the Ancient Saints Temporary Special Regulations, I announce that the 500 square kilometers around the headquarters of the Red Sun sect will be a no-fly zone for the next 48 hours. All cultivators are forbidden from soaring or riding their swords. In summary, staying airborne above 5 meters from the ground for more than 3 seconds will result in being shot down. This is a temporary rule to maintain order. I hope you can understand. Additionally, everyone knows the purpose of fellow cultivator Scorching Sun's Rising Sun ceremony. All the fellow cultivators participating in the Rising Sun ceremony today are suspects for violating the Divine Wrath Order. Each and every one of you will have to be investigated and vetted. Rest assured, it will only be an investigation. If you have never disobeyed the Divine Wrath Order, you will be set free very soon. After our starships descend into the atmosphere, the identification and investigation work will begin immediately. Please remain where you are, fellow cultivators. I must also ask fellow cultivator Scorching Sun to maintain order with your disciples and army. Consider this as atonement for your sins. I promise that as long as you help us complete the help identification and an investigation, proceed, immediately, investigated to your crimes, you be in a official ceremony, be that there will be a gentler punishment. This concludes my statement. Have I made myself clear, everyone? What about you, fellow cultivator, you have any, you be in please elder. Fellow reaction on the by the hour this the. You're yourself with the hearings the you committed in fellow official. SC identification ceremony the what the cultivation. The and you be in criminal official ceremony, order once the said. The speedy you're with the situation, you be in an official, you be in questions. Your reaction to the arrogant. In focus. The moment. You're in focus on Elder Scorching Sun, the tension surrounding the room, responds, these bold statements and official. Determine. Reaction to the audacious and the words. Been spoken. With so many confident themselves, Elder Scorching Sun's face turned from white to green, from green to red, from red to from purple to black, and from black to white again. The earth beneath his feet was shaking violently, as if infinite magma was surging out. The fiery fiend in the sky was rolling non-stop, with shocking thunder echoing inside its body. ****, how dare you play me like that? Elder Scorching Sun opened his hands, and the light balls above the 6 giant hands of the fiery fiend all exploded. Thousands of arcs occupied the entire sky, making the furiously burning sky even more dazzling. The whole valley seemed to be on fire. All the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector could not help but close their eyes, hearing only the loud roars of Elder Scorching Sunday, "Show yourself, show yourself, show yourself. You stealthy ****, come on and show up right now. You." The voice in the clouds was unaffected by the light balls and the electric arcs, remaining as clear as ever. It simply sighed, gloomily saying, "I have been as cowardly as possible, but you are still so determined to be killed. What else can I say? You are doomed, fellow cultivator Scorching Sunday. Even if all the deities and devils in the world come to beg me to spare you, you will not be saved." Chapter 1892, Okay, I'm coming. Hiss. After hearing that, everyone in the valley gasped sharply. It had never occurred to them that a voice that sounded so helpless and casual would make such a tough declaration after giving in so many times. "Even if all the deities and devils in the world come to beg me to spare you, you will not be saved." The voice echoed through the valley, growing louder with each repetition. The faces of the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector turned pale, and their souls trembled violently. They almost vomited their internal organs. They were flabbergasted, but Elder Scorching Sun was so exasperated that he seemed ready to tear the sky apart. "Ah! Ah! Ah! How dare you!" The altar beneath Elder Scorching Sun's feet crumbled abruptly. At the center of the altar, a network of dozens of interconnected cracks, resembling a spider web, spread outwards. From these cracks, red light similar to magma spurted, emphasizing the horror of his form. None of the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector could bear to look at him directly. Elder Scorching Sun waved his hand. "Place the array." Shwa. 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 The hundreds of disciples of the Red Sun sect, who were floating above the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector, suddenly accelerated. The red clouds beneath their feet expanded nearly 5-fold, enveloping them in a radiant glow and transforming them into giants 3 to 4 meters tall. These giants charged into the sky, leaving trails of crimson exhaust flames that resembled enormous rune strokes in midair. Once all the exhaust flames connected, hundreds of overwhelming runes had been formed. Ancient runes from the Saint Fire dynasty and even more primeval battlefields dominated the entire sky. They seemed to have awakened a mysterious force sealed between the sky and the earth, establishing a translucent spiritual shield around the entire Angry Fire Mountain. This shield covered the Angry Fire Army, the Red Sun sect, Elder Scorching Sun, and the 100,000 cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector. It was not just a defensive array, ancient runes flashed across it, with violent auras spreading out faintly, like dragons and tigers poised to strike the enemy at any moment. Ha ha ha. This is the first variation of the Rising Sun Array, the Soaring Flame Blood Transformation Array. Elder Scorching Sun's hair and beard had turned red. He widened his eyes and shrieked, "No-fly zone. You're forbidding me from riding a flying sword on my own turf? You truly don't know what you're talking about. Come on. My great array is ready. Show me your best." With his shrieks, the fiery fiend in the sky went on a rampage. The 6 light balls, as dazzling as the sun, unleashed thousands of electric arcs that transformed into 6 different blades, a giant axe capable of breaking mountains, a long spear that pierced the sky, and a sword that seemed to chase the moon. These weapons, surrounding the giant's 6 dragon-like arms, made the fiend look more intimidating than ever. Who? The hearts of the cultivators in the valley seemed to swing. Hardly had they been distracted by the bizarre voice in the sky when they were seized by Elder Scorching Sun's shocking aura once more. Despite the boasts of the strange voice, awed by the soaring flame blood transformation array and the formidable power of the fiery fiend, they firmly chose to side with Elder Scorching Sunday. Chances were that the lunatic in the sky was not Master Spiritual Vulture at all. Even if he was, so what? Could he have established such a magnificent array or projected such an imposing image? He. Elder Scorching Sun's little finger must have been thicker than Master Spiritual Vulture's waist. The Rising Sun array has countless variations. The first one is already so powerful. It is truly the greatest array in the world. The array is indeed powerful, but how can it compare to the invincibility of Elder Scorching Sun's fiery fiend? Elder's techniques are unparalleled. Whatever scoundrels they are, as long as they dare to show up, they will be blown to smithereens in the blink of an eye. It's like using a musket to kill a butterfly. They are just jesters humiliating themselves. They do not deserve Elder attacking them personally. It would stain Elder's honorable image. Regardless of who you are, if you want to cause trouble on the angry fire mountain, you must pass through me. Wait a moment, fellow cultivator Gongsun. Everyone in the Phantom Ocean Alliance has long worshipped Elder Scorching Sun and decided to disband the Phantom Ocean Alliance, so that all of us could join Elder's Red Sun sect and serve him better. We didn't expect that such crazy retards would dishonor Elder's name today. Such blasphemy must not be tolerated. Everyone in the Phantom Ocean Alliance is simmering with anger. Let me see how impressive this so-called Star Glory Federation really is. No. Let me. Come on. Xiahou Ba of the Essence Return sect is here to defend Elder Scorching Sun's name. No-fly zone? I am already in midair. What can you do about me? The soaring flame blood transformation array covered them all, and the enormous fiery fiend stood beside them, offering protection. It was certainly the safest moment for adulation and pledges of loyalty. Therefore, many cultivators from the Ancient Sages sector, eager to distinguish themselves before Elder Scorching Sun, soared into the sky. They all activated their magical equipment, which emitted colorful brilliance, while they rode the wind in a show of power. Although they were not as organized and impressive as the disciples of the Red Sun sect, they were certainly much more boisterous and eye-catching. They shouted at the top of their lungs, as if they were the most loyal servants. Seeing that those people were so quick to take the hint, Elder Scorching Sun put on a casual smile and did not stop them, simply allowing them to fly midair and flatter him. Green Willow Fang Chengji found it hard to restrain himself. The Green Cloud Sword sect was well known for their sword-riding arts. His own Willow Leaf Sword art involved a unique movement technique, allowing him to be as elegant and graceful as a willow leaf dancing in the wind when he rode a flying sword. He was eager to show off, not just to flatter Elder Scorching Sunday. Today, all the heroes of the world were gathered. If he distinguished himself in the sky and outshone the seniors who had been famous for a long time with his flying sword, wouldn't the title of Green Willow spread from the Running River State to the entire world? However, the moment his feet exerted strength, his thigh was pinched so hard that he almost burst into tears. He couldn't help but cry out. Fortunately, everyone was immersed in the zealous atmosphere. With all the rumbling thunder and raging airwaves in the sky, nobody noticed his scream or wretched appearance. Fang Chengji looked at his father, full of confusion. Leader Fang Shi of the Green Cloud Sword sect was more solemn than ever. He even forgot to use the private talk technique and simply lowered his voice to speak to his son. Don't move. Wait a while longer, or I will smack you to the ground. Fang Chengji shrank his neck and clicked his tongue. Then, the voice came from the sky again. Strangely, the soft, gentle, and warm voice remained unaffected no matter how Elder Scorching Sun roared or how many deafening explosions the Rising Sun array raised. Fellow cultivator Scorching Sun, let's be honest here. Your seemingly gigantic, three-headed, and six-armed image of a fiend is just a sound and visual effect slightly better than a mirage. It is an illusion created by the reflection, refraction, and diffraction of light rays in the air and clouds. While it can trick cultivators who are unaware of the truth, it boasts no real power and can be easily affected. I was thinking about drawing a tortoise on each of the three heads of your fiery fiend, but considering that many news reporters are live streaming here, and all the videos might become historical records one day, such a childish act wouldn't be very appropriate. The voice in the cloud seemed to yawn before continuing. Also, your so-called soaring flame blood transformation array sounds impressive, but it's nothing more than a large spiritual shield that's been jumbled up. If it were functioning at full efficiency, it would certainly be very powerful. However, both you and the Saint Fire dynasty have no understanding of primeval relics and are still in the phase of monkeys playing with pistols. You cannot tap into even 1% of the array's power. You have even spent a lot of time and effort on useless sound and visual effects, which sometimes really confuses me. You are not hot-blooded adolescents anymore. Why do you attach so much importance to the impressiveness instead of actual performance? Forget it. It's too late for a lecture now. Our fleet is already in position, and all the cannons and artillery have locked onto all the flying objects in the sky of the no-fly zone. I will give you 3 seconds to exit the no-fly zone, or there will be dire consequences. Additionally, our magical equipment is different from yours. You can't even begin to imagine how powerful it is. So, please activate your spiritual shields to the maximum, fellow cultivators on the ground. If you have any defensive magical equipment, hurry to activate it and protect yourselves. There's also the life-saving magical equipment that has been passed down in your families for hundreds of years and can only be used once. Stop hesitating. Now is the time to bring them out and protect yourselves. As for the members of the Angry Fire Army and the Red Sun sect, lay down your weapons, kneel on the ground, and raise your hands above your heads. We will try to spare your lives as much as possible. But if you insist on following Elder Scorching Sun and resisting us to the end, I'm afraid we will have to say sorry. Enough of the crap. Bastard, come on. Elder Scorching Sun's eyes blazed with fury as he interrupted the voice in the sky. Elder Scorching Sun is invincible. Elder Scorching Sun will sweep across the world and establish an enterprise that will last forever, the members of the Angry Fire Army and the Red Sun sect shouted in unison. We are the loyal servants of Elder Scorching Sunday. Whoever you are and whatever you want, come at us first if you want to touch the Angry Fire Mountain. Hundreds of cultivators from other sects chanted in the sky with their feigned sense of justice. Come on. Come on. Come on. The 100,000 cultivators in the valley were flapping flags and laughing simultaneously. There was a brief silence in the clouds, which was broken by a casual voice. Okay, I'm coming. The next moment, the world turned black and white. It wasn't because the colors between the sky and the earth had truly changed, but because tens of thousands of flashing rays pierced the sky, rained down, and penetrated the earth like countless thick needles. The electric arcs, flames of spiritual energy, fiery clouds, and glowing runes unleashed by Elder Scorching Sun were already dazzling enough to make it difficult for people to look directly. However, they were all eclipsed by the tens of thousands of flashing rays, as if all their brightness had been absorbed, making them more lackluster than ever. Even Fang Chengji, along with all the cultivators of the ancient sages sector, had their eyes overwhelmed by the ocean of light from the tens of thousands of beams. They could only see that the light easily left hundreds of holes in the fiery fiend before darting into the soaring flame blood transformation array without meeting any resistance. The hundreds of ancient runes that composed the array were as fragile as thin ice and shattered at the first touch. After that, their eyes were filled with blankness, and they could see nothing. The brightness of the light far exceeded the limits of their retinas, causing all the cultivators of the ancient sages sector to experience a brief blindness. Before Fang Chengji could understand what was happening, he was already being snatched by his father. With no time to consider their distinguished identities, the two of them simply dropped to one knee to make themselves shorter than others. Disciples of the Green Cloud Sword sect, be cautious. Leader Fang roared, activating all the flying swords in the sword box and triggering his spiritual shield to the maximum. Fang Chengji, meanwhile, had a face as pale as paper. He had forgotten all his remarkable movement techniques and could only tremble in fear. He heard a storm of clinks echoing in the sky, as if countless shooting stars were smashing into their spiritual shields. Each collision felt like thunder bursting in his chest. His head was dizzy, his throat constricted, and he felt a rising urge to vomit blood. However, vomiting blood was not the worst outcome. Fang Chengji could hear moans and screams from all directions. The sounds of bones breaking and magical equipment shattering reverberated everywhere. Even the smell of hot, burnt flesh found its way into his nose, which he found utterly repulsive. Clink! Something fell softly before him. Fang Chengji focused his spiritual energy on his eyes, rubbing them hard to regain some clarity, however faint. He absorbed the item into his palm and examined it carefully, only to discover that it was the tip of a sword, twisted into a spiral. From the shape of the edge and the remaining runes, it was the Green Lotus Sword, his father's personal sword, which he had used for more than 10 years. Well, the leader of the Green Cloud Sword sect's personal sword had been reduced to such a state in the blink of an eye after it was activated? Fang Chengji was too shocked and scared to raise his head. He could not even begin to imagine how devastating the scene in the sky must be at that moment. Pada! Something else fell to the ground right next to him. The hot, sticky fluid it produced almost splashed his face. He touched it casually, only to discover it was half a burnt arm. Fang Chengji could no longer hold it in and began to vomit while clutching his stomach. The black and white world of terror disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Fang Chengji and the others felt that a whole year had passed, but in reality, the destructive rays vanished in less than 3 seconds. However, it took over half a minute for their vision to return, revealing a drastically changed world around them. Fang Chengji's first thought was that a massive earthquake must have just occurred, terrifying everyone and covering them in dust and ash. Once graceful cultivators, armored warriors, and brawny men, they now had disheveled clothing, broken armor, and dim spiritual energy. Their remaining magical equipment clung to their arms as if they were frightened hens. Blood covered many of their bodies and faces, but it was unclear whether it was their own or someone else's. Their expressions were zombie-like, faces numb and frozen in the moment of devastation, unable to utter a single word. In the area declared a no-fly zone. When Fang Chengji finally gathered the courage to raise his head inch by inch, his heart palpitated. The image of the fiery fiend was riddled with holes, resembling a beehive. The runes of the Great Array were crumbling, on the verge of destruction, and fading away in the wind. The Red Sun sect disciples who had established the Soaring Flame Blood Transformation Array and the hundreds of cultivators from other sects who had flown into the sky, showing little respect for the Star Glory Federation and relying on the array's magnificence, were even more severely injured. Some were riddled with holes and bleeding heavily, just like the fiery fiend, with dozens of gaps even through their heads. Some of them had a hole the size of a basin running through their abdomen, and all their internal organs were gone. The less fortunate had only a cluster of bloody, obscure meat left, which still shivered in midair under the attraction of some uncanny force. Some had been entirely obliterated, and the only traces of their existence were the few melted pieces of flying swords and armor still smoking in midair. Even now, many cultivators from the ancient sages sector wore the mocking smiles they had at the beginning, despite being killed. Their incomplete bodies could not change their view of the Star Glory Federation. Dumb. 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 The 1,000 corpses fell in a storm of blood, overwhelming the people in the valley. 5 flying boats had also been completely destroyed, their debris crashing near the Red Sun Sect's gate, raising dust dozens of meters high that spread in all directions. Everyone was flabbergasted by the nightmarish scene. But right in the no-fly zone, some figures were still ascending slowly. Fang Chengji observed carefully and discovered they were the 100 young assassins from the 6 major sects and heaven-sweeping king, Zhao Changlai, who had been captured earlier for public humiliation. Fang Chengji's mind was sharp, a trait that had earned him his reputation in the Green Cloud Sword sect and among cultivators. Thinking quickly, he had an idea. The voice from the clouds, the mysterious cultivator who claimed to be Li Yao, might not be as simple and casual as he sounded. He intentionally spoke to Elder Scorching Sun unreasonably to ease the Elder's wariness and heighten his anger. This way, Elder Scorching Sun would focus all his attention on him and loosen control over the hostages. By establishing a no-fly zone, he hoped to rescue the hostages. Killing the rogues to establish his authority was only a secondary goal. As it turned out, Elder Scorching Sun was smart enough to see through Fang Chengji's plan. The moment the idea formed in his mind, a deafening roar erupted from the altar in front. Elder Scorching Sun, supported by nearly 10 streams of magma, rose into the sky and lunged at the numerous hostages. With his cultivation nearing the divinity transformation stage, it was easy for him to kill the inferior hostages under the barrier suppression. However, the moment he ascended, all the hostages rose at a much higher speed, as if pulled by invisible ropes. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Giant flying swords, with dazzling exhaust flames, appeared out of nowhere and pierced Elder Scorching Sun from all directions. Boom! 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 The moment the strange flying swords touched Elder Scorching Sun's spiritual shield, they exploded into many small, dazzling suns. Despite his unparalleled cultivation, he was still slammed into the gate of his own sect by the dozens of small suns from midair. The massive gate was completely destroyed, and even the surrounding houses and pavilions suffered significant damage. Combined with the destruction caused by the crash of the 5 flying boats earlier, nearly half of the Red Sun sect was now in ruins. Fellow cultivator Scorching Sun, you must regret not listening to my kind suggestion and surrendering nicely. But regret is useless now. At this moment, the people in the valley still had not seen the real face of the mysterious enemy. They could only hear the same casual voice coming from the clouds. Now, there is only one way you can save your sorry life, which is to submit the Cloud Chin gold statue in your hands intact. If you do, I will only deprive you of your cultivation, and you will live in prison for no more than 100 years. How does that sound? Ah. 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 How could Elder Scorching Sun, the best expert of the ancient sages sector, who had emerged from seclusion with the heritage of the Saint Fire dynasty after 100 years of hard training, bear being insulted in front of more than 100,000 cultivators and his own disciples? In a series of roars, more than 10 furious magma dragons emerged around his body, interweaving into a crimson colossus more than 30 meters tall, seemingly entirely made of magma. The colossus had only one arm left, and cracks covered its body. But supported by Elder Scorching Sun's soul, it still unleashed overwhelming fiery auras, enshrouding the entire valley in red. This is the legendary Cloud Chin gold statue. However tough the mysterious cultivator who claims to be Master Spiritual Vulture might be, he can't defeat a Cloud Chin gold statue, can he? That's a primeval treasure that can help anyone claim the world. Many cultivators from the ancient sages sector, still in shock, regained some confidence in Elder Scorching Sun after witnessing the magnificence of the Cloud Chin gold statue. However, even the most devout soldiers of the Angry Fire Army and disciples of the Red Sun sect were not as confident as before. Even after all this, you're still afraid of the might of my gold statue. Elder Scorching Sun's eyes were bloodshot, like those of a gambler who had wagered everything. Then, I'll teach you a lesson with my thunderous fire. Whoosh! The Colossus transformed into a red pillar of smoke and darted into the clouds. Chapter 1894, This is Destiny's Son. Furious clouds rolled across the sky, leaving a massive hole when the one-armed gold statue broke through them. Through the dark hole, everyone almost caught a glimpse of the profound, boundless starry sky and the torrents of light, 100 times more brilliant than the stars, created by exhaust flames. However, before the cultivators of the ancient sages' sector could discern exactly what they saw, the hole was already closed by the moving clouds. They anticipated an extraordinary battle where Elder Scorching Sun would go on a rampage to crush the uncanny and powerful Star Glory Federation and Liao. After a long wait, with eyes bulging and ears keen, all they could see was the surging fiery clouds, roiling like an ocean in the sky. Elder Scorching Sun seemed to have vanished. Is there something wrong beyond the sky? Will anything happen to Elder? He has a cloud-chained gold statue at his command. He can't fail, can he? The white-haired elders exchanged puzzled glances. The clever leaders of the sects whispered to each other. The sophisticated advisors gulped, as panicked as the young people like Green Willow Fangchengji. The valley buzzed with whispers, sounding less like a gathering of over 100,000 influential men, more like a cage of over 100,000 flies and mosquitoes. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Look! Something is coming down." The object fell rapidly, emitting a dazzling brilliance, and crashed into the valley like a shooting star. Greatly shocked, the people in the valley hurried to disperse. Remembering the terrible no-fly zone, they did not dare to ride their flying swords and were frightened even when they jumped higher than usual. They could only push each other with all their strength. For a moment, almost everyone was stumbling and falling. Boom! The object crashed heavily, creating a colossal crater at the edge of the valley and raising an overwhelming blast. About 100 cultivators were thrown back by the blast because they failed to dodge in time. Their bones were broken, their internal organs displaced, and they vomited blood profusely. With no time to check the condition of the injured, the people in the valley looked at the item that had just crashed. At first, they were confused, but after finally recognizing what it was, they were so shocked they could barely stand on their feet. It was the right leg of a cloud-chained gold statue. Judging from the shape, the stripes, and the runes carved on it, it was the leg of the thunderous fire, the one-armed gold statue with which Elder Scorching Sun was going to fight for control of the world. Just moments after Elder Scorching Sun charged into the sky, the right leg of his cloud-chained gold statue had been broken at the knee and thrown down. While everyone was dumbfounded and tried to calm themselves, 2 more shooting stars crashed down from the sky. One hit a floating mountain precisely and blew half of it to pieces, sending broken rocks toward the people in the valley like a storm. The other bombarded the Red Sun Temple, the most splendid building in the Red Sun sect, and penetrated straight through the roof. After an ear-splitting explosion, the Red Sun Temple, where countless secret treasures from the Saint Fire dynasty were enshrined, was blown to the ground. After all the smoke cleared, everyone was even more horrified. The first shooting star was the one arm of the cloud-chained gold statue, and the second shooting star was the head of the cloud-chained gold statue. The awe-inspiring, fiery face was twisted in a grotesque and painful expression. Looking at it, no one wanted to imagine the pain Elder Scorching Sun must have been in. It was almost as if he was experiencing the same torture he intended for Heaven-Sweeping King, Zhao Changlai, where the arms, legs, and head would be torn from the body. Truly, it was a miserable sight. Roars finally echoed from the clouds, a stark contrast to the previously gentle, submissive voice, and shook the hearts of the nearly 1,000,000 people around Angry Fire Mountain like the most violent thunder. Elder Scorching Sun, you ignored the deity-slaying order, we issued first by recruiting soldiers and expanding your territory on a large scale. You attacked sects and forces that remained in their territories without cause, plunging the entire Ancient Sages sector into chaos. Just now, you further rejected the last chance I gave you, mistaking my genuine kindness for weakness. Do you understand how precious a Colossus is? Do you know how much time and resources it takes to repair a Colossus that I personally blew up? You know nothing, yet you had the audacity to swagger in front of Vulture Liao. Let me tell you, even a merciful pacifist like myself has limits. You can go to hell now. With a whoosh, the fourth shooting star tore through the sky, accompanied by the roar of the pacifist. Not only was the burning light 10 times more dazzling than the previous 3 shooting stars, but hundreds of petal-like ripples also spread out in the blink of an eye. Its speed was much higher than before. Those in the valley felt as if the crags on both sides had collapsed or that the world had been overturned, burying them all. Airwaves and dust rushed overhead like a river and did not subside until nearly 5 minutes later. They finally looked to the end of the valley, still in shock, only to discover someone floating in midair. It was Elder Scorching Sun, who had been beaten from the sky to the ground and torn from the cloud-sheen gold statue. Elder Scorching Sun no longer looked as formidable as a few minutes earlier. His hair was messy, his clothes were tattered, his face was swollen, his limbs were twisted, and a peculiar magical device, resembling a crimson crystal, was embedded between his eyebrows. His twisted limbs seemed bound by invisible shackles, and his spiritual root had been utterly destroyed by the crimson crystal. The vast spiritual energy of the peak nascent soul stage was now flooding out, transforming into dazzling exotic fire in midair. After the destruction of his spiritual root and the vaporization of his internal spiritual energy, the great cultivator, who was only a half-step away from the divinity transformation stage, would become a useless man. For a great cultivator who had endured centuries of hard training, this was indeed a form of torture even more unbearable than death. No wonder Elder Scorching Sun was convulsing and screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Right below Elder Scorching Sun, a brand new black fiend slowly emerged amidst the airwaves, dust, and smoke. This is, the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector and the soldiers of the Angry Fire Army all looked at the black fiend in disbelief. The enormous skeleton, nearly 40 meters tall, seemed forged from black iron. Its long, slender bones were covered in armor that resembled black feathers. The face had nothing but a cross-shaped dent, dividing the facial cover into 4 parts. Inside the dent was a crystal camera, a deep red color like dried blood. Around the limbs and torso, several long whips made of red crystals were bound, resembling both vines and boas, and the exposed veins and nerves of the black skeleton. One could only appreciate the contrast. When Thunderous Fire, Elder Scorching Sun's one-armed gold statue, appeared, it was already magnificent. But compared to the black skeleton, it was just a pile of worthless garbage. Elegant, mysterious, cruel, and brutal, the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector were too awed by the devastating aura to move their legs. In their days, they suddenly shared the same thought: the black skeleton bound by red snakes and its user was the real Son of Destiny here. Who? The black cloud-sheen gold statue seemed to feel it was not intimidating enough. It unleashed a pair of black light wings, hundreds of meters long, overwhelming enough to almost cover the entire valley. Above the wings, the furious flames of spiritual energy condensed into the image of what appeared to be a falcon or a vulture, looking down upon the people in the valley with sharp claws and glittering eyes. Those in the valley were already half terrified after being glanced at by the creature. The elders and leaders all felt a sharp slap in their hearts. Had they known that Elder Scorching Sun was so ineffective, would they have bothered to join the meeting? They had essentially pushed themselves into their own pyre. The black cloud-sheen gold statue simply floated in midair. Since the figure within the gold statue remained silent, none of the locals in the Ancient Sages sector dared to speak. Nothing could be heard in the vast valley except for the collapsing remnants of the Red Sun sect and Elder Scorching Sun's increasingly feeble screams. At that moment, even greater changes occurred in the sky above the black cloud Chin gold statue and Elder Scorching Sunday. The image of Elder Scorching Sun's fiery fiend, riddled with holes, did not immediately disperse. Instead, it seemed to be drawn into a giant swirl, blurring and contorting like a mirage about to fade. But then it became clear again, revealing not a three-headed, six-armed fiery fiend, but a strange pattern where a raging dragon hovered above 9 stars. The pattern covered the entire sky, 10 times larger than the image of the fiery fiend. With this as the background, the deep red clouds in the sky suddenly protruded downward, spreading out in ripples that resembled massive tides. 100 starships, larger than floating mountains and beyond the comprehension of the cultivators of the ancient sages sector, slowly barged into the atmosphere. It was almost as if the sky of the ancient sages sector had collapsed. The 100,000 cultivators of the ancient sages sector were all dumbfounded. Most had lost the ability to think, and some had even lost control over their bladder and bowels. Greetings, everyone. I am Li Yao. What you are seeing right now is a fleet from the Star Glory Federation, the soft and gentle voice of the black cloud Chin gold statue said again. As you have seen, the Federation is a country that loves peace. We have come with the most genuine friendliness and sincerity. Now, let's abandon violence and build a better tomorrow together through earnest communication. That day, the common folk and cultivators within thousands of kilometers saw the arrival of the 100 starships, even larger than floating mountains, emerging from the surging clouds. As the clouds slid past their solid shells, ripples like foam were raised, as if they were projections of blue whales leaping out of the ocean. They also saw the emblem of the rising dragon of the 9 stars, announcing its presence to the entire planet of the ancient sages sector. Beneath the emblem, the cloud Chin gold statue, extending black wings of light thousands of meters long, did not escape their notice. The black gold statue unleashed terrifying tides, suppressing all the cultivators and soldiers of the angry fire army in the valley. None of them dared to cough lightly. Although people tens of thousands of kilometers away could not clearly see what was happening on Angry Fire Mountain, they could at least observe the great changes in nature and hear the thunderous sounds from the depths of the cloud Chin gold statue. Don't be scared, everyone. The Federation loves peace. We are here to win you over with our integrity and build a better tomorrow together. That fellow cultivator over there, don't run away. Compared to the communication standards of the Universal Era, the ancient sages sector was rather undeveloped. News of a change in dynasties often took a couple of years to spread across the entire continent. In some desolate areas, tribes and forces remained ignorant, mistaking the previous dynasty as the new ruler even decades after a change. However, this time, except for the 6 major sects, almost all the sects and forces in the ancient sages sector had sent representatives to the Rising Sun ceremony. After Li Yao intentionally set some of them free to deliver the message, the news of the Star Glory Federation's arrival spread at an unprecedented speed. 3 days after the Battle of Angry Fire, in every mountain and every prosperous city along the Sorcerer's River, countless panicked cultivators from the ancient sages sector were riding their flying swords and screaming at the top of their lungs, "The Federation is here." Vivid letters depicting the 100 starships, the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem, and the Tartarian skeleton were sent to every corner of the ancient sages sector. 5 days after the Battle of Angry Fire, the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the ancient and sprawling metropolis that had governed the ancient sages sector for nearly 100 years, was witnessing the quakes of its crowded towers and pavilions. The floating mountains moved up and down like ragged canoes on a surging ocean, at risk of being thrown to the bottom at any moment. The lords, ministers, and cultivators in the capital gazed at the sky in despair as dozens of starships slowly approached. The decks on the starship sides opened, releasing hundreds of crystal suits that shimmered with brilliance, landing on the timeless stone roads like shooting stars. 9 days after the Battle of Angry Fire, on the vast and boundless dark cloud prairies, a large herd of cows and sheep grazed silently, but the sky was filled with deafening explosions. Hundreds of white lights pierced the sky, lingering like ice pillars for a long time. These were hundreds of all-weather, stealthy armed shuttles. Moo! Moo! The cattle fled in panic, heedless of the shepherd's frantic whistling. Very soon, strange noises echoed from the grass, which almost reached the height of a human's shoulder when pressed down. Beast puppets shaped like spiders crawled out of the grass, their cold, metallic bodies forming a sea of steel as they marched toward the depths of the dark cloud prairies in an unstoppable and fluid manner. 15 days after the Battle of Angry Fire, thanks to the highly efficient organizational system of the Star Glory Federation, Li Yao's thunderous tactics demonstrated in the Battle of Angry Fire, and the persuasive military tech, the entire Ancient Sages sector had learned of the Star Glory Federation and Vulture Li Yao's dominance. No sect, force, or independent cultivator dared to challenge the Federation anymore. The Federation had gained preliminary control over the entire Ancient Sages sector and was finally able to extend its influence into the decaying world's villages and farmlands, aiming to save the common folk there. Every starship had become a temporary hospital and sanctuary, striving to aid the civilians tormented by war and famine. Before takeoff, the Federation leadership had already developed operational plans. They knew that controlling the Ancient Sages sector with the Federation's modern military forces, which far exceeded the era's technology, would not be difficult. The challenge lay in rescuing the underprivileged people struggling to survive. If they failed to do so, would they be fundamentally different from the Black Wind Fleet when it invaded the Star Glory Federation? Therefore, most of the starships in the vast space fleet were carriers and comprehensive supply ships, equipped with large-scale food synthesizers and full facilities for food production, after undergoing special modifications. The so-called synthesized food is made by grinding straw, grass, wood, thorns, bones, and other materials not readily edible for humans into a powder, then adding essential minerals and microelements, and mixing in high-energy oil. This mixture is then compressed into solid blocks, resembling bricks. The taste of this synthesized food is extremely unpleasant. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is as dry and awful as wax when eaten. However, it is rich in nutrition and calories. A piece the size of a finger is enough to sustain a middle-aged man engaged in heavy labor for a whole day. The food can also be dissolved in water to form a liquid like porridge, making it easier for women, children, and patients with weak stomachs to digest. For the billions of hungry people in the Ancient Sages sector, this food, which is a horror to space travelers, became a life-saving elixir. Many people worshipped the starships when they landed, viewing the Federal Army in strange costumes as guests from the realm of the deities. In the long term, it is necessary to enlighten people with the truth. The Federation has no intention of hiding anything. However, to maintain order and ensure that everyone receives assistance, the rumor that deities have descended to save everyone is more effective than any rule or regulation. At the very least, in front of the almighty, omniscient deities, even the most cunning scoundrels must follow the rules and learn to wait in line with everyone else. Despite its awful taste, the synthesized food keeps their bellies full. The sense of satiety that gradually spread from their stomachs was a first for many people in the Ancient Sages sector. Some even learned what a burp was for the first time and wept. Although the deities were piloting enormous divine boats and wearing strange armor, they turned out to be gentle and much more approachable than the lords and experts the common folk had encountered in the past. It goes without saying that patients with various diseases were taken aboard the divine boats and immersed in peculiar tanks. At first, they were panicked, fearing the deities might boil them to make potions. However, after just one sleep, all their ailments were gone, and their past sores and scars turned into fresh, pink flesh. Deities are walking on the earth to save us. How elegant they are. They are the true deities. They possess infinite skills and techniques, yet they are so kind, even smiling at us. Did the masters and lords of the past ever show us such respect? Is this a change of dynasties? Now, it's not the great Qian dynasty in charge. None of the other sects are issuing commands either. The world is now under this so-called federation. The ancient sages sector was already in the waning years of a dynasty. The people had no loyalty to the great Qian dynasty. While some poor folks survived by attaching themselves to major sects and held deep reverence and loyalty to those sects, the leaders of those sects were among the first to worship the enormous divine boats. Also, there were even rumors that Qi Zhongdao, known as the leader of all cultivators, had joined the Star Glory Federation and was even named the deputy chairman of the Ancient Sages District Administration Committee of the Star Glory Federation. What more was there to say? They might as well become the residents of the Ancient Sages Special District of the Star Glory Federation in the future. Food was everything for the people. The common folk were simple. Whoever fed them would be their family, and whoever made them homeless and starved would be their greatest foe. For a moment, all the ordinary people in the ancient sages sector began to rub their hands with glowing faces, picturing the beautiful future that the deities described for them after they enjoyed their food. While some people were basking in happiness, others were mired in sorrow. It was certainly not costless to change the future of the underprivileged, who made up more than 90% of the population. The enormous cost undoubtedly had to be partly shouldered by the cultivators of the ancient sages sector who had bullied and exploited the poor, especially those who had violated the divine wrath order. While most villages in the ancient sages sector were in a delightful atmosphere, celebrating the change of dynasties, Angry Fire Mountain was still enveloped in gloomy clouds. The more than 100,000 cultivators of the ancient sages sector who had gone to the Rising Sun ceremony a month ago to cheer for Elder Scorching Sun still lingered in the area, facing the most rigorous scrutiny and vetting. However, in the eyes of those cultivators, the scrutiny and vetting were just a guise. The real purpose of the foreign intruders was to their sects and deprive them of their land, mines, and interests in various trades. Asterisk note: the term is a Chinese phrase meaning to annex or to swallow up. It might be more appropriate in this context to say, the real purpose of the foreign intruders was to annex their sects and deprive them of their land, mines, and interests in various trades. Asterisk this was because almost nobody survived the investigation. Even the most dutiful and obedient individuals, who had done nothing wrong before, suffered heavy losses. They had themselves to blame for supporting Elder Scorching Sun, after all. Chapter 1896, Is There Law? Green Willow Fang Chengji was a quintessential example of the disoriented cultivators who were panicking. For him, the past month had been a living nightmare. It seemed as though he had fallen from the heights of the clouds into a bizarre, upside-down world where every rule was the opposite of his prior knowledge. In this place, the sun was square, fish flew in the sky, low-level cultivators in the refinement stage could boss around those in the building foundation stage, and even peasants whose spiritual roots were not activated could defecate on the heads of noble cultivators. There was even an instance where he witnessed a young man with hair as messy as a bird's nest and a bizarrely designed red vest arguing with a weeping family member of an Angry Fire Army soldier. The man was surrounded by a faint spiritual energy, indicating he must be a cultivator, but he was roughly seized by the rude woman who hadn't even washed her feet and couldn't break free. Two dirty children even smeared their tears and snot on him, yet he didn't get angry, he merely apologized awkwardly. Later, Fang Chengji learned that the young man in the red vest, casually squatting on the ground and allowing the children to climb on him and pull his eyes, was actually Vulture Li Yao. Li Yao was a super expert from the Star Glory Federation, known for beating Elder Scorching Sun into a pulp with the Black Cloud Qin gold statue and dismantling the one-armed gold statue into pieces. Fang Chengji was so shocked that his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Was there any law or reason in this place? What kind of world was this? Fang Chengji had been born into a wealthy family and had always been accorded the utmost respect by others. For him, the previous month had indeed been tough. All the unaffiliated cultivator sects that attended the Rising Sun ceremony were suspected of violating the Divine Wrath Order and joining Elder Scorching Sunday. In other words, they were rebels. The crime of disobedience could range from severe to petty, resulting in varying degrees of punishment. Smaller and mid-sized sects might escape with lesser consequences, but the Green Cloud Sword sect, an offshoot of the Purple Pole Sword sect, had come to pay respects to Elder Scorching Sunday. This was undoubtedly a more severe betrayal. Therefore, when a large batch of starships arrived, carrying the exos of the Federation and setting up temporary prisons and interrogation rooms, Fang Chengji, his father, and the members of the offshoots of the 6 major sects all faced the strictest investigation. Fang Chengji was escorted by 2 cultivators of the Federation, clad in peculiar armor, into a very small cell that had been temporarily set up. It was almost a flawless iron coffin, with no gaps once the door was closed. Fang Chengji was so terrified that he thought he was about to be buried alive. After living in constant fear and unease for 3 days, someone finally came to interrogate him. However, being interrogated was no less unbearable than being locked in the iron coffin. He remembered a fierce-looking man who played the bad cop and a seemingly gentle woman who played the good cop. Despite their different approaches, their sole purpose was to make him confess the methods the Green Cloud Sword sect used to earn revenue to cover the sect's maintenance, including the daily expenses of the cultivators in their training. They demanded the tiniest details. He was asked to confess if his sect had exploited people, sold or bought goods through violent methods, acted as loan sharks, or even trained with living people or their souls. If he could not remember much about his own sect, he could also confess similar clandestine activities of the sects that bordered the Green Cloud Sword sect. It did not matter if what he knew was just a groundless rumor, the cultivators of the Federation would verify the facts later. As long as any of the information he confessed was verified, he would be considered a contributor and would even receive points. Despite his horror, Fang Chengji was not out of his mind. After 2 sessions, he realized that the issue at hand was not about insurgency but an attempt to destroy the roots of the Green Cloud Sword sect. Once he figured this out, Fang Chengji immediately decided not to give in at all. He was going to teach the wretched cultivators of the Federation a lesson about the resolve of the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector. However, his interrogators were not infuriated by his reluctance but simply sent him back to his prison, asking him to think about it more carefully. Right now, we have not decided the nature of the Green Cloud Sword sect. This is not an interrogation but an interview to learn more from you. If you are not willing to talk, we will not force you. However, you are not the only person who knows the situation of the Green Cloud Sword sect. Some fellow cultivators from other sects, such as those from Red Tiger Hall, have told us a lot about you. Of course, we do not want to be prejudiced, but if everyone in your sect is as determined as you are, I'm afraid we will have to adopt Red Tiger Hall's side of the story and decide your nature based on their testimony. The moment Fang Chengji heard this, he grew anxious. Red Tiger Hall was a neighbor to the Green Cloud Sword sect. They had their own origins and backgrounds and had recently expanded their territory into the Running River state. Naturally, this led to conflicts between the 2 sections. They had numerous disputes over farmland and mines. While it would be an exaggeration to call them mortal enemies, many on both sides had been killed over the past decade. Fang Chengji had no doubt that Red Tiger Hall would show no mercy when given the chance to strike. They could frame the Green Cloud Sword sect in countless ways. How could their testimony be trusted? Fang Chengji craned his neck, ready to shout, but the Federation investigator rudely slammed the door, sealing it once more. No amount of pounding from inside could make it open again. Feeling like crying, Fang Chengji could not help but feel more regretful in the days that followed. While cursing the cruelty of the investigators, he was even more angry at the viciousness of Red Tiger Hall. Old and new grievances resurfaced in his heart, and he remembered all the despicable deeds Red Tiger Hall had committed in the past. When the prison cell was opened again, two bizarre-looking spiders came to escort him for interrogation. He forgot all about his unwavering stance and confessed everything he knew as quickly and thoroughly as possible. At the heart of it, Fang Chengji truly felt he had been wronged. The Green Cloud Sword Sect, backed by the Purple Pole Sword Sect, had endured for almost 100 years and was a deeply rooted sect in the Running River State. It sought to avoid trouble in its own territory and was quite merciful to the peasants and people within its jurisdiction. There was no need for it to resort to illegal activities. That was what small, unsupported sects had to do during the primitive accumulation phase when they aimed to become rich quickly. As for the Green Willow, Fang Chengji himself, while he had never truly cared about the common folk, no young cultivator could reject the cheers of the ordinary people after resolving their troubles. He had gone through great lengths to earn his reputation in the Running River State. It would be a great disgrace for him to bully the common folk, and he would not do it even if someone held a dagger to his neck. Under the guidance of the two investigators, Fang Chengji confessed everything he knew, obediently. Naturally, he did not forget to put himself and the Green Cloud Sword Sect in a better light, claiming that his family had always maintained order with fairness, justice, and mercy. At the very least, it was not an entirely false statement when the sect was compared to the few forces that had risen more recently. The Green Cloud Sword Sect is a righteous sect with a long history that has always considered it our responsibility to dispel evil and protect the local area, Fang Chengji declared matter-of-factly. We have committed none of the atrocities you mentioned. However, when it comes to Red Tiger Hall, the Rowing Mountain Guild, the Black Leaf Gang, and other mediocre sects, they have monopolized many trades, sold or purchased goods through violence, practiced usury, and committed so many other heinous acts that I cannot finish describing in 3 days. Red Tiger Hall, the Rowing Mountain Guild, and the Black Leaf Gang were all neighboring forces to the Green Cloud Sword Sect. They had a lot of friction among themselves, but this time, they had set aside their differences and gone to join the meeting in Angry Fire Mountain simultaneously, only to be caught by the Star Glory Federation together. Fang Chengji imagined that those scoundrels would not say anything good about the Green Cloud Sword Sect. As the saying goes, it's better to attack than to be attacked. It was better to bite them first. At the very least, compared to the sects that had risen recently with blood on their hands, the Green Cloud Sword Sect truly deserved to be called a righteous sect. We appreciate your attitude very much, fellow cultivator Fang, the two investigators said, looking quite pleased. We have recorded all the intelligence you provided. As long as any information is verified, you will be given 1 point, which will benefit you, your father, and your sect. Fang Chengji did not fully understand what given 1 point meant, but a significant event that occurred later gave him another major shock, leaving him petrified once more. That day, almost 100 fellow cultivators from the Running River State were summoned to a deck on a starship to witness the execution of a death sentence. The person bound and about to be executed was none other than Xue Longhu, the leader of Red Tiger Hall, their old nemesis. The crimes that led to Fang Chengji's death sentence seemed ridiculously petty to him. They were all unimportant offenses, such as monopolization, forced transactions, and gang fighting. The most severe crime, however, involved Xue Longhu using a boy and a girl to lure a 1,000-year-old, bleak fire black-horned snake. The 2 children were accidentally swallowed by the snake. Furthermore, the children were not stolen but purchased from a slave market. It was a fair transaction from start to finish. They should be his property, dead or alive. Chapter 1897, Monster of Monsters. Xue Longhu was at the peak of the core formation stage. If he were to be executed openly, there should have been some shocking crimes. Not just Fang Chengji, but even Xue Longhu himself had not anticipated that he would be sentenced to death for such trivial offenses. From what Fang Chengji later heard, the reason Xuelonghu's case was concluded so quickly was that Xuelonghu did not realize the severity of his actions, or rather, he did not even consider the incident as a case. He defended himself against the charges of forced transactions and group fights in the mines. However, when it came to the incident involving the child slaves, he admitted it quickly and signed his name, as clearly seen in his statement. Before his death, he had no idea what law he had violated and was still shouting while raising his neck high. My disciples bought the 2 children for me. One cost 80 dimes, and the other 120, plus 2 additional bags of rice. They were 10% higher than the market price. I bought them. I bought them. With the situation at that point, all his arguments were certainly useless. A cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, who had advanced to his level after 100 years of hard training, was tied up like a piglet and kicked into an iron cage. Then, the iron cage sputtered and unleashed thousands of electric arcs, burning the prisoner to ash and obliterating him in the blink of an eye. It was likely meant to warn others. The entire audience sweated heavily, their legs trembling. Naturally, Fang Chengji disliked Xuelonghu. After a few days of mutual accusations and bickering, he even hated the man's guts. But despite everything, he couldn't help feeling sad for the loss of his own kind after witnessing Xuelonghu's uncanny death sentence. He was both depressed and confused, having no clue what the strange cultivators of the Federation were up to. They were now the meat, and the cultivators of the Federation were the chopping block. It was only natural for them to be cut and butchered, but they did not deserve to be ridiculed with such absurd reasons. The pair of children probably would have starved to death even if Xuelonghu had not bought them. Besides, Xuelonghu did not kill them personally. They were the victims of a 1,000-year-old snake monster. Did that really warrant a death sentence? It took Fang Chengji days to realize that Xuelonghu had been executed not just because he caused the deaths of a pair of children, but mainly because he had run out of points. As it turned out, in the Special District Committee of the federal government, a ledger for every cultivator in the Ancient Sages sector suspected of violating the Divine Wrath Order had been established. A myriad of contributions and crimes were listed as well. Contributions such as serving justice, turning in other criminals, or maintaining local order could gain them points. If the total points added up to 1,800 or more, they would pass the investigation and regain their freedom. Crimes such as monopolization, forced transactions, gang fights, disrupting the local order, or even murdering and looting others would decrease their points. All cultivators in the Ancient Sages sector, whether at the refinement state or nascent soul stage, had 500 basic points. If they had committed so many crimes that their points were reduced to 0, they would be sentenced to death, and even a real deity could not save them. Contributions could offset the crimes, but the increase in points from contributions was less than the decrease from crimes. Therefore, despite the offset, the gap could never be closed. The death of a pair of children was not enough for Xuelonghu to be executed immediately, but when combined with sect fights, killings, and looting, his 500 points had almost reached 0. In his desperate desire to survive, Xuelonghu had provided a lot of information to turn other cultivators in, which slightly raised his points. He was nearly able to escape the death sentence, but as the leader of the Red Tiger Hall, he was responsible for his entire sect. 10% of the points reduced due to the illegal activities of his disciples would be blamed on him. It just so happened that one of his true disciples was reported to be practicing an evil art in secret, having killed dozens of innocent women as offerings to his secret sword. Whether Xuelonghu had known about the matter beforehand could not be proven and was no longer important. In the end, his 500 points were reduced to 0, and he could not present any major contributions at the time. Therefore, he could only face a disgraceful death. After understanding the wretched point system, Fang Chengji felt a great sense of relief at first. He thought it was great because the Star Glory Federation seemed to be somewhat reasonable, however absurd their reasons might be. But on second thought, he could not help but feel terrified again. The cultivators of the Federation were so strict and unforgiving in their rules that even the most trivial matters could be counted as crimes. Fang Chengji wondered if he had committed crimes grave enough to warrant his execution without his knowledge. Even if he hadn't, as the heir of the Green Cloud Sword sect, would he be implicated due to a particular unpardonable individual in his sect? For the next 2 weeks, he lived in constant fear. Occasionally, while half asleep in his iron coffin, he felt that someone might slap his shoulder hard and shout, "Fang Chengji, your crime has been exposed." Then, he imagined being tied up and dragged away like a pig. However, after a long wait, the cold hand and deafening roar never came. Instead, 2 smiling faces appeared and informed him that the investigation into the Green Cloud Sword sect had concluded. They confirmed that the sect had indeed been a righteous order, maintaining the peace and order of the running river state for the past century, contributing to its prosperity and stability. While their attendance at the Rising Sun ceremony was a minor blemish, they had committed no major wrongdoings. Moreover, by actively cooperating with the federal government, they had set a positive example for other cultivators. Thus, the investigation into him was over, and he was now free to reunite with his father. Fang Chengji was overjoyed at regaining his freedom and learning that the Green Cloud Sword sect had been hailed as a good example. However, a piece of breaking news plunged him into a bottomless abyss once again. According to the message he received, his father had sold all the sect's properties, mines, ranches, and other significant assets to the federal government at an alarmingly low price. So, that was why the sect had been promoted as a good example and why he was set free. How shameless and despicable. Father. Outside the enormous starship, the father and son finally met again, both feeling as if a century had passed since their last meeting. Fang Chengji could no longer hold back his dissatisfaction and gnashed his teeth. Those cultivators from the Federation are truly wolves and bandits. No one can be more unreasonable than them. Then, he sighed and sobbed. Our family's enterprise, passed down for 100 years, was given away to them just like that? Compared to Fang Chengji, who was jumping up and down, Fang Shi, the leader of the Green Cloud Sword sect, remained calm. He smiled casually and remarked, "This is always the case during a shift of dynasties. A revolution is not an invitation to dinner. Who do you think will reason or be polite with you? Besides, what they are doing now is already reasonable and polite enough. Let's put aside the storm of blood when the thunderous Qian sect overthrew the previous dynasty and established the Great Qian dynasty. Just consider the destruction of the eunuchs party a few years ago. How many people were involved in the conflict between eunuch Wang Shi and Emperor Phoenix, and how much blood was shed? At that time, we were still on the Purple Pole Sword sect side and were almost destroyed as accomplices of the great traitor. He. Every change in supreme power requires the irrigation of endless blood. The blood shed today is already little to none. At the very least, the two of us have both survived, unlike those who have been executed without even a body left. In this unfortunate incident, we have been very fortunate." Fang Chengji was dazed for a moment and then sighed again. Vulture Li Yao, the representative from the Star Glory Federation, even called himself a pacifist who convinces people with his integrity. Isn't that too outrageous? Do you believe everything he says? Every deceased emperor has been given many posthumous titles after passing away. Are all those titles true? Leader Fang shook his head and said, "I've heard that the man is the husband of the current monarch of the Star Glory Federation." Right, this place is ruled by a queen today. So, it must be a custom in the Federation to give some special titles, such as, a pacifist who convinces people with his integrity, to the queen's husband. That's not very strange. The bottom line is, this Vulture Li Yao is best known for his cunning and brutality in the Star Glory Federation. He is one of the most notorious men who roams the Sea of Stars. What? Fang Chengji was drenched in cold sweat from fear. It's true, said Fang Chengji. The Green Cloud Sword sect belongs to the Purple Pole Sword sect system. We used to be quite close to eunuch Wang Shi. You know how powerful and influential eunuch Wang Shi was in his prime. You must have heard about how dreadful the organization Ghost Character, which he established, was, too, right? So, you must have a general idea of eunuch Wang Shi's personality and capability, mustn't you? Fang Chengji nodded quickly. As one of the 4 rapscallions, eunuch Wang Shi was once a powerful figure in court and a great master of sword arts. He was also the leader of the terrifying Ghost Character. His name was enough to stop children from crying at night. Naturally, everyone knew him. Then, you also know how immeasurable Han Bailing, the magnificent sovereign of the Ghost Qin of Dark Cloud Prairies, is, right? Leader Fang asked again. Fang Chengji nodded. To some extent, Han Bailing, with his great power and command of 1,000,000 iron soldiers, was even more terrifying than eunuch Wang Shi. He certainly deserved to rank at the top of the 4 rapscallions. Then, do you know how eunuch Wang Shi and Han Bailing addressed this vulture Liao? Leader Fang asked mysteriously. Fang Chengji was slightly dazed. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Leader Fang coughed and revealed, even men as strong as Wang Shi and as brutal as Han Bailing call him monsterly respectfully. Hiss, Fang Chengji felt as if a cold wind had blown from the depths of his heart, swirling around his body in an instant. He couldn't help but shudder violently. In terms of ferocity, no one in the entire Ancient Sages sector could rival Han Bailing, who commanded 1,000,000,000 iron riders of Ghost Qin and once charged on the central plateau, approaching the capital city. In terms of cunning, who could outdo eunuch Wang Shi, who had once easily manipulated the emperor, killed ministers as if they were chickens, and founded Ghost Character to raise a storm of blood in the entire world of cultivators? Yet, even Han Bailing and eunuch Wang Shi had to address Vulture Liao as Monster Li. How dreadful and terrifying he must be. Fang Chengji couldn't help but recall the Monster Li in the red vest he had seen a few days ago. Both appalled and skeptical, he said, I once saw Vulture Liao from a distance. He seemed rather plain and didn't have the demeanor of an unparalleled monster. Monsters are temperamental and unpredictable. Do you expect them to engrave their identity on their forehead? Fang Shi snorted. I was lucky enough to meet Vulture Liao in person several times. Indeed, I didn't notice anything extraordinary about him, but don't forget how Elder Scorching Sun was killed. Fang Chengji's pupils constricted violently. The overwhelming aura of the Black Cloud Qin gold statue, which suppressed 100,000 cultivators, seemed to condense in his eyes once more. He felt all his anger and courage drain away through his pores as cold sweat. He opened his mouth 3 times but found nothing appropriate to say. In the end, he sighed gloomily. Are we really submitting our family's enterprise, which we have worked on for 100 years, just like that? We will have nothing left. Hee. All their talk about peace, friendliness, and a better tomorrow is just bullsh*t. The so-called Star Glory Federation is just another bunch of hypocritical bandits. Is there any difference between their actions and Elder Scorching Sun's? In fact, they are even more contemptible in my eyes. You're wrong again. Who says I've submitted our family's enterprise for nothing? Who says we have nothing left right now? Fang Shi laughed. As you heard earlier, the federal government believes that I set a good example for others, which means others will be encouraged to follow me. Why would the Federation make us suffer losses? Let me tell you, dummy, while I have sold the properties, mines, and ranches of the Green Cloud Sword sect to the federal government, it was a fair deal. I have received something in return. More precisely, I received shares of the Ancient Sages shipping group. Fang Chengji was greatly surprised again. After spending more than a month in a prison cell, he was already more exhausted than ever. When he first met his father, he had only felt the world spinning. He was too eager to tell his father about his miserable experience to notice his father's appearance. It wasn't until this moment that he finally recognized the delight and ambition in his father's tone. His father's face was also glowing, and he seemed to be in high spirits. The man did not look like a victim whose property had been confiscated but like a rising star. Fang Chengji was even more surprised when he noticed his father's attire. His father was still wearing the deep blue robe, with 3 long swords on his back, exactly as he had been a month earlier. However, right above the 2 words "Green Cloud" on his chest, a peculiar emblem was clipped in the most formal way. It depicted the enormous dragon and the 9 starry pearls that had consumed Elder Scorching Sun's fiery fiend and occupied the entire sky that day. Fang Chengji now knew that it was the emblem of the rising dragon of the 9 stars, representing the Star Glory Federation and its great honor and authority, or the Divine Country. At the very least, in the current chaos, not everyone was qualified to wear it. It was especially true for the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag with a gold star background, which he had only seen on the chests of some major officials of the Star Glory Federation in the past. However, what surprised him most was not the emblem but a red band on his father's left arm. A 2-letter abbreviation was painted on the red band. It resembled what he had once seen on the mysterious, crystal camera, with some strokes missing, adding to the symbol's coldness. The red band read A.C. Fang Chengji was unsure what kind of department the so-called AC was, but seeing the satisfaction on his father's face, he knew it couldn't be bad. This explained a lot. By devoting all the family's possessions, they had secured a place in the new regime. If the job came with a good salary, it was not a bad outcome. Fang Chengji was no fool. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly understood his father's intentions. He was no stranger to the concept of shares. To feed so many high-ranking and mighty sword cultivators who did not work, the Green Cloud Sword sect naturally had a lot of businesses under its name, with shares held by many others. However, the operation of these shared businesses involved a lot of tricks. Some of these methods were the meanest forms of exploitation, suffocating the victims. For example, if a sect took an interest in a wealthy family's business, it might establish an empty business, claiming it would develop a mountain frequented by wild animals and evil creatures. It would then lure and coerce the wealthy family into buying shares. After the investment, it would be fortunate if the money was lost and the development of the mountain came to a natural end. In the worst cases, the sect would claim that its disciples were heavily wounded while slaying the monsters on the mountain and demand that the shareholder pay another sum of money, draining the wealthy family dry. However, his father had always been meticulous, and now that he was regarded as a good example, the federal government certainly knew better than to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Thinking for a moment, Fang Chengji asked, "What kind of business is this so-called Ancient Sages shipping group?" Leader Fang waved his hand and explained, "The Ancient Sages sector today has 2 superpowers, the Great Qian Dynasty and Ghost Qin, and 6 major sections. As for the middle and small sects, they are too numerous to count. Have you ever thought about what it would be like if all the sects united and the millions of cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector merged into one super sect? The Green Cloud Sword sect has farmlands and mines. We are involved in many restaurants, docks, and transportation businesses, all run by different branches of the sect, respectively. It is the same for the super sect that combines all the forces in the Ancient Sages sector. This sect will participate in the operation and expansion within the Sea of Stars. It will develop farmlands and mines on other planets and tame alien animals that you can barely imagine. Naturally, it will engage in a transportation business of a higher level in space. The Ancient Sages Shipping Group, as a newly founded business, is backed by the authorities and will be responsible for the shipping operations of this super sect in space. You should know how profitable the shipping business can be. How many sects have risen through the shipping business by controlling a few rivers? Considering the vastness of space, the returns from the shipping business there will be thousands of times greater than those from a few rivers. Trading the minor enterprise of the Green Cloud Sword sect for shares in the shipping business of the super sect is not a bad bargain at all. All the sects and cultivators of the ancient sages sector are to be united into one force to establish a super sect? Fang Chengji was completely dumbfounded by the splendid, if not insane, idea. He could not even fathom how magnificent it would be. His mind greatly disturbed, he lost his composure and asked, "Then, how many shares has our family's enterprise been exchanged for?" Smiling, Leader Fang did not reply but raised one of his fingers. Fang Chengji was overjoyed. 1/10? Leader Fang shook his head. Thinking for a moment, Fang Chengji asked again, 1%? Leader Fang shook his head again. Even the entire Purple Pole Sword sect wouldn't have been exchanged for 1% of the shares. But because I was the first to accept the new regime, we were offered 1,000th of the shares. 1,000th? Fang Chengji had high expectations at first and thought it was a great deal. It never occurred to him that they would only receive 1,000th of the shares. That seemed too little. Seeing the disdain on his son's face, Leader Fang smiled bitterly and said, "You truly don't understand the realm of the deities and the deities' country. You have no idea how terrifying their true strength is. Let me tell you, even though we only have 1,000th of the shares, if we manage it well, the revenue will surpass many of the businesses the Green Cloud Sword sect had in the past. It's even safe to say that whether the Green Cloud Sword sect can break free from the influence of the Purple Pole Sword sect and truly become independent depends on my bold gamble this time." Seeing his father's gleaming eyes, noticing his unconventional attire with the emblem and red band, and hearing him use new terms constantly, Fang Chengji suddenly thought of a new term. He blurted out, "Father, you haven't been brainwashed by the Star Glory Federation, have you?" Brainwashed? Leader Fang was slightly dazed. With his hands behind his back, he laughed aloud and said, Yes. I have indeed been brainwashed by the Star Glory Federation over the past month. After seeing the vastness of the universe, I feel entirely reshaped, as if half my life was for nothing. Come here and follow me. I'll give you some brainwashing today." While talking, Leader Fang took out a silver card from his pocket. On one side of the card was the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem, while the other side depicted a splendid metropolis of crowded skyscrapers that exceeded Fang Chengji's imagination. There were also several words on it, some of the strokes missing, VIP ticket. Pointing toward an enormous starship floating at the end of the valley above the debris of the Red Sun sect, Leader Fang said, "The federal government has established an exhibition center of the Star Glory Federation's 100-year glory for cultivators of the ancient sages sector to learn about the new regime. The latest debugging has just been completed, but it is not officially open yet. Today, a small batch of tickets was released so that cultivators who actively approach the new regime can visit it in advance. I have already visited it, and I don't need to tell you how shocked I was. After you visit it yourself, you will understand if our 1,000th of the shares is small and the glorious future it will bring to the Green Cloud Sword sect." Green Willow, Fang Chengji was dragged into the Museum of the Star Glory Federation's 100-year glory by his father, only to feel as if he had walked from one dream into another, even deeper one. The light around him dimmed, making him wonder if he had fallen into yet another trap. However, when he remembered that Shui Longhu, a renowned expert at the peak of the core formation stage, had been electrocuted, and that his father, who had always been sophisticated, was deeply enticed, Fang Chengji could not help but sigh and decide to take things as they came. As it turned out, no one in the museum was planning to kill or mince him. Perhaps because it was not yet officially open, few cultivators from the Federation could be seen there. Fang Chengji did see a lot of experts and well-respected seniors in the corners, who had been famous for a long time. Like his father, they all wore a rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on their chest and a red band on their arm. The red bands had various abbreviations. Some said AC, AC stands for Administration Committee, some said BC, BC stands for Business Committee, and some said I.B.1. Fang Chengji assumed they were all departments in the new regime. The most surprising red band, however, had 3 words sewn on: Iron Tower Corporation. Fang Chengji had absolutely no idea what the Iron Tower Corporation was. He doubted that the expert wearing the red band knew, either. It was because Fang Chengji remembered that the expert, who was brawny and almost 2 meters tall, had a nickname in the cultivator world as the Tower that holds the sky. He probably chose the department in confusion because of his own nickname. Although the people there had also been imprisoned in Angry Fire Mountain, the atmosphere was vastly different from the outside world. The cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector, who were still being identified and investigated on the starships, lived in constant fear and panic, like homeless dogs. In contrast, the cultivators here were like giant mice that had crawled into a warehouse of food. They were all fat, satisfied, and wore mysterious smiles. They often exchanged glances, communicating silently. It was a happy and joyful place. When the father and son of the Fang family walked in, many people looked at them with envy and jealousy, but not much malice. Everyone seemed to be fed up and too lazy to fight over petty interests. Fang Chengji lowered his voice, holding back a smile. Do you see? Among all the cultivators and seniors here, some have a higher cultivation level than I do and belong to sects stronger than the Green Cloud Sword sect. But because they failed to change their mindset quickly enough, I was the one who stood up first to answer the government's call and sell our properties, mines, and other possessions. In the end, we were the first to enjoy the rewards. We have been given the most shares and the most favorable terms. We have also won the favor of those in power. Vulture Li Yao even patted my shoulder and said that the Glorious Sunlight Group under his name would cooperate well with the Green Cloud Sword sect in the future. You don't know how jealous those people are. This trip to Angry Fire Mountain has turned out to be a blessing in disguise after all. Fang Chengji nodded quickly. Having no time to pay his respects to the seniors around him, he was dragged into a round, floating disc by his father. The disc rose an inch from the ground and carried the 2 of them forward. Shwa! Vivid grand illusionary lands opened around them. Panoramic illusions that even had flavors immediately captured Fang Chengji's attention. He forgot all about the experts and seniors. Due to environmental limitations, the Star Glory Federation's 100-Year Glory exhibition was mainly presented through panoramic videos in the Grand Illusionary Land. Even so, many of the core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector were dazzled and stunned, not to mention a youngster like Green Willow Fang Chengji. The panoramic videos were divided into 5 parts. At the very beginning, 2 giant words slammed into Fang Chengji's eyes: National Treasure. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the deafening mechanical thunder, molten steel flowed and splashed. Squeezed, stretched, cut, and purified by the supermassive machinery, irregular pieces of alloy, like meteorites from outer space, were produced. The light and shadows flashed, and the scene changed again. Components larger than floating mountains were used in the roads and bridges within the mountain range, the orbit ring beyond the atmosphere, the mines on resource planets, and even in the colossal starships, like the bones of beasts roaming the starry sea. The bridges, almost 1,000 meters high with spans of hundreds of thousands of meters, the orbit ring outside the atmosphere where transportation could only be conducted through vacuum shuttles, and the hundreds of warships docked at star fortresses modified from asteroids. The magnificence of this great industry and the modern miracles made Fang Chengji's heart race and his nostrils flare. He felt as if his heart was exploding, and he almost held his head and screamed. Deity's realm. This was the real deity's realm. Such a powerful Star Glory Federation with such unbelievable divine techniques. His legs suddenly went weak. Had his father not sent a stream of spiritual energy into his body in time, he would have fallen to his knees and worshipped what he saw, tears streaming down his face. The second group of pictures, titled Marvelous Handicraft, lit up in the darkness ahead. A moment ago, everything had been immense, but now, all the items displayed were tiny. The only thing visible was a clean and tidy factory of magical equipment. Unlike the crowded and chaotic refining workshops in the ancient sages sector, this factory had only a few cultivators working attentively at the control panels on one side of the room. On the dozens of assembly lines connected to the control panel, mechanical arms powered by spiritual energy made the most agile and precise movements. Chain swords, vibration sabers, and high-heat axes were formed, sharpened, and produced in a seamless process. As the picture zoomed in, it was clear that dozens of hair-thin needles extended from the end of each mechanical arm. Moving at a speed beyond the naked eye, they rapidly embedded super-tiny crystals and components deep into the magical equipment, making the melee weapons more energy-efficient, intelligent, and stable. Well, Fang Chengxi's eyes bulged as he observed it, unable to believe what he was seeing. In less than 10 minutes, 100 swords and sabers had been produced. Not only were these marvelous weapons for cultivators, but even the ordinary blades for the army could not have been made so quickly. He still remembered how his father had spent years forging the Green Lotus heartbreaking sword with great effort. But something went wrong at the end, and the furnace couldn't withstand the blast of spiritual energy, cracking and rendering years of work futile. In the deity's realm, after just one yawn, hundreds of marvelous weapons had been crafted. How could they compete with the deity's realm? The production of these weapons left such a deep impression on Fang Chengxi that he wasn't as stunned when he saw leveled scanning of macromolecules, microcarving at the mustard seed level, or super steady in high-speed networks across galaxies, because he had no idea what those concepts meant. The federal government's introduction was more or less like flirting with someone who was blind. However, when they reached the third part, peaceful life, Fang Chengxi's head, which had just cooled down, began boiling again. A forest of skyscrapers was ablaze with light, forming prosperous cities he had never seen before. There was convenient transportation, comfortable houses, endless delicious food, and fashionable clothes in abundance. Even the humblest ordinary people could study the history of the entire civilization and explore the future of the Star Glory Federation in bright, clean classrooms. They shared basic technical knowledge for free, and healthy lunches containing weak spiritual energy were provided to children. Fang Chengxi was utterly dumbfounded. National treasure and marvelous handicraft were techniques from the deity's realm that he could still understand. However, the scenes of ordinary people and cultivators living in harmony disrupted all the rules and knowledge he knew. Even the common folk in the deity's realm are so fair, healthy, tall, confident, and respected. The people there can actually use the armor of the deities, drive huge boats, or even be nominated as officials in the court. How is this possible? Why do the deities in their realm allow the common folk to live such comfortable lives? Is there any ethics or reason at all? Are the deities all out of their minds? Fang Chengxi swallowed hard, feeling his legs shaking uncontrollably. He was scared, truly terrified to his core. From the smiling faces of the common folk of the deity's realm and their clean, neat teeth, he sensed a new, unseen, and unknown strength, more powerful and unstoppable than national treasure and marvelous handicraft. Faced with this strength, he felt like an ant before an overwhelming tsunami. All his whining, hatred, anger, and hostility became ridiculous and insignificant. The fourth scene was home defense. The material for this section came from the space battle 3 years ago, where the thousands of starships of the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet confronted each other, and dozens of colossi produced the most dazzling sparks in space. Dwelling in the grand illusionary land, Fang Chengxi felt as if he was floating in space. 10,000 rays of death pierced through the surrounding void, and countless suns rose before exploding in the most spectacular fashion. Fang Chengxi could not help but moan in a low voice, like a wild dog caught between two tyrannosaurs. The wars in the deity's realm were too terrible. Compared to such a soul-stirring confrontation, the fights over hegemony in the ancient sage's sector were nothing but child's play. It was only then that he finally realized Vulture Li Yao had indeed maintained the highest level of self-control a month ago. If the 100 starships had really roared, it would have been easy for them to turn the entire angry fire mountain into a deep ravine. The previous 4 scenes were already splendid, but they were not as awe-inspiring as the 5th scene, even combined. The 5th scene was titled Our Quest. While the first 4 scenes highlighted the magnificence, development, and harmony of the Star Glory Federation, the final scene took a different approach, focusing on the insignificance of the Star Glory Federation and human civilization on a universal scale. In the vast and boundless Grand Illusionary Land, the Star Glory Federation was merely a dim spot of light at the edge of the picture, and the ancient sage's sector was not visible at all. The dense stars at the center of the image congregated into 2 surging rivers. On either side of these rivers were 2 divine nations, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, each 10 times more powerful than the Star Glory Federation. The Star Glory Federation did not downplay the magnificence of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance nor its hostility toward them. Meanwhile, human civilization, a combination of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance, was depicted as a lone boat in the vast sea of stars. In the unexplored lands of the universe, countless alien species, ghost civilizations, and unparalleled beings must have left behind brilliant and mysterious marks. This was precisely what they were about to explore. Their destiny lay in the endless quest of humanity itself. The image zoomed in, and the previously small Star Glory Federation gradually grew larger. Green Willow, Fang Chengji saw countless space fleets, each comprising hundreds of carriers, immigration starships, and warships as tall as mountains. Departing from their comfortable homes, they sailed into the dark, unknown world with determination, pushing toward the edge and the limits of the universe. He even saw that one of the fleets had ancient sages painted in enormous letters on the bow of all the starships. Each starship was engraved with the sigils, symbols, and marks of the Great Qian dynasty, the Cloud Qin, the 6 major sects, and the thousands of middle and small sects. Is this our fleet? One day, will the natives of the ancient sages sector embark on a journey from a corner of the universe on massive divine boats like true deities, crossing the sea of stars to discover lands that have never been visited before? Although he knew it was just propaganda and an unlikely vision, Fang Chengji couldn't help but feel a blush of excitement and an urge to cry out. He finally understood what the ancient sages shipping group was. If what was depicted became reality, and hundreds of starships as large as cities raced through the sea of stars day and night, not only discovering new, more prosperous worlds but also reaping enormous profits from the commerce among the existing worlds of the Star Glory Federation, the benefits would be immeasurable. After leaving the gallery, Fang Chengji couldn't calm down. Are those illusions real? This, of course, was the question on the minds of most cultivators in the ancient sages sector. The question was hard to prove, but Leader Fang simply smiled. If the things described in the picture didn't exist, could you have imagined them out of thin air? Fang Chengji was momentarily dazed but nodded quickly. It was true. No matter how bold and imaginative he might be, he could never have come up with such bizarre and ridiculous designs. Besides, Leader Fang added, if the information were false and meant only to awe the locals, they wouldn't have told us about the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. It was unnecessary to highlight the tense situation the Federation is in, too. Since they have decided to inform us of the existence of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance honestly, their intentions are clear. Firstly, everything they say is true. Secondly, they are confident that most people will join the Federation after we learn the truth, and the ancient sages sector will be smoothly integrated. Thirdly, if some of us are too obstinate to change and decide to go against them, those people will certainly be destroyed easily and mercilessly. Fang Chengji was dazed for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he smiled bitterly. It never occurred to me that the deity's realm actually exists and that the countries within it are so powerful. I wonder, where did they find such magnificent power? Are there really divine arts and techniques? There probably aren't. But they have indeed grasped a strength that we have never heard of or even imagined. Such strength is not on the same level as what we have relied on in the past, Leader Fong said solemnly. This time, it is not a simple change of dynasties but a real revolution, the likes of which the ancient sages sector has not seen in the past 100,000 years. The outdated systems and rules will be shattered. The traditional sects and cultivators will become huge burdens rather than assets in the new regime. If they fail to adapt and reform themselves, they will be mercilessly erased. The newcomers have never hidden this fact since their arrival. They spoke frankly to the elders and leaders, stating that the Star Glory Federation values a system of general equality for both ordinary people and cultivators, which is the highest rule and beyond any negotiation. The lives of the cultivators matter, but the lives of the common folk, who outnumber them by hundreds of times, also matter. The purpose of their visit is to find a way to save as many lives as possible. The ancient sages sector is now mired in war and famine for two main reasons. Firstly, the population of cultivators is excessive, and they focus all their attention on fighting and exploiting people instead of working. Secondly, land and resources are highly concentrated among thousands of sects and unaffiliated cultivators who operate independently and constantly undermine each other. This disorganization prevents them from realizing the full potential of the resources. The people of the Federation have traveled a long journey through wormholes, and the cost of even a single grain of rice is alarmingly high. It is impossible to continuously ship food and relief from the Federation's homeland. To feed the billions of locals in this world, the ancient sages sector must rely on its own resources. More specifically, there are two approaches. Firstly, migrate the excess cultivators from the ancient sages sector to less populated areas where cultivators are more needed. This will reduce the pressure on the local spiritual energy and crystals and allow cultivators to play a more fitting role. Secondly, concentrate resources, including land, forests, and mines, under the national government. The government will then plan the development of modern industry, agriculture, and mining. During this process, the unenlightened common folk will be involved and educated to become true modern people. As for exactly how to convince the cultivators of the ancient sages sector to leave their homes and seek careers in outer space, and how to combine the land, mines, and different trades that previously belonged to various owners to concentrate the resources and develop modern industries, they have already drafted plans. However, they are keeping that a secret and asking us to think for ourselves. I thought about the issue for 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping. By joining Elder Scorching Sun's cause, we have already committed the crime of high treason. Even if our lives were saved in the end, we would have lived a dull life in the new regime. So, we might as well take a wild gamble. This is exactly what I get in the end. Leader Fong pointed at the AC on his left arm. Fong Chengji was dazed for a long time. He could not help but shake his head. Those people are really unreasonable. You're quite right. Vulture Li Yao told me bluntly that thousands of people are dying of cold and hunger in the chaos of the ancient sages sector right now, and 100 times more are struggling in war and famine, living lives that are no more comfortable than death. To stop the suffering as soon as possible, he doesn't care about how the cultivators of the ancient sages sector curse him behind his back, nor does he give a damn about the laws, rules, and reasons that have been practiced in our world for 100,000 years and have proven utterly ineffective. Leader Fong paused for a moment. With the deepest fear shining in his eyes, he said, his voice trembling, "Do you know? I have a feeling that Vulture Li Yao and the entire Star Glory Federation are like an overwhelming iron wheel that is rolling closer, unstoppable. It will never lower its speed or deviate from its course. Unless it crashes into pieces, it will crush everything that stands in its way. Faced with such a rolling wheel, it is useless to hate or curse it. Do you want to reason with it? The wheel has its own logic, which we simply do not understand yet. Fang Qingji blushed in embarrassment at his father's words. He lowered his head. The trend of the universe is unstoppable. Those who follow it thrive, those who go against it perish. Patting his son's shoulder, Leader Fang said solemnly and thoughtfully, I know many cultivators are very dissatisfied with the Star Glory Federation's methods. Some hold grudges, some mock them openly, some pretend to cooperate, and some are even contacting each other, hoping to start a rebellion. However, after witnessing the 100-year glory, you should now realize that such strength is not something we can resist. It is, rather, the most advanced trend of the universe we have seen. Why compete with it when we can find a way to join it and figure out their reasons and source of strength for ourselves? After 100,000 years, the world of the ancient sages sector has finally changed. The world is changing, and we must change, too. Whoever adapts faster than others will gain new opportunities, new techniques, and new blessings in the new world. I am already too old now. Bringing our sect to this point is already my limit. As for how far the Green Cloud Sword sect can reach within the Star Glory Federation and the boundless universe, it will depend on the younger generation like you. Fang Qingji listened absent-mindedly, not fully grasping his father's meaning, as a magic declaration he had seen at the end of the exhibition was still echoing in his head. Our quest is, the Sea of Stars.